Chapter 1. The Acquisition of a System. In a parallel world, Xiangnan Province, Star City. Within a modest rental apartment of approximately 30 square meters, Li Rui lay. Sprawled across his bed, at the age of 25, having graduated from university 3 years prior, Li Rui had cycled through several jobs, predominantly in sales. However, due to his inability to boast or deceive, his monthly salary barely reached 1 or 2,000 yuan, leaving him devoid of hope. Just a month ago, after enduring a harsh reprimand from a superior, Li Rui, unable to restrain himself, retaliated and ended up with the dubious honor of unemployment. Gazing at the meager balance of over 100 yuan in his bank account, he felt a profound sense of despair. 3 years post-graduation, he had achieved nothing, and even his classmates, regardless of their struggles, seemed to fare better than him. He never imagined he would find himself in such a predicament. As one of the few university graduates from his village, his family had scraped together funds for his tuition, relying on the generosity of uncles and aunts since his parents could not afford it. The elders of his family held significant expectations for him. Yet here he was, 3 years later, struggling to afford a meal. Having not returned home for 3 years, each year at the end of the year, when his parents called to inquire if he would come home for the new year, he always replied that he was busy, when in truth, he was merely embarrassed by his financial situation. Feeling he had let his parents and relatives down, he realized he could no longer wallow in despair. He could not bring shame upon his parents, and must strive to make something of himself. Recalling his youthful audacity when he vowed to revitalize his family upon achieving success, Li Rui sat upright, clenched his fists, and resolutely declared to himself, "I cannot continue like this. I must rise up, rejuvenate my family, and not bring disgrace upon my parents or disappointment to my uncles and aunts." Just as he finished his daily mantra and was about to recline once more, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! A strong desire for familial revitalization detected. The family revitalization system is now bound to you. What? This is just my routine 3-minute awakening. How can I be hearing things? Ding! The beginner's gift package has been issued. Please claim it. As the voices echoed in his mind, Li Rui was bewildered. What was this? A system? Was this the very type of system he had encountered in countless novels? How could a system possibly manifest in the real world? Could he be dreaming? He pinched himself. Ouch. This was not a dream. A smile crept upon his lips, gradually widening into an exuberant laugh, which soon erupted into a fit of uncontrollable joy. After 3 minutes of ecstatic laughter, Li Rui confirmed the system's existence. With a system at his disposal, reaching the pinnacle of life and marrying a wealthy beauty seemed merely a matter of time. What capabilities do you possess, system? Li Rui inquired cautiously, as if speaking too loudly might frighten the system away. Host, this system is the Family Revitalization System. You're tasked with developing your family, enhancing cohesion, prestige, and honor. Any endeavor that contributes to the revitalization of your family may yield rewards. Reward from the system include technology, skills, money, and much more in order to better serve the host and to revitalize the family. The system has prepared biohumans from various industries, which the host may acquire with money. These biohumans will exhibit unwavering loyalty to the host. System, as someone who can barely scrape together 200 yuan in my bank account, do you truly expect me to revitalize my family? Surely, you overestimate my capabilities, Li Rui remarked with self-deprecation after hearing the system's introduction. Although the concept of family still exists today, it has become a mere scattering of individuals, devoid of any cohesion. The notion of a 20-something impoverished man rejuvenating a family seems utterly fantastical. Host, the system possesses an abundance of advanced technologies. By revitalizing your family, you may gain access to various high-tech innovations. This includes lithography machines, aerospace engines, and a series of high-end technologies. With the system at your disposal, you are destined to become a man at the pinnacle of society. Please do not underestimate yourself. Upon hearing the system's response, Li Rui was astonished. Is it truly possible for the system to reward me with cutting-edge technologies such as lithography machines? The lithography machine is renowned as the pearl of industry, a culmination of industrial excellence. The most advanced lithography machines on Blue Star are the result of collaborative efforts from thousands of companies across dozens of developed nations, incorporating countless cutting-edge technologies. Indeed, host, as long as you revitalize your family, any technology may be attainable, including the White Swan from the Great Goose and the B-2 stealth bomber from Eagle Sauce. It is even possible to acquire technologies far more powerful than these. Everything is within reach. Keep pushing forward, host. With the system's confirmation, Li Rui was elated. The annual import of high-end chips into Dragon Country amounts to over $400 billion, equivalent to nearly 30 trillion Dragon currency. Countries led by Eagle Sauce aim to stifle the rise of Dragon Country through high-end chips. If he could obtain the complete technology for lithography machines, he would undoubtedly amass wealth rivaling nations, enabling him to help his country reach new heights free from the constraints imposed by Eagle Sauce. Moreover, with the coveted White Swan and the B-2 bomber sought after by the populace of Dragon Country, with himself and the system working in tandem, it would not be long before Dragon Country ascends to the pinnacle of the world. After his initial joy, Li Rue pondered another concern and promptly inquired of the system. System, even if I acquire these advanced technologies, how will I explain their origins? If I obtain too much technology, I might be apprehended for research dissection. Host, this issue has already been resolved by the system. All rewarded technologies will be disseminated through biohumans. The biohumans will possess comprehensive knowledge of the awarded technologies, and the system will arrange for their legitimate origins. These biohumans will display 100 loyalty to the host, so you may rest assured. Biohumans? He nearly forgot about them. System, does this mean I can purchase biohumans trained as special forces or business elites? Li Rue inquired eagerly that if he could acquire loyal special forces biohumans, his safety would be assured. Likewise, obtaining business elites would alleviate many commercial complications. After all, he had seen numerous betrayals in television dramas, and with 100 loyal biohumans by his side, he would no longer need to fear treachery. Indeed, host. The system encompasses biohumans from various professions, each priced differently. For detailed information, please consult the system at your leisure. As the system's voice faded, a panel materialized in Li Rui's mind, showcasing an array of icons representing individuals from diverse fields. Among them were the biohumans he had long yearned for, special forces soldiers and business elites. Though the prices displayed caused his pupils to constrict in shock. The biohumans were categorized into 3 tiers: junior, intermediate, and advanced. Even a junior special forces biohuman commanded a staggering price of 2 million Dragon Kingdom coins. The intermediate tier soared to 5 million, while the advanced tier reached an astonishing 10 million. The business elite biohumans were even more exorbitantly priced, with juniors at 10 million, intermediates at 20 million, and advanced at 30 million. Are you jesting with me, system? How could I possibly afford such extortionate costs? Li Rue lamented, acutely aware that even biohumans possessing farming skills were priced at 50,000. His bank account held a meager 200 coins. How could he procure anything? Host, you have yet to claim your novice gift pack. Please do so, the system replied, as if rolling its eyes at the notion that such an astute system would overlook the host's financial predicament. It struck Li Rue that he had indeed received a notification about a novice gift pack, but in his excitement, he had nearly forgotten. Claim the novice gift pack, he silently instructed the system. Chapter 2. The Novice Gift Pack. Ding. Host has claimed the novice gift pack and received 100 billion Dragon Kingdom coins, which have been deposited into the foreign financial account prepared for you by the system. The funds originate from international stocks, virtual currencies, futures markets, and other financial realms. The sources are verifiable. Please rest assured in their utilization. Li Rui's mouth fell agape. The absurdity of his newfound fortune was overwhelming. However, the realization that he possessed 100 billion Dragon Kingdom coins left him incredulous. Such wealth could alleviate 99.99% of the world's tribulations. 100 billion was an astronomical sum, while a handful of individuals in the Dragon Kingdom possessed fortunes exceeding $1 billion. Many more likely remained hidden, and certain conglomerates boasted assets surpassing 10 trillion. Yet, the notion of having 100 billion in cash was an exceedingly rare prospect for any individual in the realm. System, transfer 10 billion to my agricultural bank card ending in 8115. Li Rui's voice quivered with anticipation. Understood, host, the system replied. No sooner had the words left its virtual mouth than Li Rui's phone chimed. He focused intently on the screen, where a message from Agricultural Bank appeared. Your agricultural bank card ending in 8115 has received a deposit of 1 billion yuan. Current balance, 1,156 yuan. As he meticulously counted the digits in his account units, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, 10 millions, and billions. Li Rue finally confirmed that indeed 10 billion had been deposited. It's real, it's truly real. Ha ha ha, he exclaimed, erupting into a fit of joyous laughter that echoed around him. A mere mortal, having acquired such an immense fortune, displayed remarkable composure amidst the overwhelming excitement. 10 billion. Indeed, even winning 10 million in the lottery would necessitate 100 victories to amass such a fortune. For an ordinary individual, possessing 10 billion would alleviate all worries for a lifetime. Regarding the decision to transfer only 10 billion to his personal bank account, Li Rue has his own rationale. As the saying goes, one should not flaunt their wealth. A sum of such magnitude could easily attract the attention of the bank. Although the source of the funds is entirely legitimate, it is prudent to minimize complications whenever possible. A transfer of 10 billion is already astonishing enough to leave one agape. Were he to transfer 100 billion into a domestic bank, even the president of the local bank in a small county would be clamoring daily to treat him like royalty. Thus, for the time being, he opts to transfer only 10 billion, a staggering amount even for Li Rue. With 10 billion now residing in his bank account and an astounding 990 billion in foreign financial accounts, he reflects on the extravagant cars he has long envied and yearns to acquire, as for revitalizing his family and pursuing high-tech ventures. Those ambitions are not to be realized overnight and can be set aside for now. The allure of sports cars is undeniable. What young person does not crave such exhilarating machines? The thought of driving a sports car, with beautiful women flocking to him, brings a smile to Li Rue's face. With this thought, Li Rue rises from bed, slips into his slippers, and descends to hail a taxi, instructing the driver, "Take me to the largest luxury car dealership in Star City." At the largest luxury car dealership in Star City, the opulent lobby is occupied by a few uniformed saleswomen, engrossed in their phones and gossiping with scant customers, perusing the vehicles. This scene is hardly surprising. The least expensive car in this establishment exceeds 1 million, a price point beyond the reach of the average consumer. Coupled with the economic downturn of recent years, it is not astonishing to find the clientele sparse. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes through the expansive showroom, prompting the saleswomen, who had been absorbed in their devices, to look up in unison towards the source of the noise. There stands a young man, seemingly a university student, at the entrance of the dealership. His appearance is decent, yet flip-flops and baggy shorts? This attire is more befitting of a landlord than a potential buyer. The disparity in demeanor between him and a typical landlord is glaring. He exudes an air of mediocrity that suggests he is unlikely to attract the attention of any sales personnel. Recognizing his attire, the veteran employees discern that he is merely there to window shop, and their enthusiasm wanes. After all, luxury vehicles costing over $1 million are hardly within the means of someone dressed in such a manner. However, adhering to the dealership's policy, they refrain from the scornful treatment often depicted in novels. Instead, the seasoned staff choose to avoid engaging in fruitless efforts. "Lily, there's a customer, why don't you attend to him?" A more senior saleswoman, lounging with her legs crossed, instructs a younger girl who is reviewing documents at her desk. Were it not for the store's rules, such a visitor would hardly warrant attention. This task, evidently both arduous and thankless, was clearly designated for the intern, as Zhang Ying disdainfully mused that she would not squander her time on it. "Certainly, Sister Zhang," Wang Lily replied softly. Having been employed at the dealership for nearly 2 months since her graduation, she had yet to sell a single vehicle. Customers with genuine purchasing power would never be directed to her, while those who appeared utterly incapable of making a purchase were inexplicably assigned to her. Naturally, she found it impossible to clinch any sales under such circumstances. With her 3-month internship rapidly approaching its conclusion, the thought of failing to sell a car left her filled with a sense of injustice and despondency regarding her chances for permanent employment. Steeling herself, Wang Lily briskly approached the man standing at the entrance. "Good day, sir. Are you here to look at cars?" she inquired gently, gazing at the man before her. As Li Rue surveyed the luxurious automobiles within the dealership, a melodious female voice reached his ears. Turning his gaze, he appraised the striking woman before him, an appealing figure of moderate height, clad in a fitted business attire that accentuated her curves. Her long legs, adorned in sheer stockings and perched upon modest heels, exuded an air of sophistication, yet her bright eyes hinted at a youthful naivety. Such beauty and form, merely an hour prior, seemed unattainable. After all, no woman would seek out a man struggling to provide for himself, let alone one who was an undeniable beauty. However, times had changed. His bank account now held a staggering sum of 1 billion, rendering any woman within his reach. Should that not suffice, his financial portfolio boasted an additional 9 billion, providing him with ample means to attract any woman he desired, thus alleviating any urgency he might have felt. "I didn't come to the dealership merely to admire the cars. Could it be I was here to behold a beauty such as yourself?" Li Rue remarked with an earnest smile. Yet, to Wang Lily, this smile bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a rogue with ulterior motives. "Very well, sir. May I ask your surname?" Wang Lily inquired, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Li, good up, Li. Do you have a specific model in mind?" Upon hearing her question, Li Rue shook his head, admitting that he had not yet spotted a car of his liking during his glance around the showroom. "I wish to purchase a supercar, the very pinnacle of supercars," he declared. Wang Lily was momentarily taken aback. "Mr. Li, are you truly considering purchasing a supercar?" "You cannot be jesting," she responded, her disbelief palpable. Individuals who frequented such dealerships to buy supercars were invariably adorned in designer brands, flaunting watches worth hundreds of thousands, making it implausible that the man before her, in his current attire, could be one of them. Chapter 3. The luxurious McLaren P1. Do you perceive me as jesting? Li Rue inquired, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. A faint smile adorning his countenance as he gazed at Wang Lili. Wealth is the audacity of men. Possessing a staggering 1 billion in his domestic bank account instilled within him an unparalleled calmness. With such affluence, where in a vast world could he not venture? Mr. Li, Wang Lili replied apologetically, vehicles such as supercars, due to their exorbitant value, are stored in exclusive garages. Our establishment mandates a financial verification before allowing any viewing. She regarded Li Rue, her expression tinged with concern. The most modest supercars are priced in the millions, with others soaring into tens of millions. It is inconceivable to permit someone whose entire attire amounts to less than 100 yuan to inspect such vehicles. Should any damage occur, she, Wang Lili, could not bear the cost. Wang Lili did not harbor expectations that this individual, clad in clothing worth not more than 100 yuan, could afford a supercar. This was not a matter of looking down upon him. Rather, the notion of a pig masquerading as a tiger is a trope confined to novels. No need for test drive. Do you have a McLaren P1? Li winked nonchalantly. One might wonder how a mere underdog like Li Rue became acquainted with such a superlative automobile. It must have been through countless videos. The technical specifications eluded him, yet the car's aesthetic left an indelible impression. Handsome, indeed. Oh, Wang Lili gasped once more. This is a 13 million yuan vehicle, and, as it happens, we have one in stock. Even within this exclusive dealership, which specializes in luxury vehicles, sales of such high-end cars are scarce annually. The sight of this young man, whose total attire scarcely exceeded 100 yuan, expressing interest in such a luxury automobile, was astonishing. Should there be one available, simply charge it, Li Rue stated. As doubts about his intentions flickered in Wang Lili's mind. When he was still a nobody, he dreaded complications. Purchasing a piece of clothing would take him no longer than 5 minutes. Now, with a fortune of 1 billion, acquiring a car worth over 10 million seemed as trivial as once buying a shirt for a mere few dozen yuan. If he fancied it, he would buy it without overthinking. Such intricacies were too bothersome. If the car did not meet his expectations, he could always procure another. After all, the wealth he possessed would last a lifetime, especially with the prospect of accumulating even more through the system he had. With that, Li Rue produced a bank card from his pocket and extended it towards Wang Lili. As she beheld the card presented before her, her eyes widened in astonishment. Her introduction to this young man was purely professional. She had never anticipated he would actually purchase a supercar, not even a sliver of expectation. Moreover, he had not even inquired about the price, simply suggesting a transaction. Was he perhaps a scion of a wealthy family, playing the role of a humble individual? Seeing Wang Lili momentarily stunned, Li Rue furrowed his brow. What are you waiting for? Charge it. The password is 6/8. At the sound of his voice, Wang Lili snapped back to reality, taking the card from Li Rue's hand. Sir, the McLaren P1 is priced at 13 million. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? With a subtle nod, Li Rue affirmed, yes. Very well, please hold on, Wang Lili replied, her mind racing. Regardless of the authenticity, a quick charge would reveal all. Without further ado, she hurried towards the front desk. As Wang Lili approached the cash register, Li Rue's emotions belied the calm facade he attempted to project. The composure he exhibited was merely a pretense. For Li Rue, who had been a pauper just an hour prior, the prospect of soon owning a supercar he had only ever dreamed of was far from a tranquil matter. His facade of calm was simply an effort to maintain his dignity. Despite his newfound wealth, he did not wish to appear as a nouveau riche, even though his actions were unmistakably characteristic of one. Meanwhile, at the front desk, Zhang Yingying was scrolling through her phone when she inadvertently glanced up and spotted Wang Lili striding towards her, bank card in hand. A fleeting moment of disbelief washed over her. Could it be that this impoverished individual was truly purchasing a car, and so swiftly? The transition from entering the store to returning with the card had taken mere minutes. The dealership boasted no vehicles priced below 1 million. Even the cheapest model would yield a commission of several thousand. Zhang Yingying felt a pang of regret, mixed with skepticism. With a chime, the transaction of 13 million was successfully processed, and Wang Lili's anxieties dissipated. This Mr. Li was no pretender. He was indeed a magnate. The luxury car priced at 13 million was purchased with a simple swipe of the card, and fate had favored her with an unexpected stroke of luck, as she had unwittingly encountered a hidden gem. Observing Wang Lili, who trembled slightly with excitement as she clutched the card, Zhang Yingying hesitantly inquired. Did the client purchase a vehicle? Yes, Sister Zhang, Wang Lily replied, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. Mr. Li has bought a McLaren P1. The commission for such a high-value luxury car was notably substantial. According to the dealership's commission structure, she stood to earn around 300,000. Coming from a rural background where her parents earned merely 10,000 to 20,000 a year, this windfall meant a significant improvement in her family's quality of life. They would no longer have to toil as hard, and her brother's university tuition would no longer be a burden. The mention of the McLaren P1 left Zhang Yingying in a state of shock. This was the very individual she had deemed unworthy and had chosen not to assist. A luxury car worth 13 million, with a commission that exceeded that of regular vehicles, was now slipping through her fingers. 300,000 in commission lost, a heart-wrenching realization. Upon hearing Wang Lily's words, the sales staff, previously absorbed in their phones, froze and turned their gazes toward her, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. The commission from this car equated to a year or two of their salaries. What extraordinary luck! Had they known, they would have rushed to assist her. Lily, you struck it rich. They erupted into a cacophony of chatter, filled with envy and admiration. Yet whose fault was it? They could only blame their own short-sightedness. Enough with the noise. Lily has done exceptionally well, Zhang Yingying said, her voice calm as she addressed Wang Lily. Manager Wang is in the office. You should inform him. Yet, only Zhang Yingying understood the turmoil within her own heart, bleeding with jealousy. Nevertheless, the dealership had its rules. The client Wang Lily had attended to was hers by right, and despite her seniority, she could not usurp that claim. Unable to take it away, she resolved to be magnanimous. With a nod, Sister Zhang promptly witnessed Wang Lily swiftly stride towards the manager's office. In a brief moment, Wang Lily returned, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman. Greetings, Mr. Li. This is our store's manager Wang. Wang Lily introduced the man beside her. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Wang Zhongtian. I sincerely appreciate your patronage towards our business. Here is my business card. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call me. At this moment, Wang Zhongtian's face beamed with unrestrained delight, exuding an air of obsequiousness. For those who can afford million-dollar luxury cars, it is imperative to curry favor with individuals in the luxury automobile trade. Not to mention, a young master capable of acquiring such a lavish vehicle in under 5 minutes is undoubtedly a scion of a prominent family. If one can cater to these young elites, how could business possibly falter? Very well, Manager Wang. I shall certainly reach out to you when the need arises. Although I have purchased a supercar, I will inevitably seek additional vehicles in the future, including luxury cars for my parents and sister. Having once lacked the means, now that fortune smiles upon me, I am determined to provide my family with a more prosperous life. Manager Wang, please escort me to retrieve the car. Certainly, Mr. Li. The vehicle is located in the storage area at the back. After you. Moments later, Li Rue finally laid his eyes upon the car that now belonged to him. The sleek, low-slung body, adorned in a lustrous black hue, harmonized perfectly with its aerodynamic contours. With a gentle press, the doors unfurled like wings. In a word, it was stunning. No wonder women are captivated by men who can effortlessly drive sports cars. Who could resist such allure? Manager Wang, can I drive this car away today? Li Rue's gaze remained fixed on the striking supercar, unable to divert his attention. He began to take it for a spin immediately, to revel in the envious glances of passers-by. Indeed, Mr. Li, once you sign the purchase agreement, you may drive the car away. We will handle the license plates and all necessary documentation for you. Chapter 4. Bio Bodyguards. Very well. Let us finalize the contract, Li Rue declared. His eagerness palpable as he anticipated the thrill of experiencing a supercar. Moments later, having completed the signing, he intended to take the McLaren P1 for a spin, reveling in the attention that would surely follow. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he was now a magnate, owning a luxury vehicle worth millions and possessing a fortune exceeding billions. His safety was paramount. The last thing he needed was an unforeseen thug to jeopardize his life. Considering the restrictions on firearms in his homeland, Li Rue turned to the system to search for bio bodyguards. The interface soon revealed the following options. A primary bio bodyguard at 2 million yuan, capable of unarmed combat against 3 average adult men. A mid-level bio bodyguard at 5 million yuan, capable of unarmed combat against 10 adult men. And a high-level bio bodyguard at 10 million yuan, capable of unarmed combat against 30 adult men. The pricing mirrored that of Special Forces bio bodyguards, which made sense, as both categories comprised elite individuals, Special Forces excelling in weaponry, while bodyguards were adept in close combat. I wish to procure 10 primary bio bodyguards, 6 mid-level bio bodyguards, and 4 high-level bio bodyguards, he instructed. The domestic security landscape was relatively stable, and with these 20 bio bodyguards at his disposal, his safety would be significantly assured. Understood, host. The system has deducted 90 million Dragon Kingdom coins from your overseas financial account. Please specify the age, gender, height, weight, and nationality of the bio bodyguards, the system responded. Li Rue raised an eyebrow. This was akin to character customization in a video game. However, he preferred simplicity. Select all male between 1.8 to 2 meters tall, weighing between 80 to 100 kilograms, and age between 20 to 30, all of Dragon Kingdom nationality. He reasoned that a formidable physique could often deter adversaries without the need for confrontation. Confirmed, host. 20 bio bodyguards have been deployed within a kilometer radius of your location. Their identities have been appropriately arranged. All are orphans with legitimate identities. The sheer number of orphans in the Dragon Kingdom numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and there were likely even more unaccounted for. Thus, the sudden emergence of 20 orphans would raise no suspicion, especially with the system's modifications ensuring their identities were flawless. The prospect of having 20 formidable protectors thrilled Li Rue, but he realized he needed to arrange for transportation as well. He had yet to leave the dealership, making it an opportune moment for further purchases. Although it felt like an eternity had passed while procuring the bodyguards, in reality, it had only been a little over a minute. After signing the contract, Wang Zhongtian observed Li Rue, who appeared lost in thought. Just as Wang was beginning to wonder about Li Rue's silence, Li Rue spoke up. Manager Wang, I would like to purchase 10 Range Rover SUVs. Do you have them available? Upon hearing that Li Rue intended to purchase 10 Land Rover Range Rovers, Wang Zhongtian felt a surge of joy. Indeed, he was a wealthy young man at 1.3 million per vehicle. This amounted to a staggering 13 million. However, some of the cars would only be available for pickup after a 2-hour wait. I wonder if that poses any inconvenience for you, young Masterly? Unintentionally or not. Wang Zhongtian referred to Li Rue with respect, perhaps a testament to the allure of wealth. Very well, in 2 hours, someone will naturally come to collect the cars. I appreciate your assistance. Manager Wang, Li Rue replied with a nod. The bodyguards were nearby. They could retrieve the vehicles themselves, and fortunately, driving was an essential skill for them. So all the bodyguard personnel possessed driver's licenses, saving much trouble. After finalizing the agreement, they proceeded to sign the contract. It was then that Wang Lily, who had been silently accompanying them, seemed hesitant to speak. Li Rue quickly grasped her unspoken thoughts and addressed Manager Wang regarding the commission for these 10 Range Rovers. Upon hearing Li Rue's inquiry, Manager Wang glanced at Wang Lily, who appeared to be holding back her words, then looked back at Li Rue and immediately understood. With a smile, he assured, rest assured, Mr. Li, as a client of Xiao Wang, any commission from your vehicle purchase will undoubtedly be credited to her. No one could take that away from her. Not only did Wang Lily share the same surname, but her efforts had also endeared her to Li Rue, making it clear to Wang Zhongtian that he could not withhold her commission, especially since he hoped for Li Rue's continued patronage of his business. Li Rue harbored a certain fondness for Wang Lily, but it stemmed merely from an appreciation of diligent individuals. If his small gestures could reward those who worked hard, why not? Listening to Manager Wang's affirmative response, Wang Lily felt a surge of joy. 10 Range Rovers, 13 million. Though not as high as the commission from a 13 million McLaren P1, it still amounted to several hundred thousand. Earning over 400,000 in a day, she truly felt she had encountered a benefactor. Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you, Manager Wang. Wang Lily said, bending slightly in a sincere bow of gratitude. Li Rue exchanged a knowing smile with Manager Wang. How long ago had he been at the bottom? Now, he could effortlessly alter someone else's fate. He silently expressed his gratitude to the system as he drove his sleek black McLaren P1 leisurely along the road. Li Rue felt an immense sense of contentment. It seemed as though every passerby was gazing at him with envy. And indeed, a brand new supercar was beyond the reach of 99 of the population, a coveted possession for all. Who wouldn't envy such a sight? If he were to stop the car at that moment, it wouldn't take long before a beautiful woman approached to strike up a conversation. Such was reality. Goddesses, unattainable for the less fortunate, often gravitated toward the wealthy. Just as Li Rue was contemplating whistling at an attractive woman standing by the roadside, his phone rang from the passenger seat, displaying the caller ID, Mom. Upon answering the phone, Li Rue inquired, Hello, Mom, is there something you need? His mother had called him just 2 days prior, Typically, she would reach out once every fortnight. The brevity of time between calls piqued his concern. Xiao Rui, it's nothing urgent. I merely wanted to check if you've had your meal, and if work is keeping you busy, Wang Sume replied hesitantly. Hearing her faltering and hoarse voice, Li Rui sensed something was amiss. Mom, is there something troubling you? He pressed. No, it's nothing. A faint voice murmured from the other end. Li Rui furrowed his brow, convinced that something was indeed wrong. His mother wouldn't speak in such a manner unless there was a significant issue at hand. However, now that he had financial means, he reassured himself that any problems solvable with money were manageable. Please, if there's anything on your mind, just tell me. I'm an adult now, he asserted, though in his mother's eyes, he would always remain that cherished child who sought comfort in her embrace, regardless of his age. Wang Sume, on the other end, felt tears welling in her eyes upon hearing her son's words. Reflecting on the time when he was a child in need of parental protection and realizing that he had truly grown up, she understood that the truth could no longer be concealed. They had reached a point of desperation. Xiao Rui, he has been diagnosed with leukemia, Wang Sume's voice, laden with sorrow, pierced through the phone, leaving Li Rui in a state of shock. Chapter 5. The Sister's Predicament. The daughter of his sister, is merely 4 years old and has been diagnosed with leukemia. When did this happen? Li Rui inquired anxiously. It has been over 3 months. I refrained from telling you to spare you the worry. The hospital expenses have drained all the funds from your sister's family, and they have borrowed from every possible source. Now a bone marrow transplant is required. The matching process has been successful, yet we still lack 500,000 yuan for the surgery. I am at my wit's end. Xiao Rui, if you can help in any way, please save Yi. Wang Sume's voice trembled with suppressed sobs. Mother, do not cry. 500,000 yuan is merely a trivial matter. In recent years, I have earned a considerable amount. You need not worry. Where is he currently hospitalized? Li Rui reassured his mother. Is that truly so? Xiao Rui, do you really have 500,000 yuan? Wang Sume asked incredulously, her sobs subsiding. Trust me, mother. Not just 500,000, but even 50 million is no trouble. Please tell me, where is he hospitalized? I shall go to her at once. For Li Rui, 50 million was indeed not a significant sum. His sister had always treated him kindly, and Yi, as his niece, deserved every effort he could muster. Xiaohui, where did you acquire such wealth? Wang Sume questioned, still in disbelief. Her son had graduated 3 years prior, often claiming to be too busy to return home during the holidays. She had no insight into his endeavors, and the notion that he could casually mention 50 million in such a short span was astonishing. Mother, do not concern yourself with the details. All of this is legitimately earned. Yi's treatment is of utmost importance and must not be delayed. Li Rui's assertion held true. Although the funds originated from the system, they were derived from legitimate sources within the international financial markets, all traceable. Yes. Yi is at the First People's Hospital of Xing City. Wang Sume hurriedly replied upon hearing Li Rui's words. Very well, I will head there immediately. Do not fret, mother. Modern medicine is advanced, and leukemia is no longer an incurable affliction. Please take care of yourself. With that, he ended the call and pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the First People's Hospital of Xing City. At that moment, outside the hospital room, Li Xiaoshuang appeared haggard, her eyes bloodshot and swollen, indicating she had recently been in tears. Dr. Zhao, I implore you to make an exception. He truly cannot afford to wait any longer. Please, save her, she pleaded, attempting to kneel before Dr. Zhao. Please do not do that. I empathize with your situation, but the hospital is not mine to command. I can only do my utmost to assist the patients. The medical costs are beyond my control, Dr. Zhao said, gently supporting Li Xiaoshuang, letting out a heavy sigh. He had encountered such desperate pleas from patients' families numerous times, yet he was merely a doctor, powerless in the face of exorbitant medical expenses. Perhaps you could consider borrowing from relatives or friends. After all, the matching has been successful, and the probability of a cure remains high. Dr. Zhao had exhausted every avenue he could think of, and they had already borrowed from every possible source. As Li Xiaoshuang leaned against the glass, peering into the room where her child and husband were, the despair in her eyes was palpable. The hope brought by the successful matching had now transformed into the bleakness of being unable to pay for the surgery. Just as Dr. Zhao was about to speak again, the ringtone of Li Xiaoshuang's phone interrupted. Noticing it was her brother calling, she sniffed and composed herself before answering. Xiao Rui, what is it? Where are you, sis? I'm already at the hospital. Li Rui detected the unease in his sister's voice. It was hoarse, undoubtedly from crying over her niece's plight. You know already? Mother told you, didn't she? Yes, yes. From today on, I will be the pillar of our family. As long as I'm here, nothing will collapse. Just tell me where you are, and I will handle the rest. His resolute tone echoed through the line, mirroring the thoughts of Li Xiaoshuang. Reminiscent of Wang Sumei's earlier determination, her brother had finally matured. Li Xiaoshuang then relayed the room number of her daughter. Minutes later, Li Rui arrived at the ward's entrance, and upon seeing his sister's haggard appearance, his heart ached. Much of his childhood had been spent under her care, and she had always treated him with kindness. Sis, you work hard. Leave the rest to me. Observing her swollen eyes, Li Rui felt a surge of emotion and silently vowed to ensure his family would enjoy a better life. Before Li Xiaoshuang could respond, he approached Dr. Zhao and inquired, Doctor, how much will my niece's treatment cost? What is the fee for the top-tier surgeon? Please, just tell me. I want only the best medicine and the finest doctor. Dr. Zhao regarded the young man before him with a hint of skepticism. Clad in flip-flops and shorts, this individual boldly demanded the utmost in medical care. You must be Yi's uncle. I am her attending physician. The cost of her surgery is 500,000 yuan, and if we are to engage the foremost expert, it may reach 1 million yuan. Although Dr. Zhao doubted the young man's capability to afford such sums, he had to respond honestly when asked about the costs. That is fine, no problem at all. He promptly turned to Li Xiaoshuang, declaring, Sis, I will transfer 5 million yuan to you right now. We will procure the best medicine, the finest ward, and the most skilled doctors. If more funds are needed, I will provide them. We will do everything possible to ensure Yi's recovery. No expense is too great. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Dr. Zhao and Li Xiaoshuang were both taken aback. Doctor. Zhao's gaze darted between Li Xiaoshuang and Li Rui, as if questioning her ignorance of having such a wealthy brother. The astonishment on Li Xiaoshuang's part was even greater than Dr. Zhao's. She was acutely aware of her brother's situation. Graduating merely 3 years ago, when had he amassed such a fortune? She truly felt utterly in the dark. Before Li Xiaoshuang could voice her thoughts, Li Rui swiftly manipulated his phone. And in the next moment, Li Xiaoshuang's phone vibrated. As she picked it up, she was met with a notification of a deposit. 5 million. Indeed, 5 million. Her eyes welled with tears, cascading down like a deluge. Embracing her brother tightly, she wept uncontrollably. The pressure she had endured in recent days had been overwhelming. First despair, then hope when a matching donor was found, only to spiral back into despair when the fees could not be met. After such an emotional roller coaster, she was utterly exhausted. And now, with the financial burden alleviated, she felt a profound sense of relief that compelled her to weep freely. At that moment, Zhang Huayuan, who was attending to their child in the hospital room, heard his wife's cries and rushed out. Upon seeing his wife weeping in her brother's embrace, he was momentarily taken aback and then asked, Little brother, what brings you here? What is wrong with your sister? Nothing, brother-in-law. She is simply overwhelmed with joy. Li Rui replied with a smile. What on earth is happening? Zhang Huayuan inquired. Li Xiaoshuang, wiping her tears, recounted the events to him. Zhang Huayuan was both astonished and elated. He was shocked at how his brother-in-law had suddenly become so affluent, yet thrilled at the prospect of his daughter finally having a chance at recovery. Chapter 6. The New Year's gift of 5 million. There's no need for excessive gratitude. We are family. I will repay you this sum, Zhang Huayuan said, his eyes glistening with emotion as he grasped Li Rui's hand. 5 million is no trifling amount. After all, his younger brother-in-law had only graduated from university 3 years prior. Even with some earnings in that time, this must represent his entire fortune. Brother-in-law, as you mentioned, we are family. This modest sum is insignificant. Considered a New Year's gift from an uncle to his niece, Li Rui responded, feeling a pang of guilt. Yi is already 4 years old, and I, as her uncle, have yet to bestow upon her a single cent for the New Year's gift. It is my inadequacy as an uncle, and now I hope to rectify that. Li Rui felt a deep sense of remorse towards his niece. He had missed the opportunity to celebrate her birth, her first month, and her first birthday while he was still studying, never gifting her a present or a red envelope. In subsequent years, he had also been unable to provide any monetary gifts during festive occasions, as he had been struggling to make ends meet himself. Dr. Zhao, who had been listening nearby, was taken aback by Li Rui's words. 5 million as a small sum? 5 million as a New Year's gift? How could this be the same family that could barely afford 50,000 in medical fees? With such an affluent uncle, one could only imagine the lavish lifestyle they must lead. If it weren't for Zhang Huayuan and his wife being present, he would have considered prostrating himself and wishing the uncle a prosperous new year. Seeing that his sister and brother-in-law were about to speak further, Li Rui quickly interjected. All right. Sister, brother-in-law, we are family. First and foremost, let's focus on getting E the treatment she needs, and we can discuss the donations later. At this point in my life, 5 million truly does not weigh heavily on me. Observing the confident and composed Li Rui, Li Xiaoshuang felt a swell of pride and comfort. In her youth, her father had been her pillar. Now, her brother had assumed that role. How fortunate we are to have you. By the way, brother-in-law, I suggest you take a break from work and spend quality time with my sister and Yi. Once Yi's illness is treated, you can join me in my endeavors. Li Rui proposed. Taken aback, Zhang Huayuan responded, Little Rui, I lack any exceptional skills. I am merely a junior employee at a construction company. You are embarking on grand business ventures now. What assistance could I possibly offer? Rest assured, brother-in-law, it will indeed relate to your profession. For now, focus on getting Yi well, and I will provide you with all the details once we return home. With a unique system at his disposal, he was determined to undertake significant construction projects, ensuring that resources would benefit his family and allow them to lead prosperous lives. Looking out the window at Yi, who was sleeping soundly, he chose not to disturb her. It was remarkable that despite being 4 years old, he had only seen her once when she was a year old, and even then, it had only been through video calls. She was growing more adorable with each passing year, though her pallid complexion was disheartening. However, with ample funds, a well-matched bone marrow donor, and the best medical professionals, he was confident that she would be healed. After spending a brief moment at the hospital and assuring his sister that he would return home the following day, Li Rui exited the medical facility and drove towards the shopping plaza. With his impending return home, it would be rather inappropriate to dress in flip-flops and shorts, wouldn't it? Upon arriving at the mall, Li Rui refrained from indulging in luxury brands that cost tens of thousands for a complete outfit. Instead, he opted for a few comfortable casual sportswear pieces, each priced at a few hundred. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the extravagant clothing. Given his current financial standing, purchasing garments worth tens of thousands was hardly distinguishable from those that cost mere hundreds. He simply felt it unnecessary, as he had only recently transitioned from a state of financial struggle to one of affluence, and such a shift in consumer mindset could not happen overnight. After securing his clothing, Li Rui proceeded to acquire several bottles of Mao Tai and a few packs of Dazonghua cigarettes before driving back to his rented accommodation. As the McLaren P1, a supercar worth several million, entered the rental district, it naturally attracted the attention of nearby residents, who speculated about which affluent young master had come to this area and eagerly snapped photos to share on social media. Upon his return to the rented apartment, Li Rui called his mother to inform her that the medical expenses for EE had been resolved and to announce his return home the next day, emphasizing the need to revitalize the family. After all, how could he not return? Meanwhile, in the office, Wang Zhongtian was savoring tea when he was startled by a frantic knock at the door. As he prepared to reprimand the intruder, he was taken aback to find it was none other than Wang Lily, the day's unsung heroine. Just as he was about to express his annoyance, he smiled and asked, Little Wang, what brings you here in such haste? Panting and visibly shaken, Wang Lily replied, There's a group of gangsters outside. Wang Zhongtian furrowed his brow. He was a person of some standing in Xing City, and his boss was certainly no insignificant figure. Even the notorious Black Tiger would show his employer some respect. Curiosity piqued. He was eager to discover which audacious individual dared to trouble him. He rose and followed Wang Lily to the lobby. Upon entering the lobby, he was confronted with a formidable sight. A wall of muscle formed by 20 burly men, their military boots planted firmly on the ground, clad in camouflage pants and white tank tops, standing in a straight line with their hands clasped behind their backs, exuding an intimidating aura. Each of these men towered at least 8 meters tall, with a few reaching 2 meters, their bodies sculpted like steel. It was no wonder Wang Lily perceived them as gangsters. Their imposing presence was truly terrifying. The female sales staff and even the security personnel had retreated to the corners of the lobby, embodying the sentiment of "you can't see me, I can't see you," which spoke volumes. At that moment, Wang Zhongtian felt his legs tremble, the confidence he had moments ago dissipating entirely. Any one of these 20 giants could crush him like an ant. With a bead of sweat forming, he mustered his courage and cautiously approached, asking, Brothers, what brings you to my dealership? A thunderous voice emanated from the towering figure of Li Yi, who stood 2 meters tall. The 20 bodyguards, due to Li Rui's indifference to naming, were designated simply from Li 1 to Li 20. Li 1 to Li 4 were elite biohumans, while Li 5 to 10 were intermediate biohumans, and Li 11 to Li 20 were novice biohumans, an undeniably convenient and memorable classification. Upon hearing Li 1's words, Wang Zhongtian instantly realized that these individuals were under the command of young Master Li, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that they were not there to trouble him. Oh, it turns out they are young Master Li's men. How thoughtless of me. The vehicle is already prepared. Just behind us. Please, gentlemen, follow me, Wang Zhongtian said with a conciliatory smile. Despite knowing they were affiliated with young Master Li, he could not shake the fear of inadvertently provoking these stoic giants, worried that their displeasure might lead to dire consequences. However, Wang Zhongtian's concerns were unfounded. Although these bodyguards were biohumans, they resembled ordinary individuals in many respects. Their lack of expression was merely a reflection of their professional discipline. After all, they were products of a rigorous system, embodying a discipline as steadfast as iron. As he watched the 20 bodyguards drive off in 10 Land Rover Range Rovers from the dealership, Wang Zhongtian breathed a sigh of relief, contemplating that young Master Li was indeed no ordinary person. Possessing such formidable bodyguards, 20 in total, he concluded that none of the wealthy youths he knew could compare. This led him to the realization that this individual was not to be trifled with. Rather, it would be prudent to cultivate a friendship. Chapter 7. Returning home early the next morning, upon rising, Li Rue made a call to his landlord to inform him of his decision to vacate the premises, relinquishing the remaining month's rent and deposit. He expressed his wish to discard his worn-out clothes and tattered bedding, requesting the landlord's assistance in disposing of them. The landlord, benefiting from 2 months' rent at no cost, cheerfully agreed. Subsequently, he drove his McLaren P1 to meet with 20 bodyguards residing at a nearby hotel. The sight of these towering bodyguards, each standing between 1.8 to 2 meters tall, left Li Rue utterly astonished. Although he was aware of their imposing stature, witnessing it in person was an overwhelming experience. As he drove the McLaren P1, flanked by 10 Range Rovers, into the shopping plaza, an aura of intimidation enveloped the vicinity, creating a 50-meter radius of vacuity. Not a single vehicle or person dared to approach, as it was evident that he was a figure not to be trifled with. These bodyguards donned merely a pair of shoes, a pair of trousers, and a tank top, necessitating the acquisition of proper attire for them. Additionally, they required mobile phones. While the system allowed for contact with biological entities, communicating through mobile devices was far more practical in everyday life. Li Rue contemplated outfitting these bodyguards in tailored black suits and sunglasses, yet their exceptional physique rendered it impossible to find suitable off-the-rack suits, necessitating custom designs. Ultimately, he resorted to purchasing several sets of athletic wear complemented by short-sleeve shirts. Although they were accessorized with sunglasses, their overall appearance resembled that of street toughs, albeit with a hint of the physique of fitness trainers. After procuring the garments and distributing mobile phones to each bodyguard, Li Rue set off toward his home. Chuning County lies 300 kilometers from Xing City, and after a 3.5-hour journey in his black McLaren P1, accompanied by 10 Range Rovers, they arrived at the village entrance by noon. Fortunately, due to favorable national policies over the years, decent cement roads were constructed at each village entrance. Otherwise, navigating such a supercar would have been uncertain. Supercars are suited for flaunting in urban environments, but in rural areas, off-road vehicles are essential. He pondered whether he should contact Wang Zhongtian to acquire a few more vehicles. Shaking his head, he decided to postpone any thoughts of purchasing cars, for reuniting with his parents was of utmost importance. As the black McLaren P1 and 10 Range Rovers traversed the village, familiar villagers began to converse about the procession. Who is this significant figure that has graced our village? What brings them here? The vehicles, unmistakably expensive, particularly the leading sports car, sparked curiosity. Does anyone know the price of that sports car? One villager inquired. It appears to be a McLaren P1. I saw it on Douyin, worth over 13 million, exclaimed a young boy, around 15 or 16 years old. Though still young, he possessed a profound fascination for various automobiles, consuming videos daily. In this digital age, children often know more than their older counterparts. Upon hearing the boy's remark, the surrounding chatter grew louder in rural settings. Owning a vehicle worth over 100,000 yuan was considered a significant status symbol. Vehicles such as the Range Rover, priced at an astonishing 1.3 million, may be spotted occasionally in the town, as there are always a handful of affluent individuals in any community. However, one would certainly not find cars worth tens of millions. While the myriad discussions surrounding him were inaudible to Li Rue within the confines of his vehicle, He could surmise their content with considerable accuracy. As he glimpsed familiar figures outside the window, his heart swelled with excitement, prompting him to lower the window and greet them with an exuberant smile. Li Rui's village was modest, comprising only 60 to 70 households. His father, Li Yongzheng, had 8 cousins and with a few less than reputable relatives. More than half of the villagers were connected by blood or kinship. The villagers were astonished to see Li Rui's head emerge from the window. Isn't that Li Rui from the Yongzheng family? Truly one of the few university graduates from our village. He hasn't returned in years. And look at how successful he has become. The buzz of admiration rippled through the crowd. Little Rui, exclaimed a middle-aged woman with delight. It's me, second aunt. How have you been these past few years? Li Rui responded with a smile. It's really me, second aunt. I almost didn't recognize you. What have you been up to? You look well. After exchanging pleasantries with his second aunt, Li Rui drove back to his family home. Before he could exit the vehicle, he spotted his father, Li Yongzheng, and mother, Wang Sumei, waiting at the door. Upon stepping out, his eyes glistened with emotion as he called out, Mom, Dad. These years have been challenging for him. After graduating from university, he felt he had achieved little. Had it not been for his extraordinary fortune in acquiring a system, he would have returned home feeling utterly ashamed. His parents were equally astonished by the luxury sports car, though they had braced themselves for the surprise, knowing their son had recently transferred $5 million to his sister. Little did they realize the true value of the car. Had they known it was worth over $13 million, their amazement would have undoubtedly deepened, as this was a sum that would take them centuries to earn through farming. However, upon noticing the 10 Range Rovers and the 20 bodyguards accompanying Li Rui, they could only express their astonishment, asking, What is all this, little Rui? Their gaze shifted to the towering bodyguards and the luxurious vehicles behind him. These are my bodyguards. Mom and Dad, it's only natural for your son, who has earned a bit of money these past years, to hire some protection, Li Rui replied with a cheerful grin. Acknowledging that these individuals were indeed his son's bodyguards, his parents felt a mix of pride and disbelief. Recognizing their son had become akin to the prominent figure seen on television. Without dwelling on it further, they ushered Li Rui into their home, showering him with warmth and care. Meanwhile, the bodyguards stood resolutely in the courtyard, resembling statues of guardians. Shortly after, the number of onlookers outside Li Rui's home grew exponentially. Given the village's size, news of Li Rui's return in such a lavish vehicle, accompanied by 10 luxury cars, spread like wildfire within mere minutes. Relatives and villagers flocked to his home, turning the entrance into a bustling scene of excitement. The villagers, upon witnessing the imposing bodyguards, hesitated to approach until Li Rui graciously invited them in, allowing them to enter one by one. After exchanging pleasantries for half an hour and bidding farewell to their relatives, Li's parents turned to him and inquired, Xiao Rui, how much have you truly earned over these past 3 years? You gifted your sister $5 million, purchased such a luxurious sports car that reportedly costs over $13 million, and hired so many bodyguards. Just how much profit have you made? Upon hearing his parents' inquiries, a smirk crept onto Li Rui's face as he boastfully replied, Oh, it's not much, just around 10 billion. After uttering this, he tilted his head upward at a 45-degree angle, donning a nonchalant expression. A moment later, noticing the lack of response from his parents, he subtly glanced at their faces, only to find them frozen in disbelief, mouths agape and motionless. What does 10 billion signify? To Li's parents, the wealthiest individual they knew was the son-in-law of someone in their village, a mining magnate whose fortune was purportedly around 30 to 40 million. Even after learning that Li Rui had purchased a $13 million car and employed numerous bodyguards, they assumed it was merely the ostentation of youth. Perhaps believing that the combined total of the car, the $5 million given to their daughter, and the bodyguard expenses was all their son possessed. They had never fathomed that he could declare he had earned 10 billion, an amount that could sustain a lifetime and beyond. Chapter 8. Renovating the ancestral hall and reuniting the family Xiao Rui. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Li Yongzheng, after initially being taken aback, cautiously inquired. Having toiled as a farmer his entire life, he had once nurtured dreams of wealth. Yet at the age of over 50, those aspirations had long been crushed by the harsh realities of life. Now, it seemed as though that dream was manifesting through his son, and he feared that speaking too loudly would shatter this newfound hope. Dad, if you don't believe me, just take a look at my text messages. When Li Rui told Mom and Dad he had 100 billion, the system had already credited an additional 90 billion to my bank account. The current balance stands at over 9 billion 600 million. Taking hold of Li Rui's phone, Li Dad repeatedly scrutinized the figures in the messages. After a few moments, Li Mom, having regained her composure, joined in the counting. It took them a full 10 minutes of fervent repetition before they finally returned the phone to Li Rue. Observing his parents, who appeared almost as if they had lost their souls, Li Rue chuckled and asked, "So, Mom and Dad, do you believe me now? Xiaohui, what on earth have you been doing these past few years? How could you possibly earn such a vast sum?" Despite the passage of time, the astonishment on Wang Sumei's face had yet to fade. The amount was simply staggering, so much so that she had never dared to dream of it. Beside her, Li Yongzheng wore an expression that seemed to implore his son to come clean. Li Rue then proceeded to narrate the financial journey that had been modified by the system, vividly recounting his experiences to his parents. Whether they grasped the complexities of stocks, futures, or cryptocurrencies remained uncertain, as few in rural areas possessed such knowledge. Naturally, Li Dad and Li Mom appeared utterly bewildered. Yet, comprehension seemed irrelevant. Watching their son speak with such conviction assured them that the money was legitimate, and whether they understood the specifics was of little consequence. "Dad, now that we have wealth, I wish to renovate the ancestral hall and reunite our family." While Li Dad and Li Mom were still grappling with the incomprehensible means of acquiring such wealth, they heard Li Rue's declaration. The renovation of the ancestral hall had long been a plan in Li Rue's mind. To revitalize the family and earn recognition, it was imperative to restore the sense of unity that had dissipated. A fragmented family could hardly aspire to prosperity. Thus, the renovation of the ancestral hall was essential. And informing his parents about his 100 billion was also a strategy to garner their support, as such an endeavor would require considerable funds. Renovate the ancestral hall. Xiaohui, what prompted this idea? Li Dad questioned, puzzled. "Dad, hasn't it always been your dream to renovate the ancestral hall? I recall you mentioning that grand wooden house behind the village was our family's ancestral hall, where our clan once thrived. Yet, as time passed, we fell into decline, and our family's unity fractured. You always spoke of striving for success and restoring our family's former glory. I have not forgotten those words. For the average person, the concept of family has lost much of its significance. The familial bonds that once existed have largely faded into obscurity, leaving families with little cohesion and merely a semblance of existence. Consequently, many ancestral halls have fallen into disrepair, neglected, and abandoned. The ancestral hall of the Li family is no exception. In his youth, Li's father often spoke of restoring the ancestral hall as a means to revive the family's former glory, using it as motivation for Li Rue to strive for academic success. However, such aspirations were little more than words, for the financial burden of such restoration was not insignificant, and Li's father had never truly intended to pursue it. Yet for Li Rue, the financial demands now seemed trivial. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yong spoke. "Xiao Rue, you have achieved great success. If you wish to restore the ancestral hall, I fully support you. The specifics, however, will need to be discussed with the clan members." "All right, Dad. Please inform Uncle and Second Uncle. We shall convene a family meeting tomorrow to discuss the reconstruction of the ancestral hall." "Very well. I shall seek out your uncles," Li Yong replied, then produced a cigarette that Li Rue had brought back, joyfully lighting it. Li Yong's elation was beyond mere happiness. His son had amassed a fortune of 100 billion long kingdom dollars, a sum that eclipsed even the wealth of the county's richest. Having spent a lifetime as a farmer, bowing his head in humility, he now found himself the father of the county's wealthiest individual. The thought made him walk with a swagger. A word that encapsulated his mood would be pride. Witnessing his father's jubilant demeanor as he sought out his uncles, Li Rue felt a surge of happiness himself. Having acquired a system, he realized that wealth could last a lifetime, and even if not for the rewards of the system, the joy of his family made every effort worthwhile. After a brief conversation with his mother, Li Rue retreated to his room, contemplating that to re-establish the family's reputation, he must command sufficient respect. In this era, wealth translates directly into influence. Possessing ample resources enables one to offer substantial benefits to others, thereby garnering respect and authority. The impact of cash resonates far more profoundly than mere figures on a screen. Just as Li Rue was about to search for the agricultural bank's contact number to arrange a withdrawal for the next day, an unfamiliar call came through. Curiously, he answered, "Hello, Mr. Li. This is Qin Baichuan, the president of the Agricultural Bank of Chuxi County. I hope it is a convenient time for you to speak." The voice on the line belonged to a middle-aged man. The president of the Agricultural Bank? It seemed fortune favored him, as he had been preparing to contact the bank to arrange for cash, and now the bank president himself had reached out, saving him considerable effort. Li Rue speculated on the reason for such a call. With a population of 510,000 and an annual GDP of 13 billion. The per capita GDP of Chushi County was barely over 20,000. How much could they possibly save? Not to mention that other banks would also share in the deposits. Thus, Li Rue's 100 billion was likely equivalent to nearly a decade's worth of performance for the entire agricultural bank. Long before Li Rue transferred a staggering 1 billion into his bank account, he had already captured the attention of Qin Baichuan. However, Qin hesitated to contact Li, fearing that an early call might provoke his disdain. Yet, when he was informed that another 90 billion had been deposited into Li's account, Qin could no longer remain idle and promptly dialed Li's number. After all, he was a veritable deity, a god of wealth. President Qin, is there something you wish to discuss? Li Huinqirid, feigning ignorancy. Ah, Mr. Li, you truly exemplify youthful achievement, serving as a paragon for all of us in Chunning County. Qin Baichuan replied with a jovial tone, indulging in flattery. As the saying goes, while many things may be disregarded, compliments are universally appreciated, especially by a young man such as Li, who was merely in his 20s. Regrettably, Li Rue was not an ordinary youth. He was a young man endowed with an extraordinary system. Such flattery was of little consequence to him, as his wealth had come effortlessly, akin to picking up money off the ground, rendering the praise devoid of any resonance. President Qin, your compliments are truly remarkable. I'm still quite young and not adept at conversation. Please, if you have a matter to discuss, do so directly, Li Rue replied, somewhat uncomfortable with the formal tone, as he was not accustomed to such a manner of discourse, having once been an underdog. Mr. Li, it is evident that you are both accomplished and candid. Allow me to be straightforward. You currently possess nearly 100 billion in our bank. What are your plans moving forward? We can provide you with dedicated financial advisors, should you require their assistance. Qin's sycophantic words flowed through the phone. Li Rue found himself slightly uneasy. After all, he was speaking to the president of a county bank, a figure he once regarded as significant. I don't require a financial advisor at this time, but I do have a favor to ask, if it is convenient for you. President Qin, Li Rue courteously stated. Mr. Li, you are far too polite. Please, do not hesitate to ask. Whatever I, Qin Baichuan, can assist with, I shall certainly ensure it is accomplished. Qin assured him with unwavering conviction. Such a distinguished individual must be attended to with utmost diligence. Helping with a single request would be a privilege, let alone 100. Thank you, President Qin. I will need 50 million in cash by tomorrow. Would that be feasible? Chapter 9. The clan meeting. Upon hearing Li Rue's request for 50 million in cash, Qin Baichuan furrowed his brow. It was unlikely that even the entire cash reserve of the agricultural bank in the county could yield such a sum in a single day. After all, in this small, obscure county, the demand for cash was quite limited. Nevertheless, Li Rue was a veritable treasure, and Qin had just made a bold claim. To retain this financial benefactor, he needed to devise a plan, even if it meant traveling to the provincial headquarters to gather the 50 million. With this in mind, Qin Baichuan responded, Mr. Li, rest assured, I will personally deliver the 50 million to you tomorrow. Such an opportunity was invaluable, and it was essential to cultivate a rapport with this financial giant. While he may be regarded as a significant figure among ordinary merchants, those who wield hundreds of millions in cash were the true magnates. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Director Qin, Li Rue replied, providing his address and agreeing to meet at noon the following day. Fortuitously for Li Rue, he had managed to connect with the head of a banking institution. Otherwise, arranging to withdraw 50 million in cash on his own in such a small county would have proved an arduous task, perhaps even impossible within a week. This situation underscored the reality that, when one possesses wealth, others are eager to alleviate their burdens. Less than half an hour after Li Rue ended the call, Li Yongzheng, accompanied by his elder uncle Li Yong and second uncle Li Yongchun, arrived at Li Rue's residence. Upon confirming Li Rue's intent to restore the ancestral hall and re-establish the family lineage, they each made calls to summon family members for the clan meeting the following day. The elder uncles, nearing 60, no longer sought work outside the home. In contrast, the third and fourth uncles were employed as laborers at construction sites in the county, while the fifth uncle ran a small noodle shop in town. The eighth uncle worked in a different city, and the seventh uncle had tragically passed away a decade ago due to a work accident. Those who were not in the village needed to be notified via phone. In Li Rue's generation, there were 12 boys and 9 girls. Except for a few younger ones still studying, The rest either worked elsewhere or already married. The village had dwindled in youth, and if this trend continued, it seemed not only the family but the entire village might fade away. After addressing all necessary matters, Li Rue realized that his home lacked sufficient accommodations for the 20 bodyguards. Thus, he arranged for Li 5 through Li 20 to temporarily stay at a hotel in the county, leaving Li 1 through Li 4 to reside at home to ensure his safety. Each of the 4 elite bodyguards was capable of fending off 30 ordinary adult males, making them well-equipped to guarantee Li Rue's security against even 100 adversaries. The next day at noon, Li Rue's courtyard was filled with over 10 men and women, all relatives, including uncles and aunts. The sun was still quite warm as it approached noon, yet the uncles, accustomed to rural life, seemed unfazed. Instead, they eagerly engaged in discussions about the upcoming clan meeting, as it was a novel experience for the uncles in their 50s. Yongchun, what exactly is the purpose of today's clan meeting? Why are you being so mysterious and not saying anything? Zhao Hongyin gazed at her husband, Li Yongchun, with a hint of reproach. Seeing the melancholic expression in his wife's eyes, Li Yongchun chuckled and replied, "You'll know soon enough. It's all good news." The other uncles and aunts engaged in their own discussions, aware that the matter was related to Li Rue, yet Li Yongjin and Li Yongchun remained tight-lipped about the specifics. However, their smiles were unwavering. For people of their age, witnessing the family's resurgence was the greatest aspiration. Just as the conversation heated up, Li Rue arrived fashionably late. Not by intention, but while waiting for Qin Baichuan. True to his word, Qin arrived precisely at noon, and by 11:50, he had already called to confirm his presence at the village entrance. Now it was Li Rue's turn to take the stage. Approaching his uncles and aunts, he pressed his hands down and declared, "Dear uncles and aunts, may I have your attention? I have something to say." Instantly, the room fell silent. Although none knew of Li Rue's immense wealth of 10 billion, they were aware of his luxurious million-dollar car and his entourage of bodyguards. In a rural context, such a figure commanded considerable respect, and his reputation began to take shape. With the crowd now attentive, Li Rue continued, "I, Li Rue, have been somewhat unruly since childhood. Thanks to the care of our family elders, after 3 years of striving, I have achieved a modest success. Now, I wish to renovate the ancestral hall and reunite our family. I wonder what the esteemed elders think of this." His eloquent yet somewhat awkward words echoed in the air. He had intended to sound so formal, but wasn't that how dramas portrayed such moments? Fortunately, the audience comprised familiar faces, allowing him to maintain composure. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of discussions erupted among the aunts and uncles. Amidst the cacophony, a robust voice broke through, "Of course, I have no objections to your plan to renovate the ancestral hall, but financing such an endeavor is no trivial matter. You know that your uncles and aunts are not affluent. How will we cover the costs?" The speaker was Li Rue's 4th uncle, Li Yongda. Despite being 54 years old, Li Yongda had maintained his physique through a lifelong dedication to exercise and physical labor, appearing more like a man in his mid-40s. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, with a sun-kissed complexion and a thick stubble, he bore a striking resemblance to a heroic figure. This imposing presence was matched by his temperament. Li Rue had heard from his father, Li Yongzheng, that during their childhood, 4th uncle was the reigning champion among the children of nearby villages, resolving disputes with a fist if necessary. In his own words, since his name contained virtue, he believed in winning others over through virtue, whether through words or strength. Whichever was easier would suffice. Even Li Rue, when he was a child, faced bullying at school. When he confided in his parents, they advised him to approach his teacher. It was his 4th uncle who fervently declared his intention to confront the bullies, although it was merely a threat meant to intimidate those tormenting him. Young Li Rue held immense admiration for his 4th uncle. As for the reconstruction of the ancestral hall, the financial burden would fall upon me. I intend not only to restore the ancestral hall, but also to establish a family group and a family fund, providing opportunities for our Li family members to excel. Li Rue gazed at his 4th uncle as he eloquently unfolded his future plans. "Xiaohui, do you know that the old Li family ancestral hall behind the village covers an area of over 600 square meters? The cost of its reconstruction is no small matter." Li Yongda continued, "The Luo family village rebuilt their ancestral hall 2 years ago at nearly 4 million, and theirs is merely around 500 square meters, smaller than ours. If we are to undertake the reconstruction, it may well exceed 6 million. Li Yongda entirely overlooked Li Rue's mention of establishing a family group. as such notions seemed rather abstract to the farmers. The ancestral hall, however, was a matter of family honor that concerned them deeply. After the Luo family village completed their reconstruction, its residents had taken great pride in flaunting it before others. Li Yongda felt a pang of resentment. For while their ancestors were not high-ranking officials, they held the rank of a 6th-grade military officer. In contrast, the ancestors of the Luo family were merely minor merchants. If he were younger, he would have relished the chance to confront them. However, the emergence of several wealthy merchants from the Luo family village had enabled them to boast about spending 4 million on their ancestral hall, which granted them a sense of pride in the vicinity. Rest assured, fourth uncle, money is no object. I plan to invest 50 million in the reconstruction of the ancestral hall, Li Rue declared, his calm words igniting a fervor among those present. Elders in attendance rose and engaged in animated discussions. Xiao Rue is truly remarkable. Investing 50 million to rebuild the ancestral hall is indeed a grand gesture that brings honor to our branch of the Li family, exclaimed third Uncle Li Yonghuan with a hearty laugh. 50 million. That is sum I could never hope to earn in 10 lifetimes. Indeed, education has proven invaluable, remarked fifth Uncle Li Yonghuang, his voice brimming with pride. Being the only member of the family engaged in business, albeit running a modest noodle shop in town, he was in a better financial position than his farming brothers, and thus had contributed the most towards Li Rue's education. As praises echoed around, a discordant voice emerged from the crowd. Is that really true? If I had 50 million, I would certainly move to a big city like Magic Capital to enjoy life. Who would remain in such a desolate place? A sarcastic female voice interjected, disrupting the moment. Chapter 10. 50 million in cash. The speaker was Aunt Ba. As Uncle Ba was working away from home and could not return in time, leaving only Aunt Ba to attend the clan meeting. Having been married to the village for nearly 20 years, her fiery personality made her difficult to get along with, rendering her one of the few unwelcome members of the family. However, Li Rue was not angered by Aunt Ba's remarks. As someone endowed with a system, his future achievements were destined to be extraordinary. Moreover, with himself present, even a place deemed as desolate by Aunt Ba would undoubtedly witness remarkable success in the future, making it hardly worth his while to be upset with her. Just as Li Rue was about to explain, an armored cash transport vehicle came to a halt at the entrance, flanked by 2 police cars. This was timely. There was no need for words. Seeing was believing. He simply gestured towards the vehicle, indicating that the truth could be discerned from observing that direction. Upon hearing Li Rue's words, the uncles and aunts turned their gazes towards where he pointed, their eyes widening in astonishment as they beheld the armored vehicle and the 2 police cars. How could there be an armored cash transport in our village, which lacks a bank? They exclaimed in surprise. Momins Latte, a well-dressed, middle-aged man in his 40s, emerged from the police car, accompanied by 4 officers. The armored vehicle then opened, revealing 2 guards armed with shotguns and 2 staff members. Such a spectacle was rare for most people, and while the crowd was still reeling from the shock, the middle-aged man inquired, "Which one of you is Mr. Li Rue?" Li Rue recognized this man as Qin Baichuan, the bank president, and promptly responded, "I am Li Rue." Upon hearing his name, Qin Baichuan scrutinized Li Rue, fully aware that this young fortune had only reached the age of 25. Yet seeing him in person underscored just how remarkably young he was, possessing a fortune of billions at such an age, a true testament to youthful prowess. Confirming that he was indeed speaking to the right person, Qin Baichuan stepped forward and shook Li Rue's hand, exclaiming, "Hello, Mr. Li. I am here as promised. The cash is all in the vehicle. Please inspect it." With a wave of his hand, the staff began unloading box after box from the armored vehicle, neatly arranging 50 boxes on the open ground. Each box contains 1 million. Here you have a total of 50 million. Is there anything else you require? Seeing so many villagers present, although Qin Baichuan was unsure of Li Rue's intentions for such a large sum of cash, he could surmise that it was likely related to the villagers. He did not need to know the specifics. His aim was simply to cultivate a good relationship with this young man. "Could you please assist me in opening these boxes, President Qin?" The crowd, upon hearing that there were 50 boxes, each containing a substantial sum of 1 million in cash, craned their necks in anticipation. If President Qin was not lying, this indeed amounted to 50 million in cash. Many in attendance had only seen such a sum once or twice in their lives, the most they had encountered being a mere few hundred thousand, typically reserved as a bride price prepared by a family for a wedding. As the boxes were opened, stacks of 100 yuan bills were revealed, each container holding 1 million. This spectacular scene was unprecedented, not only for the village elders, but also for Li Rue. Gasps of astonishment echoed repeatedly, as the villagers' eyes widened in disbelief, some trembling with excitement. Had it not been for the presence of 4 police officers and 2 armed cash escorts, along with the fact that these were all elder relatives, a robbery might have ensued. Observing the astonished faces of the elders, Li Rue cleared his throat and spoke, stating that the 50 million would be deposited into a separate account dedicated to the renovation of the ancestral hall, with funds managed collectively by his uncles and father. The elders readily agreed. Although they were advanced in age, they could still manage bookkeeping, and Li Rue's father would need some engagement in such a momentous family endeavor to avoid any grievances. Furthermore, Li Rue announced the establishment of a family group and family fund, which required the return of relatives working away. If they did not return by tomorrow, they would forfeit their connection to the family group and fund. After Li Rue's remarks, discussions erupted among the elders. Despite their limited exposure, they understood that the creation of a family group and fund was of paramount importance to everyone's interests, leading them to resolve to call their family members home that very day. Once arrangements were made, Li Rue enlisted Qin Baichuan's assistance in procuring a bank card from Agricultural Bank. With the bank president's intervention, it took less than 10 minutes to complete the process, and the card would be mailed home within a day. Li Rue then transferred 50 million into the account, instructing that it be safeguarded by his uncle upon arrival. After finalizing the ancestral hall renovation matters, he dismissed the villagers and directed the bank personnel to load 50 boxes of cash onto the armored truck. This money was primarily intended to showcase their newfound status and establish authority. Keeping such a large sum at home was unnecessary, as cash transactions had become cumbersome. Having settled these affairs, Li Rue recalled his long-held plans to purchase land. With the system's assurance of high-tech rewards, it was imperative to establish an industrial park and a technology park, thus necessitating land acquisition. Recognizing that Qin, the bank president, was a significant figure in the county, Li Rue decided to seek his assistance in this matter. Turning to Qin Baichuan, he inquired, "Mr. Qin, I am interested in investing in an industrial park and a technology park. Do you happen to have any connections that could facilitate this?" Qin Baichuan was taken aback by the young man's ambition to invest in an industrial venture, especially in such an underdeveloped county. He cautiously asked, "May I ask why you have chosen to invest in our small county, knowing that we lack substantial resources?" Listening to Qin Baichuan's inquiry, Li Rue smiled faintly. "Is the fact that this is my hometown not a sufficient reason? As for the true motivation being the desire to fulfill the mission of revitalizing my family, or perhaps other factors, does it truly matter? Indeed, it is his homeland, and wishing to enhance its prosperity requires justification, much like those students who study abroad, only to relinquish the generous benefits overseas to return and contribute to their nation. Is a reason necessary?" Qin Baichuan secretly admired him. "Ah, Mr. Li, so young, yet harboring such aspirations for the development of his hometown, truly commands my respect. The county's mayor, Ning Guoyang, is an old classmate of mine. Young individuals like you, eager to contribute to the betterment of their community, will undoubtedly have his full support. As the president of the county's bank, I am quite familiar with the various officials, particularly the directors of the Investment Promotion Bureau, as they often seek bank loans for their projects. Logically, I should introduce this promising young man to the heads of the Investment Bureau for his prospective investments in the county. This could yield significant political achievements, given the young man's considerable resources, suggesting that his investment would not be trifling. Yet, it is precisely because this represents a substantial political accomplishment that my thoughts first gravitate towards my old classmate, Ning Guoyang." Chapter 11. Meeting the county mayor. Ning Guoyang had landed in Chunning County for 3 years, initially intending to showcase his abilities and earn the respect of the elder. However, in such a remote, mountainous county, the path to development was far from straightforward. The county offered little beyond a few hilly terrains. Attracting external investment proved to be an insurmountable challenge. In this insignificant county, devoid of resources, it would take an extraordinary leap of faith for anyone to consider investing here. Consequently, Ning Guoyang found himself plagued by worry, as 3 years had passed without any significant achievements. The elder's words echoed in his mind. If you can achieve something, even a sow can climb a tree, which only fueled his frustration. Yet, the harsh reality remained, prompting Ning Guoyang to shake his head and sigh. As he pondered, his phone rang. "Qin Baichuan? What could this fellow want?" He muttered to himself as he glanced at the caller ID. Answering the call, he inquired, "Qin Baichuan, what brings you to call me? What is up?" Are you inviting me for a drink? A cheerful voice responded from the other end, laced with laughter. Guoyang, you're about to treat me to a drink, aren't you? Qin Baichuan chuckled in return. Taken aback for a moment, Ning Guoyang questioned, what good news do you have? Hurry up and spill it. If you keep dragging this on, I might just drink that cherished bottle of your 20-year-old Matai when I visit your home next time. This treasured bottle had been carefully preserved by Qin Baichuan since their university days, and hearing Ning Guoyang's words made him anxious. Old Ning, I have some good news to share with you, but if you're thinking about drinking my precious liquor, do you still want to hear it? Qin Baichuan threatened playfully upon hearing his friend's intentions. All right, with your stingy demeanor, I wouldn't even covet it. Just tell me what's this good news. If it's indeed good news, I'll treat you to fine wine. Old Ning, what fine wine could you possibly have? Why not share a taste of the treasured liquor your father has been saving for 40 years? Qin Baichuan immediately thought of the exquisite collection belonging to Ning Guoyang's father, his mouth watering at the thought. Qin Baichuan, if you're looking for trouble, don't drag me into it. You dare think about my father's liquor? Aren't you afraid he'll break your legs? Came the exasperated response from the other end of the line. What kind of person is that elder? He has little interest in anything else but his prized liquor. If anyone dared to touch his treasure collection, even his own son would face dire consequences. Upon hearing Ning Guoyang's furious retort, Qin Baichuan couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the influential figure in Xiangnan province. He quickly chuckled, I wouldn't dare. Just joking. But I genuinely have good news for you today. As Qin Baichuan's tone shifted to a more serious note, Ning Guoyang straightened up. What good news do you have? I know a talented young individual who wishes to invest in our county. Don't you think that's good news? Oh, how much is the investment? Ning Guoyang understood that Qin Baichuan would not act without purpose. His old classmate was indeed quite reliable. When someone expressed interest in investment, it was only natural for them to reach out to him first, indicating a desire to bestow him with political merit, and it was certainly not a trivial sum. As for the exact amount of investment, Qin Baichuan was uncertain, but he knew that the local financial magnate could easily contribute a mere 1/10 of his deposits, which would still signify a considerable achievement for a small county like Chunning County. In such an obscure locale, where resources were scarce, who would venture to invest? Even an investment of 100 million would rank among the significant contributions within the county. Just as Qin Baichuan pondered how to respond, Li Rue, standing nearby, overheard the conversation and interjected, stating that the minimum investment would be 1 billion, with further contributions contingent upon circumstances. Old Ning, 100 billion investment is no small feat, is it? Qin Baichuan declared with pride. What? 100 billion? As soon as his words fell, two identical exclamations echoed simultaneously, one from Ning Guoyang on the phone and the other from Qin Baichuan himself. Mr. Li, you must be mistaken. Are you certain you intend to invest not 10 billion, but 100 billion? Realization dawned on Qin Baichuan. What an investment of 100 billion signify? The entire annual GDP of Chunning County barely surpassed 130 billion. Moreover, the esteemed Mr. Li, in his bank, had only just over 99 billion. Could he possibly possess greater funds elsewhere? This thought intensified Qin Baichuan's astonishment. Meanwhile, Ning Guoyang on the other end was equally astounded, causing him to topple the teacup beside him. Hearing the shatter of porcelain, his assistant outside promptly knocked on the door. Still in shock, Ning Guoyang did not respond, prompting the assistant to enter, calling out for the county chief. Only then did Ning Guoyang regain his composure, waving his assistant away. Old Qin, I must speak directly with Mr. Li. Please pass the phone to him. Li Rue took the phone, and after discussing matters with Ning Guoyang, they arranged to meet in the county later that afternoon before hanging up. Such a monumental investment could not be finalized by a mere county chief alone. Even if the credit were to be attributed to him, the entire leadership team would need to convene for deliberation. The county was not far from Li's village, merely a little over 20 kilometers away. Driving along the county road would take about half an hour. However, Li Rue opted not to take his McLaren P1, a vehicle more suited for ostentation than for serious negotiations. Instead, he chose to ride in the Range Rover driven by Li E, following Qin Baichuan's police car into the county. In the afternoon, at the county office, Li Rue met with Ning Guoyang, a vigorous middle-aged man whose keen gaze resembled that of an eagle. Contrary to expectations of serious demeanor, the county chief exhibited remarkable warmth, brewing his finest tea for Li Rue and lavishing him with compliments, declaring him unparalleled in both heaven and earth. After half an hour of casual conversation over tea, the discussion finally turned to the main topic. Li Rui elaborated on his investment plan to Ning Guoyang for nearly an hour, weaving a tale that blurred the lines between truth and fiction. He spoke of an initial investment of 10 billion and a subsequent investment of 50 billion, leaving the eager county magistrate, who was keen to impress his esteemed father, utterly flabbergasted. The initial 10 billion was indeed genuine. Yet the promise of 50 billion was a mere fabrication. After all, Li Rui possessed considerable resources, with nearly 100 billion at his disposal. What did 50 billion signify to him? Had he not feared being perceived as delusional by the county magistrate, he might have boldly claimed an investment of 500 billion instead. With this venture, he anticipated his father would regard him with newfound respect. Such a monumental investment, exceeding 10 billion, would undoubtedly be considered significant within the entire Xiangnan province. And Ning Guoyang could hardly contain his delight. If Li Rui's purported subsequent investment of 50 billion were to materialize, it would bolster Ning Guoyang's confidence not only in entering the city, but also in the provincial arena. At this thought, Ning Guoyang nearly pulled Li Rui into a brotherly bond, recognizing him as a benefactor. Were it not for the constraints of their respective statuses, he would certainly have insisted on such an alliance. Nevertheless, even without formal brotherhood, Ning Guoyang regarded Li Rui as a cherished companion, affectionately addressing him as brother with heartfelt warmth. Li Rui, recognizing the opportunity, reciprocated the camaraderie. The county magistrate was no ordinary official. His father was a prominent figure in Xiangnan province. Li Rui was privy to this information through Qin Baichuan, as such insights were rarely found online. With such a formidable ally, Li Rui was determined to seize the opportunity. Chapter 12. An investment of 10 billion. Following extensive discussions among the leadership team, Li Rui reached a collaborative agreement with the county officials. The county generously provided Li Rui with 2,000 acres of industrial land at no cost, allowing him the privilege of selecting the location himself, an unexpected boon, as he had anticipated significant expenses. In addition to the complimentary land, the county granted a 4-year tax exemption, provided that an industrial park is established and operational within this time frame, with a minimum investment of 10 billion. While the value of land in a small county may not be substantial, 2,000 acres, equivalent to a staggering 1.3 million square meters, represents a considerable area. The county officials did not take Li Rui's projected investment of 50 billion too seriously. After all, a 10 billion investment over 4 years in such a modest county is already a monumental undertaking. They were cautious about scaring off potential investors with inflated figures. Is Li Rui a nave investor? Certainly not. Armed with the advantages of a high-tech system, he sees immense potential even in this lesser-known county. And he suspects that the county officials will soon regret their tax concessions. The proposed industrial park, measuring 1.3 kilometers in length and 1 kilometer in width, would be significant even in a provincial capital, and its establishment would yield substantial political achievements. As for Li Rui's intentions for such a vast expanse of industrial land, that remains contingent on the system's rewards. He anticipates that by the time the ancestral hall is completed, he will be eligible for the system's incentives, hopefully in the form of advanced technology, allowing him to fully realize his ambitions. After finalizing the contract, he mentioned to Ning Guoyang his plans to construct an ancestral hall in his village, noting that the existing one is merely over 600 square meters. The cost of rebuilding the ancestral hall is estimated at 50 million, and it will surely exceed 3,000 or 4,000 square meters in area. Additionally, he plans to renovate a residential property, necessitating new approvals. Although situated in a rural area, the scale of the construction would typically be challenging to obtain permission for. However, for Li Rui, this is a mere formality, given that he is spearheading a project with a minimum investment of 10 billion, a pillar of the nation. Thanks to Ning Guoyang's endorsement, the process was expedited, and before nightfall, Li Rui secured the necessary approvals for a 3,800 square meter ancestral hall and a 1,000 square meter residence. By the time he returned home, darkness had fallen. Meanwhile, within the village, households were fervently discussing the news. Some were calling their children abroad. Others were sharing videos of the 50 million in cash that had been filmed that day, while many were conversing about establishing family businesses and funds, creating a lively atmosphere in every home. Dad, is this for real? Has Xiao Rui really struck it rich? Uncertainty evident in his voice. How could it possibly be false? Xiao Rui, driving a luxury sports car worth over 13 million, is accompanied by 20 bodyguards. Today, He even displayed 50 million in cash, an astonishing sight I witnessed with my own eyes. Do you think Xiao Rui, unlike you, is so unambitious? You are 2 years his senior, yet look at your current plight. You have not only failed to amass wealth, but have also struggled to find a girlfriend. Such a disappointing state. Hearing his son's doubts, Li Yonda erupted in anger. On the other side of the video call, Li Weiguang trembled at the sound of his father's furious voice. Despite being 27 years old, he still harbored a deep-seated fear of his father. In his youth, he was quite mischievous and had often faced his father's wrath. Even now, standing before a father more robust than a bear, he felt a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, this was merely a video call, separated by hundreds of miles. His father could not reach him, which brought a small measure of relief. With a defiant expression, Li Weiguang retorted, "Dad, Xiao Rui is a university graduate, while I am merely a high school dropout who became a soldier. After my discharge, I could only secure a position as a security guard. Nowadays, people seek partners with good jobs and wealth. Who would want someone like me, a mere security guard? I can't help it if I can't find a girlfriend." He pouted, feeling quite aggrieved. Still being obstinate, his father shot back. "Did I ever tell you not to study diligently? You are to return tomorrow. Xiao Rui is on the verge of establishing a family business. You and your ineffectual cousins should follow his lead. If you dare to defy him, I will break your legs." A family business? Xiao Rui is starting a family business? Dad, I'm just a security guard. What could I possibly contribute? And what about my job? Enough of your nonsense. You are to come back, whether you like it or not. What can you achieve with your meager monthly salary of 3,000 or 4,000? Can you even afford a wife? If you cannot return by tomorrow, don't bother coming back. With that, he angrily ended the call. Li Yonda felt frustrated with his son. At 27, soon to be 28, and approaching 30, he had not even managed to secure a girlfriend. Other people's sons of that age could already have children. All he hoped for was that his son could make something of himself alongside Xiao Rui and eventually marry, which would bring him some peace of mind. Yet deep down, Li Yonda understood that his son's difficulties in finding a partner could not solely be attributed to him. His inability to provide his son with a home or a vehicle in the city also bore significant responsibility. In this day and age, young women are quite practical. Without a house and a car, no one would consider marrying you. Expecting a young man in his 20s to possess both a home and a vehicle without parental support is unrealistic. With a heavy sigh, he contemplated this reality. The following morning, Li Rui was roused from his dreams by a cacophony of noise. Who on earth could be so inconsiderate as to disturb my slumber at such an early hour? He mumbled groggily, just as he prepared to yell out the window. The scene within his room reminded him that he was at home now, not in a rental. This was the countryside, where by 7 a.m., everyone was up preparing breakfast. On ordinary days, by 9 a.m., they would already be working in the fields. However, today marks an extraordinary occasion for the Li family. Dozens of men and women are engaged in lively conversation within the courtyard of Li Rui's residence, making the space, which is not particularly small, feel rather cramped. Li Rui peered through the narrow opening of the window and, as anticipated, found the courtyard filled with uncles, aunts, cousins, and their spouses and children. These cousins, having received video calls from their parents, hastily returned overnight. After all, upon learning from their parents that Li Rui had become a prominent figure aspiring to establish a family conglomerate, how could they not be eager to partake in the glory? Observing the McLaren P1 parked in the courtyard and the 2 Range Rovers outside, each cousin expressed their astonishment, acknowledging that the Li family had truly produced a remarkable individual. "Second brother, I remember you live over 600 kilometers from home. Your speed is quite impressive. Did you perhaps take a flight?" One cousin exclaimed, "You were spot on, Weiguang. Yesterday, my father called and issued a stern command that I must return home today. So, I took a late-night flight to Star City and rented a car to come back. It cost me a month's salary, and it truly pains my heart," he said, feigning a heartbroken expression. "Second brother, my father is the same. He threatened to break my legs if I didn't make it back today, which frightened me into rushing back overnight." Another cousin chimed in, "But you know what? These old men weren't exaggerating. Xiao Rui has indeed made something of himself. Just look at the cars in the courtyard. I doubt I could ever afford even a single wheel in my lifetime. And observe those 4 bodyguards at the entrance. Their arms appear thicker than my thighs, and one punch could likely fell a bull. Indeed, Xiao Rui is no ordinary person. He has risen to prominence and has not forgotten about his brothers." While the brothers continued their discussions and expressions of admiration in the courtyard, Li Rui finally finished preparing and stepped outside. Chapter 13. Family Reunion. As Li Rui emerged, a hush fell over the crowd, soon followed by a chorus of greetings directed at him. Although most present were his elders, they were all ordinary individuals from humble backgrounds. The influence stemming from Li Rui's accomplishments was undeniable, and even these senior relatives could not overlook the silent authority he exuded. While they were indeed family, many had not seen Li Rui in 5 or 6 years due to their years of laboring away from home. Nonetheless, the bond of shared blood rendered any sense of unfamiliarity minimal. Had it not been for the advent of the system, it was likely that in another 20 years, those gathered would have settled across the nation, never to return, leading to the eventual dissolution of the family, a fate Li Rui was determined to avert. Once it seemed that most had arrived, he inquired whether everyone was present. With a resounding affirmation from the crowd, he continued, "I would like to discuss the establishment of our family group. I will personally fund the creation of the Tongfei Group, which will allocate 5 of its annual profits to a family fund, divided into entrepreneurial and educational funds. In the first year, I will contribute 1 billion to this fund." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of astonishment rippled through the attendees. While it was common knowledge that Li Rui had amassed wealth, the extent of it was only known to his parents, leaving the returning cousins and aunts in disbelief upon hearing the figure of 1 billion. "All right," Li Rui said, raising his hand to quell the commotion. "Any family member desiring to start a business and present their ideas can apply for entrepreneurial funding. Whether you need 200,000 for a store or 50 million for a company, as long as the proposal passes through the Group S Fund Department, funding will be granted. For applications under 1 million, the founder will retain 90 of the profits, with 10 returning to the family fund. For applications between 1 million and 10 million, the founder will keep 70 of the profits, with 30 reinvested into the family fund. For applications exceeding 10 million but below 50 million, the founder will receive 50 of the profits. It is imperative to note that any company or store established will have 100 of its shares belonging to the family group, meaning the founder will only possess profit-sharing rights, without any authority to sell. Is this clear to everyone?" Li Rui scanned the crowd. "Xiaohui, are you saying that if I use the fund to establish a company, I can only share in the profits while the company remains the property of the family group? Is that correct?" his third brother asked, to which Li Rui nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this structure is designed to ensure family unity and prevent fragmentation. Having witnessed countless dramas where fortunes lead to betrayal and family strife, it is crucial to take preemptive measures. With the resources provided, any family member with a modicum of acumen can surely achieve success. It is only by enabling our kin to prosper that we can fulfill our goal of revitalizing the family. Otherwise, merely providing financial support would allow one to sustain these kin for generations solely through personal effort and the system. However, such an approach would only cultivate a brood of wastrels, rendering any talk of reviving the family utterly futile. Since we are committed to consolidating our family, we must establish family rules. Anyone who violates these rules or betrays the family shall forfeit their rights to the founder's dividends. Does anyone have any objections?" In unison, the crowd replied, "What objections could there be?" The individuals present were common folk, possessing nothing of their own. Now, with the opportunity to bask in this newfound fortune and establish a company, they felt that this modest requirement was hardly burdensome. After all, with such abundant entrepreneurial funding, what one could accomplish far surpassed the toil of working for others. Now, let us discuss the matter of the education fund. Any child within the family who excels academically and gains admission to a prestigious institution, thereby bringing honor to our lineage, shall be rewarded from this fund. I aspire for each member of our family to soar to great heights." As these words echoed, applause resonated throughout the gathering, with promising individuals like Li Rui among them. This branch of the Li family was destined to emerge as a prominent clan known throughout the land. Amidst the clamor of applause, a rough hand timidly rose from the crowd, only to retract almost immediately, reminiscent of a student hesitant to pose a question to a teacher. Though the hand was raised for but a fleeting moment, Li Rui noticed it, for the hand and its owner stood in stark contrast. The palm was marred with deep creases and cracks, reminiscent of ancient tree bark, yet its owner was merely a woman of 40. In urban settings, women of such age often exude charm. Yet this woman, upon first glance, might lead a stranger to believe she was at least 50. However, Li Rui recognized her as his 7th aunt, who, after losing her husband in an accident a decade prior, had single-handedly raised 2 children. In rural areas, even families with men find it challenging to support 2 children's education. Yet this seemingly delicate woman had, with her slender hands, nurtured her children and ensured their schooling. The pathways to earning money were scarce. Aside from farming to meet basic needs, the few opportunities available involved assisting local builders, which had rendered her once soft hands as rough as aged bark through daily labor. Reflecting on this woman's arduous past, Li Rue softened his stern demeanor and inquired with a smile, "Seventh aunt, do you have a question?" Looking at her now prominent nephew, the woman, embodying both gentleness and resilience, quietly asked, "Xiao Rue, how exactly is this education fund administered? Will there be rewards for Xiao Rue as well?" Xiao Rue, her daughter, and Li Rue's cousin, had matured into a responsible young woman since her father's passing. With a heavy heart, Li Rue sighed, vowing that he would not allow his cousin to endure further hardships in the future. "Ah, dear Aunt Chi, how you say such things. Xiao Rue is my cousin, and naturally, she is a member of our family. If Xiao Rue gains admission to a prestigious school, a reward is certainly in order." Observing Aunt Chi, who speaks to him with such caution, Li Rue felt a pang of helplessness. After all, she is his elder. Her careful demeanor made him feel quite awkward. However, there is little that can be done. A rural woman without the support of a man, in such an environment, must inevitably find herself in a subordinate position. Over time, this has shaped her timid character, a trait not easily altered. If Xiao Rue manages to enroll in a top-tier university, just imagine the rewards. Aunt Chi gazed at Li Rue with anticipation. Chapter 14. The family scholarship. Since the untimely demise of her husband, her 8-year-old daughter has displayed an exceptional level of maturity. She has devoted herself diligently to her studies, often reassuring herself that she will strive to excel academically, with dreams of one day purchasing a grand home and new clothes for her mother. During the festive season, while other children receive new garments, her daughter insists that her existing clothes are still serviceable, refusing to acquire new attire. Where her wardrobe becomes inadequate, she resorts to wearing clothes of unknown origin. She claims these garments are purchased from selling scraps, yet she understands that they are merely cast-offs from her classmates. Unbeknownst to her, her daughter bears the weight of ridicule and injustice at school, and she feels utterly powerless. Despite her best efforts, she can only manage to gather the funds for her children's tuition, and now she finds herself unable to afford her daughter's university expenses. Her daughter has consistently excelled academically, and during a recent visit home, she expressed her ambition to attend a prestigious 985 university, a term that remains foreign to her mother. With less than a month before the college entrance examination, the inability to secure her daughter's tuition leaves her in a state of unrest. She has contemplated seeking assistance from family members, but is acutely aware of their own struggles. The cost of university tuition far exceeds that of elementary or secondary education. The expenses in major cities demand at least 1,000 yuan for monthly living costs. She has also considered reaching out to her own parents. Yet after a decade of not reciprocating their support, and with her parents now aging, she feels too ashamed to ask for help. Her anxious inquiries regarding the scholarship stem from a desire to ascertain whether the Family Education Fund could facilitate her daughter's access to university. Although Li Rue has heard of his cousin's academic prowess, he harbors doubts about her chances of gaining admission to a 985 university. Knowing her character, if she were not entirely confident, she would not make such declarations to her mother. "Annie, if Xiao Rue can indeed enroll in a 985 university, it would undoubtedly bring honor to our family. The family scholarship should be substantial," Li Rue remarked, pausing to observe the curious expressions of those around him. He then raised a single finger. The group exchanged puzzled glances at this gesture. 10,000? Someone ventured uncertainly. Li Rue shook his head. 100,000? Another voice exclaimed. Eyes widening, Li Rue again shook his head. "It can't be 10 million, right?" Another interjected, incredulous. 10 million? Is it too late for me to go back to school? With your intellect, you'd still flunk out if you tried again. Have you ever considered whether you're cut out for academia? Be sensible. Find yourself a wife. Have some children. If I don't get to hold my grandchild next year, I swear I'll break your legs, the speaker, Leonda, quipped, as his relentless push for marriage had become a daily occurrence. He punctuated his statement with a playful kick to Li Weiguang's backside. Observing the somewhat chaotic crowd, Li Rue raised his hand and declared emphatically, "Indeed, for every member of our family who gains admission to a 985 university, a reward of 10 million will be bestowed. For those who enroll in a 211 university, the reward will be 5 million. Should one secure a place at Hucking or Peking University, the reward shall amount to 15 million. And for those who are admitted to the National Defense Science and Technology University, a staggering reward of 20 million awaits." As he spoke, Li Rue's voice crescendoed. "To protect our homeland and contribute to the nation is deserving of the highest accolades." upon hearing such generous rewards. The crowd erupted in fervent exclamations, lamenting that had their family offered such incentives in their youth, they would not have squandered their time on trivial pursuits. They reflected wistfully that they were merely a few rewards away from being provincial champions, though they were acutely aware that their own academic days had passed. Their attention turned to the younger generation, eyes gleaming with visions of fortune as they gazed at their children. Though no words were exchanged, the implication in their glances was unmistakable. Even a 5-year-old could discern it. If you do not diligently pursue your studies to earn the rewards, I shall erase your account and start new. At that moment, the most delighted individuals present, apart from Aunt 7, were Uncle 8 and Aunt 8. Their sons, Li Tai and Li Ru, were both in their final year of high school, and though their grades did not match Li Ru's, they were commendable nonetheless. This meant that their sons also had the potential to attain the family scholarship of 5 million or even 10 million. A profound sense of pride welled up within the crowd, grateful for their familial ties, as an unprecedented unity of spirit emerged. At this juncture, Li Rue received his first reward from the system. A notification chimed in his mind, detected an increase in family cohesion. The system has awarded advanced combat skills. Please integrate promptly. As Li Rue beheld the excitement of the crowd over the educational scholarship, he pondered the implications of receiving advanced combat skills as his initial reward. He mused that had it been a technology reward, he would have been ready to commence construction with the land he had already acquired. Nevertheless, the prospect of acquiring combat skills was not without its allure. What young boy has not harbored dreams of martial prowess? Imagining himself as a heroic figure who upholds justice and vanquishes evil, now, an opportunity to realize that dream lay before him. How formidable are the advanced combat skills? He wondered eagerly. The advanced combat skills correspond to those of a high-level bodyguard, enabling unarmed combat against 30 ordinary adult males. Upon hearing that he would soon possess the capability to confront 30 adult men unarmed, a smile crept upon Li Rue's lips. The dream of becoming a hero was within reach. Does this mean that by integrating advanced combat skills, I will also be considered a high-level bodyguard? He inquired. Host. The system responded, a qualified high-level bodyguard must possess not only unarmed combat skills, but also proficiency in weaponry, capable of adeptly handling various arms, including firearms. Furthermore, crisis insight and the ability to swiftly gather intelligence regarding potential threats to the safety of protected individuals are essential. Additionally, language skills are crucial. A high-level bodyguard must learn 3 to 4 languages to effectively communicate with clients from diverse nations. Thus, host, you still have considerable distance to travel before becoming a truly qualified high-level bodyguard. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Li Rue felt a twinge of emotion. Realizing that from Li E to Li C, these seemingly clumsy giants were far more formidable than he had initially imagined. Each of them possessed proficiency in 3 to 4 languages, which made him feel somewhat inferior by comparison. With this thought, he shook his head and smiled, reminding himself that regardless of their prowess, they were ultimately his subordinates. Their capabilities only enhanced his own stature. With this realization, he decided not to dwell on it any longer and promptly instructed the system in his mind to merge advanced martial arts. Ding! Advanced martial arts have been successfully integrated for the host, the system announced. As soon as the words were spoken, Li Rue felt a warm current enveloping his entire body. A delightful sensation akin to a beautiful woman's hands massaging him. If it weren't for the presence of so many elders, he might have been unable to suppress a moan of pleasure. Li Rue understood that the system was enhancing his physique to match the advanced martial arts. Without the requisite physical capabilities, he would be unable to fully utilize them. As anticipated, the tingling sensation persisted for several seconds, and he soon felt an overwhelming surge of strength, as if a single punch from him could fell a cow. Noticing that his previously flabby abdomen had transformed into a taut expanse of muscle, he reached down to touch it, marveling at the chocolate-like definition of his new physique. 8-pack abs, a dream coveted by many, had been effortlessly attained, thanks to the system. Just as Li Rue was reveling in his newfound abilities, a strange memory surged into his mind, flooding him with a plethora of combat techniques. Wrestling, boxing, sanda, military boxing, and knowledge of the human body's vulnerabilities and lethal points. It was as if he had dedicated decades to studying these arts. Every technique was now at his fingertips. An uncontrollable smile spread across his face, as the dream of mastering martial arts had finally become a reality. As he contemplated disbanding the clan meeting to seek out Li E and the others to test his advanced martial arts, Annie Ba's phone rang. She answered. her expression shifting from anxious to incredulous as she exclaimed into the phone, "Teacher, have you made a mistake? Arlie Tai has always been a good child. He has never fought in his life. How could he have injured someone?" Chapter 15. Campus conflict half an hour ago. In the advanced class of the third year at Chunning County No. 1 High School, Teacher Yang stood at the podium, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and a floral dress. Radiating warmth in her 30s. She gazed down at the vibrant students before her and cheerfully proclaimed, "Class, the results of your mock exams have been released. You all performed exceptionally well, and I am proud of you. In just 1 month, we will face the National College Entrance Examination, a culmination of over a decade of hard work. This is our opportunity to alter our destinies. Let us strive for excellent results and secure places in esteemed universities, transforming not only our futures but also those of our parents. We must dedicate ourselves even more diligently in this coming month, shall we?" In unison, the students responded affirmatively. Now, I shall announce the results of our mock examination. The total score was 750, and one student achieved an impressive 720. Can you guess who it is? Teacher Young asked, her smile as bright as spring. If fortune favored them, perhaps their class would produce a provincial top scorer this year. Even if not, they could still have a student ranked among the top 5 in the province. To nurture such talent would undoubtedly lead to career advancement and a well-deserved sense of pride. I guess it's Li Ru. She has topped the class in every exam for the past 3 years, while the second-place student is far behind her. Chun Chinchua interjected eagerly, and the other students nodded in agreement. Li Ru was undeniably the academic star. Chun Chinchua contemplated her remarkable friend, who studied with unparalleled diligence, while others played. She reviewed her lessons. While others slept, she studied in the dormitory corridor. And while others ate, she simultaneously consumed her meals and absorbed knowledge from her books. Observing the slender girl beside her, wearing glasses, Chun Chinchua couldn't help but feel a pang of admiration and envy. Her friend was not only beautiful, but also intelligent and hardworking. Why was the disparity between them so vast? Chun Chinchua believed herself to be diligent as well. If other classmates were to overhear her musings, they would undoubtedly roll their eyes and scoff. You consider yourself hardworking? If that's the case, then no one in the class is unmotivated. However, it was well known that Chun Chinchua's father was a wealthy businessman, rumored to be worth over 100 million. With such affluence, was there really a need for her to study? Not at all. The worst that could happen would be inheriting the family fortune. Meanwhile, upon hearing her only friend suggest that she was the one who scored 720, Li Ru blushed and quietly protested. "Chinchua, please don't say that. Teacher Yang hasn't confirmed it yet. It might not be me." Having lost her father at the tender age of 8, this once vivacious girl had developed a timid and insecure character. This loss fueled her relentless pursuit of knowledge. As she understood that education was her sole means of transforming her destiny and that of her mother, fulfilling her aspiration to buy a large house for them. Indeed, our classmate Li Ru has achieved an impressive score of 720. Should she maintain such a commendable performance during the college entrance examination, there exists a possibility for her to contend for the title of top scholar in our province. Let us all take a page from Li Ru's book and extend our heartfelt congratulations to her. A resounding applause erupted, celebrating her remarkable achievement. Surprisingly, there was no envy among her peers. Perhaps there were moments of jealousy when Li Ru first claimed the top position, but not now, as she has consistently remained at the forefront, never having tasted defeat. Thus, the notion of jealousy has become irrelevant. After announcing Li Ru's score, Teacher Yang proceeded to disclose the results of her classmates, and, as Chun Chinchua had predicted, the second-place score was a mere 680, a significant distance from Li Ru's accomplishment. "Xiao Ru, let's dine together. You haven't eaten all morning, and look how thin you become. You're almost disappearing," Yang Chinchua jested, playfully resting her head on Li Ru's shoulder during the lunch break. Li Ru turned to gaze at her only true friend in high school, her eyes brimming with gratitude. In her pursuit of academic excellence, she often economized on meals to invest in study materials, subsisting on a single meal each day. Her friend, ever observant, would occasionally feign a lack of appetite, insisting on keeping her company during meals, often piling her plate with an abundance of dishes, claiming she could not finish them. The reality of the situation was understood by both. Li Ru nodded slightly. Her introverted nature made it difficult for her to express her gratitude verbally. Yet this kindness was forever etched in her heart. In the school cafeteria, she routinely opted for a modest serving of rice and the cheapest vegetables, while beside her, Yang Chinchua's tray overflowed with a feast of delectable dishes: chicken legs, kung pao chicken, braised fish, and rich pork intestines. all visually tantalizing and sure to whet one's appetite. After they had collected their meals, they settled at an empty table. Yang Qinxue, feigning distaste, remarked that the braised pork intestines were too fatty and unappetizing, urging Li Ru to help her consume them. She also pointed out the fish, claiming she did not eat it, and once again encouraged Li Ru to partake. Observing Chun Qinshue's lackluster acting skills, Li Ru couldn't help but smile, suggesting they share the dishes. As the two enjoyed their meal, a commotion at the cafeteria entrance drew their attention. A group of 7 or 8 girls burst in, scanning the room. One of them called out, "Gujia, that vixen is over there," gesturing towards Li Ru and Chun Qinshu. "Let us go see which vixen dares to steal my Gumengqi's boyfriend," she declared, and with that, the group approached Li Ru with an air of aggression. Before any words were exchanged, they forcefully overturned Li Ru's tray, sending her meal crashing to the ground. Both Li Ru and Chun Qinshu stood in shock. "What are you doing?" Chun Qinshu shouted angrily. "Is this little vixen trying to steal my boyfriend?" Gumengqi questioned a girl behind her. "Yes, it's her. I saw her receiving love letters from the West Gate," was the reply. A resounding slap struck Li Ru's face, instantly transforming her already pale countenance, which was devoid of color due to her frail physique, into a ghastly white. The golden-rimmed glasses she wore clattered to the ground, shattering into countless pieces, while a trickle of blood escaped the corner of her mouth. Chun Qinshu, witnessing her dear friend's assault, was engulfed by righteous fury. "Who are you? How dare you strike someone?" she exclaimed, forcefully pushing Gumengqi aside before turning to Li Ru. "Xiao Ru, are you all right?" Li Ru lowered her head, shaking it gently, and murmured, "It's fine. Qinshu, let us go." However, as she turned to search for her glasses, her gaze fell upon the shattered remnants. The resilient girl, who had bravely held back tears even as blood trickled from her lips, could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks. This pair of glasses had been a gift from her mother, purchased after saving for a considerable time, costing over 1,500 yuan. With the impending college entrance examination looming, the thought of affording a new pair felt utterly impossible, and the realization overwhelmed her. "Chun Qinshu, I know your father is somewhat affluent, but do you know who my brother is? I advise you to mind your own business," Gumengqi sneered. "This little vixen dares to covet my boyfriend. She deserves to be taught a lesson." Glancing disdainfully at Li Ru's pale attire, Gumengqi scoffed. "A pauper who can't even afford decent clothes dares to vie for my Gumengqi's boyfriend? Truly courting disaster." Chapter 16. The Dragon's Reverse Scale. Want to leave? Kneel down, crawl beneath me, and swear to sever all ties with Shimin Jin, and I shall let you go, Gumengqi declared with audacity. "Are you out of your mind? Xiao Ru has never been in a relationship with that Shimin Jin. It was he who harassed her with love letters, which I disposed of. Why don't you manage your own boyfriend?" Chun Qinshu retorted angrily. It must be this vixen who seduced Shimin Jin. Tear her face apart and let us see if she dares to entice another's boyfriend again. I will take responsibility if anything happens." Upon Gumengqi's words, 7 or 8 girls surged forward to assault Li Ru. "You dare? I will report you to the teacher," Chun Qinshu urgently threatened as she saw them advancing. "Huh, what will you do by telling the teacher? My brother is Gu Tianlong. Who in this entire county would dare to offend him? Will the teacher even intervene?" Gumengqi boasted arrogantly. Upon hearing the name Gu Tianlong, the girls who had hesitated now pressed forward, and 3 of them pulled Chun Qinshu away while the others surrounded Li Ru. Just as a girl reached out to grab Li Ru's hair, she found herself with no place to retreat. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed, "What are you doing?" As everyone turned to see who had spoken, a plastic chair descended from above, crashing down upon the cluster of girls surrounding Li Ru. Then, a boy of around 18 or 19 years, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, rushed into the crowd with reddened eyes, causing the girls to stumble and fall. Seeing Li Ru's swollen face, blood trickling from her mouth, and the shattered glasses on the ground, Li Tai trembled all over, his eyes bloodshot with fury, veins bulging in his neck as he gritted his teeth and growled. "Who did this?" The girls, now disheveled and shaken, avoided his gaze, knowing that such a state of rage was perilous. Adrenaline surged through him, rendering his emotions uncontrollable, and he was on the brink of losing his sanity, which could lead to reckless consequences. No one dared to provoke Li Tai, now teetering on the edge of madness, except for Gumengqi, who stood defiantly and taunted. "Who are you?" "My brother is Gu Tianlong. Do you dare meddle?" The name Gu Tianlong caused Li Tai's body to shudder. He had heard of this name, not from school, but from his mother speaking of a man in the neighboring village who, due to gambling debts, had his hands severed, allegedly orchestrated by Gu Tianlong. the local ruffian capable of silencing even the loudest cries of children. Hearing Gu Tianlong's name again. Although Li Ru was still unaware of the man's identity, she recognized that he must hold some significant status, for otherwise, Gu Mengqi would not be so brazen at school. Realizing that someone from her humble farming background could not afford to provoke such a person, Li Ru ceased her sobbing and spoke, "Cousin, it's fine. I am all right." Accompanying Li Tai in the cafeteria, several roommates silently lamented that he was typically a model student, gentle in demeanor, and had never displayed such ferocity. It truly echoed the saying, "A dragon has its reverse scales. Touch them, and it shall rage." However, recognizing the futility of their efforts against a formidable opponent, they urged him to reconsider, as Gu Tianlong commanded a following of over 100 individuals, a force not to be trifled with. Gradually, Li Tai regained his composure. After all, he could not afford to invite trouble for his family due to a momentary lapse in judgment. Just as Li Tai's group sought to defuse the situation, Gu Mingqi was resolute in her intent to escalate matters. Accustomed to her domineering ways at school, bolstered by her brother's influence, she had always had the final say. In the past, a couple of dissenters had suffered repercussions, often being beaten outside of school until they could no longer tolerate it and transferred. "I told you, let this little vixen crawl through my legs, and I shall spare her. Otherwise, I will inform my brother. This little vixen is rather attractive. I am certain my brother and his subordinates would find her quite appealing," she taunted, casting a provocative glance at Li Tai and his companions. Though they were merely 18 or 19 years of age, the implications of Gu Mengqi's venomous words were clear to all present. Each reflected on the maliciousness of a girl so intent on tarnishing another's reputation. Upon hearing Gu Mengqi's cruel threat, Li Tai's eyes reddened once more. He felt an urgent need to protect his cousin, who had lost her father at the tender age of 8, a promise he had made to Rui Gu. What's going on here? At that moment, a stern voice resonated through the chaos. "Are you all imitating the thuggery of the underworld? Do you still wish to pursue your studies? Immediately notify your parents. This insubordination must cease." "Director Huang, they started it," Chen Qianxue interjected, indignantly explaining to the school's head. "I care not who instigated this. Fighting in school is unacceptable. I shall summon your parents," he replied, his tone unwavering. "Those injured, accompany me to the infirmary for examination and treatment." As he surveyed the disarray in the cafeteria and the wounded students, Director Huang felt a headache brewing. This was not the first time Gu Mengqi had stirred trouble, yet her status rendered any intervention difficult. Not to mention her father, her brother was also a formidable figure, having caused quite a stir in the county for many years. The girl named Li Ru left a strong impression. She consistently ranked first in her studies, yet now found herself entangled in significant trouble. Summoning their parents for school-mediated resolution was preferable to facing harassment from Gu Mengqi's brother in private, especially given that Li Ru's family hailed from humble farming roots, leaving them ill-equipped to contend with Gu Tianlong. Seeing the director's authoritative stance, Gu Mengqi refrained from further comment. After all, he was the school's principal, and some respect was due. Subsequently, Li Ru followed the director along with a few injured girls to the infirmary for treatment. Meanwhile, Li Tai was taken away by his arriving homeroom teacher, who, after a thorough inquiry, proceeded to call Li Tai's mother, Tian Yuzhen. In order to hear the teacher's voice more clearly, Tian Yuzhen activated the speakerphone and confirmed once again, "Teacher, are you absolutely certain? Li Tai truly hurt someone?" "Yes." "Li Tai's guardian. He injured another with a stool. You must send a parent to the school." "Oh, and Li Ru is also a member of your family, correct? She has been injured as well. Please inform her mother to come," the teacher on the other end explained. The volume of the speakerphone increased significantly, allowing Li Rue, who was 5 or 6 meters away, to hear everything distinctly. Perhaps due to the recent system upgrade, his hearing seemed to have improved considerably. "Aunt, what is happening? Li Tai has assaulted someone? Li Ru has been hurt." Li Rue pondered, recalling his 2 younger cousins, who were 7 years his junior. He held a vivid impression of them. Li Ru, a sensible child, had always been well-liked. Li Tai had also been quite close to him, often trailing behind as they climbed trees to collect bird eggs or using firecrackers to catch fish. However, after he left to pursue his studies, their contact dwindled. Nonetheless, he was aware that Li Tai possessed a particularly gentle temperament. Any act of aggression from him must have been provoked, and Li Rue suspected it was indeed related to Li Ru. Meanwhile, Qi Dingshan, who had been excited at the prospect of her daughter potentially receiving a substantial scholarship, was suddenly fraught with anxiety upon learning of her injury. "Seventh aunt, there's no need to panic. I will drive you there." Upon hearing about the incidents involving Li Tai and Li Ru, other relatives clamored to accompany them, but Li Rue swiftly intervened. This is not a brawl. Why do so many need to go? Besides, I have my bodyguards. Subsequently, accompanied by 4 bodyguards and driving 2 Range Rovers, he set off for the county's first middle school with his Uncle Ba and Aunt Ba, as well as 7th Aunt. Chapter 17. The God of Killing Gang in the Office of the Director of Education at County Number 1 High School, Li Ru, Li Tai, and Gu Mengqi stood to one side after the inspection. The home roachers of the senior class and the second-year class sat beside the director, while the home roachers of Gu Mengqi's group were conspicuously absent, merely stating they had no authority over the situation. Gu Mengqi and her peers belonged to Class 6 of the senior year, a group notorious for their lack of motivation. Their presence at the school served little purpose beyond generating revenue. At that moment, Teacher Yang gazed at Li Ru's still swollen face with palpable sympathy. He held a fondness for this hard-working girl, despite her grades not being competitive for the provincial top rank. In her, he saw a reflection of his younger self. Equally from a rural background and equally diligent, though this girl possessed a talent for academics that surpassed his own. As everyone awaited the arrival of the parents, a knock echoed through the room. "Come in," Director Huang said nonchalantly. The door opened to reveal a 20-something young man with bleached hair, clad in a black tank top adorned with various tattoos on his exposed arms. None recognized him, presuming him to be Gu Mengqi's brother. Yet his appearance did not align with their expectations of Gu Tianlong. He lacked the imposing demeanor of an elder brother. His casual gait resembled that of a street thug. Indeed, Gu Mengqi's words confirmed their assumptions. "Why did my brother send you?" she asked, her displeasure evident. "Miss, a significant opportunity has arisen in the county, and Brother Tianlong is currently occupied discussing how to seize it, so he sent me in his stead," the young man replied. "A significant opportunity? I don't care. I want my brother here. I've been bullied, and if he doesn't help me, I'll tell my dad." Gu Mengqi, who had previously exuded arrogance, now spoke in a petulant tone, leaving onlookers to wonder if she was the one being victimized. "Miss, just tell me what you need. I assure you I will handle it," he said, bowing slightly in a sycophantic manner. This young lady was the apple of the big boss's eye, and pleasing her would undoubtedly bring him benefits. "Fine, this little vixen had my classmate beaten and threatened me. You take care of it," she said, gesturing toward Li Ru and Li Tai. What a classic case of the villain crying foul. Gu Mengqi's performance was nothing short of theatrical. "Oh, so someone dares to bully our God of Killing Gang?" he exclaimed. "Fear not, miss, we only bully others. No one can bully us." He strode confidently toward Li Ru and the others. As he approached Li Ru, his expression shifted from menacing to one of intrigue as he took in her beauty. Despite the swelling on one side of her face, her exquisite features and clear eyes ignited a spark of mischief within him. The women surrounding such a small-time delinquent are never in short supply. Even female students are often drawn to him, as there are indeed many who idolize such ruffians. However, how could those worldly women possibly compare to the pure and innocent beauty before us? This pristine beauty is precisely the type that Tianlong is fond of. Once he tires of her, he might allow others to partake in the remnants of his indulgence. With a grin, the yellow-haired man turned to Li Ru and said, "Beauty, you frightened our young lady here and even struck her friend. By rights, you should at least compensate us with 80,000 or 100,000. However, our Tianlong is a reasonable man. He instructed me to mention that the young lady also bears some responsibility, so we can let bygones be bygones. But there is one condition. You must agree to dine with Tianlong. I wonder if you would be so gracious?" The onlookers, hearing such shameless words, were acutely aware of Gu Tianlong's ruthless nature and excessive lechery. Several female students at the school had already suffered at his hands. Yet who could challenge him when he wielded both wealth and influence? Li Ru, being naturally reserved and focused on her studies, had little experience with such thugs and ruffians. Nevertheless, she was not naive. She did not believe a word of the yellow-haired man's claims, nor did anyone else present. As she observed the insidious smile on the yellow-haired man's face, Li Ru felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively retreated a few steps. Seeking refuge behind her cousin, Li Tai, who was merely a few months her senior and her sole support at that moment. Noticing his terrified cousin hiding behind him, this 18-year-old boy resolutely stepped forward and declared, "You might as well give up. My sister will not go out with you." "Oh, how audacious. Do you know who holds sway in Chunning County?" With Li Tai's blatant refusal, the yellow-haired man's expression darkened, and he threatened fiercely. "I do not know who holds sway in Chunning County, but I do know that it is not you who dictates matters at Chunning County Number 1 High School. Just as the yellow-haired man's threats lingered in the air, a middle-aged man in his 50s pushed the door open and entered. Principal Fong, Director Huang, Thea Yang, they exclaimed in surprise. Fong Yu, the principal of Chunning County Number 1 High School, had taught for 30 years and had a multitude of successful students. Not only in the county, but even in the city, most would show him a degree of respect, as no one could tell whether one of his former students might be in a position of power. At that moment, the yellow-haired man's face turned pale. Fong Yu was someone specifically instructed by Gu Tianlong to avoid offending too much. Thus, he could only force a smile and said, Principal Fong, I'm a rough man and not good with words. Of course, Chunning Number 1 High School is under your authority. Fong Yu replied with a cold snort. Inform Gu Tianlong that this is Chunning Number 1 High School, and it is not his place to act recklessly here. Yes, Principal Fong, you are absolutely right. The yellow-haired man nodded obsequiously, yet Fong Yu chose to ignore him. Director Huang, please explain the specifics of the situation to me, Fong Yu requested. Certainly, Principal, Director Huang replied, and then proceeded to recount the entire incident to Fong Yu, even presenting him with the cafeteria surveillance footage. After watching the video, Principal Fong cast a glance at Gu Mengqi and furrowed his brow. This was not the first time Gu Mengqi had caused trouble at school, but due to her father's close ties with certain officials in the Education Bureau, addressing the issue was quite challenging. He then looked over at Li Ru and Li Tai, who stood nearby. Both students were promising scholars, particularly Li Ru. Unfortunately, having crossed paths with Gu Mengqi, and given her rural background, resolving the matter seemed daunting. Have Li Ru and Li Tai's parents arrived yet? Principal Fong inquired of Director Huang. Not yet, Principal, Director Huang replied. Just as he finished speaking, Li Rui and 3 others knocked and entered. Leading the group was Aunt Ba, who was visibly distressed for her son. She hurried to Li Tai and anxiously asked, Are you all right? Are you injured anywhere? While speaking, she inspected his body from head to toe. Li Tai, noticing the many onlookers, quickly intervened, saying, Mom, I'm fine. Upon hearing her son's reassurances, Aunt Ba finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned to approach Teacher Yang to inquire about the situation. Chapter 18. Fury at this moment. Aunt Chi had approached Li Ru, gently caressing her daughter's swollen face, her eyes glistening with tears. For 10 years, her daughter had endured hardships alongside her, and it was heartbreaking to discover that she had been bullied at school as well. Feeling inadequate as a mother, Aunt Chi fought to suppress her sorrow, determined not to bring shame upon her daughter. Behind Aunt Chi, Li Rui observed the redness and swelling on Li Ru's face, a flicker of anger igniting within him. How could his unfortunate cousin be subjected to such violence? The bruises on her face were a testament to the force of the blow she had received. With both sets of parents now present, it was time to address the situation. We have the video evidence. Please take a look, Principal Fong announced. Upon hearing his words, Li Rui and the others stepped forward to view the surveillance footage, while Huang Mao chose to remain back. He understood the nature of his young mistress and knew she had instigated the conflict. However, he felt indifferent. After all, what did reason matter when strength dictated the outcome? Gu Mengqi, do you acknowledge that you struck first? Principal Fong's eyes flashed with indignation as he regarded the nonchalant Gu Mengqi standing nearby. So what if I did? That vixen seduced my boyfriend, Gu Mengqi retorted defensively. Enough of your nonsense. It was Shimin who harassed Li Ru and wrote her love letters, which she never even glanced at. I discarded those letters myself. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Chen Qianxue interjected, her voice laced with fury as she defended her friend. I know your father is in the building materials business and possesses some influence, but that means nothing in my family's eyes. You'd best consult your father about whether our family is someone you can provoke, Gu Mengqi threatened Chen Qianxue. That's enough. The video evidence is clear. Gu Mengqi initiated the assault on Li Ru, and Li Tai injured a fellow student with a chair. Each party is to cover their medical expenses. Gu Mengqi will receive a formal reprimand. If there is a next time, you will be expelled, Principal Fong warned coldly. Do you have any objections to this resolution? He inquired. No. Aunt Chi and Huang Mao replied in unison. Seeing their agreement, Principal Fong turned to Huang Mao, issuing a stern warning. This is a school. Do not cause any disturbances here. Of course, Huang Mao quickly assented. After the matter was settled, Principal Fong prepared to leave, but paused to hand Li Ru a business card. This is my number. Call me if you need anything. Ultimately, he was just a principal. Despite his connections, there were limits to his influence. He could manage the school, but not the world outside its walls. Thus, he left his contact information for this promising student, lamenting the constraints of his role. Once Principal Fong departed, Huang Mao resumed his arrogant demeanor and continued to taunt Li Ru. Are you reconsidering your stance? Dining with Brother Tianlong would absolve those students of their medical expenses. Otherwise, it would be quite perilous for a girl as beautiful as you to traverse the streets alone. Though his tone was seemingly nonchalant, the lewd grin accompanying his words conveyed a palpable threat. Li Rue, who stood nearby, comprehended the entirety of the situation and, upon witnessing the swelling on his cousin's face, felt an overwhelming rage brewing within him. The venomous words of the yellow-haired boy only intensified his fury. Is that so? How exactly do you intend to make me unsafe? Li Rue stepped directly in front of the yellow-haired boy, locking eyes with him and articulating each word with deliberate emphasis. The fire in his gaze caused the yellow-haired boy to tremble inwardly. However, he reassured himself. Considering his affiliation with the God of Death gang, what could a mere rural nobody do? Such a stunning beauty, if she were to be abducted off the street and subjected to unspeakable horrors, would be a tragic loss. Yet, by merely dining with Brother Tianlong, her safety could be assured. Why not take advantage of such an opportunity? Dine? Let your mother dine instead. How dare a mutt like you threaten a member of the Li family? The voice of fury erupted suddenly as Li Rue lifted his foot and delivered a precise kick to the yellow-haired boy's abdomen. The impact sent him hurtling backward like an arrow, crashing against the office furniture, which collapsed in disarray. Having undergone systematic training and possessing advanced combat skills, Li Rue's strength was now unparalleled, even without exerting his full force. His kick packed a power of at least 400 kilograms, far beyond what the yellow-haired boy's average physique could endure. Fortunately, the kick landed on his stomach, inflicting excruciating pain but sparing him from severe injury. Had it struck a rib, several would surely have shattered. After a few agonizing seconds of wailing, the yellow-haired boy lay sprawled on the wreckage of the furniture, frothing at the mouth and drifting into a daze. The onlookers, including Director Huang and Teacher Yang, stood frozen in shock, while Li Ru and Li Tai were equally astonished by their cousin's ferocity. The accomplices of Gu Mengqi trembled in fear, questioning how anyone could be so brutal. Had they known Li Ru had such a formidable brother, who would have dared to provoke her? A single kick that sent a person flying several meters. Was this still human? He resembled a savage beast. You dared strike him? Do you not realize whom you are dealing with? He is a member of the God of Death gang. Are you not afraid of death? Gu Mengqi stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Li Rue. This rural bumpkin possessed audacious bravery to strike someone from the God of Death gang. Did he not fear retaliation? Yet, his strength was undeniable. One kick capable of hurling a person across the room and shattering solid wood furniture was indeed terrifying. Li Rue cast a cold glance at Gu Mengqi. Is that finger of yours feeling particularly reckless? You dare touch me, and my brother will ensure your family suffers a fate worse than death. Oh, then I shall relish the opportunity to test just how powerful your brother truly is. With that, he swung his palm forcefully toward Gu Mengqi's face. With a sudden crack, a piercing scream followed, and Gu Mengqi was flung away. You dared strike me? She questioned Li Rue, her lips stained with blood. Moments later, as the pain radiated across her face, she began to wail in despair, her cheeks swelling at a visible rate. A few minutes later, after spitting out the blood from her mouth, Gu Mengqi struggled to rise, ready to threaten once more, only to be met with Li Rue's frostbitten gaze, which silenced her instantly. At that moment, the disheveled Huang Mao awakened, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with the pitiable sight of his own young mistress. As the agonizing pain coursed through him, he recalled being kicked away by the man before him. Under the weight of Li Rue's gaze, Huang Mao dared not utter a word, laboriously rising to approach Gu Mengqi. Miss, a wise warrior does not seek vengeance in the heat of the moment. Let us gather some assistance and ensure they pay for this later, he murmured. Feeling utterly wronged, Gu Mengqi, the esteemed young lady of the Gu family, had never before been struck. Overcome with emotion, she wept and stormed out, with Huang Mao trailing behind, hunched over and clutching his abdomen. Standing nearby, Chen Xinxue overheard Huang Mao's words and promptly relayed his intent to gather reinforcements for retribution, cautioning everyone present. Uncle Ba, Aunt Ba, and Aunt Chi, along with Li Tai and Li Ru, were visibly shaken. They realized the gravity of offending such a gang. Yet, Li Rue remained unfazed, considering them mere ruffians who exploited their numbers for mischief. Undoubtedly, he was not intimidated. With bodyguards costing only 2 million each, he could easily spend 100 billion to acquire 5,000 of them. With the advantage of numbers and a systematic approach, Li Rue feared no one, let alone these so-called petty thugs, who were nothing more than a rabble of insignificant miscreants. Chapter 19. Interception of the 100. Observing the trembling girls nearby, Li Rue reached into his pocket and pulled out a wad of crisp banknotes, casually tossing them onto the girls. This is for your medical expenses. Should I ever hear of you bullying Li Rue again, I will twist your heads off and use them as balls. He threatened the group of girls who had been complicit in the bullying. Were it not for the fact that these girls had not inflicted any substantial harm on Li Rue, and out of respect for Principal Fong, Li Rue would have preferred not to offer so-called medical fees. Merely refraining from slapping each of them would have sufficed. All right, we won't dare again. The girls chorused in unison. With an older brother capable of sending someone flying with a single kick, who would dare provoke her? They resolved to steer clear of Li Rue in the future, as they had no desire to experience the sensation of flying through the air. Afterwards, Li Rue apologized to Director Huang and Teacher Yang, compensating for all damages incurred in the office, and granted Li Rue and Li Tai a half-day leave. Once the leave was secured, Li Rue led everyone towards the school gate, for he now possessed an abundance of money, and, having come to school, he naturally wished to purchase some items for his younger siblings. Particularly for Li Rue, although her clothes were tidy and clean, they had become faded and ill-fitting, clearly showing the signs of having been worn for many years. Initially, Li Rue was reluctant to accept Li Rue's offer to buy her things. Being a girl with a strong sense of pride, she was acutely aware that her cousin S family was not particularly affluent, and thus, she was unwilling to accept such gifts. However, upon hearing her mother recount the recent events within their family, she was taken aback. Her cousin Li Rue had not only managed to allocate $50 million for the restoration of the ancestral hall, but had also acquired a luxury sports car worth over $10 million, in addition to establishing a family education fund. According to her mother, if she were to gain admission to a prestigious university, the family scholarship could reward her with millions. Given her academic capabilities, she felt quite confident about her chances of being admitted to a top-tier university. This would alleviate her mother's burdens, allowing her to purchase a large house for them both. With this thought in mind, Li Rue gazed at her cousin Li Rue with a heart full of admiration and gratitude. Li Tai was equally astonished. Was this truly the cousin who had trailed behind him in childhood? He had transformed into such an eminent figure, capable of effortlessly producing $50 million for an ancestral hall, possessing 20 bodyguards, and driving a sports car worth over $10 million. His cousin was indeed extraordinary. As the group reached the school gate, four bodyguards stood beside 2 Range Rover vehicles, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the bodyguards and the luxury vehicles, Li Tai and Li Rue were finally convinced that the incredible tales they had heard were not mere figments of their imagination. Everything was indeed real. "Miss, please get in the car," said Li Er, a towering figure with bulging muscles, addressing Li Rue as Mississippi. She momentarily froze, her face flushing crimson. No, I am not a miss," she replied, lowering her gaze in embarrassment. "You are the boss's cousin, which makes you a lady of the Li family," Li Er stated with a serious expression. Listening to Li Er's words, Li Rue remained silent, bending down to enter the car. Being naturally introverted, she was not adept at argumentation, and Li Er's assertions seemed to resonate with her. Her cousin's efforts to reunite the family made her acutely aware of her own place within it. Thus, it was reasonable for the bodyguard to address her as Mississippi. Yet, the rapidity of her shift in identity left her quite unmoored. As the group prepared to head towards the largest shopping center in the county, 2 9-seater vans hurtled into the same lane as Li Rue's vehicle. Suddenly, the vans screeched to a halt, and over 20 individuals poured out, followed by dozens of motorcycles and electric scooters, amassing a crowd that surely exceeded 100. Each individual brandished either baseball bats or steel pipes. Observing this motley crew of dyed hair and tattooed thugs, Li Rue deduced without a shadow of a doubt that they were the very individuals summoned by the earlier yellow-haired man and Guminchi. Bystanders on the street, witnessing such a daunting assembly, hastily retreated in fear. Residents peering out from their windows, initially drawn by the commotion, were taken aback by the sight before them. In a county capable of assembling such a force, who but Gu Tianlong could orchestrate such a spectacle? Aware of the notorious reputation of Gu Tianlong, the residents hastily closed their windows, eager to avoid any trouble. Only a few daring souls remained, peering through their windows to observe the unusual scene, intrigued by the rare display of chaos. At this moment, the overwhelming spectacle was not just intimidating to the passers-by. What were they to do? Clearly, these were Gu Tianlong's men. Inside the car, Aunt Ba was trembling in fear, while Uncle Ba and Aunt Chi's expressions had turned grave. "Brother, let us call the police," Li Ru suggested, her face drained of color. Yet, despite his own slight tremors, Li Tai's eyes reflected a resolute determination to protect his family. "No need," Li Rue replied. "A mere band of ruffians. This 100-strong crowd may seem imposing, but they are nothing more than a gaggle of miscreants. In fact, a significant portion of them, rather than being genuine gangsters, are just a bunch of spirited youths. I surmise that only the 20-odd individuals disembarking from the vans are the core members of the so-called killer gang. The remaining 80 or 90 are likely just schoolyard delinquents, many of whom are still students. Even without the 4 bodyguards at my side, I, having undergone systematic enhancement, could easily handle 30 of these youths single-handedly. However, as the saying goes, one must exert full strength even against a rabbit. It is essential to instill a profound sense of terror in these societal miscreants, a fear akin to that of purgatory. Li Yi, contact Li Wu and the others and instruct them to come at once. Understood, boss, Li replied promptly. Proceeding to call Li Wu and the other 15 bodyguards, who had been temporarily stationed at a hotel in the county, not far from their location. Upon receiving Li Yi's call, they swiftly made their way towards the county's first high school. Although 20 bodyguards are more than sufficient to deal with 100 or so individuals, his intention extends beyond merely teaching them a lesson. He aims to instill a profound sense of fear within them, ensuring they dare not provoke him again. Subsequently, Li Rue proceeded to procure 180 junior bodyguards from the system. Ding! The host has purchased 180 junior bodyguard at the cost of 360 million yuan, leaving a balance of 95 billion Longwu coins in the financial account. The bodyguards have been deployed within a 1-kilometer radius. Let us go and meet them. He instructed several bodyguards, including Li Yi, before turning to Li Tai. "You are a man of our family. Take good care of your mother and cousin." "Brother, I want to go too," Li Tai asserted with determination gleaming in his eyes. "It is not your place to go while I am here. Have you forgotten my skills? Besides, none of my bodyguards are inept. Each is as capable as I am. Furthermore, I have allies in the county who are en route as we speak. Rest assured, take care of your cousin and mother in the car. Should anything happen, I will hold you accountable," Li Rue remarked, initially with a smile, then with a serious tone directed at Li Tai. "Brother." As Li Tai attempted to protest further, Li Rue cut him off, turning to Uncle Ba. "Uncle Ba, I'll leave the car in your hands. Is Xiao Rue really all right?" Uncle Ba inquired, his concern evident. Li Rue nodded in silence, and then turned toward the group of over 100 ruffians. "Who is in charge here?" Li Rue inquired calmly, unperturbed by the crowd. "You, kid, walked into hell when there was no door, didn't you? Weren't you quite arrogant a moment ago, even striking me? Go ahead, try hitting me again." No one responded to Li Rue's question. Instead, a yellow-haired individual approached slowly. This was the very person Li Rue had sent flying with a kick in the school office. "Oh, such an unusual request. I truly have never encountered one like it. Are you certain?" Li Rue feigned surprise as he addressed the yellow-haired man. Chapter 20. Collision of Titans dare to strike me? Do you have the audacity? Behind me stand over 100 brothers. Should you lay a finger on me, I assure you, you shall meet a fate worse than death today. The brazen young man, emboldened by the presence of his companions, continued, "If you wish to live, surrender your sister to Brother Tianlong for a bit of amusement. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here alive. Ha ha ha." With the backing of his numerous allies, the young man felt invincible. Over the years, he had never encountered an adversary who remained resolute in the face of such overwhelming numbers. He was convinced that the person before him would be no exception. "Oh, I have never encountered anyone with such demands. Li, do you think I should acquiesce to his request?" Li Rue asked Li Yi, his tone seemingly nonchalant. Yet a chilling glint in his eyes sent a shiver down Li Yi's spine. Their boss was clearly incensed. No one could threaten a member of their family and escape unscathed, at least not the brazen young man before them. Before Li Yi could respond, Li Rue darted forward like a flash of lightning, covering the distance of several meters in less than a second to stand before the young man. The latter had believed that the distance would provide him with a moment of safety, emboldened by the presence of his 100-plus brothers, leading him to act with such arrogance. However, in less than a second, Li Rue was upon him. As the distance shrank to under a meter, the young man's pupils dilated in shock. Suddenly, a familiar large foot came crashing toward him, and a classic tune echoed in his mind. "It's a feeling like flying." With a resounding thud, the young man was hurled into the crowd, causing several others to topple in chaos. As for the young man, his eyes rolled back, and he foamed at the mouth, succumbing to unconsciousness. "Obri, what remarkable skill! A voice exclaimed unexpectedly. From behind the throng emerged a young man in his 30s, stepping out of a luxurious Maybach S680. Clad in Martin boots and distressed jeans, he wore a beach shirt and a gold chain thick as a pinky finger. His arms were adorned with various tattoos, and a serpent coiled around his neck, its cold eyes glimmering ominously. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he clapped his hands as he approached, flanked by two towering men, each standing at least 9 meters tall, their muscular physiques rivaling those of Li Yi and his companions, suggesting they were skilled fighters as well. My friend, with such impressive skills, why not join my Blood God gang? If you do, all past grievances will be forgotten. From now on, you shall be my brother. Whatever I have to eat, you shall have to drink. Wouldn't that be splendid? The young man extended an enticing offer to Li Rui. Huh, you must be the one in charge. I have no interest in joining your gang. I am rather curious. Though, what are you scheming with such a grand display? Li Rui scrutinized the young man, who was clearly no paragon of virtue. He surmised correctly. Gu Tianlong, the brother of Gu Mengqi, was indeed the true mastermind behind this encounter. Brother, I advise you not to decline a toast, and instead face the consequences of your actions. I am a person of genuine affection, and it is only due to your capabilities that I extend this opportunity to you. Otherwise, should you dare to lay a hand on my sister, you shall meet a fate most dire, one from which neither you nor your family shall escape, Gu Tianlong stated, exhaling a cloud of smoke as if extinguishing a life were as trivial as dispatching a mere chicken or duck. You are Gu Tianlong, are you not? I urge you to refrain from issuing threats, for I am most averse to them, especially when they concern my family and kin. To mitigate any unforeseen consequences, I shall eliminate this threat entirely. Would you care to test me? Li Rui's words were equally composed, yet the menace they conveyed surpassed that of Gu Tianlong. The bioengineered beings within the system were not merely bodyguards, they were assassins as well. However, he preferred not to resort to such extremes unless absolutely necessary. For Blue Star was a society governed by law. He feared that once he initiated such actions, he might lose control, for wielding the power over life and death could easily lead to moral corruption. Nonetheless, should anyone threaten his family or kin, he would not hesitate to ensure their eternal disappearance. Oh, how intriguing. It is truly amusing that after more than 10 years in the game, I am threatened for the first time today. Ha ha. Do you have any idea who my father is? Quite amusing indeed. Iron Fist. Why don't you step up and measure his worth? Gu Tianlong exhaled more smoke, turning to one of the burly figures behind him. Understood, young master. One of the towering figures, standing at nearly 6 feet 3, stepped forward with swift determination. You dare threaten young Master Gu? I will crush your skull to dust. He sneered as he approached Li Rui menacingly. Kneel and beg for forgiveness, and offer your sister to me for a bit of amusement. I might grant you clemency one last time. This is your final opportunity. Iron Fist has fought 28 matches in the underground boxing scene of Star City, achieving 28 victories with none lost. His prowess is of a world-class caliber, and he is one of my father's most formidable fighters. Gu Tianlong had heard of Li Rui from Huang Mao, which was why he had initially concealed himself, to ascertain whether Li Rui was indeed as formidable as Huang Mao had claimed. Li Rui, too, had heard of Huang Mao's tales, which painted Li Rui as exceptionally beautiful and pure, captivating amidst the more worldly and seductive temptations that had long since lost their appeal to him. Upon hearing Gu Tianlong's vile words, Li Rui chose silence, for it was futile to engage with one destined to be undone. He merely turned to Li Yi and said, "You go and test him." The purpose of hiring bodyguards is, of course, for one's own protection. With a bodyguard present, there was no necessity for personal involvement. Though Iron Fist appeared formidable, Li Rui did not believe he would be outmatched, yet safety was paramount. With Li Yi and others around, there was no pressing need for him to take action himself. "Very well, boss," Li Yi replied, promptly shedding his shirt to reveal muscles as solid as steel. As he clenched his fists, his muscles bulged like balloons, and anyone standing behind him would perceive the visage of a human face emblazoned across his back. Those familiar with a certain animated series would undoubtedly remark, "Is that not the ghost back?" He chuckled. "Where did you find these bodybuilders? Do you really think that sheer muscle can secure a victory?" Gu Tianlong mocked. Having already taken note of the 4 bodyguards behind Li Rui, he did not consider these 4 individuals worthy of comparison to Iron Fist, although their physiques were indeed imposing. Such stature could easily be acquired with a bit of financial investment. Many bodybuilders possess similar builds. However, when it comes to practical combat abilities, they are not on the same level as fighters. Engaging a combat master like Iron Fist incurs a yearly expense in the millions, and he doubted that the young man before him could afford such a luxury. Whether he can fight or not, we shall find out. Although Li Yi was merely called by name, as a senior bodyguard of the system, he immediately understood Li Rui's intent. Yes, boss. With that, Li Yi propelled himself backward with his right foot, charging toward Iron Fist like a rampaging bull. In less than a second, he closed the distance to within a meter of Iron Fist, his right hand drawn back, gathering power before delivering a fierce punch aimed squarely at Iron Fist's face. Chapter 21. Overpowering the weak Iron Fist, a seasoned veteran in the underground boxing scene of Star City, boasts an impressive record of 28 wins and no losses, proving he is no mere amateur. He raised his left hand just in time to intercept the powerful right punch from Li Yi, causing Li Yi's fist to whistle past Iron Fist's ear. The rush of air made it abundantly clear to Iron Fist that had that punch landed, he would have been knocked out on the spot. In that moment, he realized that this towering and robust man was not merely the bodybuilder Gu Tianlong had described, but a true martial arts expert, one whose prowess was on par with his own. At this juncture, Li Yi was past his prime strength, yet to regain fresh vigor, and they were positioned uncomfortably close, a perfect opportunity for a counterattack. As a seasoned fighter, Iron Fist seized the moment, driving his knee forcefully toward Li Yi's vulnerable ribs. Should this strike connect, even someone with Li Yi's elite physical capabilities could find themselves with several fractured ribs, and should fortune turn against him, a broken rib could puncture a lung, resulting in a fatal outcome. This exemplified the utter disregard for life that Iron Fist and his associates exhibited. However, Li Yi was no slouch either. As a high-ranking bodyguard produced by a superior system, he possessed world-class fighting skills and lightning-fast reflexes. He pressed his left palm downward, effectively neutralizing the onslaught of Iron Fist's knee strike, and swiftly leaped backward, escaping the range of Iron Fist's attack. Though this was a mere momentary engagement, it allowed Li Yi to discern that Iron Fist was indeed a formidable opponent of his caliber. Watching from the sidelines, Gu Tianlong's expression shifted as he realized the gravity of the situation. Iron Fist was one of the most formidable fighters under his father's command, and he knew the immense power behind that knee strike. The fact that this bodyguard could withstand Iron Fist's assault with just his palm indicated that he was equally strong. If this bodyguard was so formidable, with 3 others by his side, the consequences of a simultaneous attack could be dire. Considering this, Gu Tianlong discreetly signaled to a tall, burly man behind him. The seasoned protector, known as the Beast, had been assigned to safeguard Gu Tianlong for several years and understood the unspoken command. He nodded subtly and began to advance. Opposite them, Li Rui watched the fight with keen interest. However, as high-ranking bodyguards, Li Er, Li San, and Li Si remained vigilant, acutely aware of their surroundings. They quickly caught sight of the Beast's movements. "Boss," Li Er indicated to Li Rui about the Beast's actions, one of them said. With a cold laugh, Li Rui responded, "Playing tricks, are we? If not for my desire to assess the strength of Li Yi and the other elite bodyguards, I would have already charged in. As for the code of martial ethics, I'm not bound by any sect principles. Besides, it is they who have disregarded such ethics first. You 3, go teach them what rules truly mean." "Understood, boss." The trio promptly shed their garments, revealing physiques that rivaled Li Yi's own sculpted muscles. "Where do you think you're going?" Moving forward with cautious intent, the imposing figure of the bear, focused on ambushing Li Yi, was suddenly startled by a voice beside him. Unbeknownst to him, 3 muscular brutes had encircled him, rendering his situation akin to a beautiful maiden beset by ruffians. "What are your intentions? If you possess true skill, confront me one-on-one. 3 against 1 hardly constitutes valor," he retorted indignantly. The bear himself was no novice, possessing world-class combat prowess. However, upon observing the towering stature and formidable build of his 3 adversaries, a twinge of apprehension crept in. After all, Li Yi's strength was not to be underestimated, suggesting that his companions were of similar caliber. With a smirk, one of the brutes declared, "We are not heroes. We are merely the boss's bodyguards." As the words left his lips, the trio lunged at the bear in unison, unleashing a torrent of fists and feet upon him. Faced with 3 opponents of equal skill, and even slightly inferior in physical conditioning, the bear found himself unable to defend, swiftly being overwhelmed and collapsing to the ground with anguished cries. Iron Fist, engaged in a relatively even match with Li Yi, witnessed the bear, who was of comparable ability, being brutally assaulted. Recognizing the impending danger, he hastily retreated from his skirmish with Li Yi, understanding that if he did not distance himself, he would be the next target once the three dealt with the bear. The sight of the bear's torment sent waves of pain coursing through Iron Fist's own body. At that moment, Gu Tianlong, observing the scene, erupted in fury, exclaiming, "You lack honor, bullying the outnumbered. Brothers, charge. Do numbers intimidate me? I, Li Rue, fear not the many," he proclaimed. Suddenly, from a nearby alley, nearly 200 robust men surged forth, each towering at 1.8 meters with bulging muscles. These are the 180 junior bodyguards Li Rue had summoned moments earlier, joined by 16 stationed at the hotel, totaling an imposing force of 196. As the entire battalion of muscular men stood resolutely before Li Rue, they bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, boss." The over 100 petty thugs advancing towards Li Rue halted in their tracks, faces stricken with terror, internally lamenting their dire predicament. Of the motley crew, only about 20 were core members of the Killing God gang. The remainder were mere street thugs, emboldened only by favorable odds. Faced with this formidable assembly, they trembled in fear, regretting not fleeing, had it not been for Gu Tianlong's usual intimidation. Despite their reluctance to flee, each cursed Gu Tianlong inwardly, questioning his intelligence for provoking such formidable foes without understanding their strength. Today may very well mark their demise. Simultaneously, Gu Tianlong cursed Huang Mao, thinking, "Is this the so-called capable country bumpkin you spoke of? I may very well meet my end because of him." As he braced himself for the confrontation, beads of cold sweat trickled down his face, despite the weather being relatively mild. "Ha ha ha, my dear brother, it is all a misunderstanding. Just moments ago, the arrogant Gu Tianlong now wears a smile that reeks of ingratiation, his swift transformation worthy of mastering a traditional craft. A misunderstanding? Were you not the one who requested my cousin's company? How can this be deemed a misunderstanding? Speak once more, and perhaps I shall acquiesce to your wishes." Li Rue said, his face alight with the warmth of spring as he flashed a smile he deemed benevolent at Gu Tianlong. "Nay, nay, it is truly a misunderstanding. To atone for my transgressions to you, my esteemed elder brother, I have resolved to host a banquet at the Phoenix restaurant for all our brothers. From this moment forth, your sister shall be as my sister, and you shall be my elder brother." Gu Tianlong, wearing a smile as humble as it was insincere, internally mused that a true hero does not suffer immediate losses. "Today, you may hold the title of elder brother, but such a status cannot be eternal. I have stated that none shall threaten my family. If you doubt my words and insist on testing my resolve, then I shall fulfill your desires. Bring it on." "Yes, boss," replied 200 strong men in unison. Observers from the houses lining the streets, witnessing the unfolding events, gasped in astonishment, marveling at how Gu Tianlong, who had been so arrogant for years, was finally being dealt with. Coincidentally, class was just dismissed at the nearby school, and many students, upon hearing the news, gathered at the school gate to watch. "Isn't that Gu Tianlong, the brother of Gu Mingqi? He has been beaten? What a relief!" exclaimed a student, recognizing Gu Tianlong. Chapter 22. Umbrella Security Company Shu. Refrain from speaking carelessly. Are you not afraid of Gu Tianlong seeking retribution? Upon hearing this, the student who had just spoken promptly covered their mouth. Indeed, even though Gu Tianlong and his associates were currently suffering a severe beating, he was not someone they could afford to provoke. Merely a minute had passed since Li Rue's command, and Gu Tianlong, along with over 100 ruffians, including Iron Fist, lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated by Li Rue's 200 bodyguards, who unleashed a torrent of anguish. Rather than a fight, it resembled a one-sided slaughter, with very few of the over 100 thugs able to retaliate against adversaries 10 times their strength. From a distance, Gu Mingqi observed the entire scene and, trembling, dialed a number on her phone, saying, "Dad, my brother is being beaten." Once the chaos was quelled and the crowd silenced, Li Rue approached the groaning Gu Tianlong, who remained on the ground. As Gu Tianlong lay there, he caught sight of a pair of shoes and, looking up, saw the face of Li Rue. "Brother, you are my elder brother. Please spare me. I shall never dare again." "Spare you? As a law-abiding citizen, how could I harm you? I'm merely passing by." A scoundrel like Gu Tianlong was hardly worthy of Li Rue's direct intervention. Sullying his hands with such filth was out of the question. However, to let him go was equally implausible. Li Rue signaled to a nearby bodyguard, who instantly comprehended his intent and nodded. Just as Li Rue turned to walk towards his vehicle, for excruciating screams resonated behind him. A junior bodyguard had ruthlessly shattered Gu Tianlong's limbs. inflicting shattering fractures that would never fully heal. In this society governed by law, such acts of causing permanent disability could not be directly attributed to Li Rui. Even if Gu Tianlong acted unlawfully and the police were summoned, it would merely result in one person facing the consequences while the other retained the means to hire the finest legal counsel, ultimately emerging unscathed after a few years. Having incapacitated Gu Tianlong, Li Rui paid no heed to the throng of over 100 thugs sprawled on the ground. Many were merely misguided students. A lesson was sufficient, and he desired to avoid escalating the situation further. Witnessing Gu Tianlong's plight, the remaining ruffians, fearing a similar fate, were gripped by trepidation. Noticing Li Rui's indiferencia, they helped each other to their feet and hastily scurried away, while Gu Tianlong was carried off by several core members of the Killing Gods gang. After Li Rui entered his vehicle, those who had observed the entire episode within it wore expressions of mixed emotions. Seventh Aunt and Eighth Aunt, along with Li Rui, harbored a flicker of reverence in their eyes, while Eighth Uncle exhibited a hint of concern. Xiao Rui, will there be any repercussions for incapacitating Gu Tianlong? There's no need to worry, Uncle Ba. Individuals like Gu Tianlong possess their own set of rules. If anything were to go awry, the proper course of action would be to alert the authorities. Otherwise, they would have no place in this world. Even if they did contact the police. I have my means, Li Rui nonchalantly asserted. The system's biohuman bodyguards exhibit unwavering loyalty, executing commands with absolute fidelity, even to the point of sacrificing themselves. Should any issues arise, the bodyguards would assume full responsibility, ensuring that the matter could be resolved in a few years without significant repercussions. Contrasting with the skeptical gazes of others, Li Tai's eyes brimmed with admiration. Brother, are all these individuals under your command? You are truly remarkable. Do not speak recklessly. I am not some gangster overlord. These are merely bodyguards from our family security firm. We are law-abiding citizens of the Dragon Nation. Do you understand? Li Hui replied. Although Li Tai feigned compliance, his eyes conveyed disbelief, suggesting he was not so easily duped. Ding. Detection of increased family cohesion. The system rewards the host with 20 billion Dragon Nation coins. The funds are sourced entirely from foreign futures, stock markets, and virtual currencies, all verifiable for your peace of mind. The funds have been transferred to your foreign financial account. Upon hearing that the system had granted him an additional 20 billion Dragon Nation coins, Li Rui felt a deep sense of tranquility, albeit tinged with annoyance. Why not reward him with advancements in technology? He aspired to elevate the Dragon Nation, yet with such an abundance of wealth. Spending it all seemed an insurmountable challenge. Casting aside his worries, Li Rui turned his thoughts to the bodyguards. Previously, accommodating 20 bodyguards in a hotel was feasible. Now, with nearly 200, a new arrangement was necessary. Thus, he procured an elite commercial biohuman through the system. Ding! A transaction of 30 million Dragon Nation coins has been completed. The elite commercial biohuman has been deployed within a radius of 1 kilometer. Lu Yin, female, a citizen of the Dragon Nation, standing at 165 meters tall, aged 35. An orphan and a graduate of Harvard Business School, previously served as the CEO of a Fortune 100 company. Observing Lu Yan's impressive credentials, Li Rui reflected that 30 million Dragon Nation coins were indeed a worthwhile investment. Subsequently, he issued commands to Lu Yan via the system to establish a family group company, create a family fund, set up a security company, and construct a headquarters building, delegating all these accumulated tasks to her. He also provided Lu Yan with the newly acquired 20 billion Dragon Nation coins as startup capital. With an inexhaustible supply of funds, he preferred to focus on more significant pursuits rather than trivial matters. After concluding these affairs, Li Rui instructed Li Wu to announce loudly at the entrance of the school that he was a bodyguard from the Umbrella Security Company, assuring everyone that he was not a villain. Furthermore, he declared that the Umbrella Security Company would offer complimentary security services to the school for 1 year, dispatching 10 bodyguards daily to ensure the safety of students and faculty. This initiative aimed primarily to mitigate the negative impact of the recent tumultuous events, as the chaos at the school gates had generated considerable adverse consequences. Li Wu and his companions proclaimed themselves as bodyguards from a security company, offering complimentary protection services to the school. This positive image naturally mitigated the adverse effects brought about by such a grand event. The second reason was to safeguard Li Ru and Li Tai. Having dealt with the troublesome Gu Tianlong, one could not predict whether more formidable adversaries would emerge. Thus, it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Subsequently, Li Wu led the other bodyguards to coordinate with Liu Yin before the group departed in an orderly fashion. A band of clowns had delayed Li Rue and his companions for half an hour. Once all matters were settled, Li Rue resumed his journey with the group towards the shopping mall. Qingda Plaza, the largest shopping center in Chunning County, boasts 4 spacious and well-lit floors. Despite being situated in a small county, it harbors a considerable selection of high-end brands. Initially, Li Rue accompanied Li Ru to purchase a pair of glasses costing 3,000 yuan, before guiding the group to the 3rd floor, which was dedicated to apparel. Chapter 23. The transformation of Li Ru's shopping appears to be an innate passion for women. And Li Ru is no exception. Since the passing of her father, the number of garments she has purchased could be counted on one hand. Yet this does not imply a lack of desire for new attire. After all, the love for beauty is a woman's natural inclination. As she gazed upon the exquisite garments of various high-end brands within the mall, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, captivated by the allure of the displays. Though she hesitated to step inside, being young, she possessed a second-hand smartphone costing over 200 yuan, and she had gleaned some knowledge about the prices of certain brands online or through conversations with classmates from affluent backgrounds. The least expensive items from these high-end labels were still priced in the thousands, with some reaching tens of thousands. The exorbitance of such clothing rendered her devoid of the courage to even enter the store for a mere glance. As the group reached the entrance of a women's boutique, Li Ru found herself drawn to a particular dress, halting her steps involuntarily. The gown, crafted from a unique fabric, appeared as ethereal as clouds and as smooth as jade. Its design elegantly simple yet sophisticated. "Do you like it?" Li Rue inquired, observing his cousin, who seemed entranced by the dress. "Like it? Oh no, not at all." Li Ru, caught off guard, instinctively replied in the affirmative only to quickly retract her statement with fervent denials. "Come on, let's go inside and take a look." Li Rue insisted, disregarding her protests as he firmly guided her into the boutique, leaving the others outside. Upon their entrance, a saleswoman quickly approached, but upon noticing the faded garments adorning Li Ru, a flicker of barely concealed disdain crossed her eyes. Although Li Rue wore clothing worth several hundred yuan, she doubted that these two could afford anything priced at a minimum of 1,000 or even 10,000. Nevertheless, as a representative of a high-end brand, the saleswoman maintained a professional demeanor, and any disdain was merely a reflection of human nature. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you? What is the price of this dress?" Li Rue asked, pointing to the pristine white gown that had captured Li Ru's attention. "Sir, this dress is part of our brand's latest collection, designed by the renowned Gabriella Gannel, and crafted from our exclusive high-end silk. The price is 48,000 yuan. While Li Ru was aware of the brand's reputation for luxury, she had not anticipated such an exorbitant price. Upon hearing the cost, she instinctively reached for Li Rue. "Want to leave? Try it on," he commanded, his tone brooking no argument. The saleswoman, overhearing his intent, interjected, "Sir, this dress is quite expensive. Only our gold members may try it on." "Oh, what must one do to become a gold member?" "One must spend or recharge over 1 million yuan in our store to qualify for gold membership." Then have her select enough clothing to reach a total of 1 million yuan, Li Rue declared without a moment's hesitation, instructing the saleswoman to assist Li Ru in accumulating the requisite amount. "Sir, are you serious?" Li Rue, disinterested in conversation, pulled up the previous bank balance text on his phone and presented it to the saleswoman, only to retract it a moment later. Though the second he held it out was brief, the saleswoman had barely a moment to scrutinize its contents. Yet the figure of 9 followed by a long string of zeros was unmistakable. "My goodness, over 90 million? Perhaps even more than 900 million? Or is it 90 billion? Does it truly matter?" The young woman faltered, and in a flurry, she invited him to explore their collection of women's apparel, suggesting, "Oh, let's start with this dress. It will look splendid on your figure." Feigning confusion, Li Rue asked, "Isn't a gold membership required?" "Oh, sir, you're a valued guest, so that is not necessary," she replied, though inwardly she mused. Had she known he possessed billions in his bank account, who would dare request a gold membership? Wealthy individuals often masquerade as modest, and he felt fortunate that he had not acted inappropriately. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. "Brother, perhaps we should refrain from purchasing. This is too expensive." Li Ru, who had never acquired many decent garments, expressed trepidation upon hearing that her cousin intended to buy her clothes worth 1 million yuan. That amount could buy 2 houses in their county. Her cousin's willingness to spend such an extravagant sum filled her with mixed emotions of gratitude and anxiety. "You are my cousin. Looking good reflects well on me. Money is no object, hurry and choose, Li Rue urged. As Li Rue hesitated to respond, Li Rue resorted to his earlier tactic, presenting the bank balance message once more and cheerfully asking, "Do you think your brother lacks funds?" Ignoring her stunned state, he continued, "All right, who is the brother here, you or I? I am the brother, so you shall heed my advice." At that moment, Li Rue's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Completing a simple task could yield him 20 billion in cash. A million seemed trivial, hardly even pocket change. By now, his attitude had shifted from that of small-time nouveau riche to one of substantial wealth. Realizing her brother possessed over 90 billion, and unable to resist Li Rue's insistence, Li Rue acquiesced and followed the saleswoman to select clothes. In the ensuing hour, as Li Rue tried on various outfits, while Li Rue continually praised her choices, the once shy and insecure girl, burdened by the loss of her father, gradually transformed into a cheerful and lively being, akin to a jubilant aureole. This metamorphosis was entirely attributable to Li Rue's actions today, which reinstated support for his cousin, who had lost her foundation at a young age, allowing the vivacious 18-year-old to reclaim her true essence. "Brother, do you think this dress is beautiful? This one seems quite nice as well," Li Rue exclaimed. Li Rue, acting like a well-oiled machine, nodded in affirmation, underestimating the fervor with which women approach shopping. Even with his superior physical prowess, honed through advanced combat skills, he found himself slightly overwhelmed. An hour later, Li Rue emerged from the women's clothing boutique with Li Rue, while the crowd waiting outside had nearly dozed off. Upon seeing the two finally exit, they eagerly approached. Li Rue joyfully began to introduce the clothes her cousin had purchased for her to her mother. These garments constituted merely 1/5 of the total purchases. The remainder was simply too much to carry, prompting them to request delivery to County No. 1 High School. The shop, of course, offered complimentary home delivery services. Watching her exuberant daughter, Su Dingxiang felt her eyes welling with tears. Her spirited daughter had returned, thanks to her nephew. She felt a sense of gratitude for not having remarried all those years ago. Otherwise, what connection would she have to her family today? In the following hours, Li Rue spent several thousand more to procure a few outfits for Li Tai, as well as a few for himself. The elders, however, resolutely refused to make any purchases, and Li Rue respected their wishes. After all, for those who had to toil in labor or agriculture, spending thousands on clothing, even if it was not their own money, was a difficult notion to accept. After completing the clothing purchases, he also acquired the latest Huawei Mate 60 RS 16 1T priced at 12,999 for both Li Rue and Li Tai, and transferred 100,000 yuan each as pocket money for them. Subsequently, he sent the two back to school while he and the elders returned to their village. Chapter 24. It turns out to be a noble family. Upon returning to the village, Li Rue invested 20 million yuan to acquire 10 intelligence agents, whom he named Zhao Yi to Zhao Shi. He subsequently tasked them with investigating the forces behind Gu Tianlong. If there were indeed more formidable individuals backing Gu Tianlong, it was inevitable they would cause him trouble again. Rather than remaining passive, Li Rue deemed it prudent to take the initiative, uncover the source of the trouble, and resolve it. Li Rue then contacted Li Wu to warn the individual harassing his cousin Li Ru, known as Shimenjin. He made it clear that if she dared to bother his cousin again, he would break his legs. The name Shimenjin did not evoke a sense of benevolence. While Li Rue instructed his agents to probe into the forces surrounding Gu Tianlong within a luxurious villa in Star City, Gu Yuanshan furiously smashed a teacup onto the floor. "Investigate. I want to know this boy's background. How dare he cripple my son? I want him dead. I want his entire family to perish." His thunderous roar rendered the onlookers silent. Back at school, Li Rue and Li Tai returned to their respective dormitories. At that moment, classes had yet to dismiss, and Li Rue was organizing a small selection of clothing her brother had purchased for her, feeling an unprecedented joy. The least expensive item was over 1,000 yuan, while the dress she wore was valued at 48,000 yuan. The most expensive clothing she had ever owned was a mere 100 yuan piece bought 3 years ago. She had never imagined she would wear such beautiful and costly attire. Thinking of her brother Li Rue's smile radiated like a blooming sunflower. Additionally, she held in her hand a Huawei phone worth over 10,000 yuan, a luxury few in her class possessed. After trying on the clothes for half an hour, Li Rue had finally sampled everything she brought back just as her classmates returned from their last class. Their dormitory housed 8 individuals, including Chun Qianxue. After the final class, students trickled back to their dorms. The first to enter was Chun Qianxue. who pushed open the door and immediately spotted Li Ru sitting on her bed amidst a sea of shopping bags. Li Ru greeted her with a smile, saying, "Qinshu, you're back." Chun Qinshu paused for a moment, then hurried over. "Xiaoru, are you alright? You're still smiling? I just heard about a large-scale brawl at the school gate. Did Gumingqi's brother cause you trouble? Are you okay?" Reassured by Chun Qinshu's concern, Li Ru smiled and replied, "It's all fine now, Qinshu. My brother Li Rue took care of it." "Your brother handled it? But Gumingqi's brother has over 100 subordinates. How did your brother manage that?" Chun Qinshu questioned incredulously. "My brother owns a security company." Li Ru then recounted the events she had witnessed to Chun Qinshu. Upon hearing that Li Rue had summoned 200 people, Chun Qinshu was astounded, having believed him to be merely an ordinary farmer. "Xiaoru, your brother runs a security company? How come you've never mentioned it before?" "I was previously unaware of this until today when my mother mentioned it. My cousin returned to the village a few days ago and contributed 50 million to renovate the ancestral hall, establish a family shrine, and create a family fund. Oh, and he also set up an education scholarship." "An education scholarship? What is that for?" Chun Qinshu inquired with a curious expression. "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. I only heard it from my mother. If I manage to enroll in a prestigious university, the family education scholarship will amount to 10 million. For gaining admission to a 211 university, it will be 5 million, 15 million for Hucking University. And if I am fortunate enough to be accepted into the National University of Defense Technology, it will be 20 million. What? Chun Qinshu was still processing this information when the other 6 individuals who had just returned to the dormitory gasped in astonishment. 20 million? Li Ru, do you comprehend what that entails? Are you boasting, or is your cousin? One girl mockingly retorted. Indeed, how is that even possible? Receiving 5 million for merely gaining admission to a 211 university? What is the point of education if one can be so carefree? Another chimed in. Yes. My parents only earn a few million a year from their business. To reward admission to a school with 10 million or 20 million is quite an exaggeration. Li Ru observed the 3 without responding. Although they were all from the same dormitory, their relationships with her were far from amicable. These 3 came from relatively affluent families, each earning at least several $100,000 a year, and naturally looked down upon her, the daughter of a farmer who could scarcely afford clothing. Li Ruteni, with her gentle temperament, chose silence, but Chun Qinshu would not let their words slide. "What business is it of yours? Who requires your belief?" Chun Qinshu rebutted, unfazed. Though Chun Qinshu's family was quite well off, with assets exceeding 100 million, she too doubted that her father could produce 20 million in cash, let alone for something as trivial as an education scholarship. Thus, she herself did not fully believe it. After all, she had known Li Ru for nearly 3 years. If Li Ru's family were truly that prosperous, how could she struggle to afford meals and clothing? However, as her close friend faced mockery, she felt compelled to support her unconditionally. As she thought about clothing, Chun Qinshu suddenly noticed that the garment Li Ru was wearing was unfamiliar to her, and it appeared quite new, in stark contrast to Li Ru's usual faded attire. "Xiaoru, did you purchase a new outfit?" Chun Qinshu asked in surprise. "Yes, my cousin bought it for me. Isn't it lovely?" Li Ru smiled unconsciously at the mention of her cousin, her enchanting eyes nearly narrowing into slits. Upon hearing Li Ru's affirmation, Chun Qinshu scrutinized the dress more closely. It seemed familiar to her, and after a moment of contemplation, her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Isn't this the dress from the Qingda Plaza Women's Boutique?" Li Ru was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to how her good friend knew this, before beaming as she replied, "Yes." "How did you know, Qinshu?" Chun Qinshu refrained from responding to Li Ru's retort. The reason she was aware of the situation was that she had also visited that place. However, the price was beyond her father's allowance. Turning to Li Ru, she inquired, "If my memory serves me right, that dress costs around 48,000, doesn't it? Your cousin must be exceptionally generous." "Indeed. My cousin purchased over 1 million yuan worth of clothing for me today. This is merely a fraction of it. A substantial amount will be delivered shortly. He even bought me the latest model of the Huawei phone," Li Ru replied, beaming as she held up the phone. Her smile today outshone any other in the past decade. A collective gasp emanated from the 6 dormitory residents present, including the 3 who had recently mocked Li Ru. These individuals, hailing from affluent backgrounds, were no strangers to luxury clothing boutiques, and upon hearing the price of Li Ru's dress, they scrutinized it closely and recognized its authenticity. It was only at this moment that they began to believe in the veracity of Li Ru's statements. If that were the case, then Li Ru's family was certainly not one to be trifled with, casually spending over £1 million on a student as attire. The prospect of them being able to allocate tens of millions as scholarships for their descendants was not far-fetched. Such a family could potentially possess assets in the hundreds of millions. This realization instilled a sense of apprehension, as they feared inciting trouble with their own families. Following the dormitory's revelations, the entire class learned of Li Ru, the once impoverished student. Having a cousin capable of summoning over 200 people and belonging to a prestigious family that could readily offer millions as examination scholarships. From that point onward, no one dared to bully Li Ru or Li Tai. Instead, individuals flocked to curry favor with them like a swarm of locusts. Chapter 25, 320 million for cars. 3 days had passed since the incident at County No. 1 Middle School, and on this day, Li Rui received the license plates for the McLaren P1 and 10 Range Rovers, arranged by Wang Zhongtian. Seizing the opportunity, Li Rui also placed an order for the Apollo Sun God at 25 million, the Bugatti Veyron at 43 million, the Hennessy Venom GT at 80 million, and the Lamborghini Veneno at 90 million, amounting to nearly 240 million in supercars, while he had already disbursed 250 million. To expedite the acquisition of these 4 vehicles, Li Rui, having already invested a significant sum, paid an additional 12 million. The top-tier supercars were inherently limited in availability, yet with ample financial resources, one could always secure a purchase. Although the expected delivery time could stretch to 2 or even 3 months. The extra 12 million he offered prompted Wang Zhongtian to assure him that the cars could be ready in just half a month. To Li Rui, the money felt inconsequential. Furthermore, he ordered 50 Range Rovers from the Umbrella Security Company and arranged for each household in the family to receive a Lincoln Navigator, totaling 7 vehicles. As for those without a driver's license, they would have to obtain one themselves. The family of his 7th aunt would have to wait for Li Ru to acquire her license before they could drive. And whether she would appreciate such rugged SUVs was of little concern to Li Rui. If she did not like them, they could always be sold. With everyone else purchasing, it was improbable that any household would abstain from buying. Such a trivial sum was hardly worth deliberation. Upon learning of Li Rui's intention to order vehicles worth a staggering 324 million, Wang Zhongtian was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, fervently swearing to deliver the cars on time. By this point, upon returning home, Li Rui had spent over 400 million, leaving a domestic bank balance of over 9.5 billion and an international financial account balance of over 89.5 billion. The elite businessman Liu Yan held 20 billion. Li Rui mused on how slowly the money seemed to be spent, feeling that such an abundance was nearly impossible to exhaust. During these days, the reconstruction of the family ancestral hall was progressing smoothly. Initially, Li Rui had intended for his uncles to hire individuals to build the hall themselves. However, it soon became apparent that such a large project was beyond individual capability. Certain designs necessitated the expertise of professional architectural firms, highlighting Li Rui's previous limitations as a financially struggling individual. The old ancestral hall had been demolished by excavators, yielding 4,000 square meters of land. Situated at the village's edge, surrounded by uninhabited, weedy terrain, the clearing process was relatively straightforward. With 10 excavators operating simultaneously, the area was prepared in merely 2.5 days. The ground for Li Rui's new 1,000 square meter house was also ready, and he could only marvel at how money facilitates endeavors. Whether for the ancestral hall or the new residence, they now awaited the architectural firm's design to commence construction. The magnitude of the Li family's activities quickly spread to over a dozen neighboring villages, creating quite a stir with a 50 million investment in the ancestral hall. Even Su Yingshan, located 30 kilometers away, caught wind of the news. On that day, while engaged in a game of mahjong with several others, he heard one of his companions exclaim, "Have you all heard? In the village of Lijia, located in Tianlong town, a notable figure has emerged, having invested a staggering 50 million in the renovation of ancestral hall. Indeed, I have also heard my aunt mention this. She lives merely 5 or 6 kilometers from Lijia village." She spoke of a prominent individual who returned in a luxury sports car worth several million, accompanied by dozens of bodyguards. Such a grand display. Su Yinshan was taken aback. He was aware that this individual operated a construction company. How could he have been oblivious to such a significant event? Had he known earlier, he would have certainly paid a visit, for securing such a substantial project could yield him millions. Tianlong town's Lijia village? It seems that the place where his daughter is married is indeed Lijia village. With this thought, he lost interest in the game of mahjong, pushed aside his tiles, and declared that he would not continue playing as he had matters to attend to. Without waiting for his companions to respond, he turned and left. Once in his vehicle, he retrieved his phone and dialed his daughter, Su Shiwedding, a number he hadn't called in over a decade. Typically, it was always Su Shiwedding who initiated the calls, and he responded with cool detachment. The reason behind this estrangement traces back more than 10 years, to a rather simple tale: a wealthy young lady rebelling against her family's arranged marriage, eloping with a poorer suitor. While the Su family was not exceptionally affluent, they were considered well off at that time. Whereas the family Su Shiwedding married into could hardly be deemed even modestly prosperous, they were in fact quite impoverished. Naturally, Su Inshan was filled with indignation. Had his daughter married into that wealthy family, his current business would have expanded tenfold. This resentment is why he's been so distant from her over the years. However, today he received unexpected news that the Li family had spent $50 million on renovating the ancestral hall. He felt compelled to call his daughter and inquire about the details. If he could secure this project, he might earn several million. Recently, Su Shiwedding and Li Tsong have been deliberating on the establishment of a new company. With the backing of a family entrepreneurial fund, financial concerns were not an issue, yet they had struggled for 2 to 3 days to determine a clear direction. Just as Su Shiwedding was deep in thought, she received a call from her father, Su Inshan. She was astonished. It had been over 10 years since he last reached out to her. Why was he calling now? With a sense of curiosity, she answered the phone. Father, what brings you to call? I heard that your village is renovating the ancestral hall, and that it will cost $50 million? Upon hearing her father's cold tone, Su Shiwedding finally grasped the reason for his call, feeling a twinge of bitterness in her heart. Yes, the family's 7th brother has indeed invested $50 million to renovate the ancestral hall. Upon confirming this with his daughter, Su Inshan felt a surge of joy and promptly replied, Please inform your father-in-law that I will visit your home today. Without waiting for Su Shiwedding's response, he hung up. She could only manage a wry smile. In her father's eyes, perhaps wealth held far greater significance than she did. This had been true over a decade ago, and it remained unchanged today. Yet, what could she do? He was, after all, her father. Subsequently, Su Shiwedding ventured out to seek her father-in-law. At this moment, Li Yongjin reclined leisurely in a bamboo rocking chair, savoring the melodious strains of traditional opera while indulging in his pipe. In recent days, the local populace had learned that the Li family was investing a staggering $50 million in the renovation of their ancestral hall. Consequently, numerous construction firms had begun to pay him visits, presenting gifts in hopes of establishing rapport, even if they could not secure the project. After all, the Li family of today stood in stark contrast to its former self. Fine tobacco and exquisite wine were being delivered to their doorstep in abundance, with cigars priced in the thousands and bottles of premium liquor not being a rare occurrence. Yet, he graciously declined all offerings. Not only was he tasked solely with managing the finances and bookkeeping, but he also felt a profound sense of responsibility to uphold the trust placed in him by his nephew, who had entrusted him with the management of such a substantial sum. It was imperative that he executed this responsibility with utmost diligence. After all, he was acutely aware of the adage that one cannot easily take what belongs to others, as the ties of gratitude often lead to entanglements. A few days prior, Li Yongjin had conferred with his brothers and decided to host a bidding conference the following day, akin to the construction of high-rises in the city. This information had already been communicated to the construction companies that had recently sought him out with gifts, and over 10 firms had expressed their intention to participate. The contract would be awarded to the firm with the most innovative design and the most reasonable pricing. This included the new residence for the Li Rue family. The combined costs of the two projects could potentially exceed $70 million, a considerable undertaking in the county. Although he had not accepted any gifts, the flattery he had experienced over the past few days had lifted his spirits immensely. Having lived a substantial portion of his life, he was now relishing the kind of adulation he had never before encountered, prompting him to hum a cheerful tune unconsciously. Chapter 26. Wealth in the deep mountains with distant kin. As Li Yongjin lazily hummed a tune with his eyes half closed, a voice jolted him from his tranquil state. Upon opening his eyes, he recognized it was none other than his daughter-in-law, Su Shiwedding. Xiaosu, what brings you here? Li Yongjin inquired, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. Today, my father is coming to visit you, Su Shiwedding replied. Initially taken aback, Li Yongjin soon comprehended the reason behind the visit. It had been over a decade since his son's in-laws had last graced their home, and their sudden interest was undoubtedly linked to the construction of the ancestral hall. He recalled that the father-in-law was involved in the construction industry, and it was clear that his intent was to vie for the lucrative multi-million project, much like the recent suitors who had been showering him with gifts. However, Li Yongjin knew he lacked the authority to decide which company would undertake the ancestral hall's construction. That determination would rest solely on the bidding process. Still, he reasoned that it would be impolite to reject the visit, especially considering his daughter-in-law was a devoted and virtuous woman who surely did not wish to be placed in a difficult position. With that thought, Li Yongjin consented very well. Have your father come over. It has been many years since I last met him. I can count the times on one hand. It is indeed time for a reunion. An hour later, Su Yingshan arrived at Li Yongjin's doorstep. From a distance, he called out enthusiastically, "In-law, in-law, greetings." The fervor of his greeting left Li Tsong and Su Xueding, who stood nearby, taken aback. To an outsider, it would appear as though they were longtime friends. Yet the couple understood that Su Yingshan had opposed their union years ago, dismissing the Li family and even skipping their wedding. Li Yongjin, wearing a facade of cordiality, was acutely aware of the underlying motives of his in-law's visit. Nevertheless, maintaining appearances was essential, and he greeted him with a broad smile. "You are indeed a rare guest. In-law, the journey must have been long. Please come inside." Though he couldn't reject the visit out of respect for his daughter-in-law, he harbored a tinge of dissatisfaction towards an in-law who had looked down upon his family. I have been quite busy with work and have not had the chance to visit. I hope you can forgive my absence, in-law." Su Yingshan, seasoned in the business world for over 20 years, discerned the subtle sarcasm in Li Yongjin's words. Yet, when a multi-million project was at stake, a little mockery was a small price to pay. I understand. You are a prominent businessman. Unlike me, a mere farmer who has little to occupy my days." Li Yongjin raturta. You are hardly just a farmer, in-law. I have heard that your family is embarking on the construction of a 50 million ancestral hall. In my 2 decades in the construction industry, I have never witnessed such grand ambitions in our entire county. Uncertain about the intentions behind today's visit from my father-in-law, I encouraged him to speak candidly. After all, Li Yongjin is merely a farmer, having toiled his entire life in the fields. He is not accustomed to such formal exchanges, finding them rather exhausting. My dear father-in-law is indeed direct and forthright. Since we are family, I shall be straightforward as well. Your clan requires the construction of an ancestral hall, and I, as the owner of a construction company, believe it is only fitting that this opportunity remains within the family. What do you think? My father-in-law may have overestimated my capabilities. I am just an ordinary farmer. My nephew regards me highly enough to involve me in the hall's construction, but my role is merely to handle the accounts. As for who will undertake the construction, after family deliberation, it has been decided that a bidding process will commence tomorrow. The most reasonable bid will be accepted. If my father-in-law wishes to participate, he is welcome to bid. As I observed the smile fading from Su Yingshan's face, I inwardly criticized him as a man blinded by greed. Yet, true to his nature, Su Yingshan quickly masked his brief displeasure with a broad smile. "Rest assured, my dear in-law, I have operated a construction company for over 2 decades, with countless projects to my name. I am confident that I can deliver the best for your family's ancestral hall. I naturally trust my father-in-law in this regard, for he is my daughter's father. Regardless of any personal distaste I may harbor towards Su Yingshan, I cannot afford to sever ties completely. Fairness in the bidding process must prevail." Realizing that attempting to leverage family connections would be futile, Su Yingshan ceased his pursuit. After exchanging pleasantries, he discreetly pulled Su Xueding aside for a private conversation. Li Yongjin and his son remained silent. After all, it was their daughter, and what could they say about a father and daughter sharing whispers? What on earth is happening with the Li family? Were they not once impoverished farmers? How can they suddenly afford to spend such an extravagant sum on constructing an ancestral hall? A barrage of questions was directed at Su Xueding. Faced with her father's mercenary nature, Su Xueding felt helpless, yet he remained her father. She proceeded to recount the recent transformations within the Li family to Su Yingshan. To Su Yingshan's ears, the tale of the Li family's metamorphosis sounded like a myth. A once impoverished student, 3 years post-graduation, now returned home in a sports car, accompanied by dozens of bodyguards, and casually brandishing 50 million to construct an ancestral hall. Even a county bank president had personally delivered cash. Such a figure is not one could expect to meet at will. Who exactly is this cousin her daughter speaks of? Though Su Yingshan found his daughter's account almost fantastical, the reality was undeniable, and his eyes gleamed with increasing excitement. Having operated a construction company for over 20 years, mostly engaging in modest projects for local villagers, his earnings were merely around 10 million. In the presence of someone who can effortlessly allocate tens of millions for an ancestral hall, his accomplishments seemed trivial. This was undoubtedly a significant opportunity, and he recognized that leveraging his daughter would be key to capitalizing on it. Xiaoxue, let us plan a day to return home with Xiaoli and the children. Your mother longs for your presence. Your father, preoccupied with the affairs of the company over the years, has not been as attentive to you. I hope you do not harbor any resentment towards him, Su Yinshan expressed with a countenance full of remorse. To an outsider, it would be evident that this so-called remorse was feigned. However, Su Xueting felt her eyes welling with tears. Perhaps she too recognized the insincerity behind the facade, yet she was reluctant to accept it. Perhaps it stemmed from her own guilt for not having honored her parents over the years. In any case, Su Xueting chose to believe in the authenticity of Su Yinshan's concern. She embraced her father tightly, for he was her closest kin. Su Xueting's embrace and tears caused a tremor within the heart of this otherwise mercenary man, igniting a fleeting moment of genuine guilt. After all, she was his daughter. For what purpose had he pursued a life so driven by profit? The pang of guilt was transient, overshadowed by memories of his impoverished childhood, where meals were scarce and self-worth was elusive. He had learned early on that wealth could procure everything, cultivating a self-serving approach to life. Xiaoxue, your family's seventh brother is quite a prominent figure. You must assist your father in establishing a connection. This way, he need not toil tirelessly seeking projects. Chapter 27. The Ancestral Hall bidding. Su Xueting wore a perplexed expression. Although her seventh brother possessed remarkable abilities, their relationship was not particularly intimate. They had only crossed paths during festive occasions in the past years, and it had been 4 or 5 years since their last encounter. What could she possibly say to him? However, her father had reminded her that he and her husband had been contemplating the establishment of a company with the family fund, yet they had no clear direction. Why not consider launching a construction company? Her father-in-law had mentioned that Li Rui had acquired 2,000 acres of industrial land in the county, totaling an impressive 1.3 million square meters. Such a vast area would entail a considerable development workload. With the resources available from her seventh brother and her father's 2 decades of construction experience, the endeavor of starting a construction company alongside her husband would undoubtedly yield significant results. Moreover, they could subcontract some of the projects from her seventh brother to her father. A perfect plan flashed through Chun Xueting's mind. With this thought, the previously troubled Su Xueting beamed with joy. Dad, I've decided to establish a construction company with Li Kong. When we secure projects from my seventh brother, we can share some with you. Does your seventh brother have any other projects aside from this ancestral hall? Su Jinsan inquired, puzzled. My seventh brother has over 2,000 acres of industrial land to develop. What? Over 2,000 acres? Su Yinshan exclaimed in astonishment. To develop such a vast area would require tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. If we can manage to secure even a small portion of the projects, the profits could surpass what I have earned in 20 years. Recognizing his daughter's seventh brother as a significant asset, he never anticipated it to be this substantial. He resolved to cling tightly to this opportunity, unwilling to let go. Xiaoxue, you and Xiaoli are starting a construction company. Do you think your father could invest a little? Su Yinshan was no fool. A company with such a strong backing was bound to be profitable. If he could acquire a stake, the rewards would be even greater. I'm afraid that won't be feasible. The company we're establishing will utilize the family fund, and 100 of the shares will belong to the family. We only have rights to dividends, not to buy or sell shares. Outsiders are absolutely prohibited from holding stock. Su Xueting explained candidly to her father. All right, if I can't invest, then I won't. It's better to earn a little less. As long as my daughter's company is established, I can obtain project from her, which is certainly an improvement over my previous situation. Consequently, Su Yinshan decided to participate in the bidding the following day. Whether he succeeded or not was of little consequence. If he succeeded, that would be splendid. And if not, there would be no loss. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Yongjin for a while, Su Yinshan departed in his car. The next day at noon, dozens of people gathered in an open space in Li Family Village. All participants in the bidding for the construction of the Li Family Ancestral Hall and Li Rui's new residence, including Su Yinshan. Over 10 construction companies submitted their design proposals and estimated costs. Among these companies were several larger firms, as this was a project worth 70 million, with some even hailing from Xingqing. Faced with such fierce competition, Su Yinshan, once brimming with confidence, found himself utterly disheartened. Although he had received news just yesterday that prompted the employees to work tirelessly overnight on a design draft, the hasty creation could not possibly compare to the exquisite productions of the larger corporations. As anticipated, The Li family ultimately reached a unanimous decision to adopt a design proposal and quotation from a prominent architectural firm in Star City, spanning an impressive 800 square meters. This grand edifice comprises a 3-story, 3-courtyard structure adorned with vibrant red walls and yellow tiles, exuding opulence and grandeur. At the entrance of the ancestral hall stand 2 colossal stone lions, each 3 meters tall and weighing 8 tons, with the cost of these magnificent statues exceeding 1 million yuan. Even more striking than the stone lions is the enormous drum on the 3rd floor of the hall, boasting a diameter of nearly 4 meters. Due to its immense size and the use of exceptionally rare and costly materials, the drum's construction also approached 1 million yuan. Many clan members initially opposed the construction of such an extravagant drum, deeming it impractical. However, Li Rue decisively asserted that the drum symbolized the unity of the family, with its sound holding profound significance, thus justifying the expenditure. The drum would resonate 3 times for clan meetings, 6 times for ancestral worship, and 9 times for drawing lots, with the red lots signifying the continuation of the family lineage and the support of all kin, including wives, daughters, and parents. This bestowed upon the drum a unique meaning in Li Rue's vision. Ultimately, the total cost of the ancestral hall amounted to 46 million yuan, falling short of the projected 50 million by 4 million. The completion of the project was expected to take approximately 6 months. However, Li Rue deemed this timeline excessive and offered a reward of 4 million yuan for the prompt completion of the work within 2 months. Naturally, the construction firm confidently promised to meet the deadline, even suggesting to allocate 1 million yuan as a bonus for the workers, while hiring additional hands to work in shifts. As this was not a city project, and as long as the villagers of Li Family Village had no objections, they could operate around the clock, thereby having the construction time. Moreover, they could leverage new technologies to expedite the process, such as modular construction, where portions of the building would be fabricated elsewhere and then transported for assembly. However, this method posed a challenge regarding the road width needed for transporting the sizable modules, which typically require large trucks. While the construction company viewed this as a significant hurdle, it was merely a minor inconvenience for Li Rue, who invested an additional 4 million yuan to widen the 800-meter road into the village from its original 5 meters to a generous 8 meters, thus meeting national highway standards and facilitating the passage of large trucks. As for Li Rue's new residence, he opted for the design and quotation from a local construction company in Chunning County. Although this company's bid was not the cheapest, indeed, it could be considered the most expensive, Li Rue chose them nonetheless, as he prioritized quality over cost and found their design perfectly aligned with his vision. The proprietor of this company possesses a profound understanding of human nature. He recognizes that affluent individuals like Li Rue, when constructing their own residences, are indifferent to the expenditure involved, provided they find it appealing. Consequently, the design prioritized aesthetics and functionality over cost considerations, culminating in a final quotation of 22 million. The architectural style is characterized by a sleek, modern elegance, featuring a central main building with 4 stories and an additional basement for vehicle storage. Flanking the main structure are 2 smaller edifices, intended primarily for the accommodation of bodyguards and servants. The interior adornment is nothing short of opulent, employing only the finest materials. Ultimately, the villa, sprawling over 1,000 square meters, command a price that approaches nearly half of the 800 square meters of the ancestral hall, underscoring the exorbitance of the design's materials. Once everything was finalized, the construction company gradually withdrew, with those awarded the contract departing in high spirits, while those who were not successful maintained a cordial demeanor, approaching the Li family to shake hands and express their hopes for future collaborations. Contrary to Li Rue's expectations of disappointment from unsuccessful bidders, he was instead struck by the business acumen and interpersonal skills displayed by these individuals. Chapter 28. The eldest brother starts a company as the crowd began to disperse. Li Rue made his way home when he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found his elder brother Li Tsong and sister-in-law Su Xueting standing behind him. "Brother, sister-in-law, is there something on your mind?" Li Rue inquired with curiosity. "Xiao Rue, your sister-in-law and I have been discussing for several days and have decided to establish a construction company. What do you think?" Li Tsong asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Although Li Tsong was over a decade older than Li Rue, the latter's remarkable achievements commanded a respect that diminished the elder brother's presence. "Oh, what prompted you and sister-in-law to consider starting a construction company?" It is not an easy field for the average person, Li Rue remarked. Indeed, it is quite challenging for most. Without certain connections, securing projects is nearly impossible. However, we have you, Xiao Rue. I heard from our father that you possess 2,000 acres of industrial land in the county. Wouldn't that require a multitude of construction companies? Surely, the projects will be plentiful, Li Tsong replied with a beaming smile. Huh, brother, you're indeed astute. This notion has long been on my mind as well. It is only right that we keep our resources within the family. Even if you hadn't suggested it, I would have considered encouraging our brothers to venture into the construction industry. After all, the future of our group will undoubtedly involve numerous construction projects, not just the 2,000 acres of industrial land, but also the construction of the group headquarters, all of which will necessitate a substantial number of construction firms. How about this? I will provide you with a contact. She is responsible for our family group and the entrepreneurial fund. Her name is Lu Yan. You can discuss the business plan and potential projects with her. However, let me make one thing clear. Everything must adhere to the established regulations. If the quality of the projects undertaken by your company fails to meet standards, the group will not assign any work to you, Li Rue stated with a serious demeanor. While he aspired to uplift his family and rejuvenate their legacy, he understood that if he failed to uphold his responsibilities, he could not blame others. His family did not require misfortune. The quality of their work must strictly conform to market standards, without exception. Of course, the group's projects are matters of the Li family. If I do not perform well in our family's endeavors, I will not need you to remind me, as my father would surely take corrective measures. Li Tsong replied with equal seriousness. Seeing the gravity of his brother's expression, Li Rue suddenly smiled. I trust you, brother. Now, go ahead and meet with Lu Yan. She's a professional. Oh, and by the way, any future business matters concerning our brothers can also be directed to Lu Yan. She is absolutely trustworthy. At that moment, Li Rue pondered to himself that if all his brothers came to him with their issues, he would be overwhelmed. So he hastily used his brother's words to inform everyone to seek Lu Yan in the future. As Li Rue prepared to turn and head home for a nap, his sister-in-law called out to him once more. Xiao Rue, can we outsource the projects for our construction company? For instance, my father, Su Shuiting asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Feel free to do as you wish, as long as the quality is assured, Li Rue remarked nonchalantly. This society is inherently one of personal connections. Once one attains success, they naturally wish to uplift their family. As family members prosper, they inevitably want their relatives and friends to share in the benefits. Ultimately, it matters not to whom one provides services, so long as the quality is satisfactory. Noticing Li Rue's lack of opposition, Su Shuiting smiled with delight. The reason her father had opposed her marriage to Li Tsong years ago was that he believed Li Tsong would not contribute to his career. Now, it was evident that her choice had been vindicated. Li Tsong would indeed prove to be a significant asset to her father's enterprise, although relying on family ties. This did not detract from the outcome. Just as Li Rue was preparing to retire for the night, he received a phone call from Wang Zhongtian, who informed him that the 50 ordered Range Rovers had arrived at the office building of the Umbrella Security Company in the county. Additionally, the 7 Lincoln Navigators had been delivered near the village road. However, due to the narrowness of the path, large trucks could not access it, so he was advised to send someone to retrieve them. While the supercars would take half a month to arrive, these ordinary vehicles have been delivered remarkably swiftly. In just one day. Quite impressive, Li Rue mused to himself. He notified the villagers to collect their vehicles at the village entrance. The younger generation was understandably thrilled, while among the elders, only the 4th and 5th uncles shared in the excitement. The rest were filled with regret as they lacked driver's licenses. The distance from the village entrance to the national road was a mere 800 meters, which could be traversed in about 10 minutes by brisk walking. At that moment, a semi-trailer truck was parked on the road, displaying 7 black SUVs. Upon seeing them, Li Weiguang found himself utterly captivated. They were simply stunning. At that moment, Li Weiguang resembled a prisoner who had not encountered a woman in a decade, staring in awe at a breathtaking beauty, nearly drooling on the ground. Li Hui, observing his 4th uncle's reaction, couldn't help but chuckle. Come now, 4th uncle, is it really that astonishing? It's just a Lincoln Navigator, worth a little over 1 million yuan. I purchased it for your convenience. Broaden your horizons, Li Rue teased, pretending to be bemused by his uncle's lack of worldly experience. Li Baiwang, the 4th son of the 4th uncle, had always shared a close bond with Li Rue. Thus, he took no offense to Li Rue's jests. You truly don't understand, he retorted, rolling his eyes. I've had my driver's license for 3 or 4 years, yet I've hardly touched a steering wheel. This magnificent vehicle was something I would never have dared to dream about before. Now that I have the chance to drive it, how could I not be excited? Li Rue chuckled in response, refraining from further comments. He recalled his own reaction upon seeing a McLaren P1. He felt no different from his fourth uncle at that moment. Men have a penchant for cars, especially those that are aesthetically pleasing. While this vehicle may not possess the allure of a sports car, it remained an unattainable dream for the average person. As the transport personnel carefully maneuvered each vehicle down from the large truck, 7 imposing black SUVs lined up in perfect order, a sight rarely witnessed in rural areas, let alone 7 vehicles arranged so neatly together. Naturally, this spectacle drew the attention and spirited discussions of nearby villagers. "Oh, how splendid these cars are!" exclaimed one onlooker. "They must be quite expensive. Look, the Li family has arrived. These vehicles must be a gift from Li Rue," another speculated. "Heavens, why am I not a member of the Li family? I yearn for a vehicle like that." The nearby villagers, most of whom were familiar with one another, engaged in conversation. An elder from a neighboring village remarked to Li Yongjin, "Your family has truly made a name for itself, acquiring such beautiful cars. And to purchase 7 at once is indeed impressive." "Ha, it's all thanks to the younger generation's success. We elders bask in their glory," Li Yongjin replied with a chuckle. "Wasn't there a Hucking University graduate from your village a few years back? Surely he surpassed my little Rue, right? They even hosted a grand banquet for 3 days back then. What has become of him now? I bet he has achieved more than my Rue." "Not all. Not at all," the elder responded with an awkward smile, attempting to mask his discomfort. The Hucking University graduate had indeed been a source of pride for their village, boasting for years about their notable alumnus. While it was true that graduating from Hucking University was a commendable accomplishment, the reality was that he now earned a modest salary of around 20,000, which, though respectable, paled in comparison to Li Rue's wealth, who was dealing in millions. Observing the SUVs, with each family member owning one, the disparity was undeniable. "Perhaps you are being overly modest. My Rue is merely an ordinary university graduate. Yet, in just 3 years, he has returned home with 50 million to renovate the ancestral hall. Surely, that Hucking graduate must be superior to my Rue." Li Yongjin feigned disbelief as he spoke, though internally he reflected, wasn't he quite boastful in my presence back then? Didn't he claim that my Rue attended an ordinary university, far inferior to Hucking? How the tides have turned. This year, it is my family's time to shine. With this thought, a broad smile spread across Li Yongjin's face. Chapter 29. Super Technologies and New Energy. Upon hearing Li Yongjin's subtle mockery, the elder could only manage an awkward smile, concocting an excuse to leave in a hasty retreat. He dared not confront him. After all, with such a prominent figure emerging from the Li family, who in the vicinity would be audacious enough to offend him? At this moment, it was not only Li Yongjin who was reveling in his triumph. Li Yongda was equally self-satisfied. "Luo Dahong, come take a look. This is the car my nephew bought for me. Take a good look and see if this vehicle is decent," said Li Yongda as he admired the automobile. Suddenly, he recognized a familiar face from Luojia village amidst the crowd, none other than the individual who had flaunted his status before him after the village constructed a new ancestral hall. "Huh, what do I know about cars? This one seems quite impressive," Luo Dahong replied with a forced smile. "I concur, the car is rather splendid, though a tad expensive at over 1.3 million. I advised my young Rue against purchasing it, but he insisted. These 7 vehicles cost over 9 million, and the ancestral hall renovation drained another 50 million. Yet he insists it's all small change. Isn't that infuriating?" Li Yongda remarked with a feigned expression of disappointment, though inwardly he was elated. After all, back when their village spent 4 million on an ancestral hall, they dared to flaunt their success before him. Now, could they still boast? As Li Yongda basked in his self-satisfaction, Luo Dahong wore a forced grin and sought an excuse to exit the crowd. Once outside, he spat disdainfully, grumbling, "What is there to flaunt? It's not even your son. You're merely fortunate to have a good nephew. Truly a case of the petty becoming prosperous." After the crowd familiarized themselves with the vehicles, they gradually drove them back to Li's village. At that moment, the system within Li Rue's mind activated once more. Ding! Detecting an increase in the cohesion and prestige of the host family. System rewards. Super technologies in new energy, including fast-charging technology and battery technology. The system's rewards have been outlined, prompting Li Rue to claim his rewards. However, as he was not an expert in new energy, he comprehended only a fraction of the lengthy introduction. For instance, the system's fast-charging technology boasted a charging power of 240 kilowatts per hour. The technology produced by the system was devoid of any exaggeration. This meant that in 1 hour, it could charge 240 kilowatt hours, while most commercial new energy charging stations could only manage to fill 60 kilowatt hours in the same time frame, an astonishing fourfold increase in power. A vehicle that originally required 1 hour to charge could now be fully replenished in merely 15 minutes, which indicated a significant advantage. The awarded battery technology was equally remarkable, with an energy density reaching 600 Wh/kg, while the lithium batteries used by the dominant new energy vehicle brand, Telis, on Blue Star, had an energy density of only about 300 Wh/kg. This represented a full doubling of efficiency, implying that for the same weight, the range would increase by half. A vehicle with a range of 400 kilometers would now achieve 800 kilometers, while one with a range of 500 kilometers could reach 1,000 kilometers. The technology awarded for the first time by the system was indeed revolutionary. What would it mean if such technology were to be unveiled? This signifies that Telis has an annual sales revenue of $70 billion, a sum he has every chance of seizing. Converted into the currency of the Dragon Nation, this amounts to over 500 billion. Even if he cannot capture it all at once, claiming half of the market would yield 250 billion, leaving Li Rue, despite possessing a staggering 100 billion in liquid assets, in a state of deep contemplation. Initially, he merely intended to gift a vehicle to his family. Yet the system unexpectedly rewarded him with the high-tech innovations he had long desired, technologies of such magnitude that they could be applied to the 2,000 acres of industrial land he held in the county. Upon claiming the reward, a notification chimed. The rewards would be distributed in the form of 10 bioengineered individuals. The host was prompted to select their gender, age, height, and nationality. 8 males and 2 females, aged between 30 and 50, with random heights, all from the Dragon Nation. He specified. Another notification followed, indicating that 10 bioengineered individuals equipped with cutting-edge electric vehicle technology had been deployed within a kilometer radius of his location. Subsequently, Li Rue placed a call to Lu Yin, instructing her to send a vehicle to collect the newly designated personnel, cleverly named Qian Yi to Qian Shi for ease of recall. Just as he thought to end the call, Lu Yin began to report a series of developments. Boss, the Tongfei Group has been successfully registered with a capital of 10 billion yuan, located in the Haitan building. The tech park is ready for them to finalize design requirements and can commence construction at any time. We have also negotiated the headquarters building for Tongfei Group with county officials, estimated to cost around 5 billion. The building will measure 180 meters in length, 130 meters in width, cover an area of 400 square meters, and stand 200 meters tall. Do you have any further instructions? Lu Yin, a highly capable bioengineered individual who once served as the CEO of a Fortune 100 company, had accomplished so much in just a few days. What could Li Rue possibly instruct? Although he had acquired the system, amassed considerable wealth, and now possessed groundbreaking technology, he remained, at his core, an underdog. Moreover, even if he understood everything, there was no need for him to micromanage. Having such efficient bioengineered personnel rendered personal involvement unnecessary. Lu Yin, you no longer need to consult me on business matters. You have full authority, he declared. Understood, boss, she replied promptly. Noticing Li Rue offered no further directives, Lu Yin ended the call. Though she was a bioengineered entity, she exhibited a personality akin to a typical human, characterized by her decisiveness and efficiency, a trait that had undoubtedly propelled her to the role of CEO in a trillion-yuan enterprise. The following day, as the sun began to rise and birds chirped cheerfully in the trees, industrious individuals were already preparing breakfast to greet the new day. The thunderous roar of heavy trucks jolted Li Rue from his dreams. The construction company, eager to secure the 4 million yuan reward, acted with remarkable swiftness. Several excavators worked to widen the road into the village, while others dug the foundation for the ancestral hall, all proceeding in an orderly fashion. Listening to the cacophony of the village, reminiscent of a construction site, Li Rue contemplated the idea of temporarily departing from the village. This tumultuous environment would likely persist for another couple of months, a situation he could hardly endure. With an abundance of wealth at his disposal, why not indulge in a little adventure? It would also afford his parents a chance to enjoy themselves. Thus, he sought out Wang Sumei and Li Yongzheng. Mom and Dad, given the incessant noise here, it feels like a construction site. How about you both take a trip? Li Rue urged, as the clamor of excavators resonated around him. Xiao Rue, your father and I have spent half our lives in the countryside, relishing its tranquility. The sound of excavators does not irritate me. Rather, it brings me joy, for it signifies the rise of our Li family. I wish to witness our family's ascent from within the village, Li Yongzheng replied, his face alight with happiness. Indeed, Xiao Rui, if the noise bothers you, perhaps you could venture to the city for a couple of months and return afterward. Coincidentally, your sister just called, informing me that he has successfully undergone surgery and will be discharged shortly. You could visit her, Wang Sume added, her smile radiant with the joy of family triumphs and her granddaughter's successful operation. Really? Li Rui exclaimed, elated by the news of his niece's successful surgery, and promptly dialed his sister, Li Xiaoshuang. Sis, did Yi's surgery go well? He inquired, his voice filled with excitement. Yes. The hospital enlisted the finest experts from Beijing to perform the operation, and it was a resounding success. She just needs a few days of observation before being discharged. Li Xiaoshuang responded, her voice trembling with joy. That's wonderful. Please inform me the moment she is discharged. I'll be there to pick her up. Xiaohui, aren't you home? It's quite noisy with the construction of the ancestral hall and roads. I can hardly get a good night's sleep. I'm heading to Gaoyang today for a little getaway. Li Rui had chosen Gaoyang, a city 200 kilometers from Xingqing, because his elder brother resided there, not to be mistaken for any underworld figure, but rather a former college roommate from his university days. All right then, I'll make sure to let you know when Yi is discharged. After ending the call with his sister, Li Rui, without even packing, set off in his McLaren P1, accompanied by 4 bodyguards and driving 2 Range Rovers as they journeyed towards Gaoyang. Chapter 30. The Wedding of Brothers in a Residential Community in Gaoyang City. Shenyong lamented, Dad. He Xiaozhu's mother insists that the wedding car must be valued at no less than 10 million. What am I to do? Is she not deliberately making things difficult for me? You recognize that her mother is indeed creating obstacles for you? There are countless other options in the world. Why cling to this one tree and risk your own downfall? If she can look down on you now, just imagine the trials that await you after marriage. His father replied, Dad, He Xiaozhu is a wonderful girl. I cannot imagine marrying anyone else. Shenyong insisted stubbornly. Then you must find a way to resolve this on your own. This is all I can manage. I barely scraped together 30,000 for the betrothal gift, and now they demand 10 million for a wedding car. Is the He family intent on claiming our very lives? Shenba's long-held grievances erupted in frustration. Seeing his father's anger, Shenyong lowered his head in silence, fully aware that his girlfriend's mother had indeed overstepped. It was no wonder his father was upset. Shenma, noticing her son's silence, sighed deeply and spoke. He Xiaozhu is indeed a good girl, but where does her mother expect us to procure a 10 million wedding car? Shenba added, there are only a handful of cars worth over 10 million in all of Gaoyang City. Such luxury vehicles are scarcely available for rent. Are we to buy one instead? With what, our lives? Dad, please do not be angry. I will call Xiaozhu and ask her to speak with her mother. Shenyong said, picking up his phone. Just as he was about to dial, it rang, displaying the name Old 3. Why is Li Rui calling me? He wondered. Hello, Old 3. It's been half a year since we last spoke. What prompted you to call? Of course I miss you, my brother. Are you free to grab a meal? Li Rui's cheerful voice responded, initially delighted by the invitation from his college roommate. Shenyong soon recalled his unresolved wedding troubles and sighed. Old 3, I doubt I have the time. I'm getting married soon, and I may not be able to join you for a meal, he admitted. Upon hearing the sigh and the news of Shenyong's impending marriage, Li Rui was puzzled. Why are you sighing if you're getting married? Isn't this a joyous occasion? And why haven't you shared this with your brothers? Do you think I'm unworthy of your celebration? Li Rui's comments were a subtle attempt to coax the truth out of Shenyong. He knew that if his friend was troubled before a wedding, it likely indicated deeper issues, and he was confident that he could assist in resolving them. Old 3, I intended to inform you of my wedding in 3 days after sorting everything out today, but alas, I have encountered a major problem. At this rate, it is uncertain whether I will even be able to celebrate, Shenyong explained. What is the trouble? Share it with me. Perhaps I can help you resolve it. Li Hui urged. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Shenyong did not take them seriously. He was well aware of his college mate's capabilities. After all, just half a year ago, Li Rui had called him, claiming to be engaged in sales, earning a mere 3,000 to 4,000 per month, less than what Shenyong himself made. The complications surrounding this matter were such that not even the 6 of us in the dormitory could resolve them. Are you underestimating me? My brother, I have changed. Rest assured, I will find a solution, Li Rui asserted confidently. Ignoring Li Rui's bravado, Shenyong siga deeply. Alas, my girlfriend's mother insists that the wedding car must be worth over 10 million. Isn't she making things difficult for us? What do you mean? It's just a car worth over 10 million. A trifling matter. Leave it to your brother, Li Rue replied. Old 3. Were you joking about a time like this? I'm already overwhelmed, Shun Yong retorted. Who is joking? I, Li Rue, am a man of my word. Just give me your address. I'm already on my way to Gaoyang, he declared. Where on earth are you going to procure a car worth over 10 million? Don't tell me you've inherited a fortune, Shun Yong responded skeptically. Haha, that's not for you to worry about. Trust me, brother, Li Rue assured him. Even after hanging up the phone, Shun Yong remained unconvinced, yet he secretly hoped for its truth. He felt like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. And Li Rue was that last straw, though he knew it was a 99 illusion. Whose call was that? Shun Yong's father inquired. Oh, Dad, it was my college roommate Li Rue, Shun Yong replied, snapping back to reality. Why is your college classmate calling you? Is he coming to the wedding? Yes. He said he could help me with the wedding car, Shun Yong answered, laden with skepticism. Even he found it hard to believe his own words. What? What does your classmate's family do? Is he some rich second generation? Shun Yong's father asked, astonished. I haven't heard you mention any wealthy friends from college. Well, Li Rue's family is just an ordinary rural household, Shun Yong clarified. A rural family dares to make such grand claims? He thinks this is a game? Yes, not your college roommate. He seems more like a boastful friend, Shun Yong's father expressed his anger. A rural family claiming they could produce a luxury car worth millions may be mere bravado, which is common among youth. However, given the gravity of Shun Yong's wedding, it led him to view Li Rue as nothing more than a boastful companion. Dad, don't speak ill of him. Old 3 has always been a good person. He wouldn't lie, Shun Yong defended, although he himself harbored doubts. Perhaps Old 3 has wealthy relatives who could lend him a car, he added, convinced that Li Rue wouldn't boast about something so significant without a viable plan. It is best this way. I have neither the desire nor the ability to interfere in your affairs. If you possess the capability, then marry. If not, refrain from doing so. With that, Father Shun rose, his hands clasped behind his back, and turned to retreat to his room. Mother Shun, standing nearby, shook her head with a sigh and followed him inside. Shun Yong let out a deep sigh. He could comprehend why his father was so irate. After all, his father was merely a minor leader in a factory, while his mother was a devoted housewife, single-handedly supporting the entire family and managing to prepare a dowry of 300,000 yuan was already a tremendous effort. Yet, his girlfriend's mother persistently sought to complicate matters for him, which made his father's anger entirely understandable. As Shun Yong pondered, his phone rang. Revealing a call from his girlfriend, he Xiaozhu. Hello, Xiaozhu. Yongge, did my mother ask you to prepare a wedding car worth millions? Ignore her. When one of my cousins married, the wedding car cost over 2 million, which is why she is making things difficult for you. She is simply enamored with superficiality. Do not pay her any mind, came a soft, tender voice from the other end. Oh, even if I wish to seek such a thing, I lack the means. This might disappoint your mother. A car worth over 10 million is not something one can easily rent. All right, Yongge, I'll come and find you now. I will persuade my mother. Chapter 31. Reunion. Half an hour later, a girl of about 21 or 22 knocked on the door and entered Shun Yong's home. Standing at approximately 1.6 meters tall, she wore a pair of pink sneakers and denim jeans, complemented by a light blue t-shirt. Her slightly round face was framed by shoulder-length hair. With a touch of subtle makeup, she appeared charming and delightful, embodying the essence of a sweet and endearing neighbor, which undoubtedly captivated Shun Yong's heart. Yongge, I apologize. Rest assured, I will persuade my mother. There's no need for you to worry. Xiaozhu's sweet voice resonated, instantly soothing Shun Yong's previously agitated spirit like a gentle spring breeze. How fortunate was he to find such a considerate girlfriend. Shun Yong stepped forward and embraced Xiaozhu, whispering softly, it's all right. As long as we truly love each other, all difficulties and obstacles will eventually pass. Xiaozhu replied gently. Oh, by the way, my university roommate, Li Rue, mentioned he could help me with the wedding car situation. Perhaps he truly can, which would provide an explanation for your mother. What? Your roommate? I've heard you mention him before. Which one possesses such remarkable abilities? Xiaozhu gazed into Shun Yong's eyes, astonished. It's Li Rue, the third one. He just called me and said he was on his way to Gaoyang City. Isn't he just a salesperson? Does he truly have such capabilities? I don't recall you mentioning that, Xiaozhu queried, puzzled. I'm not entirely sure, but he wouldn't joke about such matters. Perhaps his family has relatives with luxury cars worth millions. Given our relationship, borrowing one for the wedding might actually be feasible, Shun Yong explained with a forced smile. All right. When will your university roommate arrive? Approximately in another hour or so, after about 2 hours of travel. Li Rui and his companions arrived at the community address provided by Shun Yong and called him. Hey, boss, I've reached the entrance of your community. Which building are you in? Wait for me at the entrance. I will come down and meet you. Is this your university roommate's phone call, Yongge? Yes, Xiaozhu. Let us go down to greet him. At that moment, Li Rui was leaning against a McLaren P1 at the entrance of the community, waiting for Shinyong. Passers-by paused to admire the supercar parked at the entrance, gathering in curiosity. Is this person from our community? When did anyone here own such an impressive car? And their SA bodyguard too. This must be someone significant. Does anyone recognize him? I don't think he is from our community. I've never seen him before. Among the crowd, a tall and attractive woman in her late 20s approached, her red-soled black stilettos accentuating her long legs, clad in black stockings. With a playful toss of her hair, she inquired, Handsome, do you live in our community? I've never seen you before. Her voice was alluringly sweet. As Li Rui was engrossed in his phone, he was suddenly captivated by an alluring voice nearby. Raising his gaze, he beheld a stunning beauty with fiery red lips and an enchanting demeanor. He swallowed hard before responding, My dear, I don't reside in this neighborhood. I'm here to visit a friend. Oh, is that so? Might I have the privilege of becoming your friend? She replied, her tongue playfully caressing her lips, feigning a shy demeanor. Despite being 25, Li Rui had only experienced a brief romance during his sophomore year. After graduating, he remained in Xing City, while his former girlfriend relocated to Modu City, a distance of 1,000 kilometers apart. Due to his own circumstances, Li Rui took the initiative to end the relationship after less than 6 months. Thus, it had been 3 long years since he had tasted romance, and now, confronted by this ravishing beauty, he found himself struggling to maintain composure. As Li Rui pondered whether to accept her friendship, an exclamation of surprise erupted from behind him. Lao Sang! A familiar voice called out, prompting Li Rui to disregard the beauty and turn towards the source of the sound. Another voice echoed the surprise, Lao Da. It's been 3 years, Lao San, and you haven't changed a bit. Though I must say, you've become a tad less handsome. Lao Da, your tongue remains as sharp as ever. Just take a look at yourself. You've plumped up like a pig over the years. Beside them, Xiaozhu stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. It was at this moment that Li Rui noticed the girl standing next to Shinyong. Lauda, is this your wife? She is truly beautiful. Did you save the galaxy in your past life? He jested. I've only gained a few pounds. It's not as exaggerated as you claim. But you're quite right. I've indeed struck gold to marry someone like your sister-in-law. Perhaps I did save the galaxy in my previous life. Shinyong chuckled. Not all. Xiaozhu blushed, playfully striking Shinyong. The two men exchanged hearty laughter at the sight. Lao San, come to my place for some tea before we head out for dinner, Shinyong invited. Sure. Where shall I park? Li Rui replied. Car. At the sound of Li Rui's inquiry, Shinyong finally turned his gaze from Li Rui to the back. Xiaozhu followed suit, glancing behind Li Rui. The two exclaimed in unison, astonished. Lao San, you're not joking, are you? Is that car really yours? Shinyong's mouth dropped open, wide enough to fit an egg. Didn't I mention? I've arranged your wedding car for you. What do you think of this one? Li Hui responded, Biami. Lao San, you're not pulling my leg, are you? This is no joking matter. I know your background all too well. Is this car genuinely yours, or is it rented? You mustn't deceive me. Lao Za, do you not know what kind of person I am? I would never jest about something as significant as your wedding. This car is indeed mine. I simply ask, will it suffice as your wedding car? Upon hearing Li Rui's affirmative response, Shinyong was momentarily taken aback, only regaining his senses when Xiaozhu tugged at his arm. Once he collected his thoughts, Shinyong began to circle around Li Rui, scrutinizing him from head to toe several times. Could it be that you have truly returned home to inherit a fortune after graduation? Just 6 months ago when I called, you mentioned you were still in sales. Now you present me with this extravagant sports car? I've seen this model on short videos. It's a McLaren P1, worth over 13 million. You must come clean with me. Xiaozhu, initially only aware that this was a sports car, had little interest in automobiles as a girl and was unaware of its value. However, upon hearing Shinyong's exclamations, her eyes widened in disbelief. Boss, as the saying goes, a child without a mother leads to a long tale. I will share the details with you when there is time. In any case, it is I, your third brother, who has struck it rich and through entirely legitimate means. Seeing Li Rui speak in such a manner, Shinyong ceased his inquiries. After greeting the security guard, the latter opened the gate, allowing several bodyguards to drive the vehicle into the community. In truth, even without the homeowner's notification, the security staff would not dare to stop such a luxury car. Owning a vehicle of this caliber signifies immense wealth, A security guard earning 3 or 4,000 a month would certainly not wish to create trouble for himself. Meanwhile, the stunning beauty beside them could only cast a longing gaze at this golden son-in-law as he departed. Chapter 32. The 13 million wedding car. Li Rui, accompanied by Li Yi, followed Shin Yong into the house. Shin Yong called out, "Mom and Dad, my classmate is here." Inside, Shin's parents were discussing their son's wedding car when they heard the commotion and came out. Although Shan's father viewed his son's classmate as a rather dubious companion, he recognized it was the first time Li Rui was visiting their home, and thus basic etiquette necessitated a warm welcome. After all, any rudeness would ultimately reflect poorly on his own son. With a smile, Shun's father addressed Li Rui, "You must be Xiao Rui. I often hear Xiao Yong speak of you. Indeed, you are quite the talented young man." Li Hui shukled avardly. While he did not consider himself unattractive, he certainly did not see himself as handsome either, and his academic achievements were similarly modest, attending only an ordinary university. Without the advantages of the system, he would merely be an average individual. Indeed, he had struggled for 3 years, barely managing to make ends meet, falling short of even the standards of most average people. Thus, being praised by Shun's father left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Come, have some tea," Shun's mother interjected, entering with a kettle and inviting everyone to partake. Noticing Li Yi standing behind Li Rui like a formidable guardian, she also beckoned him to join in the tea drinking. It was only at that moment that Shun Yong and Shun's father noticed the towering figure of Li Yi, whose muscular physique took both of them by surprise. "Is this your third brother?" Shun's father hesitated to ask. With such height and build, combined with his expressionless face, he certainly did not seem like a benign presence. Could the third brother truly afford such an extravagant vehicle? Might he be involved in some illicit activities? "Big brother, this is my bodyguard," Li Rui clarified. "Bodyguard?" The room was filled with puzzled expressions. Seeing that Shun Yong was about to inquire further, Li Rui interjected, "It's getting late. Perhaps I should treat uncle and aunt to a meal outside." Upon hearing this, Shun Yong replied, "Little brother, that makes no sense at all. Since you are at my house, it is my duty to treat you to a meal. Though I may not possess your talents, I can certainly manage a meal." Indeed. Xiao Rui, you are my Xiao Yong's friend, which makes you my junior. How could I allow you to treat us?" Shin's father chimed in, his attitude toward Li Rui having transformed remarkably from earlier. If his previous warmth had been somewhat feigned, the current enthusiasm was genuine, surpassing even the value of gold. After all, someone capable of affording a bodyguard like Li Yi certainly bore significance in resolving the matter of the wedding car, costing millions. Seeing both Shun Yong and Shun's father so insistent, Li Rui had no choice but to nod in agreement. As they descended the elevator and made their way to the parking lot, the Shun family approached a Cadillac. Li Rui, however, retrieved his car key and pressed it, illuminating a nearby sports car. Upon witnessing this scene, Shun's parents gazed at Li Rui in astonishment before turning to Shin Yong. "Mom, Dad, this is Li Rui's car." Shin Yong explained. This car must be quite expensive, right?" Shin's mother whispered. "Indeed, it is rather expensive, over 13 million. I cannot even afford a single wheel of this car," Shin Yong lamented. "So, Xiao Rui, is this the car you found for over 10 million to serve as the wedding vehicle?" Shin Ba inquired with uncertainty. "It should be." Shun Yong hesitated. "Since the third brother has promised me, he certainly would not deceive me. It is unlikely he possesses another vehicle exceeding the 10 million mark." "Xiao Yong, we need to change our dining arrangements," Shun Ba suddenly declared. "Where are we going? Are we no longer dining at the Xiao Cun Renjia restaurant? Where then?" "Forget about that Xiao Cun Renjia. They lend you a car worth 13 million for your wedding, and you intend to take them to a small eatery? For a vehicle of such caliber, let alone the fact that we likely cannot rent it here. Even if we could, it would cost 2,000 to 3,000 a day. Given such a significant favor, we must dine at the Huiguang Grand Hotel. Is that really necessary? The Huiguang Grand Hotel is a 5-star establishment. A meal there could easily cost us 5,000 to 6,000. If we indulge in a few drinks, it could easily exceed 10,000. Shin Yong expressed his concern, not out of reluctance to treat the third brother, but simply because the family's finances were already strained due to the wedding expenses. "Foolishness. Your university classmate is quite accomplished. Why not seize the opportunity? Do you wish to remain a mere clerk your entire life?" Shin Ba scolded, his disappointment evident. "Father, the bond one share with the third brother does not necessitate such gestures. During our 4 years at university, the 6 of us in the dormitory maintained a strong camaraderie. Whether it was pursuing romantic interests or engaging in brawls. Is a meal truly required to sustain our friendship? Others may not require it, but you must learn to be considerate. Your social acumen is still lacking, Shunba concluded, stepping into the car first. The Huiguang Grand Hotel, renowned as the only five-star hotel in Gaoyong, boasted a grand and opulent exterior, with interiors that shimmered with gold and brilliance. Naturally, the corresponding costs were elevated, with an average expenditure per person ranging from 600 to 800, excluding any premium beverages. Should one opt for a bottle of the 1982 Lafite or Romanée-Conti, the bill would soar above 100,000. The dishes have been served. Please enjoy, announced the staff. A large round table was laden with an abundance of dishes. Encircled by Shun Yong and his three companions, alongside Li Rui and Li Yi, who regarded the bodyguards as brothers and naturally did not wish to dine alone while they stood by. Uncle, Auntie, I must drive, so I cannot partake in alcohol. Instead, allow me to toast with tea, Li Rui said, raising his glass and downing its contents in one go. Haha, you are far too courteous. If anyone deserves thanks, it is I who must thank you. Xiao Yong is indeed fortunate to have a brother like you, one elder responded. You flatter me too much. Back in our school days, the big brother looked after me quite a bit. There were times I nearly faced a beating, and without him, I might have ended up looking like a pig's head. Li Rui reminisced about their university days, laughing heartily. Shen Yong, hearing Li Rui recount their school experiences, joined in the laughter. Indeed, it is true. Back in the day, the third brother claimed it was to build his courage, in hopes of attracting a girlfriend. At school, he spotted a beautiful girl and approached her to ask for her phone number. Can you guess what happened next? Her boyfriend was right behind her, engrossed in his phone, and when he heard this audacious inquiry, he was far from pleased. He rushed over, ready to confront him, and had I not intervened, that poor lad would have been left with a face resembling that of a pig. Upon recounting this tale, he erupted into hearty laughter, prompting the others present to chuckle along. Subsequently, Li Rui and Shun Yong began to exchange playful jabs, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from her school days. The rest of the group, while enjoying their meal, listened intently to their banter. However, the four, Li Yi through Li Si, paid little heed to the conversation. As they were preoccupied with their hearty eating, their robust frames naturally demanded more sustenance. As the meal progressed and the laughter filled the air, an oddly caustic voice suddenly pierced through the merriment. Oh my, isn't that my cousin? Aren't you supposed to be getting married? How is it that you can afford a meal at a five-star hotel? She sneered. But your choices seem rather meager, don't you think? You're at a five-star establishment, and yet you haven't even indulged in a Boston lobster or king crab. Li Rui, engaged in conversation with Shen Yong, looked up upon hearing this sharp and cutting remark. Before him stood a young woman, approximately 25, clad in a black evening gown, adorned with an array of jewelry that seemed to overwhelm her appearance rather than enhance it, emitting an air of vulgarity. Though he did not scrutinize her features closely, the tone of her voice left Li Rui with the immediate impression of a brazen and overbearing woman. The mention of cousin caused the others to exchange puzzled glances, as none of them recognized her, except for He Xiaozhu, who was quick to respond. Chapter 33. The 600,000 yuan wedding banquet. At this moment, everyone finally grasped that this woman was He Xiaozhu's cousin. However, it was utterly perplexing why a cousin would speak so coldly to her own sister. My dear cousin, I said, the gentleman I introduced you last time, Mr. Lin, is truly a remarkable individual, with family assets amounting to several million and multiple properties. Surely, you cannot dismiss him so easily. Now that you are about to marry, your choice of venue is a modest hotel. If you were to wed Mr. Lin, your wedding would undoubtedly be held at the illustrious Grand Hotel. Upon hearing this, Shun Yong felt a surge of indignation at the audacity of this woman, who dared to introduce men to his girlfriend right in front of him. He was about to rise and deliver a few sharp slaps, but as he stood, he was restrained by Li Rui's hand on his arm. Li Rui's subtle glance conveyed a clear message, though Shen Yong did not fully comprehend it. He inferred that his friend was advising him to remain calm. Cousin, you're going too far. No matter how wealthy Mr. Lin is, it has no bearing on me. I shall marry only Brother Yong, He Xiaozhu declared resolutely. Ah, love is all well and good, but can it fill your stomach? Can love afford you a 2 million yuan wedding car? The woman retorted with a mocking laugh. My dear cousin, you are still too young. Love cannot be eaten. At this point, Li Rui could no longer tolerate the situation. This woman was insufferably arrogant. He had previously held Shen Yong back, not to let her take advantage of him. Delivering a slap would only serve to empower her. To deal with such a woman, one must utterly dismantle her spirit. Li Rui then rose and strolled over to her side, wearing a broad smile as he spoke. Upon observing this exquisite lady, It is evident that she possesses an extraordinary status. Just look at her finely crafted features, her figure, and the lavish gold and silver jewelry adorning her. How many men must she have entertained to acquire such wealth? Though Li Rui's expression was amiable, his words carried a sharp sting. Who are you? How dare you lack manners? The woman responded, her face flushed with anger. Manners are reserved for those who possess them. Do you consider yourself refined? Li Rui replied with a serene smile. You? Just a pauper. I have no time to waste on you. Pauper? Ha! Li Rui erupted in laughter. For this was the first time anyone had dared to call him a pauper since acquiring the system. With a resounding clatter, a set of car keys was tossed onto the table. The keys to a McLaren P1. Do you recognize these? Li Rui gestured for the woman to look at the keys lying on the table. This, McLaren P1, she exclaimed, initially bewildered before her voice turned to astonishment. As a seasoned gold digger, she was well acquainted with the McLaren P1, one of the three divine cars. However, she could not fathom that a man, who appeared to dine at a five-star hotel on a budget, could possibly own such a luxury vehicle. This must be a hoax. It is utterly impossible for someone who cannot even afford Boston Lobster or king crab to own a McLaren P1. You have purchased a counterfeit car key online. Haha, you cannot deceive me. The woman first vehemently denied it with a wild expression, then burst into laughter, displaying an air of disbelief. How pitiable it is that to you, being able to indulge in Boston lobsters and king crabs equates to being affluent? Li Rui remarked with a look of pity. You are nothing but a destitute loser. You shall never taste lobster or king crab in your lifetime. Li Rui shook his head with a smile, gesturing to a waiter in the distance. The waiter approached briskly, inquiring, Sir, how may I assist you? I wish to book a wedding banquet. Li Rui replied, turning to Xinyong. By the way, how many tables should I reserve? Brother? Xinyong appeared utterly bewildered. Boss, how many tables did you say we would need? Noticing Xinyong's confusion, Li Rui pressed on. It was only then that Xinyong regained his composure and instinctively responded, approximately 35 tables. Reserve 35 tables for me. And if you do not book 40 tables for the wedding banquet, each table must include Boston lobsters and king crabs. The surplus shall be for all the hotel staff. Li Rui declared with grandiosity. The waiter, taken aback, realized that the cost of Boston lobsters and king crabs alone would amount to 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. And with additional dishes, a single table would nearly reach 10,000. Thus, for 40 tables, the total would be 400,000 yuan, not even including beverages. Such a substantial order was beyond the waiter's authority, prompting him to promptly call the manager via intercom. In a moment, a middle-aged man hurried over, not pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow before asking, which gentleman is placing an order for 40 tables? I, Li Rui, he replied, reiterating the requirements he had just conveyed to the waiter. Upon hearing this, the manager's face lit up with delight. Rest assured, our hotel is a five-star establishment, and we guarantee that the lobsters and king crabs ordered here are of the highest quality. Based on your specifications, for 40 tables at 10,000 each, the total comes to 400,000. Please, he said, pulling out a POS machine. It was only at this moment that everyone present realized that Li Rui intended to host Xinyong's wedding banquet. Third brother, this cannot be, is far too expensive. I cannot afford 400,000, Xinyong exclaimed anxiously. This trivial sum is of no concern to me. Today, you and your parents treated me to a meal. Consider this my way of returning the favor. As brothers, you must not refuse. You know this amount is insignificant to me. Before Xinyong could utter another word, Li Rui addressed the manager. Charge 600,000. The extra 200,000 should be for drinks. The manager nodded fervently, promptly adjusting the figures on the POS machine. Li Rui produced his bank card and stepped forward to input the password. With a chime, the transaction of 600,000 was successfully completed. At that moment, the woman, who had maintained a mocking smile, finally grasped the reality that this was no mere charade of a poor loser. The derisive grin vanished from her face entirely. The shock was not limited to her alone. Shun's parents and He Xiaozhu were also rendered speechless in astonishment. The classmate of Xinyong proved to be exceedingly generous, offering a staggering 600,000. What could be the nature of their identity? A significant question lingered in the minds of the onlookers. After completing the transaction, Li Rui turned to the woman with an air of indifference and inquired, Can I afford the lavish lobster? Am I capable of indulging in king crab? The woman, flustered and indignant, stamped her foot and turned away, concealing her face in shame. Thank you, He Xiaozhu said, stepping forward to bow in gratitude to Li Rui. Without the presence of Shenyang's university peer today, she could only imagine the humiliation she might have faced at the hands of her cousin. Although related, this cousin had always looked down upon her. The gentleman she had introduced, Mr. Lin, might possess some wealth, but he was a divorced man with children, and well into his 40s, a far cry from the charming figure she had envisioned. Sister-in-law, you are far too courteous. Not giving face to my elder brother is tantamount to disregarding me entirely. I shall not indulge her, Shenyang remarked as he approached, patting Li Rui on the shoulder. Words were unnecessary between true brothers, for some sentiments transcend verbal expression. Following the commotion caused by the woman, the group found their appetites diminished. After exchanging polite farewells, they departed in different directions. Li Rui, seeking solace, found a hotel to stay in while awaiting Shenyang's wedding. Just as he settled in, freshened up, and prepared for a restful night, he received a phone call from Zhao Yi. We have traced the individual behind boss Gu Tianlong. Chapter 34. The luxurious wedding ride in Star City. Two prominent underground factions vie for influence, one of which is led by Gu Yuanshan. He operates a concrete mixing station and a business dealing in construction aggregates, commanding a workforce of several hundred and even running an underground boxing arena for gambling. And who might the other faction be? Such underground powers exist in every locale, yet the average citizen remains blissfully ignorant of their activities, piquing Li Rui's curiosity. The other faction is helmed by the notorious Black Tiger, who oversees numerous KTV establishments and foot massage parlors, also employing a workforce of several hundred. Upon receiving Zhao Yi's report, Li Rui couldn't help but click his tongue. These underground factions resembled those depicted in films, either operating KTVs or concrete plants. Truly, art imitates life. Boss, according to our investigations, Gu Yuanshan is also looking into you. However, he has yet to make any moves due to insufficient information about your background. You must remain vigilant. Zhao Yi's words served as a timely reminder for Li Rui. While he remained unperturbed by such societal scum, his family's safety was paramount. He needed to ensure their protection. Zhao, keep a close watch on him. If he makes any moves, inform me immediately. In a few days, I will pay him a visit. Understood, boss. System, procure 50 elite bodyguards for me. Ding, 50 elite bodyguards have been deployed within a 1-kilometer radius of the host. Your foreign financial account has been debited 500 million yuan. Once the 50 brothers arrived, Li Rui instructed, send 20 to Star City to await us. And the remaining 30 shall return to Li Family Village to safeguard my family and kin. With such a system at my disposal, I must not be remiss. Ensuring my family's absolute security is imperative. 3 mornings later, on the day of Shenyang's wedding, Li Rui rose early, driving a McLaren P1 accompanied by 4 bodyguards and 2 Range Rovers toward the wedding planning company. At that moment, Shenyang was already waiting at the venue. Mr. Shun, everything is prepared. We just need to decorate the wedding car. When will your vehicle arrive? The staff at the wedding company inquired with a hint of urgency, noticing the absence of the wedding car. Soon, my friend is en route, Shenyang replied, glancing at the time. Just as the staff was about to remind him that time was running short, a sleek black McLaren P1, followed closely by 2 Range Rovers, sped into view. Upon exiting the vehicle, Li Rui tossed the car keys to Shenyang. Congratulations, boss. Ah, thank you, Shenyang replied, placing an arm around Li Rui's shoulder with camaraderie. Enough with the sentimentality. Let us get to business, Li Rui urged. Right, Shenyang responded, then turned to the wedding company's staff. This is the wedding car. Please proceed with the decorations. The staff marveled at the wealth of the groom's friend, arriving in a sports car valued at over 13 million yuan, and then heard the groom request that this very vehicle be adorned for the occasion. Suddenly feeling a bit at a loss, he realized that not only did he have to use this vehicle as a wedding car, but he also had to decorate it himself. A minor scratch would cost him dearly, and selling it would not cover the damages. Well, Mr. Shun, considering the value of this exquisite car, perhaps it would be best if you handled the decoration yourselves. It's quite simple, the staff stammered, clearly reluctant to risk even the slightest harm to the 13 million yuan sports car. Shenyang helplessly turned to Li Rui. Don't worry, just go ahead. If it gets damaged, you won't have to compensate, he reassured. The so-called decoration merely involved attaching a couple of small red flowers and adding phrases like may you have 100 years of harmony, which would inflict any real harm to the vehicle. Yet in the presence of such a luxury car, the staff were evidently unwilling to take even the slightest risk. Once Li Rui granted his approval, the staff finally felt at ease to commence their work. By the way, brother, what about the other guys from our dorm? Are any of them coming to your wedding? Li Rui remembered his close friends from the dormitory. See, they're all managing their businesses back in their hometowns. Wu and Lu are working in the Magic City, all over 1,000 kilometers away. They each sent me a red envelope, but unfortunately, they can't make it to the ceremony, Shun Yong replied, a hint of regret in his voice. Sighing, Li Rue said, "It's been over 3 years since we last met. We must find time for a reunion." "All right, you're the big boss now. You take the lead." Shun Yong chuckled, playfully punching Li Rue on the chest. "Wow, why'd your chest so hard? Let me see if you got a metal plate in there." Shun Yong exclaimed in surprise before they began to wrestle playfully, their brotherly bond unchanged by Li Rue's newfound wealth. After systematic training, Li Rue's physique rivaled that of the finest bodybuilders, naturally making him quite sturdy. As time passed, the wedding planning staff gradually gathered. Upon seeing the supercar, they were astonished, all expressing admiration for the groom's impressive status. At 9 a.m., the wedding procession set off punctually, with Shun Yong driving the black McLaren P1 at the forefront, followed closely by Li Rue and Li Yi in 2 Range Rovers. And trailing behind were over 10 various vehicles, the best among them being a BMW 7 Series, valued at over 800,000 yuan. While still a respectable car, it paled in comparison to the leading black McLaren P1. After half an hour of travel, the convoy arrived at Shaoju's residential community. This was an older neighborhood with 7-story buildings, lacking an elevator. The walls, weathered by years of wind and rain, had lost their former luster and vibrancy, becoming dull and lifeless, with patches of plaster peeling away to reveal a mottled surface. At the entrance of the community stood a red semicircular arch, with a red carpet extending from it towards the nearby building. A considerable crowd had gathered below, with many children playing joyfully, creating a scene of exuberance. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere outside, inside Xiaoju's bedroom, her mother stood with her arms crossed, an expression of displeasure on her face as she lamented. "Your cousin used a 2 million yuan wedding car. Are you any less deserving? Today, if Shun Yong does not arrive in a wedding car worth over 10 million, I certainly cannot allow him to take you away. A car valued at merely a few $100,000 would be a disgrace. Mother, marriage is about uniting with a person, not marrying a vehicle. Moreover, let us not forget that my cousin's wedding car was merely rented, not belonging to her family. This is nothing but a manifestation of vanity." Although Xiaoju is aware that today's wedding car is a McLaren P1, she refrains from disclosing this to her mother, wishing to deliver a resounding slap to her mother's pretentiousness. "I have devoted over 20 years to raising my daughter, and all I ask is for a bride price of 300,000. If the wedding car fails to uphold my dignity, why should I consent to this union? There are plenty of wealthy suitors out there. Mr. Lin from last time was quite admirable. Mother, if you continue this way, you will truly anger me," Xiaoju exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. All right, it is too late for discussions now. However, if today's wedding car does not meet my expectations, I shall not let this matter rest." Noticing her daughter's genuine anger, Mother He quickly interjected, just as Xiaoju was about to speak again. A chorus of cheers and exclamations echoed from downstairs. Both Xiaoju and her mother realized that the wedding procession had arrived. Mother He approached the window, opened it, and beheld a car at the forefront of the procession that she had never seen before. She recognized it as a sports car, undeniably stunning, and presumed it to be quite expensive. Chapter 35. The $1 million red envelope turning around, she inquired of her daughter, "How much is Xiaoju's car? Is it more than 2 million? Although she insisted that her son-in-law must arrive in a wedding car worth over 10 million for the marriage proposal, she was acutely aware of the impracticality of such a demand. Her intention was merely to encourage him to procure a vehicle worth at least 2 million to avoid embarrassment. "Mom, your perspective is quite limited. That car is a McLaren P1, worth over 13 million. 2 million is nothing," Xiaoju retorted, rolling her eyes in disbelief at her mother's ignorance. "What? Over 13 million? You must be joking," her mother exclaimed, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. "I assure you, I am not jesting. It's a McLaren P1. If you don't believe me, check online," Xiaoju replied. Goodness, where on earth did Shun Yong find such a car? Did he rent it? Her mother wondered aloud. Rent? Perhaps such cars can be rented elsewhere, but certainly not in Gaoyang. Moreover, look at its condition. It's nearly brand new at 99.9. A rented car could never be in such pristine shape. "This belongs to my brother's good friend," Xiaoju continued, still rolling her eyes. "I never imagined that Shun Yong had such a wealthy friend," her mother mused. "Xiaoju, stay here. I'll go greet him." With a radiant smile, she sashayed down the stairs. Meanwhile, the atmosphere downstairs was electric. The sight of such a supercar drew curious onlookers, as if they were witnessing an extraordinary creature. This car is stunning. How much must it cost? One exclaimed. Goodness, if I could drive this to impress the ladies, it would be a cinch. Another added, with my annual salary of 100,000. How long would it take me to afford such a vehicle? It's breathtaking. At that moment, someone online discovered the car's details. A McLaren P1, over 13 million. With your income, you need to work for 130 years without spending a dime. Just forget it, they declared. Such an expensive car. Where could Xiaozhu's husband have sourced it? Renting such a vehicle must also come at a considerable cost, another remarked. At that precise moment, Hima, who had just come downstairs, overheard the conversation and interjected, "You can't even rent this car. Look at its condition, 99. 99 new. Who would purchase such a car just to rent it out? This is my son-in-law's brother's car. You wouldn't be able to borrow it without a close relationship. But my son-in-law and the car's owner are as close as brothers." Upon hearing about the wedding, he immediately brought the car over, Hima declared proudly. Though her words were somewhat exaggerated, the reality was not far from her embellishments. Li Rui and Shen Yong truly shared a brotherly bond, and the car had indeed been offered by Li Rui. Her fanciful claims turned out to be fortuitously accurate. Listening to Hima's assertions, the friends and relatives nearby regarded Shen Yong with newfound admiration. Having such a good friend certainly made life easier. Ignoring the crowd, Hima approached Shen Yong as he stepped out of the car. "Xiao Yong, you look exceptionally handsome today. It is truly a blessing for my Xiaozhu to marry you." She began with an effusive compliment. Upon seeing Hima, who appeared drastically different from her usual self, Shen Yong couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of wealth. After greeting her, he ascended the stairs to fetch Xiaozhu. Meanwhile, Hima remained downstairs, boasting to her relatives, "Sister, look at our Xiaozhu getting married. Xiao Yong has arrived in a car worth 13 million to escort her. Isn't it impressive? This car belongs to one of Xiao Yong's good friends. With such a companion, I believe Xiao Yong will surely achieve great success in the future. Don't you agree, sister?" The person addressed could only nod in agreement, yet upon turning away, their expression darkened, as if shadows could seep from their countenance. Li Rui, however, chose not to partake in the raucous festivities of the wedding procession, disliking such scenes. After completing the necessary rituals, the crowd made their way to the splendid Grand Hotel for the banquet. The revelation that they were dining at a 5-star establishment astonished everyone, as a meal there would typically cost at least 200,000 to 300,000. Upon entering the hotel, a person at the entrance of Hall 1 on the 3rd floor was responsible for recording the red envelopes. As guests proceeded inside, they presented their envelopes, which varied in amounts, 200, 300, 400, and even 1,000. He Xiaozhu's uncle generously gifted a red envelope containing 20,000, causing gasps of surprise from those observing the ledger, astonished by the uncle's generosity. At that moment, Li Rui entered, carrying a suitcase. Approaching the gift table, he placed the suitcase down and announced, "Shen Yong's classmate, Li Rui, presents a gift." The recipient, upon hearing Li Rui's words, echoed ceremoniously, "The groom's classmate, Li Rui, presents a gift. How much?" Partway through, the recipient looked up at Li Rui and inquired. Li Rui smiled slightly, remaining silent as he opened the suitcase. An audible gasp resonated from the crowd, as those waiting in line and the gift recipient collectively inhaled sharply. "Is it all for the gift?" the recipient asked, lips trembling with uncertainty. Upon receiving Li Rui's confirmation, the recipient bellowed with unprecedented volume, "The groom's classmate, Li Rui, presents the gift of 1 million. The atmosphere in Hall 1 erupted in astonishment, with every head turning toward the gift table. On the 3rd floor, 4 halls hosted various banquets or weddings, and the recipient's booming announcement of a 1 million gift caught the attention of attendees from the other 3 halls, who marveled at the arrival of such a significant figure, contributing 1 million as merely a classmate. The magnitude of this gesture was indeed staggering. Shen Yong and He Xiaozhu, who were welcoming guests in the hall, also heard the announcement and were taken aback, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief. Shen Yong quickly made his way toward the entrance. "Old 3, your generosity is overwhelming. I cannot accept this favor. Gift-giving is a matter of reciprocity. If you gift 1 million this time, I would feel compelled to give even more at your wedding. And what if I cannot afford such a sum then? How would I face you? Brother, I understand your concerns. At present, I am not in need of money. 1 million is merely a trifling sum for me. Since you and your wife are now married and living with your parents, it is ultimately inconvenient. You could utilize this 1 million to purchase a home, allowing you and your wife to lead a more comfortable life. There is no need for you to repay me. Your well-being is what matters, for we are brothers, Li Rue said earnestly. At that moment, Shen Yong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He said nothing, merely gripping Li Rue's hand tightly, forever cherishing this kindness in his heart. Enough of this sentimental display. Hurry and attend to the guests, Li Rue remarked, gently extricating his hand from Shen Yong's grasp before finding a table to sit down at. He Xiaozhu, observing Li Rue's figure, turned to Shen Yong and said, having such a brother is truly a blessing for you. Shen Yong nodded solemnly, without uttering a word. As time passed, 35 out of 40 tables filled with guests. Yet none dared to approach Li Rue's table. The aura emanating from the 1 million was overwhelmingly formidable. Everyone recognized him as a person of great significance. Eventually, Li Rue was invited to sit at the table with both sets of parents, a testament to the profound respect everyone held for him. After the banquet concluded, 5 tables of food remained untouched. In the end, following Li Rue's wishes, the hotel treated all the staff to a lavish meal costing over 10,000 yuan. Chapter 36. The second son of the billionaire group, the sun shone brightly on this splendid day. A true testament to the luxury of the presidential suite priced at 80,000 a night. Waking up here was indeed a delightful experience. Li Rue stirred from the opulent presidential suite of the Sunshine Grand Hotel in Star City, stretching languidly and reflecting on his good fortune. Having lived in this city for 7 years, the most extravagant hotel he had previously stayed in cost merely a few hundred. Now that he had acquired wealth, it was time to indulge himself. He had never comprehended why such hotels commanded prices as high as 70 or 80,000 a night until he checked into the Sunshine Grand Hotel the day before. Finally understanding that the exorbitance came with its own justification. From the welcoming hostesses to the front desk staff and the room manager, each was a paragon of beauty and grace, rare to find elsewhere, but abundant in this establishment. Shortly after Li Rue's arrival, there was a knock at his door, offering massage services. The striking figure that appeared, with her tall stature accentuated by black stockings and 12-centimeter heels, nearly took his breath away. Had it not been for the presence of Li Yi and others, he might have momentarily cast aside his principles in favor of temptation. With this thought, he cast a wistful glance at Li Yi and the others. Following the wedding of Shen Yong, Li Rue did not linger in Gaoyang. After bidding farewell to Shen Yong, he returned to Star City with his 4 bodyguards. He was to be discharged from the hospital in a few days, and he had promised to pick her up. Additionally, there were matters that required his attention. They could not remain unresolved, for they would continue to pose a threat. However, before addressing those issues, Li Rue needed to consult Wang Zhongtian to procure more vehicles. Otherwise, his newly acquired 50 elite bodyguards would be left without transport, which would be quite troublesome. With that in mind, he retrieved his phone and dialed Wang Zhongtian. As soon as the call connected, before Li Rue could utter a word, Wang Zhongtian spoke first. Young Master Li, upon stepping out this morning, I heard the magpies chirping in the trees, and I knew there would be good news today. And here I am, receiving your call. The sycophantic tone of Wang Zhongtian conjured an image of a delicate eunuch in Li Rue's mind, causing an involuntary shiver to ripple through him. Manager Wang, the purpose of my call is to order 40 Range Rovers, 30 for Li Family Village and 10 for the Sunshine Grand Hotel. Li Hui, unable to endure Wang Zhongtian's flattery any longer, cut directly to the chase. Very well, young Master Li. I assure you the task will be accomplished. Upon hearing of the additional order for 40 Range Rovers, Wang Zhongtian's delight was palpable over the phone. Indeed, it was another substantial sum of 50 million, flowing as effortlessly as water. He mused to himself that young Master Li's wealth must surely be a gift from the heavens. Thus far, Li Rue had purchased a total of 100 Range Rovers from him, which indicated the considerable influence Li Rue wielded, likely commanding a workforce of several hundred. As Wang Zhongtian agreed, Li Rue prepared to end the call, when suddenly Wang Zhongtian interjected, Young Master Li, our boss wishes to meet you. Li Rue paused momentarily before responding. Who is your boss, and why does he wish to see me? Li Shou, our boss is the son of the chairman of the Feiqi Group. He has always cherished friendships, and he is eager to meet someone as accomplished as you. As the saying goes, more friends lead to more opportunities. Our boss is keen to forge a connection with you. Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Li Rue fell into deep contemplation. Feiqi Group is the largest automobile manufacturer in Xing City and ranks among the top in the nation, boasting assets worth hundreds of billions. Meeting the chairman's son? Why not? Wang Zhongtian's last remark held truth. Having more friends indeed opens more doors. Although he possessed the system as a formidable advantage, relying solely on force was not always feasible. Sometimes, connections proved more valuable than might. After a moment of reflection, Li Rui responded with a single word: Wang Zhongtian. On the other end of the line, felt a surge of joy upon receiving Li Rui's affirmative response, feeling that he had fulfilled his task assigned by the boss. The last time Li Rui made a substantial purchase of over 300 million yuan in vehicles had already caught the boss's attention. As someone who spent such lavishly was certainly someone the boss wished to befriend. Subsequently, Wang Zhongtian arranged to meet Li Rui at a 5-star seafood hotel in Xing City before hanging up the phone. At the entrance of the 5-star seafood hotel, Wang Zhongtian had arrived early. Upon spotting the familiar McLaren P1 and 2 Range Rovers approaching, he rubbed his hands together in anticipation and stepped forward to greet them. As Li Rui emerged from the vehicle, he was met by the beaming Wang Zhongtian, who extended his hand and exclaimed, Li Xiao, welcome. It has been a while since we last met, and you look even more handsome. Li Rui chuckled and shook hands with Wang Zhongtian, inquiring, where is your boss? Lead me to him. Certainly, this way please, Wang Zhongtian replied, guiding him ahead, while Li Rui followed with 4 bodyguards trailing behind. They ascended to the 3rd floor via the elevator and entered a private room with Wang Zhongtian. Inside, there were 3 individuals, 1 seated and 2 standing behind him. Upon Li Rui's entrance, the seated figure rose and approached him, smiling as he spoke. You must be Li Xiao. Manager Wang was right. You are indeed a remarkable presence. Strikingly handsome. Li Rui noted that the individual appeared to be only in his late 20s, dressed in casual attire, which starkly contrasted his preconceived notion of a high-ranking executive. The man before him, although the son of the chairman of Feiqi Group, should, in Li Rui's mind, be clad in a suit and tie, given that his luxury car dealership likely garnered annual profits of 8 to 10 billion. The casual outfit seemed somewhat inconsistent with the image he had envisioned, leaving him momentarily stunned. Noticing Li Rui's silence, Lu Yifan glanced at his own clothing and explained, wearing a suit and tie can be rather uncomfortable, so I prefer casual attire. I hope you don't mind, Li Xiao. Not at all. I share your sentiment, Li Rui replied promptly, shaken from his reverie by Lu Yifan's words. Despite being a scion of a billion-dollar empire, the man in front of him exhibited none of the arrogance typically portrayed in dramas. Rather, he was courteous and polite, prompting Li Rui to maintain his own decorum. It seems that Li Xiao, much like myself, harbors a disdain for the constraints of clothing. I find great pleasure in forging friendships with individuals like him. Gulme, take a seat. Let us indulge in delightful conversation while we dine. As he spoke, he grasped Li Rui's hand and settled into a chair, where an array of delectable seafood dishes awaited them, exuding warmth and enticing aromas that left Li Rui momentarily speechless. As time progressed, their conversation grew increasingly intimate. After a few glasses of wine, they nearly began to address each other as brothers, a transformation largely credited to L. Yifan's remarkable knack for making friends. Initially, Li Rui found it challenging to exchange more than a few words with such an unrelated stranger. But L. Yifan's engaging demeanor swiftly dissolved the initial awkwardness of their first meeting. Chapter 37. Underground fighting through their conversation over drinks. Li Rui learned that the man before him was named Lu Yifan, aged 28, the second son of the Feiqi Group. He had an elder brother, and the 2 were half-brothers, which naturally led to some irreconcilable conflicts. Lu Yifan was merely a seed sown by his father during an affair, and upon his grandmother discovering this, he was brought back to the family. In such a prominent household, lacking maternal support made it nearly impossible for him to inherit his father's wealth, a mere fantasy. Thus, over the years, he had been forging connections with various individuals, hoping to prove himself superior to his elder brother, thereby gaining his father's acknowledgement and a chance to inherit the family business. These revelations were not something he was supposed to share with Li Rui, but perhaps due to the influence of alcohol or their similar ages, Lu Yifan spoke candidly. This openness endeared him to Li Rui, who appreciated such sincerity, and soon they were addressing each other as Old Lu and Old Li. Old Lu, your wealthy families are quite troublesome. With that luxury car dealership of yours, you could easily secure a lifetime of comfort. Why expend so much effort fighting for family assets? Li Hui Muzid, having recently acquired a system, he felt that earning 8 to 10 billion a year and living leisurely was sufficient. He saw no need to engage in business ventures. Were it not for the biological system and the responsibility it entailed or the desire for family rejuvenation, he would have little interest in managing a conglomerate. Old Li, it's not as simple as you think. although I run the dealership. The shares are held by the group. If I don't vie for this inheritance, I'll end up with nothing, merely surviving on a few million in annual dividends from the family's charity. That is not what I desire. Liu Yifan sighed, slightly inebriated. Li Rue found Liu Yifan's sentiments familiar, reminiscent of the rules he had set for his own family, realizing that even affluent families took precautions against potential divisions. However, this was ultimately a matter for them to resolve, and he chose not to comment further. After several rounds of drinks and a satisfying meal, Liu Yifan spoke again. Old Li, would you like to visit a club? I know a great place. Shall we give it a try? Liu Yifan said with a mischievous grin, and Li Rue noted how different he seemed from their initial meeting. Li Rue was intrigued by the idea of a club, especially one recommended by Liu Yifan, as he had previously been a poor nobody and now wished to experience such a high-class environment. Yet, more than a club, he was eager to explore the underground fighting scene in Xing City. Old Liu, do you know where there is an underground fight arena in Xing City? Despite having gathered information about Gu Yuanshan's identity through phone interception and network infiltration, he had yet to pinpoint the location of the underground fighting venue, prompting him to directly inquire Liu Yifan, a local aristocrat. Upon hearing Li Rue's question, Liu Yifan's drunkenness dissipated somewhat. Old Li, why are you interested in underground fighting? Do you enjoy betting on fights? Liu Yifan asked, puzzled. What is betting on underground fights? I have heard whispers of underground boxing arenas and feel compelled to explore them. The term black boxing was unfamiliar to Li Rue until he first heard it from Gu Tianlong, who spoke of an undefeated fighter with a record of 28 victories. It was through Qian that he learned of Gu Yuanshan's connection to the clandestine boxing scene. Old Li, you have an interest in black boxing? Allow me to enlighten you, began Liu Yifan. The underground boxing arena in Xing City is operated by a man named Gu Yuanshan. Fighters compete in matches, and patrons can place bets, with payouts determined by a predetermined ratio. There are no established rules in underground boxing. Fighters may even compete without gloves, and the fights can sometimes result in fatalities. Thus, the term black boxing. Upon hearing Liu Yifan's explanation, Li Rue responded with a faint acknowledgement and inquired, do the boxers bring their own fighters? Typically, individuals of some standing will bring their own boxers, as they naturally have more trust in their own selections compared to those from the boxing arena. Are you considering partaking? Liu Yifan glanced at the 4 bodyguards behind Li Rue. Yes, I'm indeed curious, Li Rue affirmed. Liu Yifan, unfazed, noted that he too had visited such arenas numerous times, so Li Rue's curiosity was hardly surprising. If you wish to experience it firsthand, I can take you there right now, Liu Yifan stated, preparing to rise. Li Rue gestured for him to remain calm and requested, first, enlighten me on the rules of underground black boxing. Seeing Li Rue's keen interest, Liu Yifan eagerly began his explanation. In essence, the only rule is that there are no rules. A match continues until one party concedes or can no longer rise. Is it truly that simple? Li Hui kidied. Indeed, in underground black boxing, simplicity reigns. If there were rules, it wouldn't be classified as black boxing. I mean, is there a format akin to a challenge match, where outsiders can issue challenges that the arena cannot refuse? Liu Yifan pondered for a moment, his eyelids fluttering. Are you contemplating issuing a challenge? Not at all. I merely seek to understand. Liu Yifan, relieved, said, you startled me. I thought you intended a challenge. Li Rue merely smiled and remained silent. Noticing Li Rue's lack of response, Liu Yifan continued, the boxing arena does accommodate challenges, and the rules remain straightforward. The match continues until no one is left to compete from the opposing side. This is what it means to issue a challenge. Over the years, various factions have attempted to challenge Gu Yuanshan's underground boxing arena in Xing City, but all have returned defeated. Gu Yuanshan's arena boasts 10 of the world's top boxers. It's not an easy venue to conquer. Moreover, the fee for issuing a challenge is substantial, starting at no less than 100 million yuan, with no upper limit. Liu Yifan recounted the rules of the underground boxing scene with enthusiasm, reflecting his youth and passion for such exhilarating sports, having watched many matches and placed numerous bets. After digesting Liu Yifan's explanation, Li Rue nodded in understanding and declared, let's set forth. Following Liu Yifan's vehicle, we traveled for over 20 minutes, arriving at an underground boxing arena. Contrary to Li Rue's expectations, this was not a desolate wilderness, but rather a grand shopping mall nestled in the heart of the city. Accompanying Liu Yifan, we took the elevator to the basement level 2, traversing a labyrinthine passageway that stretched for over 100 meters, dimly lit and winding, before finally passing through an inconspicuous door, thereby officially entering the underground boxing venue. In such a concealed location, It was no wonder that Qian, Yi, and others found it difficult to trace. Upon entering through the small door, one was greeted by a scene that starkly contrasted with the basement's gloom, a resplendent lounge area designated for guests to unwind. This is the resting hall, Lu Yifan explained. Observing the various bunny girls weaving through the crowd, Li Rui mused that after living in this city for over 7 years, he had never fathomed the existence of such a place within it. Truly, life offers disparate fates to different individuals. Upon exiting the lounge area, we were met with a boxing ring, surrounded by hundreds of seats filled to capacity. The audience erupted with excitement, cheering loudly as two fighters engaged in a fierce contest. Many waved their betting slips, vociferously calling out the names of their favored boxers. Wild Wolf, knock him out. I've wagered 80,000 on you. Show some spirit, shouted one. Break that kid's limbs. He made me lose 200,000, yelled another. How could you be so foolish? Bite him. The atmosphere was electrifying, filled with an exhilarating cacophony of shouts and curses. Chapter 38. The challenge. Even though he was mentally prepared, Li Rui was still taken aback by the scene before him. Not a single impoverished soul was present. Rather, it was a congregation of so-called high society, a throng of affluent individuals. In this underground boxing arena, they resembled frenzied lunatics, shouting and hollering with abandon, while glamorous socialites disregarded their dignified images, succumbing to madness. Surely, one has never witnessed such a spectacle. This is the prime venue for unleashing primal instincts. The exhilaration brought forth by bloodshed is irreplaceable, transcending all else, even the allure of women. Ha! Ha! Laughed Lu Yifan. Let us hurry and place our bets on another match before this one concludes. Follow my lead, and you might just earn a handsome profit, Lu Yifan suggested, as he gestured for Li Rui to accompany him toward the betting area. Hold on, where do the fighters sign up, and how does one wager to win? Li Rui expressed little interest in the betting, for he could effortlessly complete a task for a reward of 20 billion. What could be more lucrative than a system reward? Old Li, are you truly considering having your bodyguards participate in the boxing match? Of course not. There are others for that, Li Rui replied. Li Yi, go and fetch the others. Understood, boss. As Li Yi made his way toward the entrance, Lu Yifan began to sense something amiss. Old Li, you did not come here merely to watch a boxing match, nor to gamble, did you? Lu Yifan inquired with a serious expression. Indeed, I came to witness the boxing. However, I brought my own fighters along, and I do intend to gamble, albeit on a larger scale, Li Rui replied with a smile. Old Li, are you genuinely here to challenge the arena? Gu Yuanshan is not to be trifled with. He commands hundreds of followers. In Star City, only the Black Tiger can rival him. You must tread carefully. Li Rui chuckled softly, remaining silent. Gu Yuanshan was inconsequential. Were it not for his status as a law-abiding citizen, he could simply spend some money to hire an assassin to eliminate him. Simple and efficient. Boss, everyone has arrived, Li Yi announced moments later, returning with 20 robust men, all sculpted from the same mold. These were 20 of the 50 elite bodyguards Li Rui had procured in Gaoyang, specifically for this occasion. Old Lu, let us proceed to register. Upon seeing Li Yi lead in such a formidable group, Lu Yifan was taken aback. Realizing that Li Rui was indeed a force to be reckoned with, unafraid to dismiss Gu Yuanshan, after a moment's hesitation, he directed Li Rui and his entourage toward the registration desk, knowing that even if he did not escort them, he could not absolve himself of responsibility. Each of Li Rui's companions was tall and imposing, naturally drawing the attention of the boxing arena staff. As Li Yi entered with the 20 muscular men, someone swiftly made their way to a room at the back. The registration personnel, recognizing the imposing presence of the newcomers, understood that their intentions were not benign. Yet, having navigated the underground boxing scene for years, they were somewhat intimidated but still fulfilled their duty, inquiring, "Are you here to register for the boxing match?" In the midst of a confrontation, a boisterous voice resounded, belonging not to Li Rui or Li Yi, but rather to Lu Yifan. Since he could not escape the entanglement, he resolved to adopt a more audacious demeanor. After all, he was merely in his late 20s. Wasn't youthful exuberance synonymous with a touch of arrogance? Li Rui regarded Lu Yifan with a peculiar gaze, while Lu Yifan, lifting his chin, conveyed a silent yet unmistakable message, since they had come to challenge. Why bother with pleasantries? Li Rui shook his head, bemused by this newly acquainted friend's unpredictable nature. Just moments ago, Lu Yifan had appeared intimidated by Gu Yuanshan's prowess. Yet now he radiated confidence. As Li Rui pondered this transformation, a man in his 50s, accompanied by over 10 burly figures, strode purposefully toward Li Rue and his companions. His voice booming even before his presence was fully felt. Which of you dares to challenge Gu Yuanshan? His authoritative tone reverberated throughout the venue. The crowd turned in unison, and Gu Yuanshan immediately spotted Lu Yifan among them. For a brief moment, he was taken aback, followed by a flicker of confusion. Why would the second son of the Feiqi group come to disrupt his domain? Their businesses had no rivalry, and their paths had scarcely crossed, save for a few fleeting encounters with Lu Yifan's father. Is it truly you, young Master Lu? I wonder how I have offended your esteemed family to warrant such a visit, he inquired, his calm demeanor betraying a simmering rage. Although the Lu family was a formidable conglomerate, Gu Yuanshan boasted hundreds of loyal followers. He harbored no fear of them. My apologies. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. I merely came to have some fun, Lu Yifan explained sheepishly. Despite his family's wealth, he had no desire to provoke trouble with such a notorious figure. The bravado he had exhibited moments earlier had vanished entirely. Li Rue, recognizing the precariousness of the situation, did not chastise Lu Yifan for his apparent lack of backbone. After all, the Lu family engaged in legitimate business, and Lu Yifan was merely an illegitimate son without substantial backing. Offending such a local bully could indeed leave him without support. With this in mind, Li Rue stepped forward. Do you recognize me, Gu Yuanshan? Gu Yuanshan momentarily faltered, his mind racing as he tried to place the familiar face before him. It was only when someone beside him whispered softly that realization dawned. His pupils dilated as fury washed over him. You are the one who incapacitated my son. Gu Yuanshan, the failure in your parenting lies with you. Your son's fate is a consequence of your own misguidance. Had he not engaged in wrongdoing and threatened me first, this outcome would never have transpired. Do you presume to instruct me on how to raise my child? You cripple my son and dare to show your face here? Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Are you not the one investigating me? Today, I have come to conduct business. What is wrong with my entering your establishment? Li Rue provocatively retorted, emboldened by the system at his disposal. Should he fear others? If challenged, he was prepared to confront them head-on. Very well, you wish to challenge me? With a cold scoff, he turned and led the group towards the tables closest to the boxing ring. At that moment, the match in the ring had just concluded. How do you wish to proceed? Gu Yuanshan asked icily. You are the host, and I am but a guest. Naturally, we shall adhere to your rules, taking turns to send fighters into the ring until one side can no longer continue. Li Rue agreed, influenced by the system. With the system in place, if 20 elite bodyguards proved insufficient, then 50 would be summoned, and if 50 still fell short, then 100 would arise, each possessing combat skills of a world-class caliber. No matter how formidable the boxers in the arena, they would ultimately tire against such relentless opposition, ensuring his invincibility. Hearing Li Rue's consent to the boxing arena's regulations, Gu Yuanshan grinned menacingly. Having operated underground fight clubs for over 20 years, this was not his first encounter with challengers. With his 10 top-tier world-class fighters at his disposal, he held absolute confidence in making the scoundrel before him, who had crippled his son, pay a heavy price. Additionally, he had. Chapter 39, a bet of 10 billion. You truly possess audacity, young man. If you had not incapacitated my son, I might have considered sparing you. However, I now wish for you to suffer the same fate as him. I intend to render you limb from limb. Do you dare to wager? Upon hearing Gu Yuanshan's proposition of a bet concerning his limbs, Li Rue merely shook his head. The combat prowess of elite bodyguards and top-tier fighters was closely matched, and he did not possess absolute confidence in victory. He was merely undefeated in quantity. A fool would engage in such a gamble. I have no interest in your limbs. My focus lies solely on wealth. I wager 10 billion. Do you accept? Noticing that Li Rue was not taking the bait, Gu Yuanshan felt a pang of disappointment. However, when he heard Li Rue propose a bet of 10 billion, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Over 2 decades spent in the sand and gravel business, alongside the underground fighting arena, had amassed just over 10 billion in cash. The prospect of 10 billion being offered to him was thrilling, and as for incapacitating Li Rue, opportunities would abound. Very well, I will wager 10 billion with you, but we cannot simply rely on words. You claim you possess 10 billion. Is that so? Li Rue remained silent, producing a bank card instead. It was a card, and used for several years, containing only a few dollars until moments ago when Li Rue instructed the system to deposit 10 billion into it. This card holds 10 billion. You may call to verify. The password is 6/8. What about yours? Li Rue said, pushing the card forward on the table. Gu Yuanshan observed Li Rui's demeanor, sensing that he was not merely posturing. A flicker of unease crossed his mind. Could this young man be from a prominent family? Yet, that seemed improbable. His subordinates had investigated, revealing a lineage of farmers, with this sudden rise to power appearing rather peculiar. This uncertainty had restrained him from taking action until now. However, there was no turning back. Should the opponent indeed possess a significant background, winning this 10 billion would allow him to flee with 20 billion. Conversely, if Li Rui were merely a fortunate upstart, after Li Rui retrieved the bank card, he awaited Gu Yuanshan's response. Noticing Gu Yuanshan's momentary daze, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Li Rui understood that the old man was undoubtedly contemplating something insidious. Nevertheless, with the system at his disposal, if Gu Yuanshan truly sought his demise, he would not hesitate to ensure his permanent disappearance for Blue Star. Gu Yuanshan beckoned to an associate behind him, whispering something in his ear before the individual departed. A few minutes later, he returned to Gu Yuanshan's side, holding a bank card. Gu Yuanshan pushed the card forward, stating, "This card also contains 10 billion. The password is 6 sixes. You may verify as well." Li Rui did not hesitate, signaling to Li Yi to make the call. Gu Yuanshan similarly summoned someone to confirm. Neither party engaged in the cliché drama of trusting one another without verification. Both were acutely aware that neither could be trusted. Two individuals making inquiries over the phone received affirmative responses from the bank staff and subsequently turned a nod towards their respective bosses, signaling that all was well. As Gu Yuanshan approached the arena alongside Li Rui and others, their presence inevitably captured the attention of the audience. After all, a gathering of several robust men was hard to overlook. Observing the scene, a curious young man turned to a middle-aged companion and inquired, "Excuse me, what is happening here?" The middle-aged man glanced at the youth with a hint of pride and replied, "Is this your first visit?" "Yes, indeed. Today marks my inaugural experience here." "What exactly is going on?" "It seems like there are two factions present, and judging by their physiques, none appear to be easily trifled with." Recognizing the youth's genuine curiosity, the middle-aged man elaborated, "Do you see that slightly older gentleman? He is Boss Gu, the proprietor of this underground boxing arena. And those 10 individuals behind him? They're the 10 most formidable fighters in the ring, each boasting an undefeated record. Their win rate is remarkably high, which is why they seldom engage unless a major boss brings fighters along. Only then do they dispatch one or two of their number." The young man nodded in understanding. "Then why are all 10 top fighters participating this time? Is there a specific reason? If you were to ask anyone else, they might not know. But having been around for a while, I can tell you that in the past decade, there have only been 3 occasions when all 10 top fighters gathered. This is known as a challenge match." "A challenge match? Could you elaborate on that?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "Look at the opposing team, judging by their physiques. None of them appear to be pushovers either. It seems we are in for quite a spectacle, so just watch closely." As the man's words settled, 2 fighters stepped onto the arena. One was a senior bodyguard from Li Rui's group, and the other was one of the top 10 fighters. The bodyguard donned red shorts, his upper body bare, showcasing an impressive physique of iron-like muscles. His hands were unloved and unwrapped, a stark contrast to his opponent, who wore blue shorts but bore a similar lack of protective gear. The Black Bear is the most ruthless fighter in my arena. Those who have fallen to him have never risen again. You might want to prepare a wheelchair for your subordinate, Gu Yuanshan remarked with a sinister grin. "Huh, you needn't concern yourself with that. Have you secured a wheelchair for your son?" "You." With a thud, Gu Yuanshan slammed his fist onto the table, causing the teacups to rattle violently. Li Rui, unperturbed by Gu Yuanshan's frustration, shifted his gaze back to the arena, where the 2 fighters had already entered a state of combat readiness. The senior bodyguard stood between 1.9 to 2 meters tall, weighing around 100 kilograms, while the Black Bear mirrored this height and weight, although he was slightly overshadowed by the bodyguard's extraordinary muscularity. The 2 individuals gazed intently at one another, neither daring to strike first, both in search of vulnerabilities. "Black Bear, did you indulge in the pleasures of women last night, leaving you weak and hesitant? Are you afraid?" A towering Caucasian man, approximately 2 meters tall, mocked in broken Mandarin. "Indeed, Black Bear, do you not realize that despite his imposing stature, you are simply too intimidated to engage? How many titans have we rendered incapacitated? Hurry up and strike. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can pursue your pleasures." Another man of similar height, an African-American, chimed in with derision. Upon hearing their taunts, Black Bear remained unresponsive. His entire focus was directed at the expressionless, muscular behemoth before him. It was only when confronted by such an imposing presence that one could truly grasp the essence of intimidation. No blows had yet been exchanged, but his instincts warned him that he faced a formidable opponent. The two stood in a tense standoff for over 30 seconds, and just as Black Bear was on the verge of making a move, a voice from outside the ring caught his attention. Chapter 40. The wheel wore swift and decisive. Li Rue had long understood that the strength of bodyguards and top-tier fighters in the ring was not vastly different. His advantage lay in the ability to continuously deploy more bodyguards, thereby exhausting his opponent. Thus, the faster the pace, the better. Yes, boss, the bodyguard responded, his hands clenched, muscles rippling as he charged towards the Black Bear. A powerful punch aimed directly at the Black Bear's face. As the fist, as large as a sandbag, hurtled towards him, the Black Bear raised his hand to block it, but was still sent staggering back by the force. Just as the Black Bear prepared to retaliate, another punch came flying in, showcasing an unorthodox fighting style. No defense, only rapid aggression. The relentless assault left the Black Bear with no opportunity to counterattack. Over time, he was forced to abandon his defense, mirroring the same approach of pure offense. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed for 5 or 6 minutes, igniting the fervor of those present. This is the romance of manly combat, a man in the audience remarked, enraptured. Indeed, this match surpasses any I have witnessed before. They must have exchanged hundreds of blows by now. True men, indeed. I believe the one in the red shorts will win. Just look at the blue shorts. His face is swollen like a pig's head, covered in blood. After 5 or 6 minutes of brutal exchanges, both fighters were utterly exhausted. The bodyguard, possessing slightly superior physical conditioning, was in marginally better shape than the Black Bear. If he could just hold on a little longer, victory would surely belong to him. However, Li Rue did not wish for the bodyguard to continue. After all, there was more than one match to be contested. Step down. Li Rue instructed his bodyguard. Yes, boss, came the immediate reply, and without hesitation, the bodyguard disengaged from the Black Bear and leaped off the ring. No sooner had Li Rue's words left his lips than another bodyguard ascended the platform. The Black Bear, still bent over with hands on his knees, gasping for breath, nearly fainted at the sight of this new opponent, who exuded the same aura of danger as the previous one. He cast a pleading glance toward Gu Yuanshan. With a grim expression, offered no assistance. Gu Yuanshan had heard from his son about the 4 world-class fighters among the bodyguards, but hearing was one thing. Witnessing it firsthand was another. With no acknowledgement from his boss, the Black Bear steeled himself and once again engaged in combat with the newly arrived bodyguard. As expected, the already fatigued Black Bear lasted less than 30 seconds before being knocked out cold by a single punch. After the Black Bear was dragged away, a white man, who had previously mocked him, stepped into the ring. The arrogance that once characterized him had vanished, replaced by an air of caution. Yet, despite his careful demeanor, he found himself ensnared in the same predicament as the Black Bear, ultimately suffering the same fate, his arm rendered useless, stripped of his ability to fight. Thus, Li Rue managed to deplete 70 of his opponent's health using a single bodyguard, subsequently allowing a new bodyguard to enter the fray and eliminate the adversary. In a bid to expedite the conclusion of the battle, Li Rue resorted to a 2-on-1 strategy, with one bodyguard entering the arena to engage for a brief period. In this manner, Li Rue employed 10 bodyguards to bring down 6 of Gu Yuanshan's fighters on the stage. It was only at this juncture that Gu Yuanshan comprehended that his opponent possessed far more than merely 4 subordinates with world-class fighting prowess. A sense of unease began to creep into his mind, for this was a matter of his 10 billion. As the battle between the 7th fighter and the bodyguard approached its climax, Gu Yuanshan clenched his fist, pondering that under the current circumstances, defeat was inevitable. He resolutely thought to himself that he could not afford to lose. Thus, he discreetly signaled to the remaining fighters. The final 3 fighters hesitated momentarily before retreating into the shadows. In a small room, one individual furrowed his brow and inquired of his companions. Are we truly going to resort to this? Once we utilize it, our fighting careers will be irrevocably terminated. Observing the current situation, another replied. If we do not employ this, we are destined to lose. After all, there are still over 10 experts of our caliber on the opposing side. The first speaker sighed deeply. Then let us gamble this one time. If we win, Gu Yuanshan has promised to reward each of us with 200 million. With that, we shall no longer need to engage in underground fights. Indeed, the other 2 concurred, and each retrieved a syringe, opening a small vial to inject the green liquid into their bodies. They carelessly discarded the vial, which spun several times before gradually coming to a halt. revealing the words high concentration stimulant emblazoned upon it. Stimulants are prohibited substances for athletes, and this particular high concentration variant, once administered, could inflict irreversible damage on the body, rendering one incapable of engaging in high-intensity activities, essentially ending a fighter's career. On the ring, the seventh contestant, like his predecessors, was incapacitated by a senior bodyguard, suffering broken ribs and collapsing to the ground, bloodied and devoid of fighting spirit. Observing Gu Yuanshan's grim expression, Li Rue taunted, "Is this truly your top-tier fighter? Hardly impressive. It seems I can hardly avoid claiming that 10 billion. Do not celebrate too soon. Our three most formidable fighters have yet to make their move. Who will emerge victorious remains uncertain," Gu Yuanshan retorted, glancing at the three fighters who had just returned, one of whom nodded in acknowledgement. Once again, the two adversaries squared off in the ring, launching offensives devoid of defense and delivering blows that resounded with palpable force. However, as time passed and blood boiled, the bodyguard strikes began to elicit diminishing responses from the fighter. Initially, when struck, the fighter would emit a grunt. Yet, as the battle progressed, he ceased to express even a sound. It was as if he had lost all sense of pain. As the bout progressed, the fighter descended into a frenzy, his eyes glowing crimson, his body emanating steam as if it were being scorched in a furnace. Within merely 3 minutes, Li Rue discerned an unsettling shift. The previously evenly matched bodyguards and the fighter were now visibly differentiated. The bodyguard's physical prowess already represented the pinnacle of human capability, yet the fighter's speed and resilience had surpassed the bodyguards by approximately 30%. This 30% was not merely a matter of 1-to-1. 3 times. It delineated the distinction between being able to strike me and being unable to, as well as the difference between inflicting injury and remaining unscathed. Observing the bodyguard struggle to endure, Li Rue signaled to Li Yi. Li Yi promptly called for the bodyguard on stage to step down, and subsequently summoned a second bodyguard. After 3 minutes of engagement between the second bodyguard and the fighter, a third was dispatched. It was only after the 10th bodyguard had taken the stage for a full 3 minutes that the fighter suddenly weakened, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Blood streamed from his nostrils, eyes, mouth, and ears, marking a grievous display of 7 orifices bleeding. Chapter 41. A path to destruction. Li Rue's countenance was exceedingly grim. He was certain that the scoundrel Gu Yuanshan had employed some underhanded tactics. He surmised it was likely some form of banned substance or stimulant that dulled pain and significantly enhanced physical capabilities, leading to the sudden collapse he now witnessed. Evidently, the effects had worn off. In stark contrast, Gu Yuanshan beamed with delight, on the verge of claiming a staggering 10 billion. This young man was still quite naive. After over 2 decades of operating underground boxing arenas, how could he possibly lack contingency plans? This potent stimulant was a product of 10 years of research and an investment of 1 billion, exclusive to the boxing world and his ace in the hole, devised specifically for situations like this. You are still quite inexperienced, with only 4 capable subordinates remaining. It would take all 10 of yours to wear down even one of my fighters. I still have 2 left. How will you respond? I must thank you for the 10 billion you've graciously provided. Gu Yuanshan laughed triumphantly. Damn it, this isn't fun at all, Li Rue retorted, slamming his palm on the table. Li Yi, go outside and fetch someone. Understood, boss, Li replied. Beside them, Lu Yifan, who had been observing the entire confrontation with great concern, inquired, Old Li, what's the situation? I will not lose, Li Rue declared emphatically. Upon hearing Li Yi's command to summon reinforcements, Gu Yuanshan's laughter abruptly ceased, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Moments later, Li Yi arriva bazida Li Rue, followed by a formidable procession of towering muscular men, each standing at least 2 meters tall, who approached Li Rue in unison, exclaiming, Greetings, boss. Goodness gracious, Lu Yifan exclaimed, pointing at the no fewer than 100 burly figures, his mouth agape in disbelief. The entrance of over 100 muscular men rendered not only Lu Yifan speechless, but also silenced the previously exuberant audience. Gu Yuanshan, witnessing this display, was taken aback, rising to his feet, trembling with rage. How could this continue? Even if his remaining 2 fighters were under the influence of specially formulated high-concentration stimulants, what difference would it make? Such overwhelming numbers could easily crush them. This was absurd. Observing Gu Yuanshan's trembling finger pointed toward him, Li Rue erupted into laughter. Ha ha! Do you wish to continue fighting? I have another 150 brothers ready to join the fray at any moment. Gu Yuanshan glared at Li Rue, speechless. After a prolonged silence, he turned and led his entourage away. Only then did the audience erupt into cheers, celebrating their triumph. Although Li Rue had merely relied on the system to secure victory through sheer numbers, a win was still a win, especially considering Gu Yuanshan's own deceitful tactics. Li Rue reached for 2 bank cards resting on the table, chuckling heartily. In just a short while, I've made 10 billion. Earning money is truly effortless. As he spoke, he instructed the system in his mind to transfer the funds from Gu Yuanshan's account to his own investment bank card. The reason for seeking Gu Yuanshan to gamble with the 10 billion is that Zhao Yi and his associates, through their investigations, have determined that Gu Yuanshan possesses approximately 10 billion in cash. Thus, if they can render Gu Yuanshan destitute, his influence will amount to nothing. Who will heed the words of a man without wealth? From now on, you shall be my elder brother. You've subdued Gu Yuanshan with such ease, truly impressive. Lu Yifan exclaimed, giving Li Rue a thumbs up in admiration. A formidable dragon does not merely suppress a local snake. Li Rue, this fierce dragon, has not only subdued, but has also won over, proving to be quite the formidable character. Old Lu, I must thank you for bringing me here today. Let's take advantage of the still reasonable hour and visit that enjoyable club you mentioned, so I can witness it for myself. Rest assured I, Lu Yifan, will certainly arrange everything for you today. With that, they walked arm in arm, leading a procession of 174 elite bodyguards out. The sight of 174 towering men, each 2 meters tall, traversing the mall sent shoppers scattering hundreds of meters away in fright. To prevent panic, Li Rue instructed 150 bodyguards to return to the security company by car, while 20 were to head back to the Sun Hotel. He then drove alongside Lu Yifan towards the upscale club he had referred to. The next day, Li Rue awoke once more in the Sun Hotel, patting his face in reflection, marveling at the luxurious life of the wealthy. The previous day, he had accompanied Lu Yifan to an extravagant club, where he truly experienced the opulence of the affluent. The establishment was teeming with beauties of every kind: mature women, youthful maidens, regal queens, and alluring silhouettes in stockings and high heels, leaving him utterly entranced. Ultimately, he succumbed to Lu Yifan's persuasion and indulged in a lavish experience, summoning 4 enchanting masseuses for a massage that was nothing short of blissful. Today, he awoke feeling as though he had shed several pounds. As for why no scandalous events unfolded, well, such is life. Li Rue is a man of principles. Rising from his slumber, he slipped into his slippers and stood before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the incessantly flowing vehicles and throngs of people on the street. He mused to himself, each day, I commute to work like a robot, engaged in monotonous tasks. For whom do I truly live this life? Yet, he quickly reminded himself that without the system, he might be no better off than those ordinary people toiling for their livelihoods. He was merely luckier than they. Li Rue summoned breakfast from the hotel, the pangs of hunger interrupting his contemplations. Yes, sir, he replied. 10 minutes later, a young girl in her 20s, dressed in a maid-s outfit with a ponytail, entered pushing a food cart. Good day, sir. Your breakfast has arrived. Would you like to dine now? Yes, Li Rue softly responded as he approached the dining table. The maid placed 4 exquisite plates from the cart onto the table, each adorned with a gleaming golden cover. As the covers were lifted, 4 rare delicacies emerged: bird's nest soup, abalone, shark fin, French foie gras, and caviar, all of the finest ingredients. The cost of these ingredients exceeds 10,000, and naturally, the taste is exceptional. Li Rue lamented that ever since acquiring the system, he had been preoccupied with family affairs and had not yet indulged in a variety of culinary delights. He vowed to take the opportunity to savor them properly. After gesturing for the maid to exit the room, Li Rue relished a luxurious breakfast worth over 10,000. Just as he was enjoying the exquisite flavors, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Zhao Yi. Hello, boss. Today we monitored that Gu Yuanshan is preparing to contact an assassin to eliminate you. Please exercise caution. Li Rue was taken aback by Zhao Yi's words. The audacity to resort to assassination in a lawful society was astonishing. He had initially thought that depleting Gu Yuanshan's finances would render him a toothless tiger, no longer a threat to anyone. Clearly, he had underestimated these underground rats, as there were still assassins willing to act. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me, he thought, instructing the system to procure a high-level assassin. Ding! 50 million deducted from financial account, remaining balance 78. 5 billion. Assassin deployed within a 1-kilometer radius. 50 million? The cost of a high-level assassin is 5 times that of a high-level bodyguard. This price left Li Rue in shock. Chapter 42. The arrival of the supercar system. You haven't deceived me, have you? How could a high-ranking assassin possibly cost so much more than an elite bodyguard? Host. The brutality of assassin training surpasses that of bodyguards. The transformation from an ordinary individual to an assassin often demands the ultimate sacrifice, one's life. The journey to becoming a high-ranking assassin is fraught with even greater peril, while the training of elite bodyguards, though arduous, does not entail such fatal consequences. Hence, the price of assassins is considerably higher. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Li Rue felt a sense of relief. It made sense, after all. Being an assassin is inherently a high-risk profession, often requiring one to venture into dangerous territories. A higher cost was indeed justifiable. Moreover, money was of little concern to him. Having spent $1.5 billion in the underground boxing arena the previous day to acquire 150 elite bodyguards, he hardly felt its weight. The sudden revelation of the assassin's steep price had merely left him momentarily astounded. Putting aside his worries about the cost, Li Rue named the assassin Dark One. He then issued a command through the system to eliminate any threats to his existence. I can engage in negotiations with those who adhere to the rules, but with those who do not blame me for being unyielding, Li Rue murmured to himself. He trusted that the system's offerings were of the highest caliber. A killer 5 times the price of a bodyguard would undoubtedly be worth every penny, especially in dealing with a local thug. Li Rue continued to savor his breakfast, and just as he was pondering where to explore next, he received a call from LVE Fun. Old Li, do you want to hear some good news? LVE Fun exclaimed cheerfully on the other end of the line. Oh, what good news? Li Rue asked in surprise. They had only been apart for a single night. What could have possibly transpired? Hee, your 4 supercars have arrived. Impressive, right? Really? How could it be so fast? Didn't Wang Zhongtian say it would take half a month to deliver? Are you pulling my leg, or is he? Old Li, how could Manager Wang dare to deceive you? I wouldn't mislead you either. The 4 supercars are indeed here, thanks to my father. After I relayed yesterday's events, my father wasted no time and leveraged his connections. With his influence, he managed to procure the cars much quicker than I could have. LVE Fun explained with a grin. Oh, why would your father help me? I hardly know him. Li Rue questioned, puzzled as to why the chairman of a trillion-dollar group would seek to curry favor with him. Old Li, you truly underestimate your own capabilities. The mere fact that you could persuade Gu Yuanshan makes my father eager to befriend you. Who knows? He may need your assistance in the future. LVE Fun elucidated the rationale. Upon hearing this, Li Rue began to understand. While these conglomerates wield immense wealth, they primarily engage in legitimate business. They often dread entanglements with gangsters. Thus, recognizing that he commanded such a formidable entourage, it was not surprising that they wished to foster a good relationship with him. Well, he had the cars delivered to the Sun Grand Hotel without dwelling on how those 4 sports cars arrived so swiftly. His sole desire at that moment was to behold the 4 supercars, the least expensive among them still costing twice as much as a McLaren P1, while the most extravagant approached a staggering 100 million Dragon Kingdom coins. I remarked to Old Li that he was rather affluent. Staying in hotels every day was hardly a sustainable solution. Why not invest in a grand villa? Look at how he had no space to accommodate the supercars he had just purchased. Upon hearing Li Rue's request to have the 4 sports cars sent to the hotel, LE Fun gently advised him otherwise. Let us discuss it later. Previously, he had not considered buying property in Star City, believing that since he only spent a few days there each year, it was an unnecessary expense. However, his perspective had since shifted. With an abundance of wealth, investing in real estate, even if he did not reside there, seemed prudent. Half an hour later, the striking supercars, accompanied by 10 Range Rovers, arrived at the open parking lot of the Sun Grand Hotel. Li Rue received a call from LE Fun and made his way downstairs with Li E and the others. Old Li, look, your cars have arrived. Aren't they magnificent? At the hotel entrance, LE Fun gestured towards the nearby parking area. Following LE Fun's, Li Rue's gaze fell upon 4 sleek supercars lined up, surrounded by a throng of onlookers fervently snapping photographs. Upon seeing the 4 supercars he had longed for over the past few days, Li Rue paid little heed to LE Fun's words. His eyes fixated on the vehicles as he hurried towards them. The red Apollo Aero, the orange Bugatti Veyron, the purple Hennessy Venom GT, and the silver Lamborghini Veneno. These 4 supercars captivated him as if they were 4 enchanting beauties stealing his very soul. The keys? Li Rue asked, not bothering to turn back to LE Fun. Understanding the trance-like state of his friend, Yi Fun smiled. He too appreciated such vehicles, though his father forbade him from purchasing them. Taking the 4 keys, he pressed them in succession, illuminating the headlights of his supercars as if welcoming their master. Observers gawked as a young man wielding 4 keys awakened the car's lights, filled with envy and muttering about his wealth. Despite already owning a McLaren P1, Li Rue remained exhilarated by the sight of these 4 supercars, taking a while to regain his composure. He instructed the 20 elite bodyguards stationed at the Sun Grand Hotel to keep watch over the other vehicles, then drove off in the purple Hennessy Venom GT. Although not the most expensive, it was the one that appealed to him the most. As the 80 million coin vehicle cruised down the road, it turned heads with a 200 rate. Had it not been for its swift speed, the attention would have been even greater. Yin Yuan and her close friend strolled hand in hand, each holding a cup of milk tea, waiting at a traffic light. A purple supercar stopped parallel to the road, also awaiting the signal to change. Wow, Yin Yuan, look quickly. This supercar is incredibly stunning. If only I could have a ride in it, I would do anything. This car is simply magnificent. Let us take a picture. A girl gazes at the supercar, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Yen, if an elderly man were driving this car, would you still be willing to do anything? Haha, Yin Yuan playfully teased her friend. Puffed. An old man would never drive such a sports car. Even if he were, I would still be willing. Just one ride in such a supercar would allow me to boast for a lifetime. As long as it's a person, I'm game. Hee hee. Yin Yuan, look. There's a young handsome guy. With your beauty, you should seize the chance to ask for his contact information. Who knows, you might reel in a wealthy partner. The girl, joking with Yin Yuan, pretended to tie her shoelaces to sneak a peek at the driver's age. Once she got a good look at the driver, she exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing her friend's words, Yin Yuan instinctively bent slightly to glimpse the driver. Meanwhile, Li Rue kept the window down to fully savor the thrill of the ride, allowing Yin Yuan a clear view of his face. Li Hui, came Yin Yuan's astonished voice. Chapter 43. Familiar strangers what? Who is Li Rue? Lu Yen, beside her, was utterly baffled by Yunrong's words. Without responding to her friend, Yunrong bent down once more, trying to ascertain whether her eyes were deceiving her. Just then, the green light illuminated, and a sleek sports car surged forward with a rush. As she gazed at the receding purple supercar, Yunrong's eyes glazed over, and she murmured to herself, "Impossible. This cannot be true." Noting the direction in which the car had vanished, Lu Yen, observing Yunrong's dazed expression, exclaimed, "You don't actually know that handsome guy driving the supercar, do you?" Lu Yen was taken aback. She had jokingly suggested that her friend ask for his number. Yet she understood that such wealthy individuals were far beyond the reach of ordinary folk like them. Given Yunrong's reaction, perhaps she genuinely did know this handsome man. Still in a trance, Yunrong instinctively nodded. "It can't be your ex-boyfriend, can it? To lose hold of such a wealthy partner is truly a pity," Lu Yen lamented. "No, don't say such things," Yunrong quickly retorted. "This person does bear a slight resemblance to my sister's ex-boyfriend, but that can't be right. My sister's ex came from a very ordinary rural family. How could he afford such a supercar?" Yunrong first addressed her friend's inquiry before falling back into her musings. "Are you referring to Ling Xian's ex-boyfriend? Didn't she only date one guy? They broke up after college, right? That can't be possible. Although I haven't met him. I've heard you mention him. How could he possibly afford such a supercar? Are you sure you are mistaken?" As she spoke, she retrieved the photo she had taken earlier and searched online. Soon, a thunderous gasp escaped her lips. "Heavens, this car costs over 80 million. My goodness, Yunrong, you must call your sister to confirm whether this is her ex. If it is, you should quickly win him back. He is extraordinarily wealthy." "Impossible, impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable." Yunrong shook her head vigorously upon hearing Lu Yan's revelation about the car's price. It was hard to believe that the once ordinary university student could afford a vehicle worth over 80 million. "I must have been seeing things. Come on, let us continue shopping," Yunrong murmured softly, her head lowered. However, after taking a couple of steps towards the crosswalk while holding Lu Yan's hand, she abruptly pulled her friend back beyond the zebra crossing and promptly took out her phone, dialing a number. In a dilapidated, rented room within the bustling metropolis, the entire space measured less than 10 square meters. A small bed, a humble wardrobe, and a barely sufficient desk were crammed into the area, rendering it exceedingly cramped. While eating instant noodles, Yunling Xian diligently typed away at her computer, crafting a project proposal. Even though it was Sunday, this girl chose not to indulge in shopping like others. Instead, she voluntarily worked overtime. She aspired to earn money, to alter her parents' circumstances, and to ensure they would no longer reside in a crumbling earthen brick house. This was one of the reasons she had decided to come to the metropolis after graduation. It is often said that making money in the bustling metropolis is comparatively easier. However, the reality starkly contrasts with such notions. A modest rental space of approximately 10 square meters demands over 3,000 yuan, and with utilities included, it escalates to around 4,000 yuan. Yet, for the sake of employment, one has little choice. While consuming instant noodles and reviewing her proposals, Yin Lingxian was startled by the ringtone of her phone, which lay beside her. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from her sister. You, Cease. Aren't you going out today? What prompted you to call me? The noodles still lingering in her mouth rendered her voice somewhat peculiar. On the other end, Yin Rong discerned her sister was eating but paid it no mind, inquiring, Xian, has Li Rui been in touch with you over these years? Upon hearing the name, both familiar and foreign, Yin Lingshuan's mouth parted slightly, and a strand of noodle, not fully consumed, broke off and fell to the floor. Her hand seemed to lose control, and the plastic fork tumbled from her grasp onto the table. Not receiving a response, Yin Rong pressed further. Xian, are you all right? Why do you ask about Li Rui today? We broke up nearly 3 years ago and haven't been in contact since. Yin Lingxian managed to regain her composure and respond to her sister's inquiry. I saw him today in Star City. Is he doing well? The final words escaped her lips faintly. If my observation is correct, he seems to be thriving, driving an 80 million yuan sports car. How could he not be? Yin Rong reflected with a hint of wonder. What? Sis, you must have mistaken him. His family's circumstances could never afford an 80 million yuan sports car. Where did you see him? Yin Lingshuan's astonished voice echoed, a flurry of disbelief. I spotted him while waiting at a traffic light. I saw a hypercar, and the person inside was indeed Li Rui. Are you certain it was him? Initially, I thought I might have been mistaken, but now I'm certain it was him. I would not misidentify someone I've known for 2 or 3 years, Yin Rong asserted firmly. Having attended the same university and been in the same class as her sister, she had met Li Rui when her sister first began dating him. Listening to her sister's unwavering conviction, Yin Lingxian fell silent again. The man she once knew so intimately, who had treated her like a princess, who once vowed to take her home, had now become so affluent. Yet, what significance does that hold for her now? Xian, what exactly transpired between you and Li Rui? Wasn't your relationship always quite harmonious? Why did it abruptly end? Sis, let us just say we were destined to be apart, Yin Lingxian replied, her mood somber after a prolonged silence. Xian, I understand you went to the metropolis to earn more money for a better life for our family. Especially since Mom mentioned that anyone wishing to marry you must provide a dowry of 300,000 yuan, not a penny less. You went there to earn money so that Li Rui could marry you. So how did you end up breaking up? What is the point of discussing this now, sis? We have been separated for nearly 3 years now. He is wealthy now, and he may have found a new girlfriend. What significance is there in dwelling on the reasons for our breakup? Perhaps it is not so certain. The passenger seat of his sports car remains unoccupied, and he might still be single. Why not reach out to him again? Although Yunrong is not a materialistic woman who does not appreciate wealth, if my sister were to marry a wealthy man, she could benefit from his fortune, especially since he is the one she loves. Sister, please do not concern yourself with my relationship with Li Rui. That chapter has closed 3 years ago. Our fate has concluded, and we are now merely familiar strangers. Before Yunrong could speak, Yan Lingshuan hung up the phone. She picked up a plastic fork to eat her instant noodles, but it seemed the owner of that mouth had forgotten to chew, as a noodle broke off and fell onto the table. Soon, in this dim and dilapidated room, the sound of muffled sobs began to resonate. Chapter 44. Eradicating future threats. After circling around in the venomous snake GT, Li Rui dined with Lu Yifan at the hotel. Once Lu Yifan departed, he received a call from his sister, Yi, in the afternoon. Her 4-year-old daughter was being discharged from the hospital, having finally recovered, which brought immense joy to Li Rui. That evening, as Li Rui prepared to retire early to greet his sister and her family in the best of spirits the following day, he received a call from an Yi. The matter has been taken care of. The threat has been completely eliminated. The straightforward words concealed a staggering revelation. Upon hearing this, Li Rui's pupils constricted momentarily before he regained his composure. Such a person deserved death, and those who plot to kill must themselves be killed. I will transfer 5 million to your bank account. Take some time to rest, came the directive from his superior. After their brief exchange, Li Rui extinguished the lights and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, At the Liu residence in Star City, Liu Huairan savored his tea while engrossed in the art of war. Fully aware that the business realm is akin to a battlefield, necessitating a thorough understanding of military strategy. Master, there's trouble, interrupted a voice, startling Liu Huairan from his concentration. Turning to the intruder, he reproached, Duh, you come without a sound, nearly giving me a fright. What is it that warrants such alarm? Gu Yuanshan is dead. Found in a bathtub, electrocuted. What? Liu Huairan exclaimed, rising abruptly, nearly spilling his tea. What on earth happened? Gu Yuanshan, a cunning old fox, was notoriously cautious and fearful of death. Although Liu Huairan had limited interactions with him, he could not believe such a wily character would succumb to an accidental electrocution while bathing. Boss, I suspect this incident may be linked to the second young master's acquaintance. You mean Li Hui? Indeed, boss. Gu Yuanshan was preparing to issue an assassination order against Li Rue before his demise. Do you have any evidence? The assailant was a skilled individual, leaving no trace behind. It is merely conjecture on my part. Very well, I understand. You may leave. Oh, and summon the second young master. In the largest private room of the Monster Beast Bar in Star City, a bald man in his 40s, cigar in mouth, reveled in the company of beautiful women, occasionally engaging in dice games and drinking. Just as he was enjoying himself, a man navigated through the throng of women, leaned in, and whispered into the bald man's ear. Upon straightening, the bald man's expression shifted, and he waved the women away, causing the raucous music to cease abruptly. Once they were alone, he took a deep drag from his cigar and inquired of the man, Is it true that Gu Yuanshan is dead? Yes, Tiger Master. Electrocuted in the bathroom. After 2 decades of rivalry, who would have thought this old fox would be taken down? Do we know who is responsible? The matter concerning Tiger, you might be known to the second young master of the L family. Subsequently, the man recounted the incident of L Yifan accompanying Li Rue to confront Gu Yuanshan. Ah, the second young master of the L family. That fellow enjoys making friends. I've even purchased several luxury cars from him. I never imagined he would actually befriend a formidable figure like this. He mused, his words seemingly directed at the man beside him, yet echoing his own thoughts. After speaking, Tiger Yi fell into a contemplative silence. Taking a deep draw from his cigar, he exhaled a plume of smoke and instructed the man beside him, Contact L Yifan and invite him to our bar. It has been quite some time since I last saw that lad. Understood, Tiger. As the morning sun shone brightly, Li Rue hummed an unfamiliar tune while brushing his teeth, brimming with joy as his niece Yi had just been discharged from the hospital. After finishing his dental routine and donning a fresh set of clothes, he called his sister. Sister, has Yi's discharge paperwork been completed? Yes. We are currently processing her discharge, came the jubilant response from the other end. All right, I'll head to the hospital now. Okay. After ending the call, Li Rue, accompanied by Li Yi and 4 bodyguards, took the elevator down, where another 20 bodyguards awaited them below. Li Rue drove the purple Viper GT at the forefront, followed closely by 12 Range Rovers driven by his security team, proceeding in grand procession toward the First People's Hospital of Star City. In the hospital lobby, Li Xiaoshuang cradled an adorable little girl, resembling a porcelain doll, showering her with kisses. Mommy, Mommy, don't kiss me anymore, I'm all wet with saliva. The little girl protested in her sweet, babyish voice. Hearing his daughter's words, Zhang Huayan, who was at the front completing discharge formalities, turned around and smiled warmly. Yi, Mommy loves you and wants to kiss you. Don't you like it when Mommy kisses you? That would make her upset. He playfully admonished. Ah, Mummy, please don't be angry. I'll give you a kiss, she said, leaning her face closer to Li Xiaoshuang, rubbing her rosy cheeks against her mother's lips. The couple, Zhang Huayuan and Li Xiaoshuang, couldn't help but chuckle at their daughter's endearing antics. Daddy, what are you laughing at? Yi, hearing her parents' laughter, looked up at them with a tilted head, her expression one of curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. My little treasure is well again, and I'm happy. We can go home today. Are you excited, Yi? Yi is very happy. Yi wants to eat delicious food and go to the amusement park, she exclaimed, raising her hands in excitement. All right, we'll take Yi to eat the best food and have the most fun. A radiant smile adorned Li Xiaoshuang's face. Mommy, will we ride in a really big car on the way home? I haven't been in a car for so long. No, we want to be taking a big vehicle today, Zhang Huayuan replied, feigning disappointment as he turned back after completing the paperwork. Ah, are we walking home today? Walking is so tiring. Upon hearing that they couldn't take the big vehicle home, Yi's little face instantly fell at the thought of the long journey ahead. Seeing her daughter on the verge of tears, Li Xiaoshuang cast a disapproving glance at Zhang Huayan and then gently reassured her daughter. Today, we won't be taking the bus home. You see, Uncle is coming to pick you up. Is Uncle Li Rue coming? Yi titet had heat, betink had fingernails. Uncertain as she asked. She had never seen this uncle in reality, although she had encountered him several times during video calls on her mother's phone. Yes, Uncle Li Rue is coming to take you home. Are you happy? The innocent, youthful voice of Yi infused the otherwise tense atmosphere of the hospital lobby with a touch of levity. Chapter 45. Departure of a convoy led by a venomous GT, accompanied by 12 luxurious Land Rover Range Rovers, gracefully approached the entrance of the hospital. Upon arrival, they instructed everyone to park along the roadside. Such an opulent motorcade naturally drew the attention of patients and visitors, who speculated about the identity of the illustrious figure behind it. Li Rue, along with Li Yi and 3 others, made their way toward the hospital lobby. From a distance of several dozen meters, Li Rue immediately spotted his sister and brother-in-law, with a delightful little girl cradled in his sister's arms. Elated, he quickened his pace, calling out sister, brother-in-law. Xiao Rue, Li Xiaoshuang, and Zhang Huayuan simply uttered his name, their eyes brimming with gratitude that needed no elaboration. As he met his sister's gaze, tears nearly spilled from her eyes, prompting Li Rue to swiftly turn to little Yi and asked, "Do you know who I am, little one?" He playfully pinched Yi's cherubic cheek. "You are my uncle. I've seen you in Mommy's videos on her phone. Mommy says you are her brother, and therefore, you are my uncle." The 4-year-old Yi spoke with the poise of a little adult, recounting the connections among Li Rue, her mother, and herself. "Indeed, I am your uncle. Come here and give me a hug," he said, extending his arms wide. He glanced at her uncle and then turned to her mother. Upon receiving a nod of approval, she opened her arms toward Li Rue. He scooped Yi into his embrace, marveling at her rosy complexion. Li Rue lifted her high, spinning her around, joyfully exclaiming, "Yi, my little treasure, you are healthy now?" This display of affection brought delight to Yi, although it startled Li Xiaoshuang momentarily. Li Rue quickly set Yi down, recalling the doctor's admonition that, despite the success of her surgery, she required several months of rest and regular follow-ups. "You must be careful," his sister advised, which startled Li Rue. "Oh, she still needs rest and checkups? I thought she was completely healed." He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Noticing Li Rue's awkwardness, Zhang Huayun interjected, "What's the worry? Your sister is just being overly cautious. Come on, let's head home. Today, your sister will prepare something delicious for you." Upon hearing her father's mention of a feast, Yi cheered, "We're going home. There will be delicious food." Subsequently, Li Rue carried Yi at the forefront, with the couple following closely behind. The 4 bodyguards, laden with the couple's luggage, brought up the rear. The group of 8, led by Li Rue, exited the hospital. The imposing bodyguards elicited whispers among patients and medical staff, who speculated about the identity of this prominent figure or affluent family. As they stepped out of the hospital, Zhang Huayuan caught sight of a purple supercar alongside several Land Rover Range Rovers and remarked enviously, "Whose wealthy family is this? That car is truly magnificent." Li Xiaoshuang echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, not to mention that supercar, even those dozen or so vehicles behind it hold immense value. These wealthy individuals are genuinely affluent. They are truly in a league of their own." As Li Rue listened to his sister and brother-in-law's complaints, a frown creased his face. Turning to Li Xiaoshuang, he forced a smile and inquired, "Is it possible that this affluent household refers to your brother, me?" "Ah, Xiao Rue, is this car yours?" Li Xiaoshuang's eyes widened with curiosity. "Mom mentioned you bought an expensive vehicle. It wouldn't be this one, would it?" "Not this one," he replied, relieved. "You startled me. This car is clearly not inexpensive. It must be worth at least 10 million. What did you mean by your earlier statement?" Li Xiaoshuan prasa, her hand instinctively clutching her chest in bewilderment. "I meant that Mom was referring to another supercar worth 13 million. This one is my latest acquisition, priced at 80 million. Upon hearing Li Rue's words, Li Xiaoshuang and her husband were momentarily paralyzed. First, he had purchased a 13 million supercar, and now he had acquired another costing over 80 million, nearly 100 million in total. In recent days, the couple had been overwhelmed with their daughter's surgery preparations. Although their mother had called several times, most of the conversations revolved around their granddaughter's health, with only brief mentions of their brother's affairs, such as his expensive car purchase and substantial investments in family ventures. They had not delved into details. Now, suddenly learning that their brother had spent close to 100 million on cars was astonishing. While they were aware that he had earned some money over the past few years, this figure was staggering. For a homemaker living in a small county, the impact was nearly unfathomable. Zhang Huayuan, despite being a company employee, earn a modest monthly salary of 4 to 5,000 yuan. The revelation of an 80 million sports car similarly left him in shock. Xiao Rui, how much did you spend on the ancestral hall? Li Xiaoshuang asked cautiously. Given that their mother said the car was somewhat pricey at 13 million, she was deeply curious about the expenses for the hall, especially after learning about the 80 million vehicle. Not much, just around 50 million, I suppose. Oh, and I also spent over 20 million on building a new house. Our old one was a bit too small. Li Rui responded with an unruffled demeanor. Li Xiaoshuang and Zhang Huayuan exchanged glances, their expressions betraying disbelief. Their brother had become quite the affluent figure. Let us go. Let's hurry back. Yi is hungry, Li Rui urged, noticing the tension in their silence. Yes, Yi is hungry, Yi chimed in, patting her small belly and pouting in a feigned grievance. Due to the two-seater capacity of the Viper GT, Li Rui opted for his sister and Yi to converse while Li drove the Viper. He and the others boarded a Land Rover Range Rover, heading towards the modest rental accommodation his sister had secured for Yi's medical visits. The couple had depleted their savings for treatment and borrowed additional funds. Hence, the rental property was not particularly lavish. However, its proximity to the hospital made it a practical choice. After a short drive of around 10 minutes, they arrived at the area where the rental was located. The surroundings were a dilapidated resettlement community, and it was inevitable that such a convoy would attract considerable attention. Due to the cramped quarters of the rented accommodation, Li Rui decided against bringing a bodyguard, leaving everyone waiting downstairs. Upon entering the rental unit, he immediately furrowed his brow. The room was exceedingly small, barely a dozen square meters, cramped with his sister, brother-in-law, and the little girl Yi. The bathroom bore unsightly stains that seemed impossible to scrub away, rendering it quite filthy, and the windows were encrusted with rust, infusing the air with a metallic odor. Noticing Li Rui's displeasure, Li Xiaoshuang explained that they had been preoccupied with Yi's surgery and thus had no time to seek a better place. After we finish our meal, we shall find a more suitable rental in the afternoon, she assured him. At this moment, Li Xiaoshuang was not lacking in funds. Out of the 5 million Li Rui had given her, after deducting 1 million for medical expenses and 200,000 to express gratitude to the donors, she still had 3.8 million left, more than sufficient for renting or even purchasing a property in Xing City. All right, we shall look for a better place in the afternoon. Yi requires a conducive environment to recuperate, Li Rui replied, though his mind wandered to other possibilities. Renting? He had the means to buy outright. Yes, Li Xiaoshuang nodded, then turned to her daughter, who was engrossed in playing with Li Rui's phone. Yi, what would you like to eat? Mommy will make it for you. I want lobster, and crab, and so many delicious things, Yi exclaimed, counting off her desires on her fingers. Since her illness, she had not indulged in any particularly delectable dishes. All right, Mommy will buy you lobster and crab. Xiaohui, please stay here with Yi while I go shopping with your brother-in-law. Sister, you needn't trouble yourself. I will ask Li Yi to fetch them. Li Rui interjected before Li Xiaoshuang could protest. He quickly dialed Li Yi, instructing him to procure lobster and crab. Seeing that her brother had already taken care of the arrangements, Li Xiaoshuang could only shake her head in resignation. Half an hour later, there was a knock at the door, and Li Yi entered, one hand carrying 2 large lobsters and the other 2 hefty crabs. Li Xiaoshuang and her husband were left speechless at the sight of the 2 lobsters and 2 crabs, while Yi clapped her hands and exclaimed, "What enormous crabs!" The total expenditure of nearly 20,000 yuan for the 7-pound Boston lobsters and 12-pound king crabs was indeed a reflection of their size. Chapter 46. Purchasing a home after enjoying the delectable lobster and king crab prepared by his sister, Li Rui, accompanied by 4 bodyguards and his sister's family, set off in 2 Range Rovers to seek rental properties, while the remaining vehicles were driven back to the Sun Grand Hotel by the bodyguards. During the ride, Li Xiaoshuang inquired, "Where are we renting, Xiao Rui?" "Actually, I intend to purchase a home. Would you accompany me to take a look?" "Ah, Xiao Rui. What prompted you to consider buying property in Star City? Were you not planning to develop in our hometown?" "Sister, the real estate prices in Star City are quite reasonable. Even if I don't reside here often, it would be worthwhile to buy a place for occasional visits, considering it an investment." "Well, since you're not short on funds, having spent nearly 100 million on a car," Li Xiaoshuang remarked, rolling her eyes at her brother, "you really are a prodigal." "Haha, I own 5 supercars, totaling over 250 million. Upon hearing this boast, the car fell into a stunned silence. Li Xiaoshuang and her husband were rendered speechless, while their daughter, Yi, observed her parents' astonished expressions and mimicked them, her adorableness radiating charm. "Xiao Rui, Just how much have you earned? What do you do? Just invested in some Bitcoin, futures, and foreign stocks. Not much, merely a few hundred billion, he thought to himself, envisioning the immense income he would generate once the super new energy technology industrial park, rewarded by the system, was completed and operational. Even without the reward, he anticipated an annual income exceeding 1,000 billion. A few hundred billion? Is that even conceivable? If anyone else claimed such a thing, Li Xiaoshuang would surely chastise them for boasting. But how could she reprimand her own brother? Suddenly, Zhang Huayuan let out a pained exclamation, startling Li Rui. Wife, why are you pinching me? It hurts. Zhang Huayuan rubbed his thigh and turned to Li Xiaoshuang, perplexed. Nothing. I just wanted to see if I was dreaming. Zhang Huayuan. I've heard of Bitcoin. Its value has soared millions of times. Foreign financial futures can be incredibly lucrative. Perhaps Xiao Rui is a financial prodigy, Li Xiaoshuang mused. My Xiao Rui is indeed a genius. Otherwise, how could he earn hundreds of billions? Li Xiaoshuang, who had previously doubted, now beamed with pride at her brother's talent. Yes, 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 Zhang Huayuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this brother-in-law was truly exceptional. Graduating from university just 3 years ago, he had amassed hundreds of billions in finance. Such prowess transcended the definition of genius, bordering on the extraordinary. Well, Xiao Rui, since you possess such wealth, purchasing a home is no trivial matter. I happen to have a close friend who sells properties in Star City. Perhaps buying through her could offer some discounts. All right, sister, let us pull over. Please call her. Li Hui responded. Okay, Li Xiaoshuang replied, retrieving her phone to dial her friend. After a few rings, the call was answered. Hello, Xiaoshuang. Has he recovered from her illness? A competent female voice inquired from the other end of the line. I'm finally out of the hospital today. Thank you for lending me 50,000 yuan. The first reason I called was to return the money to you, and the second was to discuss buying a house. Li Xiaoshuang said with a cheerful tone. Really? Yi has it. Thank the heavens for their blessings. That's wonderful. But didn't you spend a lot of money on Yi's medical treatment? Where did you get the money to repay me? A voice of surprise, followed by doubt, echoed from the other end of the line. The money for Yi's treatment came from my brother. Now that I have the funds, do you want it back? If not, I might just keep it. Li Xiaoshuang Zhuka. Your brother? Didn't he graduate from university just 3 years ago? How could he afford to lend you money? Don't try to fool me. I'm not deceiving you. Just give me your address, and I'll come over. My brother is looking to buy a place too. Now you're really getting carried away. The community we are selling in Xing City may not be the most expensive, but it certainly ranks within the top 10. At over 40,000 yuan per square meter. Even the smallest apartment costs around 4 million. What could your brother possibly do to afford such a place? The skepticism was palpable from the caller. All right, pretend I was joking. Just tell me where you are. He has been discharged today, and I want to bring her to visit you. That should be acceptable. That works, but I can only leave at 5:30. All right, where's the address? At the Shangshui Lulan Sales Hall. After the conversation concluded and the call ended, Li Rui followed the address towards the Shangshui Lulan Sales Hall. Inside the sales hall, a woman in her mid-20s, having just seen Gu Manxiang hang up the phone after a lively chat, curiously inquired, Who called you? It was a good friend of mine. Her daughter just got discharged from the hospital, and she has come in to visit me, Gu Manxiang explained. I see. I thought I heard her mention something about buying a house. I was happy for you, thinking she was a client. My friend was just joking. She spent a fortune on her daughter's treatment. How could she possibly afford to buy a house? She mentioned her brother wants to buy one, which is even more improbable, given that he just graduated 3 years ago. That makes sense. Our properties aren't cheap, especially with the pre-sold homes now selling as completed. It's no wonder. These houses are beyond the reach of ordinary people. I've only sold 2 this month. Well, you should be grateful. I haven't sold a single unit this month. If I don't manage to close a deal soon, my base salary will be halved, Gu Manxiang lamented. 20 minutes later, Li Rui and his companions arrived at the Shangshui Lulan sales office. True to its reputation as one of the top 10 developments in Xing City, the sales office was impressively grand, justifying the price of 40,000 yuan per square meter. Upon noticing 2 Range Rovers parked in the lot, a security guard at the glass showcase in front of the sales office immediately opened the door, signaling to the welcoming security staff. As 4 or 5 security guards approached swiftly with umbrellas in hand to shield Li Rui and his companions from the elements, it became evident that they were in the presence of considerable affluence. With a Range Rover worth 1.3 million and 4 exceptionally attractive bodyguards accompanying them, it was clear to any discerning observer that this group possessed the financial means to purchase a property. Naturally, the security personnel provided impeccable service. They instructed Li Yi and the others to wait in the car, while Li Rui and his party followed the guards into the sales hall. Seated comfortably on a sofa, Gu Manxiang noticed a throng entering and, upon closer inspection, recognized her dear friend Li Xiaoshuang among them. To her astonishment, this close friend had not informed her of her arrival and had instead summoned the guards for assistance. If the sales director were to discover that this was merely a visit from a friend, she would undoubtedly face severe reprimand. With this thought racing through her mind, Gu Manxiang sprang to her feet, but a middle-aged man wearing glasses, positioned closer to the entrance, moved even more swiftly. As Gu Manxiang observed the figure approaching, her heart sank. It was Director Liu. Panic set in as she realized that she would surely be scolded. Yet at this juncture, there was no alternative but to steel herself and approach Li Xiaoshuang and her companions. "Greetings," he said with a smile. "I am Lu Wenbin, the sales director of Xiangshui Lulan. Are you all here to view properties?" Typically, as a sales director, Lu would not frequent the sales office. However, due to the dismal sales performance of a Xiangshui Lulan project, he felt compelled to investigate the situation firsthand, fortuitously encountering Li Rui and his group. Just as Li Rui was about to respond, Gu Manxiang interjected, hastening to speak first. Chapter 47. The Panoramic View Apartment. Director Liu. "They are not here to purchase a property. They are merely my friends." Gu Manxiang's timid voice resonated behind Director Liu. Lu Wenbin turned around, his brow furrowing. "Are these your friends?" "Yes, I apologize, Director Liu," Gu Manxiang said, retracting her neck in embarrassment. Lu Wenbin frowned and quietly admonished Gu Manxiang. "It is acceptable for you to invite friends over, but you must not allow irrelevant individuals to consume the company's resources. Having them come over for leisure, and even sending security to escort them with umbrellas, is an extravagant waste of company assets." Gu Manxiang nodded repeatedly in apology, acknowledging, "Yes, Director Liu. This was an oversight on my part. I forgot to inform my friends that I would be picking them up. I shall let this one slide. After work, write a reflection on this incident. Should it happen again, your salary will be deducted." Lu Wenbin concluded sternly, his expression devoid of emotion as he walked past Li Rui and the others toward the sales hall exit. Once Lu Wenbin had departed, Gu Manxiang sighed in relief. Noticing her friend looking at her, she stuck out her tongue and stepped forward to grasp Li Xiaoshuang's hands, saying, "This is our director, known for his terrible temper. Quite fearsome. Indeed. But let me share a secret with you. He is bald, and his hair is a wig." Gu Manxiang chuckled, covering her mouth as laughter escaped her lips. Li Xiaoshuang, amused, also stifled a giggle. After they shared a moment of laughter, Gu Manxiang inquired, "Is he your brother, Frost?" As a high school classmate of Li Xiaoshuang, she had met Zhang Huayuan before, but the man holding Yi was unfamiliar to her, leading her to suspect he was Li Xiaoshuang's brother. "Indeed. Allow me to introduce you. This is my brother, Li Rui, and my husband. I suppose my daughter requires no introduction." Li Xiaoshuang beamed. "Hello, my name is Li Rui. Hello, I am Gu Manxiang." The two exchanged brief introductions before Gu Manxiang led everyone to the seating area, pouring tea for her guests. Meanwhile, as Lu Wenbin exited the sales hall, he spotted two Range Rovers in the parking lot. His eyes narrowed. He recognized the vehicles of the sales department's employees, and none possessed such luxurious cars. Two Range Rovers valued at $1.3 million each. With no other clients present, he pondered the situation, summoning the security guard at the entrance. He inquired, "Whose vehicles are these?" "Director, those two cars belong to the group that just entered. They were accompanied by 4 bodyguards, all towering men. Their arms thicker than my thighs," the guard replied. Upon hearing the guard's response, Lu Wenbin turned back. "Frost, after I finish work this afternoon, I would like to treat you all to dinner. It has been quite some time since we last met. Dining out sounds wonderful, but it must be my treat. Oh, by the way, here is the 50,000 yuan I owe you," Li Xiaoshuang said, pulling out 5 stacks of cash from her handbag and placing them on the table. "Ah, Frost, are you serious? How much did Yi's illness cost? Do you still have money to return to me? I'm not in a hurry to use it, so you need not rush to repay me," Gu Manxiang responded, pushing the 50,000 yuan back toward Li Xiaoshuang. "Manxiang, you may take this. I truly do not lack for money at the moment. My brother has become quite affluent. He gifted me 5 million, claiming it to be a New Year's gift for Yi. Her medical expenses totaled only 120,000, she said, casting a sidelong glance at Li Rui. Shuang, your claims grow increasingly absurd. Your brother has only graduated 3 years ago. What sort of occupation could yield him such wealth?" Before Li Xiaoshuang could respond, Li Rui interjected, "What my sister says is true. Over the past few years, fortune has favored me, and I have earned some money. Please accept this as thanks for your assistance to my sister. Annie Manxiang, my uncle is quite wealthy. He possesses many beautiful cars and treated me to large lobsters and crabs. He chimed in with a sweet voice while nestled in Li Rue's embrace. Although she did not grasp the intricate details of the adult's conversation, she had developed a rudimentary understanding of money. She was aware that her uncle was affluent, having seen him arrive in multiple cars when he came to fetch her from the hospital. Well then, Manxiang said, still somewhat skeptical, as she accepted 50,000 yuan, reasoning that children are unlikely to deceive. Could it be true that her dear friend's brother had indeed struck it rich? Perhaps her friend S. earlier mention of her brother S. intention to purchase a house was also genuine. Just as Manxiang contemplated asking, but felt too shy to do so, Li Xiaoshuang spoke up first. Manxiang, my brother wishes to buy a house. Would you be willing to assist us in finding one? Shuang, are you truly intending to purchase a residence? Li Xiaoshuang did not answer verbally, but merely nodded. At that moment, Manxiang was convinced that her dear friend had indeed brought her brother to buy a house. As she stood to lead Li Rue and the others to view the property model, Lu Wenbin hastily approached from the side. Xiaogu, since your friends have arrived, why not serve them this tea? How about some longjing? You may take your friends to view the house, while I personally prepare a pot of longjing for you. Lu Wenbin said with a cheerful demeanor. He had overheard their conversation and recognized that they were indeed there to purchase a property. It was only fitting to treat potential buyers with utmost respect. Noticing Lu Wenbin's starkly different attitude, Manxiang rolled her eyes behind his back, eliciting quiet amusement from Li Xiaoshuang and the others. As they gathered around the property model, Manxiang began her presentation. The Xiangshui Lulan covers an area of 500,000 square meters, with high-rise buildings occupying 100,000 square meters and villas spanning 400,000 square meters. There are a total of 16 high-rise buildings, with an average price of 38,000 per square meter, all exquisitely decorated. The smallest unit is 99 square meters, with larger options at 141 and 168 square meters. The largest unit reaches 240 square meters. Shuang, which type are you considering? The smallest unit is still nearly 4 million, and the largest could be close to 10 million, Li Xiaoshuang inquired of Manxiang. Indeed, I believe a 99 square meter unit might be a good choice. Although this type is not a prime riverside property, the amenities are quite satisfactory. With both elementary and middle schools being top tier in Star City, Manxiang suggested, concerned that her friend S. brother might not afford even the smallest unit, and wanting to offer a more manageable option. Which units offer a river view? Li Rue asked, breaking the silence. The properties along the riverside are predominantly spacious, featuring layouts of 168 and 240 square meters. The building comprises a total of 33 floors, with the finest views of the river found between the 20th and 32nd floors. As Gu Manxiang candidly explained, then I would like 2 units on the 25th floor, 240 square meters each. Are there any available? Ah, yes. Gu Manxiang exclaimed, instinctively responding while casting a glance towards Li Xiaoshuang, seeking confirmation from her dear friend. Xiao Rue, why do you wish to purchase 2 units? She was not at all surprised that her brother intended to acquire a single luxury flat worth 10 million, given that he had already spent several hundred million on cars. Naturally, we each deserve one. That is not feasible. I do not possess such funds. Sister, what kind of relationship do we share? This apartment is a gift from me to you. If it weren't for the consideration that a villa would require numerous servants and you might find it uncomfortable, I would have already bought you one. However, this spacious flat is also quite splendid, with a lovely view. You know your brother is currently quite affluent. Well, all right then. Reflecting on her brother's wealth, which amounted to hundreds of millions, Li Xiaoshuang acquiesced without further refusal. Beside them, Gu Manxiang, upon hearing her friend's affirmation, still found it hard to believe. Purchasing 2 units at 10 million each amounted to a staggering 20 million. With this thought, she leaned closer to Li Xiaoshuang and gently nudged her with her shoulder, whispering, is this for real? It's 20 million after all. Chapter 48. Purchasing a home for 20 million. Well, my brother said to buy, so he bought it. He has spent billions on several cars. Spending 20 million on 2 apartments is nothing, Li Xiaoshuang replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Gu Manxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed that her friend's brother was indeed a true tycoon, one whose extravagant spending was beyond her comprehension. Buying cars worth billions implied a fortune in the hundreds of billions. Although she was astonished, her understanding of her friend reassured her that such claims were not mere boastfulness. Resolving to set aside her confusion, she spoke to Li Xiaoshuang. I will go fetch the contract. I will do my utmost to negotiate any discounts available. Li Xiaoshuang nodded in agreement. When can we move in after purchasing this property? Gu Manxiang, who had just risen to retrieve the contract, froze at Li Rui's inquiry. She promptly responded, the apartments in Xiangshui Lulan are all fully furnished and ready for occupancy. Once you arrange for cleaning and purchase the necessary appliances, you can move in at any time. That works perfectly, Li Rui replied. His motivation for purchasing the property today was to provide EE with a nurturing environment. And these ready-to-move-in, elegantly decorated homes were just what he needed. As Gu Manxiang made her way to collect the contract, Lu Wenbin seized her arm, asking what's going on. Xiao Gu, Lu Director, my friend has purchased two 240-square-meter luxury apartments, Gu Manxiang confidently replied. Upon hearing her answer, Lu Wenbin's eyes gleamed with interest as he gave her a thumbs up. Well done, Xiao Gu. I see you are a talent. Keep it up, and your bonuses will be substantial. While Gu Manxiang beamed at Lu Wenbin's praise, inwardly, she scolded him for his hypocrisy, smiling when a sale was made, but frowning and threatening to deduct wages when it wasn't tea. As Gu Manxiang retrieved the contract, a colleague who had previously chatted with her inquired, Did you close a deal? Yes, indeed. Two 240-square-meter luxury apartments. Gu Manxiang replied joyfully. Wow, didn't you say your friend was just visiting? I had no idea you had such a wealthy friend. I didn't expect it either. My friend has a brother who is incredibly affluent. According to her, he has spent several billions on cars. Hearing Gu Manxiang's words, several salespeople gathered around. Goodness, your friend's brother is that wealthy? You should definitely keep close ties with him. Who knows, he might want to buy a property someday and come to you. Absolutely. Look at you. You were about to have half of your 4,000 yuan base salary deducted. And now you're guaranteed to be the sales champion this month. With commissions and bonuses, I estimate you'll earn over 70,000. I'm so envious. This month, I might only receive my 2,000 yuan base salary. I wish I had a friend as wealthy as yours. After bidding farewell to her envious colleagues, Gu Manxiang returned to her desk with the POS machine and 2 contracts, meticulously calculating the prices for Li Rui and his companions. Due to its prime location, the price exceeds an average of 38,000 per square meter. The cost of a 240-square-meter flat is just over 10 million. And after rounding off, the final payment for 2 units amounts to 20 million. Without hesitation, Li Rui produced his bank card and signaled Gu Manxiang to input the amount, subsequently swiping 20 million with unwavering confidence. The successful transaction was confirmed with a pleasant chime, signaling the completion of the purchase. Seeing the transaction succeed, Gu Manxiang's joy was palpable. A multi-million flat entailed a commission of 0.3%, yielding 60,000 from the 2 properties, a reason for unbridled happiness. After Li Rui completed the payment, a large 80-inch color television in the sales hall displayed congratulatory messages celebrating Mr. Li Rui's full payment of 20 million for his new home, while staff members invited him and his companions to partake in a celebratory egg-breaking lottery. Simultaneously, Gu Manxiang's work group buzzed with congratulatory messages for her securing a 20 million deal. Colleagues, compelled by company tradition, flooded the chat with well wishes, though privately. Envy flickered in their eyes. After completing the necessary formalities, Li Rui and Li Xiaoshuang returned to the table where, following Gu Manxiang's instructions, they signed numerous documents, ultimately finalizing the contract. It was only at this juncture that Li Xiaoshuang turned to Zhang Huan, astonished, and asked if they now owned a home in Xingqing. Zhang Huayuan firmly grasped his wife's slightly trembling hands and nodded emphatically. He understood her excitement and felt a surge of guilt, knowing that even in a small county, he could not afford a single property. Without his brother-in-law's assistance, they might never have been able to purchase a decent home, let alone such an expansive flat. Oh, by the way, we haven't even seen the property, have we? Manxiang, could you take us to see it? At this moment, Li Xiaoshuang realized that she had bought a multi-million property without even viewing it. All right, I will take you to see it now. But first, let us enjoy some tea. This is premium Longjing. Do give it a taste. Lu Wenbin, who had been watching attentively, approached with a warm smile and a tray of tea. The group had no choice but to sit down again, savoring the tea before embarking on their property tour. It was clear why he had been promoted to director. His demeanor shifted seamlessly, displaying an effortless command of emotions without any hint of awkwardness. After finishing their tea, the group followed Gu Manxiang for a few minutes until they arrived at a 33-story building. They took the elevator to the 25th floor, where only 2 units resided, one for Li Rui and one for Li Xiaoshuang. The 2 flats shared a single elevator, ensuring privacy and tranquility. Li Rui, however, felt little excitement regarding the 10 million flat. To him, purchasing a home now felt akin to acquiring a simple bond. The agricultural bank card still holds 9.5 billion. The bank card has 20 billion, and there remains 47.45 billion in foreign financial accounts. Even without considering the 20 billion allocated for the development of the Tongfei Group by Liu Yan, he still possesses a staggering cash reserve of 106.95 billion. Thus, purchasing a house worth 10 million truly resembles a common person buying a bond, which has led Li Rui to harbor minimal expectations. However, Li Xiaoshuang is different. Upon receiving the key from Gu Manxiang, she eagerly opened the door. Upon entering, they were greeted by an expansive living room, a grand hall of at least 50 square meters, complemented by panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows that rendered the space exceptionally bright and spacious. The 240 square meters, after deducting communal areas, boasts an actual usable area exceeding 180 square meters, featuring 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. Yi, who had been cradled in Li Rui's arms, upon seeing such a beautiful and spacious house, wriggled free and scampered to her mother, hugging Li Xiaoshuang's leg. "Mom, is this our new home?" she asked. Li Xiaoshuang gazed down at Yi's innocent eyes, lifted her into her arms, and affectionately replied, "Yes, this will be Yi's home from now on. It was bought for you by your uncle, so make sure to thank him." At just 4 years old, Yi understood her mother's words and turned to Li Rui, sweetly calling out, "Thank you, uncle." Li Rui approached and playfully pinched Yi's cheek, saying, "If there's anything you want in the future, just tell your uncle, and he will buy it for you. You spoil her, little Rui. If you pamper Yi too much, and she can't find a husband when she grows up, I will hold you responsible," Li Xiaoshuang joked. "Haha, sister, my niece, Yi, is destined to be the little princess of the Li family. It will be difficult for anyone else to win her over," Li Rui replied with a grin. Li Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes at him and walked to the panoramic windows of the living room, gazing at the stunning river view. Her emotions were incredibly complex. She had never dared to dream of owning such a luxurious riverside apartment, yet here it was, a dream come true. "By the way, sister, these 2 rooms lack appliances. Please take care of that and purchase some. I will transfer you 5 million. Li Rui's words jolted Li Xiaoshuang from a reverie as she was about to refuse. Without granting her a chance to respond, Li Rui swiftly operated his phone for a few seconds and transferred the funds. Upon receiving the notification of the deposit, Li Xiaoshuang could only roll her eyes, realizing her brother was truly a tycoon. For him, 5 million seemed as trivial as 50 cents. Chapter 49. Purchasing a villa for 215 million yuan. The astonishment and envy of Gu Manxiang need not be elaborated upon. Who wouldn't he desire a brother like that? If she had 5 million yuan at this moment, she could simply lay back and abandon her job altogether. Subsequently, Li Xiaoshuang, accompanied by Yi and Gu Manxiang, discussed the acquisition of home appliances. Such residential complexes typically collaborate with various appliance manufacturers, and a mere phone call could summon a representative. Equipping both houses with the finest appliances would still amount to over 1 million yuan. Meanwhile, Li Rui pulled Zhang Huayun aside to discuss the prospect of establishing a building materials company. The county's 2,000-acre science park was under vigorous construction, utilizing an immense quantity of materials, most of which needed to be sourced from Xing City. This led Li Rui to contemplate the idea of having his brother-in-law open a building materials company in Xing City, ensuring personal oversight, with an annual profit of several million yuan being entirely feasible. Zhang Huayun acquiesced to Li Rui's suggestion, promising to register the company and hire staff within the next few days. Li Rui then provided Zhang Huayun with Liu Yan's contact information for further communication. Having arranged matters for his brother-in-law, Li Rui proceeded to explore the various rooms and assess the surrounding environment. On a southern balcony, he noticed a lake adjacent to the residential complex, surrounded by a series of independent villas. One villa stood out, being particularly grand and conspicuous, capturing Li Rui's attention. He gestured for Gu Manxiang, who was still discussing appliances with his sister, to come over and inquired about the villa below. Following Li Rui's, Gu Manxiang peered down and, upon realizing the significance of his interest, felt a jolt of excitement. Could he be considering purchasing that villa? Eagerly, she began to explain. "That villa is also part of our Xianshui Lowland complex. It is the #1 villa in our area and the largest, spanning 2,000 square meters. It faces the lake and boasts over 8 acres of garden space, all of which are complementary. The villa features an underground parking garage and 3 above-ground levels. The first floor includes 20 servant rooms and an 800 square meter indoor swimming pool. The second floor contains a 200 square meter hall, a private cinema, a gym, a game room, a study, a banquet hall, and a kitchen. The third floor houses 15 bedrooms, the smallest of which is 50 square meters, while the largest master bedroom reaches 150 square meters, complete with a 500 square meter outdoor terrace overlooking the lake. Listening to Gu Manxiang's succinct description, Li Rui felt that this villa might be quite suitable for him. The expansive garden could accommodate a myriad of plants, and being adjacent to the lake would offer opportunities for fishing. With his collection of supercars and the nearly 2,000 square meter underground parking facility, it could easily accommodate not just 5, but even 100 supercars. Furthermore, the constant presence of bodyguards residing in hotels was somewhat inconvenient. Purchasing this villa would resolve their accommodation during his time in Xing City. Most importantly, he had no shortage of funds. With over 100 billion yuan in cash, what purpose would it serve to leave it unspent? Contemplating all this, he inquired, "How much is this villa?" Upon hearing Li Rui's genuine inquiry regarding the price of the villa, Gu Manxiang was overwhelmed with excitement, trembling slightly with anticipation. The fact that her good friend's brother could spend several hundred million on a car indicated he possessed the means to purchase this villa. If she could successfully sell this property, with a commission rate of 14% from the company, she would nearly earn 900,000 in commission. The thought of it made her quiver with exhilaration. Suppressing her excitement, she responded, "This villa is our crowning jewel. Every detail, from the decor to the appliances and furnishings, has been meticulously curated with the finest materials. Some of the esteemed paintings within are worth millions. Hence the asking price for this villa is 220 million. To an ordinary person, such a figure might seem astronomical. However, Li Rui displayed little reaction, merely acknowledging her with a soft murmur before falling silent. Gu Manxiang felt a wave of disappointment wash over her at his lack of enthusiasm. Nevertheless, she reminded herself that earning 60,000 to 70,000 today was still commendable, and she quickly found solace in that thought. After touring several rooms multiple times, the group returned to the sales office. It was then that Li Rui unexpectedly addressed Gu Manxiang, saying, "I'll take that villa." "I'll what?" Gu Manxiang was utterly stunned, questioning whether she had misheard. "Xiaohui, didn't you just purchase a large flat? Why would you buy a villa as well?" Li Xiaoshuang, overhearing the conversation, wore a puzzled expression. "Sister, I have no place to store my cars, and besides, the villa is not expensive. I have many bodyguards, and living in a large flat is inconvenient. I'll only occasionally stay there. Even if I don't, it serves as a good investment," Li Rui explained to his sister. "Well," Li Xiaoshuang conceded, realizing that her brother's multi-million-dollar cars indeed required proper storage, and the communal parking of the flat was hardly suitable. With her friend's affirmation, Gu Manxiang was relieved, realizing she had not been mistaken. This meant she would soon sell the long-unsold crown jewel of a villa, which would yield a commission of 880,000. Coupled with the commission from the flat, she would earn over 900,000 today. "Wait here, please take a seat. I will fetch the contract immediately," Gu Manxiang exclaimed, dashing toward the sales department at her swiftest pace. On her way, she encountered Lu Wenbin, who grabbed her arm with a smile and inquired, "What is the rush, Gu? Have you finished viewing the properties?" "Director Lu, my friends want to buy the villa number 1. I'm hurrying to get the contract," Gu Manxiang explained her haste. "What? Villa number 1, the one priced at 220 million? Are they certain about the purchase?" Without waiting for her response, Lu Wenbin urged, "Hurry, go to get the contract." Moments later, Gu Manxiang emerged from the sales office with the purchase contract, but she noticed that Director Lu had vanished from the entrance. However, she had no time to ponder his whereabouts. The prospect of an 880,000 commission beckoned tantalizingly. With renewed determination, she raced back to Li Rui and the others. The contract was laid upon the table as I discussed various important aspects with Li Rui, ensuring that I conveyed all the available discounts and gifts clearly. After all, it was my good friend's younger brother purchasing the property. The gifts and discounts were courtesy of the company, and I was determined to pass every available benefit onto Li Rui. At that moment, the previously absent Lu Wenbin finally reappeared, once again carrying a tea tray, with a POS machine tucked into his pocket. He courteously invited everyone to enjoy some tea before producing the POS machine, signaling Li Rui to proceed with the card payment. Li Rui said nothing and ultimately swiped his card for the final discounted price of 215 million, benefiting from a 5 million discount, 2 years of waived property fees. and an entire house cleaning service. Though it was a brand new residence, it had been renovated over a year without occupancy, necessitating a thorough cleaning and airing out. With a satisfying chime, the transaction of $215 million was successfully completed, and Liu Wenbin finally relaxed, his face lighting up with joy as he began to flatter Li Rui profusely. Subsequently, there was a celebratory round of applause, with 10 rounds of applause ringing out. Meanwhile, within Gu Manxiang's work group, news of her achievement spread like wildfire. Congratulations poured in for Gu Manxiang's successful sale of $215 million. Upon seeing such a notification, the sales staff across the company were left astounded. A female salesperson, familiar with Gu Manxiang, felt an overwhelming envy. Recognizing that Gu Manxiang's friend's brother had contributed an impressive $235 million to her sales numbers, equating to a commission of over $900,000, enough to cover a down payment on a house. How could one not feel a twinge of envy? With a total sale of $235 million, Liu Wenbin was overjoyed and granted Gu Manxiang an afternoon off, allowing her to leave early. Subsequently, Li Rui and the others found a nearby hotel where Gu Manxiang treated them to a meal, spending 2,000 yuan. She asserted that having earned over 900,000 today, she felt compelled to cover the meal. Given her stance, no one objected, as the expenditure was indeed modest, as the large flat had yet to acquire a bed and was uninhabitable for the night, and the villa required thorough cleaning and ventilation. Li Rui returned to the Sun Hotel, while Li Xiaoshuang and her family headed back to the sales office to purchase appliances and furniture. Chapter 50. The transformation of Li Family Village. After purchasing the residence and enjoying a meal, Li Rui returned to the hotel. Days passed, and the furnishings and appliances for the spacious apartment were fully acquired. The rooms were ready for occupancy. However, due to the logistical challenges of accommodating over 20 bodyguards and parking 5 supercars, along with the necessity of allowing the villa to ventilate for a period, he continued to reside at the Sunlight Grand Hotel, indulging in a reclusive lifestyle filled with scrolling through Douyin and watching live streams of beautiful women. Even with an abundance of wealth at his disposal, he found little motivation to venture out. As he viewed a myriad of women enhanced by filters, Li Rui spent several thousand yuan on gifts, relishing the sweet calls of Big Brother from these streamers. And he could empathize with those men who lavishly spent on such entertainers. Yet, he still regarded them as foolish. Spending a few hundred or thousand yuan for entertainment was one thing, but parting with hundreds of thousands or even millions was entirely out of the question, unless coerced at gunpoint. Stripped of their filters, he wondered about their true appearances and the number of influential men they had entertained. Li Rui considered himself no fool. There were countless pure and virtuous women to be found without resorting to online temptations. However, after a few days of this hermetic existence, Li Rui felt a yearning to venture out, coinciding with a call from Liu Yifan, inviting him to join a night out at a bar. Having never visited a nightclub, his curiosity piqued, and he readily accepted the invitation. During Li Rui's escapades, significant changes unfolded in Li Family Village. The village road expanded from its original 3 meters to 8, demonstrating that wealth facilitates progress. The 800-meter stretch was swiftly renovated. The ancestral hall and Li Rui's new residence had their foundations laid, with construction of the main structure underway. Moreover, the previously overlooked Li Family Village had become a focal point for matchmakers for various villages and towns, eager to propose marriage to Li Rui's unmarried cousins, who found their threshold nearly worn down by visitors. Even his 18-year-old cousin, Li Tai, had become a sought-after prospect, with many eager to arrange matches for him. Despite his tender age, the matchmakers suggested that a betrothal could precede marriage, prompting Li Tai's mother, Aunt Chi, to decline repeatedly, though the stream of matchmakers continued unabated. Within dozens of miles, everyone knew that Li Family Village had birthed a prominent figure who spent 9 million yuan on a luxury car for a relative, invested 50 million in renovating the ancestral hall, and poured several million into road construction. Alongside rumors of a 2,000-acre technology park under development by the Li family in the county. This was remarkable. The Li family had undoubtedly ascended to the ranks of affluent households. If they did not seize the opportunity to promote their daughters now, they might find it increasingly difficult in the future. Over these days, Li Yongda beamed with joy, having previously harbored concerns about his son's prospects for marriage. Now, with over 30 matchmakers seeking suitable brides for him, his worries had dissipated. Moreover, they're all quite attractive young ladies. Given the current standing of the Li family, any girl lacking in appearance would hardly be introduced to the Li village by matchmakers. Li Yongda sat at the doorway, smoking and chuckling, lost in his thoughts, when he suddenly spotted Li Weiguang returning in a car, his face beaming with smiles. Instantly, his expression darkened. He rose and, without warning, kicked the unsuspecting Li Weiguang, causing him to stumble. "Where have you been frolicking, you little rascal?" Li Yongda inquired. Li Weiguang dusted himself off, a grin plastered across his face. "Dad, I just took a friend to the county for a bit of fun." "Oomph, all you know is how to play. Your elder brother has already started a company. And what about you? Xiao Rui has provided you and your brothers with such a splendid opportunity, offering resources and financial support, yet you squander it all on mere amusement. You spendthrift. Do you believe I won to thrash you?" He raised his fist, as big as a sandbag, ready to strike Li Weiguang. "Dad, I'm wrong. I had important matters to attend to. It wasn't just idle play." Li Weiguang protested while dodging Li Yongda's impending blow. "Not just idle play. Have you turned it into a spectacle? You come here, and I guarantee I won't kill you." "Dad, I was just accompanying Wenxiao. Wouldn't you say that qualifies as a legitimate matter?" Li Weiguang defended himself, feeling aggrieved. "What? Who is Wenxiao?" Li Yongda paused, his fist hovering above his son's head, intrigued by the mention of a girl's name. "She's the girl you gave me the contact for a few days ago." "Oh, the one introduced by that matchmaker? I nearly forgot. That does indeed sound like a legitimate matter. Well done, son. So how's that young lady?" "She is quite lovely. Isn't she?" Li Yongda's demeanor shifted from threatening to amiable. "Yes, she is rather nice," Li Weiguang admitted, his face flushing slightly. "Ha ha ha. That truly is a legitimate matter. Do you need any funds?" "Let me give you some more," Li Yongda said with a benevolent smile, leaving Li Weiguang momentarily stunned. "How about 50,000? Is that sufficient? Or should I make it 100,000? He pulled out his phone, preparing to transfer the money. "Dad, are you feeling all right?" Li Weiguang questioned, astounded by his father's unusual behavior as he reached out to touch Li Yongda's forehead. Li Yongda swatted his hand away, scolding, "You're the one who is feverish. At 27 years old, still unmarried, and now that someone finally takes an interest in you. Is it strange for your father to give you some money to pursue a girl?" "But Dad, where did you get all this money?" "ISNT 100,000, all your savings?" Li Weiguang asked, bewildered. "Oomph. If I relied on you, I'd starve to death. It's from Xiao Rui. Each of us uncles received 1,000,000. I can't depend on you. So hurry up and give me a grandson, if you don't marry this year. Don't bother coming back to this house," Li Yongda threatened, fuming. "Dad, how can marriage be something you can just decide on? Even if Wenxiao and I have feelings for each other, we must date for a few years before considering marriage." "What? You intend to wait a few more years before marrying? Come here, look how much weight you've lost. Today, your father will treat you to something delicious to help you gain a bit more. Come over." The benevolent and kindly, smiling Li Yongda sent a shiver down Li Weiguang's spine. "I won't go over. If I do, you will surely hit me. I will tell my mother." As he spoke, he attempted to circumvent Li Yongda and flee home. Seeing his son poised to report him, Li Yongda bellowed, "Stop right there. We must discuss this matter calmly. How about this? I will transfer 200,000 yuan to you, but you must win over Xiaowen. You must marry her this year. And next year I want to hold my grandson. This is not just my wish, but also your mother's. Can you bear to see us nearing 70 without a grandchild?" Li Yongda feigned frailty, bending his waist and legs, coughing intermittently. "Dad, you're still 15 or 16 years away from 70. This is quite exaggerated," Li Weiguang replied, his expression one of disbelief. "I don't care. Time flies like a river. Haven't you heard that song? I will transfer the money to you now, and consider it your agreement." With that, he proceeded to transfer 200,000 yuan to Li Weiguang. "This is our pact. If you fail to fulfill it, you will return 10 times the amount. Do you understand?" Originally wearing a frown, Li Weiguang's face lit up upon receiving the 200,000 yuan from his father. "No problem, Dad. I promise to accomplish the task." He felt quite fond of Zhang Wenxiao, and with the added incentive of his father's financial support, it would be foolish to refuse. Chapter 51. The beastly bar. As the clock approached 6 in the evening and dusk settled over the city, the myriad lights illuminated the darkness. Li Hui, accompanied by 4 bodyguards, drove to the heart of Star City, as per their arrangement. There lay a bustling district named Xixing Street, home to more than 20 bars and KTVs, making its nightlife the most vibrant in Star City. Even at the late hours of 2 or 3 in the morning, the streets brimmed with life. Upon entering Xixing Street in his purple Viper GT, Li Rui instantly captured the attention of passers-by. Although this bar district was not unfamiliar with luxury sports cars, most were rented by young enthusiasts seeking to flaunt their wealth, typically in vehicles worth over 1 million to 2 million yuan. However, Li Rui's Viper GT, valued at a staggering 80 million yuan, stood out distinctly. "Goodness, whose son is this? I've never seen such a car," exclaimed a heavily made-up beauty, her high heels clicking on the pavement as she spoke to her companions. "Should we approach him for his contact information?" One suggested. "Perhaps not. Look at those bodyguard behind him. They don't seem easy to handle," another replied. "Isn't that the second young master of the L family? He has come out to greet him. He must be quite important," noted a bystander. Li Rui observed L Yifan approaching him and instructed his bodyguards to park the 3 cars in the basement, taking only Li Yi with him as they approached L Yifan. "Haha, old Li, your car is truly stunning. Just look at the attention you've garnered. Even those beauties can't take their eyes off you," L Yifan remarked with envy. "So you mean my car is handsome, but I am not?" Li Rui quipped, glancing at the tall, graceful women around him. His spirits lifted as he bantered with L Yifan. "Ha! Both the car and you are handsome. Come, let us go inside. I have some friends to introduce you to," L Yifan said, leading the way. "Friends?" Li Rui followed L Yifan into the beastly bar, filled with curiosity. Upon entering, they were greeted by a massive bar counter, with the most striking feature being the expansive dance floor in the center, surrounded by tables and chairs. At just past 6, over 20 people were already dancing, while the number of patrons sipping drinks was relatively sparse. Having never visited a bar before, Li Rui was intrigued by the lively scene, taking in the sights and sounds. Following L Yifan up a staircase, they turned a corner to the 2nd floor, where Li Rui noticed that the layout was a U-shaped structure with an open central area. L Yifan opened the door to private room 201, and contrary to his expectations of a noisy environment, it was surprisingly tranquil. The room boasted no less than 100 square meters of space, categorizing it as exceptionally large. One side of the room featured a panoramic glass wall overlooking the dance floor, while the remaining 3 walls were adorned with screens showcasing a variety of marine life, immersing guests in an underwater ambience. Inside the room sat 3 young men, each appearing to be between 25 and 30 years of age. Upon seeing L Yifan enter with Li Rui, they all stood to greet them warmly. "Brother L, this gentleman must be Li Xiao, right?" Noticing L Yifan nod, he introduced himself to Li Rui. "I am Hu Jing. My family runs a hotel business." "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," he said, extending his hand. Li Rui reciprocated the gesture. "I am Duan Xin. My family is in the liquor business." "I am Shi Yinshan. My family deals in jewelry." After shaking hands with the other 2, Li Rui finally spoke. "I am Li Rui, a man of leisure." "Ha! Li Xiao truly possesses a sense of humor. Come, let's take a seat." Hu Jing gestured for Li Rui to sit first. Indeed, Li Xiao is far too modest. "Brother L has already informed us of your capabilities." The others did not take Li Rui's words seriously. A man who could subdue Gu Yuanshan and command a cadre of 200 elite enforcers could hardly be considered a mere idler. "Our purpose today is simply to enjoy ourselves. Why the formality? You are my brothers, and Oli is also my brother, so we are all brothers here. Our mission today is to revel and drink joyfully. Let's not delve into other matters." L Yifan, ever the congenial host, effortlessly bridged the gap among them. "Indeed, Brother L speaks wisely. Let's drink," Hu Jing said, waving to the staff at the entrance. Moments later, platters of fruit and an array of beverages were brought forth, accompanied by a dozen alluring young women. "Oldly, I have specially arranged for you 2 fresh faces, both still students," L Yifan whispered mischievously into Li Rui's ear. "Ah, I thank you, old L. While I maintain my principles and cannot breach my boundaries, indulging in a little pleasure is harmless," Li Rui replied. Come, take a seat." "You 2, sit here," L Yifan invited, positioning 2 visibly innocent young women beside Li Rui. They appeared to be around 20, adorned with light makeup, presenting a pleasant sight. Li Rui felt no surprise at the presence of these students as companions. It was all too common. They were often lured by various material temptations online, yet lacked the means to attain them independently, leading many to become companions or mistresses. It was not unheard of for a female student to sell her virtue for a smartphone. Thus, the phenomenon of students engaging in such roles was hardly remarkable. Embracing the waists of the 2 young women, Li Rui sensed their bodies stiffen momentarily, confirming L Yifan's assertion that it was indeed their first experience in such a role. Li Rui held no sympathy. The paths they chose were their own, and he would not play the savior to wayward souls. They sought money, and those who paid desired enjoyment. It was merely a transaction of mutual benefit. As the evening unfolded, the group sang raucously, drank beer, engaged in various games unknown to Li Rue, and playfully indulged with the young women by their sides. Li Rue thoroughly relished the sensation of being embraced on either side, the softness almost compelling him to cross his boundaries. He recited Amitabha Buddha's name in his mind dozens of times before he could regain his composure. Subsequently, he realized that he must seek a girlfriend, otherwise he would inevitably suffocate from his unfulfilled desires. While Li Rue indulged in pleasures he had never experienced before, 6 seemingly youthful girls, heavily adorned with makeup, arrived at the entrance of the Demon Beast Bar. Qian, can we really get in since we're not yet 18? One girl inquired of Li Qian, who stood at the forefront. What is there to fear? We've done our makeup. Who can tell our ages? I've checked online, and the bar doesn't require ID. Just follow my lead. With that, she confidently strode ahead, the 5 girls trailing behind her toward the bar's entrance. As they approached, they paused momentarily, noticing that the security guard paid them no heed, and with newfound courage, they ventured inside. See? No one's stopping us. We're in, Li Qian proclaimed, exuding an air of certainty. By now, it was past 7:30, and the bar was increasingly populated with patrons seeking leisure. The establishment resonated with pulsating music, and one by one, men and women entered the dance floor, swaying to the rhythm. The 6 girls, witnessing such a scene, were filled with wonder. So this is what a bar is like. It's so lively, one girl exclaimed, inadvertently swaying to the music. Xiaoxian, could you perhaps show a bit more composure? Don't act so wide-eyed and inexperienced. Let us find a place to sit for a while and enjoy some drinks. Another suggested. Chapter 52. Peril at the bar. 6 girls chose a table situated near the dance floor. Due to the proximity to the pulsating music, they leaned in closely to converse. After a brief exchange, they pooled together some money they had saved for quite a while, collecting several hundred yuan, which they entrusted to Li Qian to purchase drinks at the bar. The prices in the bar were considerably inflated compared to outside, with a standard bottle of beer costing 20 yuan and fruit platters priced at several tens. Moments later, Li Qian returned to their table, accompanied by 2 servers, one carrying a case of beer and the other balancing several fruit platters. She distributed the beers among her 5 companions, and they clumsily opened the bottles, pouring the beer into glass cups. They raised their glasses in unison, toasting to the fleeting days of their middle school life, exclaiming cheers. As the bitter beer touched their lips, all 6 girls grimaced, their tongues extending in dismay. Li Qian, with a sour expression, remarked, "Why does this beer taste so terrible? Indeed, I've seen gatherings on television where beer seems delightful. How can this be so unpalatable? Qian, did you accidentally buy counterfeit beer? Oh please, look at the others, they're all drinking this brand. Perhaps we simply don't know how to appreciate it. If we had known, we would have bought beer at all. Now what shall we do with all this? This awful beer? I refuse to drink it. Qian, let's go dance. Look at those people on the dance floor. They seem to be having a splendid time. We should join them. Absolutely. We're about to graduate from middle school. And who knows if we'll ever see each other again. Let us enjoy ourselves today." The suggestion to dance was met with unanimous agreement, and the 6 girls ventured onto the dance floor, swaying to the rhythm with abandon. Their youthful exuberance immediately attracted the attention of several onlookers. Noticing the arrival of potential targets, many men who had been seated at nearby tables rose from their seats, eager to engage. Among a group at a large table, one man, having spotted the 6 girls, gently tapped the table to signal his companions that fresh prospect had arrived. The group halted their revelry, rising to approach the dance floor. Before long, the previously not overly crowded dance area became densely packed with revelers. As the 6 girls felt the increasing crush of bodies, one of them called out to the girl nearest to her, "Qingyan, please tell Qian that it's too crowded here. We should step outside." "What? I can't hear over this deafening music," responded Qingyan, struggling to comprehend her friend's plea. After a second attempt, Qingyan finally grasped the urgency and relayed the message to the others. They all agreed that the crowd was overwhelming and decided to exit the dance floor. However, they soon discovered that no matter which direction they attempted to move, they were surrounded by men, an unintentional encirclement that left them feeling increasingly trapped. "I wish to leave. Why are you stopping me?" Li Qian angrily inquired of the young man who blocked her path. The young man offered no response. Instead, he took a step forward, followed by more than 10 other boys who advanced, encircling the 6 girls even tighter. It was only at this moment that the girls began to panic, regretting their decision to sneak into the bar and KTV for some fun. "If you continue like this, I will call the police," one girl threatened. upon seeing the malicious intent in the crowd. Go ahead and report us. What crime have we committed? Without evidence, I could accuse you of slander, a brash young man, standing at approximately 1.6 meters tall, declared. Despite his short stature, his array of tattoos and large gold chain around his neck suggested a dubious character. The middle school girls, unaccustomed to such scenes, were utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a girl at the back of the group screamed, involuntarily pushing forward. Huan Yin, what is wrong? Li Qianqian quickly turned to inquire. Someone touched my behind. Yang Huan Yin replied, her face filled with distress, her voice quavering with impending tears. She truly regretted coming to the bar. You ruffians, I will call the police. Upon hearing her classmate being bullied, Li Qianqian could no longer contain herself. In the midst of speaking, she tried to push past the tattooed man to create an escape route. However, how could a 16-year-old girl possibly overpower an adult man, even one of slightly shorter stature? Seeing such a young girl daring to push him, the tattooed man retaliated with a sharp slap to Li Qianqian's face, threatening. Do you know who I am? The one in charge here, Brother Wolf, is my brother-in-law. If you dare to push me, you won't be leaving here without a good time. Li Qianqian was struck hard, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she fell to the ground, her eyes welling up with tears that cascaded down her cheeks. The revelers in the dance floor, witnessing the unfolding drama, began to retreat. Such occurrences were commonplace for those who frequented bars. Many recognized the tattooed man and his associates, infamous on the bar street for their predatory behavior towards girls. Seeing Li Qianqian in tears, the other girls crouched down to comfort her. Qianqian, are you all right? Should we call a teacher for help? I want to call my dad. Wah. The girls were in a state of distress, with one already unable to hold back her sobs. Call. Hand over their phones, commanded the tattooed man. At his order, several accomplices advanced to seize the girls' phones. What's going on? Who is causing trouble? Just then, a man dressed in a jacket, denim jeans, polished shoes, and sporting dyed white hair approached, smoking a cigarette, and loudly questioned the situation. Accompanying the silver-haired man were 7 or 8 robust figures clad in camouflage vests adorned with dragon and tiger motifs, who certainly did not appear to be upstanding individuals. Upon hearing the inquiry, the tattooed short man turned around, and upon recognizing the silver-haired man, his initially arrogant demeanor swiftly morphed into one of obsequiousness. Hey, Brother Wolf. It's nothing serious. Just a few troublesome girls causing a stir. A little discipline will suffice, and I'll handle it right away. So it's you, is it? Do you not realize this is Lord Black Tiger's territory? He has important guests here today, and you dare to create a disturbance? The silver-haired man stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he whispered a reprimand into the ear of the tattooed short man. If it weren't for your sister's sake, I would ensure you left here horizontally. You have 5 minutes to resolve this. If Lord Black Tiger discovers your antics here, I cannot protect you. Do you understand? Yes, Brother Wolf. I will certainly handle it within 5 minutes, the tattooed short man replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and nodding submissively. With a cold snort, the silver-haired man was about to turn and leave when he inadvertently caught sight of Li Qianqian, who was seated in the dance floor, weeping. His eyes brightened. What a tender girl, so strikingly beautiful, especially in her sorrowful state. How could one not feel a pang of compassion? Chapter 53. Uncle 7, say me look at you. You've made such an adorable sister cry. Send her to my room. Allow me to console her. The white-haired man leered at the short, tattooed man. All right, Wolf brother. I will bring her to you immediately, the latter replied, turning to signal his subordinates to drag Li Qianqian away. 7 or 8 men separated the girls, and 2 of them stepped forward to grasp Li Qianqian's arms, intending to escort her towards the bar's back door. Among the onlookers, many felt a pang of compassion. A young man whispered to those beside him, "What they are doing is criminal. Should we not call the police?" Before anyone could respond, an older man behind him quietly advised, "I suggest you refrain from meddling. That white-haired fellow is a subordinate of Black Tiger. The short tattooed man is also a notorious thug closely associated with him. You cannot afford to provoke them. It would be a pity for these girls. They appear to be no older than middle school students. They truly are victims." He shook his head in dismay. Upon hearing the elder's words, the young man reluctantly acquiesced. After all, he was merely a recent graduate, unwilling to invite trouble upon himself. The sentiment among the crowd was similar. Thus, no one dared to alert the authorities. As Li Qianqian felt herself being pulled away, her fear intensified, and her cries grew louder. In this moment of utter despair, she recalled the one person she believed could save her, her Uncle 7, whom her mother had described as the most formidable individual in their family. With desperation, she shouted, My Uncle Seven is very powerful. If you harm me, he will surely come and deal with you. Uncle Seven, please save me. In his private room, Li Rui faced an expansive glass wall overlooking the dance floor, allowing him to observe the happenings below, even from the second floor. Although he noticed the commotion, it bore little consequence to him. He was neither a hero nor a savior. Such incidents were all too common in a bar, and he felt powerless to intervene. As Li Rui took the microphone from Lu Yifan, preparing to sing a song after Hu Jing finished, he inadvertently glanced over and saw Li Qianqian being pulled from the crowd by two men. He was momentarily taken aback. How familiar? Who is she? After mentally sifting through his acquaintances without finding a match, he was about to give up when a figure flashed through his mind. Is she Li Qianqian, second brother's daughter? I haven't seen her in years. Although her appearance has changed a bit, and she is made up, after careful consideration, there's over 95% chance that this girl is indeed my niece. While second brother had returned to their village, second sister-in-law had continued to raise her daughter Li Qianqian in Star City for her studies, making it undeniable that the girl below was his niece. With a resounding thud, he slammed the microphone onto the table. The brass microphone collided violently with the solid wood surface, shattering under the force into fragments. A resounding crash drowned out the music from the speakers, silencing Hu Jing's wails as he shuddered in fright, thinking to himself that even if his singing was not melodious, it shouldn't invoke such wrath. That brotherly Rui, well, I must admit, my singing is rather unpleasant. Why don't you take over? Hu Jing, swallowing hard, tremulously offered the dented brass microphone to Li Rui. Duan Qin and Shi Yinshan instinctively recoiled, edging away from Li Rui. Just days prior, they had heard El Yifan extolling Li Rui's prowess, and now they were truly convinced. A single slap could crush a brass microphone. And if that slap were to land on their faces, their heads would likely fare no better than the microphone. Noticing Li Rui's face dark as ink, El Yifan cautiously inquired, "What is wrong, old Li?" Li Rui, his expression as still as water, did not respond. He took the microphone from Hu Jing and swiftly made his way toward the door, instructing Li Yi at the entrance to summon Li Er and the others. Understood, boss. The others, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hastened to follow Li Rui out of the private room. Upon exiting, Li Rui raised the microphone high and hurled it with great force at one of the men dragging Li Qianqian. Possessing advanced combat skills, Li Rui's aim was impeccable. The brass microphone struck the man squarely on the head. With a resounding thud, the man collapsed, his feet twitching before falling silent, blood streaming from his face to the floor. "Who dares to question me?" yelled the short, tattooed man, lifting his gaze in fury. The white-haired man, still present, frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. Today, a distinguished guest of the Black Tiger was in the second-floor private room. In less than a minute, Li Rui appeared on the first floor. Noticing another individual still pulling at Li Qianqian, whose cheek was flushed and smeared with blood, tears streaming down her face like a cascading river. At the sight, Li Rui's fury reached its zenith. Striding toward Li Qianqian, the onlookers instinctively parted to clear a path for him, and he advanced unimpeded to her side. "Who are you? Was it you who threw that microphone? Are you seeking death?" The short, tattooed man barked, pointing at Li Rui in anger. Ignoring the man's tirade, Li Rui swiftly raised his hand and, with blinding speed, delivered a resounding slap to the face of the man still grappling with Li Qianqian. The deafening sound of the slap resonated throughout the bar, and the crowd watched as the man was propelled a meter away, crashing to the ground with a pained scream. Clutching his face, a spurt of blood sprayed onto the floor, revealing 4 or 5 teeth amidst the crimson pool. "What possessed you to come to a bar looking like that? Does your mother know?" Li Rui crouched down, his expression grave as he addressed Li Qianqian. At this moment, Li Qianqian was already in tears, her eyes blurred. She heard some familiar voices but could not discern the faces before her. In a flurry, she hastily wiped her eyes, and upon focusing, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Uncle Qi, is that really you? Oh, you've truly come to rescue me. I'm so frightened." With a smirk, he retorted, "How dare a middle school student venture into a bar? Once this matter is dealt with, I shall certainly inform your mother." Saying this, he bit his finger and delivered a sharp blow to Li Qianqian's head. "Ouch, that hurts so much," she cried out, clutching her forehead, the tears in her eyes multiplying, making it impossible to discern whether it was fear or pain that caused them. Meanwhile, the tattooed man nearby, witnessing Li Rui's audacity, had already smashed one of his subordinates' heads with a microphone, leaving him bloodied. Now, he slapped another subordinate so hard that several teeth flew out. It was as if he believed these men were non-existent. Enraged, He barked orders. Who dares to strike my man? Attack! At his command, more than 10 men charged towards Li Rue. Chapter 54. Bar Brawl. Despite hearing the commands of the tattooed man, Li Rue remained seated. He gently pulled Li Qianqian, who was sitting on the floor, to her feet and, with a tinge of concern, asked, "Does it hurt?" Li Qianqian pouted and softly replied, "Yes." While Li Rue comforted her, over a dozen men rushed forward, some wielding chairs and others brandishing beer bottles. Such a scene would likely terrify the average person. However, Li Rue's elite bodyguards were anything but ordinary. They faced the situation without a hint of fear, with Li Yi steadfastly by Li Rue's side. Meanwhile, Li Er and his companions, who had been monitoring the parking lot, arrived at the bar's ground floor upon receiving Li Yi's call. Upon witnessing an assault on their boss, the four swiftly shed their obstructive suits, revealing their formidable physiques. Li Yi charged at a man advancing with a chair, delivering a single punch that pierced through the plastic seat and, with unrelenting force, struck the man's cheek. The sheer power sent the man hurtling backward, his nose crushed, blood streaming down his face. Li Er was equally fierce. Confronting an opponent wielding a beer bottle, he boldly stepped forward, shattering the bottle with a single blow. He then delivered a kick to the man's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, foaming at the mouth and utterly incapacitated. Witnessing a bodyguard incapacitate one opponent with a punch and send another flying with a kick, Li Rue gained a renewed perception of the combat prowess of his elite guards. Against these ordinary assailants, the system's claim of one bodyguard being able to take on 30 might only apply in specific scenarios, such as being surrounded with no means of evasion. In reality, the bodyguard's combat abilities far exceeded the system's assertions. In less than a minute, the four bodyguards had subdued all the attackers, even managing to thwart a few who attempted to flee, using broken tables and chairs to bring them down from a distance. The battle commenced swiftly and ended just as quickly, leaving the onlookers, some of whom had dared to remain, astonished. My goodness, these four strongmen are incredible, just like in the dramas. If I had a bodyguard like that, I could go anywhere with confidence. Indeed, the individual emerging behind them also seems extraordinary. With such bodyguards, it's no wonder he dares to stand out. At that moment, 5 of their unaccompanied female classmates hurried over to Li Qianqian. "Qianqian, let us run while we can," one girl exclaimed, reaching for Li Qianqian to pull her away. "Xiaoxian, don't be afraid. My uncle is here. He will protect us," Li Qianqian declared proudly. Despite her swollen face and slightly slurred speech, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears as she looked at her uncle standing protectively before her. "Ah, is he really your uncle?" The girls gazed at the young yet fierce man with a mixture of awe and relief. "He is my 7th uncle. My mother once remarked that he is the most formidable individual in our family. With my uncle present, there is no cause for fear." At the tender age of 15 or 16, one is particularly susceptible to admiration, and at that moment, Li Qianqian developed a profound sense of reverence for this illustrious 7th uncle spoken of by her mother. The events unfolded with astonishing rapidity. From the moment Li Rue descended the stairs to the instant when the entire group lay defeated on the ground, scarcely 2 minutes had elapsed. The elderly man with white hair, observing from the sidelines, had yet to comprehend the situation before it had concluded. The short, tattooed man, witnessing his more than 10 companions vanquished in mere moments, turned in terror to the white-haired man, pleading for assistance. "Wolf brother, save me." Upon hearing this cry for help, the elderly man finally reacted, discarding his cigarette with a forceful stamp and bellowing, "Where the hell did you come from? Do you have any idea that this place belongs to Lord Black Tiger? Do you dare to disrupt his territory? Are you seeking death?" With a wave of his hand, the 7 or 8 burly men in camouflage, along with over 30 more security personnel arriving continuously, brandishing rubber truncheons and steel pipes, advanced menacingly towards Li Rue. The 6 girls, terrified, huddled behind Li Rue, with Li Qianqian clutching his arm, timidly suggesting, "Uncle, should we call the police?" Witnessing the impending assault on Li Rue, El Yifan, drenched in sweat from anxiety as he observed the conflict, suddenly spotted the white-haired man and quickly approached, calling out, "White hair, don't you recognize me?" Startled by the sudden shout, the white-haired man turned, and upon recognizing the newcomer, his previously stern and furious expression transformed into a beaming smile. "Young Master L, what brings you down here? Did we disturb you? Whitehair, are you unaware that Lord Black Tiger has invited esteemed guests today? Do you even know whom you're about to strike?" El Yifan questioned the white-haired man with a grave demeanor. The man, initially puzzled by LS words, soon found his expression frozen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The man before him, accompanied by 4 such bodyguards, evidently held a significant status. And with L.'s assertion, even a fool would discern that this individual was indeed a distinguished guest of Lord Black Tiger. The white-haired man swallowed hard, stammering, "Young Master L, it can't be." Though he did not finish his sentence, his gaze darting towards Li Rue. "Oomph. I shall call Lord Black Tiger directly," L. Yi Fun retorted coldly, producing his phone. What L. Yi Fun conveyed during the call was lost on the white-haired man, who now comprehended the gravity of his blunder. Observing the clash between the security personnel and Li Rue's 4 bodyguards, he shouted urgently, "Hurry, stop, don't fight." Yet, amidst a fray of over 30 individuals, a single voice could hardly command cessation. In desperation, the white-haired man grabbed a nearby chair and hurled it at one of the nearest men in camouflage. "Stop fighting, damn it!" The camouflage-clad men, witnessing their leader assaulting one of their own, finally paused in confusion. The 4 bodyguards came to a halt upon noticing the situation before them, retreating to stand beside Li Rue. The white-haired man, observing that everyone had stopped, wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Li Rue with a sycophantic smile. As he walked, he spoke, "You must be young Master Li, right? This is truly a misunderstanding, an absolute misconception. I assure you, I have no part in this. It was all the doing of that wretched little man." With that, he seized the collar of the trembling tattooed dwarf beside him and dragged him toward Li Rue. He forcefully threw the dwarf to the ground beside Li Rue, then, lowering his gaze, delivered a vicious kick to the dwarf's abdomen, causing the unfortunate man to clutch his midsection and wail in agony. Subsequently, the white-haired man looked up at Li Rue, continuing his obsequious demeanor. "Young Master Li, it is this despicable creature who has caused this trouble. Rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation." Chapter 55. Rooting out evil, Li Rue disregarded the white-haired youth and gently turned to Li Qianqian, inquiring softly, "Who struck your face?" Just as Li Qianqian was about to respond, a female classmate interjected, pointing accusingly at the short, tattooed man, exclaiming, "It was him. He.S. the one who hit Qianqian." Upon hearing the girl's accusation, Li Rue calmly turned back, his gaze fixed intently on the white-haired youth. Just as the latter began to feel the weight of Li Rue's piercing stare, a series of hurried footsteps echoed in the air. A middle-aged man, bald and around 40 years of age, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck and dressed in a black tank top, approached. His arms bore tattoos of fierce black tigers, and even a large black tiger tail was visible on his chest. The bald man strode swiftly to the side of the white-haired youth and delivered a sharp slap across his face, followed by an enraged rebuke. "What did I tell you? Li Xiao is a distinguished guest I specifically invited today. Is this how you treat my guest?" Yes, I was wrong. Master Black Tiger, I apologize." The white-haired youth stammered, slapping himself repeatedly. Already bloodied from the initial blow, his face swelled from his self-inflicted punishment. Despite his predicament, he could only bow and acquiesce, realizing he was merely the head of bar security, seemingly formidable but utterly insignificant before Master Black Tiger. In Star City, Master Black Tiger owned dozens of such establishments, commanding hundreds of subordinates. To provoke him could easily result in a nameless corpse surfacing in the river one day. When Li Rue heard the bald man claim to have invited him, he cast a puzzled glance at Lve Fun, who could only respond with an awkward smile. Li Rue began to comprehend that this Master Black Tiger was likely the true friend Lve Fun intended to introduce to him, while the other 3 were merely peripheral figures. After reprimanding the white-haired youth, Master Black Tiger turned to Li Rue, forcing a smile. "Li Shou, isin sararia purujiza. It was I who asked Lv Xiao to invite you here. I wished to befriend you and intended to let you enjoy yourself before I approached you. I never anticipated such an incident occurring in my territory. This is truly my oversight. Let's share a meal later, and I shall drink 3 cups as penance to express my regret." As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Even though Li Rue was seething with anger, the comedic demeanor of Master Black Tiger eased his stern expression. While he felt that the latter's self-imposed punishment of 3 cups was unnecessary, he insisted, "However, in your venue, my niece has been harmed. You must provide me with an explanation." Having encountered Gu Yuanshan's incident, Li Rue now faced this thug leader without trepidation. With the system as his ally, who could dare to provoke him? He could ensure that anyone who crossed him would face dire consequences, whether it be an electric shock during a bath or a fatal accident. With such power at his disposal, he feared no one. "Rest assured, Li Xiao, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation." With that, he turned to the white-haired youth, demanding, "Which hand struck Li Xiao's niece?" "My right hand." The white-haired youth answered without hesitation, embodying the phrase, "Better to die as a friend than to live as an enemy." The venerable black tiger offered no further instructions, merely acknowledging with a nod. Although no words were exchanged, the white-haired man comprehended the unspoken command entirely. He seized a baseball bat from a nearby associate and approached the diminutive tattooed man, who lay on the ground clutching his abdomen. The tattooed man, not one to be easily fooled, realized that the wolf intended to incapacitate his hand. Panic surged through him as he cried out, "Wolf, please spare me for the sake of my sister." "Who knows your sister? I have no connection to you," came the retort, immediately followed by a resounding crack as the steel bat struck the tattooed man's right hand. The sound echoed with a dull thud, accompanied by the sickening crunch of bone, followed by an earth-shattering scream. "Ah, ah, ah." Once the deed was done, the white-haired man returned to Black Tiger's side, bowing his head to indicate the task was complete. Black Tiger glanced at the tattooed man's mangled hand, expressionless, before turning back to Li Rue with a beaming smile. "Li Xiao, I deeply apologize for this incident. My niece was harmed and frightened on my territory. I offer 1 million as compensation. Would that suffice?" Li Rue remained silent, turning to seek Li Qianqian's opinion, only to find the girls trembling, covering their eyes. It dawned on him that he had miscalculated. These young girls, merely 15 or 16 years of age, had never witnessed such brutality. Seeing a hand shattered before their eyes had left them in terror. Li Rue turned back, intending to agree. But the tattooed man continued to wail in agony, struggling against the pain while his eyes burned with resentment. Pointing a finger at the white-haired man, he shouted, "Black Tiger, Li Xiao, you want to take that girl?" His finger first pointed at the white-haired man, then shifted to Li Qianqian. Upon hearing this, Li Rue's countenance darkened, and he was about to interrogate the white-haired man when, in a swift motion, the white-haired man lunged toward the tattooed man, delivering a fierce kick to his chest, bellowing, "What the hell are you babbling about?" The tattooed man, now drenched in cold sweat, faced the ground, dread evident on his features. As another kick approached, the tattooed man raised his uninjured arm in defense, shouting, "Black Tiger, the other brothers heard it too. You made me take that girl to his room. You scoundrel. If you won't let me be, I won't let you off easy either." The tattooed man spat venomously at the white-haired man. At that moment, Black Tiger's expression turned grave as he commanded, "Bring him to me." No sooner had he spoken than 2 men, supporting the now weakened white-haired man, brought him forward to Li Rue. "Li Xiao, how would you like to handle this?" Black Tiger's previously somber demeanor transformed back into one of polite cordiality. Gazing at the white-haired man, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Li Rue's eyes as he replied flatly, "If you cannot control yourself, what use do you have remaining? To eradicate evil, one must uproot it." "Understood," Black Tiger responded quietly, signaling to his subordinates. The 2 men who had been holding the white-haired man dragged him back a few meters, while another man wielding a steel baseball bat approached the white-haired man. At this moment, the white-haired man realized with dread that his very life was at stake. He immediately began to shout desperately for mercy, imploring, "Please spare my life. Lord Black Tiger, I swear I shall never dare to cross you again." As he cried out, he struggled in vain, his snot and tears mingling grotesquely upon his chest. Yet, the onlookers remained indifferent to his plight. With a fierce swing of the baseball bat, a resounding crack echoed, and the white-haired man could not even utter a cry of anguish. As the 2 men who had been restraining him released their grip, he collapsed to the ground like a heap of refuse. The men present, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, felt a chill run down their spines. One by one, they instinctively shifted uncomfortably, relieved to find that their own vitality remained intact. "Young Masterly, are you satisfied with this?" Lord Black Tiger inquired, seeking to curry favor with Li Rue. Chapter 56. Compensation of 1 million. Li Rue remained silent, merely nodding before turning to Li Qianqian and stating, "Wait a moment. I will have the bodyguards escort you back. Should I discover you here at the bar again, I shall break your legs." By the end of his statement, Li Rue's tone had transformed into a menacing threat. Upon hearing her uncle's words, Li Qianqian finally released her hands from covering her eyes, retracting her neck and speaking in a voice tinged with grievance. "Uncle 7, I promise I won't do it again." "Humph, you still dare to play the victim? Had I not been here today, do you know what fate would have befallen you? Neglecting your studies and coming to a bar, is this truly where you belong?" "I shall certainly inform your mother," Li Rue reprimanded sternly. "Uncle 7, please don't tell my mother. We are about to graduate from the 3rd year junior high, and we simply wanted to experience the bar atmosphere. Who would have thought we would encounter such a situation?" Li Qianqian retorted, pouting slightly in defiance. Noticing his niece's continued obstinacy, Li Rue delivered a sharp rap on her head, causing her to grimace in pain. Still daring to be defiant? He glared at her fiercely, leaving Li Qianqian too intimidated to speak further. Li San, Li Si, you two drive them home, Li Rue instructed his bodyguards. Understood, boss. As Li San and Li Si prepared to escort the girls to the underground parking lot, a subordinate of He Hu approached, carrying a black box. He Hu then spoke. Wait a moment. Young Master Li, this is my compensation for my niece. 1 million. Please do not refuse. He handed the black box to Li Rue. Refusing the offered money? Why would he decline? Although he held little regard for the million, it still represented a considerable sum for his second brother's family. His niece's slap could not go unreciprocated, and so he readily accepted the box, passing it to Li Qianqian. This, Uncle 7. Li Qianqian hesitated, reluctant to accept the sum, for it was indeed 1 million. Take it and go. Hurry back. It's late, and you students are not behaving like students. Li Rue chastised with a serious expression. He did not wish to appear stern, but with these younger generations, a degree of severity was necessary. Otherwise, they would not take him seriously, given their small age difference. Seeing that her uncle was insistent, Li Qianqian reluctantly took the black box and followed bodyguards Li San and Li Si towards the basement. Once Li Qianqian and the others had departed, He Hu signaled for his men to drag away the tattooed short man and the white-haired man. He then invited Li Rue to a private room on the second floor. In this room, the atmosphere was devoid of any accompanying women, consisting solely of Li Rue, Lu Yifan, He Hu, and Hu Jing. The group did not engage in singing. Instead, He Hu instructed his private chef to prepare over 10 exquisite dishes and several bottles of fine wine, and soon they began to dine. He Hu also poured himself 3 drinks as a gesture of apology to Li Rue. It must be said that these underground overlords truly knew how to indulge. The dishes prepared by the private chef rivaled those of 5-star hotels. While Li Rue feasted heartily, Li Qianqian, in the car, chatted with her companions. I was terrified. If Uncle 7 hadn't been here, it would have been a serious matter. Indeed, Qian, your 7th uncle is quite handsome and formidable in combat, instilling fear in everyone. By the way, what does your 7th uncle do? With such a remarkable uncle, you can confidently walk anywhere. Who would dare to bully you? Li Qianqian felt a swell of pride as her classmates praised her uncle, and she boasted in response, I'm not entirely sure what my uncle does, but I've heard from my mother that he is quite wealthy, having spent over 70 million to renovate the ancestral hall in his house. Ah, no wonder your uncle is so impressive. Even the gang leader must show him respect. Her classmates chimed in, their eyes brimming with admiration. Oh, by the way, Qian, is it true that there's 1 million in this box? Open it up. I've never seen so much money. One girl inquired curiously. Not just the girls were intrigued. Li Qianqian herself felt a spark of curiosity. Listening to her classmates, she opened the box, and upon doing so, a cascade of red banknotes filled her vision, completely occupying the entire box. Wow. A group of third-year students, having never encountered such wealth, erupted in awe, their exclamations echoing. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, everyone paused their feasting. It was at this moment that the notorious Black Tiger revealed the true purpose of inviting Li Rue. Brother Li, Gu Yuanshan perished in an accidental electrocution while bathing. But regarding the businesses he left behind, how do you propose we handle them? As a figure who emerged from the underworld, Black Tiger possessed a unique acumen for managing relationships. After a few bottles of liquor, he had already begun to treat Li Rue as a brother. What businesses of Gu Yuanshan? Li Rue asked, his expression one of confusion. Seeing Li Rue's bewilderment, Black Tiger understood that Li Rue's intent in eliminating Gu Yuanshan was not driven by business interests. Therefore, he could easily take over Gu Yuanshan's concrete mixing stations and sand businesses, which could yield nearly 1 billion each year. With Gu Yuanshan gone and Gu Tianlong rendered ineffective, this business was virtually within his grasp. Though aware that Li Rue's actions were not motivated by financial gain, it was crucial to clarify matters, as this was the way of the underground. Furthermore, given Li Rue's displayed strength, he was not someone to provoke lightly. Gu Yuanshan, who was of comparable strength, had been eliminated without hesitation. Haha, brother Li, Gu Yuanshan had several concrete mixing stations and sand businesses. Would you be interested? No interest, Li Rue replied, downing the last remnants of an unknown liquor and shaking his head. Gu Yuanshan's accumulated cash over 2 decades barely exceeded 10 billion, yielding only about 5 billion annually. Even if he managed to net 10 billion a year, Li Rue found such sums trivial. With the impending establishment of the super new energy industrial park, he anticipated annual revenues in the hundreds of billions, not to mention the potential rewards from the system, which could bestow him with several hundred billion at any moment. Such trifling amounts were beneath his consideration. Brotherly, you are indeed generous. Allow me to express my gratitude for your kindness. 10 billion a year, freely gifted to me, is indeed a significant act of generosity. This indirectly reveals the prowess of Li Xiao, who dismisses the notion of a billion a year as trivial. Thus, his recent actions downstairs were undoubtedly the most judicious choice. Such generosity allowed the trio, from Lakeview, to truly appreciate Li Rui's capabilities, silently concluding that this individual was worthy of camaraderie but not enmity. This matter is of no concern to me. You may proceed as you wish, for I have no desire to entangle myself with someone who has already faced the king of hell. Indeed, look at my loose tongue. The affair concerning Gu Yuanshan is entirely unrelated to Brotherly. I was inebriated and rambling. I shall punish myself with another drink. With that, Black Tiger raised a cup and downed it without leaving a drop. At this moment, the assembled company understood fully that although Gu Yuanshan's situation was laden with potential gains, it was also tainted and foul. Li Rui was reluctant to involve himself, while Black Tiger was more than eager to partake. Meanwhile, Li San and Li Si had returned to the private room after escorting their guests. After consuming some wine, Li Rui felt a slight dizziness and spoke. We have sung our songs, drank our wine, and enjoyed our meal. It is time to take our leave. Let us gather again when time permits. Very well. Next time Brotherly comes, do inform me beforehand. I shall ensure everything is arranged perfectly. Black Tiger, though referring to himself as an elder brother, felt more akin to a subordinate of Li Rui. Old Li, do visit my home next time. My father is eager to meet you, invited Lu Yifan with a smile. Certainly, I shall pay a visit when time allows. After exchanging farewells with Hu Jing and the others, Li Rui, accompanied by several bodyguards, descended to retrieve his vehicle, preparing to return to the Sun Grand Hotel. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol and adhering to the principle of not driving under the influence, Li Rui instructed Li Air to drive the Viper GT, while he settled in the back seat of the Range Rover to rest. In the quiet confines of the rear seat, Li Rui, who had been contemplating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them after a moment of reflection. He instructed the driver, Li Yi, notify Zhao Yi to maintain constant surveillance on those two scoundrels. If they behave, let them linger for another month. If not, there's no need to waste air. Inform an E to dispose of the trash. After issuing his commands, Li Rui once more closed his eyes, and silence enveloped the vehicle again. The Viper GT emerged from the underground garage onto the road, once again attracting the attention of onlookers. Youngsters eagerly brandished their phones, snapping pictures, unfazed by the crowd, as several cars sped directly toward Xiangshui Tower. Chapter 57. Moving into the villa, Li Rui decided against staying in a hotel. After several days of ventilation, his villa was ready for habitation. Naturally, residing in his own luxurious abode was far more appealing than lodging in a hotel. Half an hour later, 3 vehicles entered the underground parking garage of the villa, valued at 220 million. Upon disembarking, Li Rui was greeted by the sight of 4 supercars and 10 Land Rovers. He was too eager to explore his new home and took the elevator directly to the 3rd floor, as all he desired was a restful slumber. Reclining on the expansive 3-meter-wide circular bed, he surveyed the 150-square-meter master bedroom, reflecting on the simple joys of the wealthy. The next day, Li Rui awakened naturally and descended to the 1st floor, where he plunged into the 800-square-meter indoor swimming pool, relishing a refreshing swim. Upon exiting the pool, a maid approached to dry him off. This maid was one of the 10 he had purchased through the system, each costing 1 million. All were strikingly attractive, ranging from 165 to 175 meters in height. While he did not entertain any inappropriate thoughts towards these biologically engineered individuals, he appreciated their aesthetic appeal. The sight of long legs adorned with stockings and high heels was undeniably delightful, making meals more enjoyable. To ensure exquisite dining experiences, Li Rui had also procured 3 top-tier chefs, investing 15 million in this venture. He felt reassured in trusting his daily life to biologically engineered beings who were 100% loyal to him. Thus, Li Rui settled into a leisurely routine at the villa, swimming in the mornings, fishing during the day, and either dining at his sister's house or inviting her for barbecues at his residence. Time flowed swiftly, and before he knew it, over 10 days had passed. Realizing that it had been a month since the ancestral hall's construction began, Li Rui called his mother to inquire about its progress in the new house. He was thrilled to learn that the main structure of both was nearly complete, with just 1 month left until everything would be finished. His mother also tasked him with hosting his cousin Wang Yueka, who would be visiting Star City soon. Wang Yueka, a 21-year-old junior, was the daughter of his uncle. Surprised by her visit, he learned that she had time to travel because she was about to complete her junior year and would soon begin her internship. After hanging up, Li Rui realized that the college entrance examinations were approaching, prompting him to think of his cousins Li Ru and Li Tai, and he wondered how they would fare. 2 days later, after finishing his swim, Li Rui lay on a massage bed, enjoying the service of a stunning maid, who, at a height of 1.7 meters and wearing 10-centimeter heels, appeared to be nearly 1.8 meters tall. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his cousin Li Ru. The typically shy girl excitedly shared her experiences regarding the entrance exams, expressing that they had not been too difficult and she expected good results. Li Rui was pleased and offered words of encouragement, assuring her that if she gained admission to a prestigious university, the family would reward her with a generous scholarship. Shortly after hanging up, his phone rang once more. Upon glancing at his phone, Li Rui noticed it was a call from his cousin, Wang Yueka. Although he was not particularly close to his uncle, Li Rui could count on one hand the number of times his uncle had returned home over the past decade. However, he shared a warm familiarity with his cousin, having spent many childhood days at his grandparents' house, where she often trailed behind him, eager to play. During his middle school years, due to the considerable distance from his uncle's home to the school, Wang Yueka had even stayed with him for 3 years, further solidifying their bond. As he answered the phone, a playful and cheerful voice greeted him. "Cousin, do you know why I'm calling you?" "Not a clue." Li Rui feigned ignorance. "Ah, didn't my second aunt tell you?" "Nope," he continued to play along. "Really? Did she forget to mention it?" "Well then, why don't you take a guess?" she teased. Hearing her mischievous laughter, Li Rui responded with a grin. "Let me think. Are you planning to visit Xingqing?" "Ah, how did you know?" she exclaimed. "You were just teasing me. It must be that my second aunt told you." Initially puzzled, she quickly realized her cousin was merely playing around. "Humph. I'm going to tell my second aunt that you're bullying me." Without waiting for Li Rui's reply, she threatened to report him. "All right, I admit my fault. When are you coming? I'll pick you up and treat you to a delicious meal to make amends. Is that acceptable?" "Humph. 1 meal, 1 tea suffice. You owe me at least 10. "Fine, as long as you don't tell on me. I'm open to negotiation." Li Rui felt a mix of exasperation and affection for his 21-year-old cousin, who still had the playful spirit of a child. "That is more like it. I'll arrive at Baiwa Airport at 3 p.m. tomorrow." "Oh, and cousin, I'm bringing 2 classmates along to visit Xingqing. Would that be all right?" Wang Yueka's voice carried a hint of shyness. To Li Rui, it made little difference whether he was picking up 1 person or 3. The task remained the same. However, he realized he couldn't use his sports car for the airport run, as it was not suited for transporting multiple passengers. "All right, no problem. We'll meet at 3 p.m. tomorrow." After finalizing their plans and chatting briefly about family matters, they hung up. The following day, at 1:30 p.m., Li Rui, having prepared himself, set off for Baiwa Airport with 4 bodyguards and 2 Range Rovers. This time, he chose to ride in the passenger seat while Li drove. In the past, he had often thought driving was quite enjoyable, but now that he owned a car, he preferred to relax in the passenger seat, especially when he could play on his phone instead of navigating. Arriving at the airport by 2:50 p.m., he received a call from Wang Yueka at 3:10 p.m. Following her instructions, he drove to the C5 exit. From a distance, he spotted 3 youthful and vibrant figures dragging their suitcases towards the exit. As he stepped out of the car, he waved to the girl walking in front. Wang Yueka caught sight of Li Rui and beamed with joy, waving in response. After greeting her 2 classmates, she hurriedly approached Li Rui, dragging her luggage along. "Cousin," she panted sweetly, gazing at his cousin, whom he had not seen since the spring festival 3 years prior. Li Rui jested, "You've grown taller," as he affectionately ruffled Wang Yueka's hair. "Every time we meet, you say I've grown taller. I've been this height for 5 or 6 years now." How insincere. "If you said I was becoming more beautiful, that would be the truth," Wang Yueka retorted with a playful eye roll. With a hearty laugh, Li Rui pointed to the 2 attractive girls behind Wang Yueka, who were also carrying suitcases, and inquired, "Are these 2 your classmates?" Yes. "This is my classmate Zhong Hui, and this is Jiang Yu." Wang Yueka introduced her companions. Chapter 5 A lavish fest grinus, am Li Rui, the cousin of Wang Yueka. If you do not mind, feel free to call me brotherly. I have resided in Xing City for 7 years, and am quite familiar with the city's attractions. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask me. Li Rui flashed a kind smile at the 2 girls. I'm Zhong Hui. Thank you, brotherly, she replied softly, her voice imbued with a hint of timidity. Her gentle demeanor suggested a nurturing spirit, and her glasses lent her an air of a poised and graceful educator. In contrast, Jiangyu was far more audacious. She cheerfully exclaimed, "Thank you, brotherly. We shall entrust you with our exploration of Xing City. We have long wished to visit its many attractions." "Very well. Let us set forth now. After several hours on the plane, you must be famished. We should first find a place to dine," Li Rue suggested. "Okay, brother." Wang Yueka replied with a sweet smile. Li Rue reached for Wang Yueka's suitcase, opened the trunk of the Range Rover, and placed it inside. Meanwhile, Li Er and Li San, who had disembarked from another vehicle, extended their hands to retrieve Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui's luggage respectively. This unexpected gesture startled the two girls. They had assumed that the imposing figures behind them, towering at nearly 2 meters, were merely there to greet someone else. The sudden approach to claim their luggage sent them retreating in surprise. Standing at merely 1.60 meters and weighing just over 90 pounds, they had never experienced such an overwhelming presence. The sensation was akin to encountering a silverback gorilla at the zoo. Even with the knowledge that gorillas do not pose a threat to humans, the encounter was undeniably chilling. "Ah, do not be afraid. These are my bodyguards," Li Rue chuckled, offering an explanation. "Bodyguards? Brother, my second aunt mentioned that you have made some money recently, and that is why she asked me to reach out to you for arrangements during my visit to Xing City. But seeing you now, it seems you have achieved much more than merely a little success. Haven to you? You even have bodyguards." Wang Yueka expressed disbelief. "It is a modest sum indeed. I assure you it is more than enough to treat you to 10 meals. Now, let us hurry. We cannot linger here for too long," Li Rue urged. Noticing the increasing traffic behind them, seeing the growing number of vehicles, Wang Yueka playfully stuck out her tongue and beckoned Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui to board the Range Rover. Once the bodyguards had secured the luggage, Li Rue took his place in the passenger seat of the vehicle. As they proceeded towards the city center of Xing City, Wang Yueka animatedly chatted with her classmates about their plans for sightseeing and the places they wished to check off their list. Meanwhile, Li Rue picked up his phone and dialed Hu Jing, a contact he had made a few days prior. Before Li Rue could speak, Hu Jing's voice came through on the other end. "Li Rue, my brother, did you call to invite me for a drink?" Let's save the drinking for another day. Today, I'm hosting some guests for dinner at a hotel, and I remembered that your family operates one. I was hoping to see if you could facilitate arrangements on your end," Li Rue replied. "Brother Li Rue, should you wish to share a drink with me, I may not be able to accompany you, as I am currently attending to matters in another province. Allow me to handle the dining arrangements. I will call you shortly. How does the Tianjin Grand Hotel sound?" "Very well. I appreciate your assistance," Li Rue acknowledged, then conveyed the number of attendees to Hu Jing. After ending the call, he instructed Li Yi to navigate to the Tianjin Grand Hotel. An hour and a half later, the Range Rover came to a halt before a magnificent high-rise building, the Tianjin Grand Hotel, one of the few five-star establishments in Star City. The hotel boasts an exquisite Chinese restaurant and a Western dining venue, providing top-tier accommodations and culinary experiences, albeit at a premium price. As Wang Yueka exited the vehicle and gazed up at the imposing structure, she hesitated and turned to Li Rue, asking, "Cousin, we're not dining here, are we? It appears rather costly." "Well, it's acceptable," he replied. Seeing such an opulent hotel, Zhong Hui felt a twinge of apprehension and tugged at Wang Yueka's sleeve. Whispering in her ear, "Yueka, dining here looks expensive. After this meal, I fear I might be left impoverished." Although she was aware that Wang Yueka's cousin would cover the bill, the thought of dining at such an extravagant venue made her reluctant to accept the generosity. However, the idea of footing the bill herself was daunting, as it could lead to immediate financial ruin. Jiang Yu also leaned in, jokingly commenting, "Indeed, I'd hoped to enjoy a few more days here. After a meal at this place, I might have to return home at once." Li Rue's body had undergone systematic enhancements, and despite their attempts to speak softly, he caught wind of their conversation. Turning to the three young women, he declared, "This meal is on me. Now, let us be on our way," and he strode toward the restaurant. The girls, seeing that Li Rue had moved on, had no choice but to follow. Upon entering the lobby, a reception lady approached and inquired, "Sir, may I ask if you are here to stay or dine?" "We are here for a meal. We have made a reservation with your hotel," he replied. The reception lady, noticing the group behind Li Rue, then asked, "Please hold on. May I inquire under whose name the reservation was made?" "Hu Jing," he answered. Upon hearing this name, the reception lady appeared puzzled, as it was unfamiliar to her. She promptly utilized her intercom to consult her supervisor, who instructed her to ensure the guests were well attended to. She quickly returned. In a moment, a woman in her 30s approached briskly, respectfully addressing Li Rue. You must be young Master Li. I'm a lobby manager, Miss Lan. Young Master, who has informed me about your arrival. I sincerely apologize for the delay. Please follow me. Following the woman, they ascended to the 5th floor, where they arrived at a private dining room labeled Suiwei Pavilion. Li Yi and the others stood at the entrance, while Li Rue led the young women inside. The interior was lavishly decorated, spanning approximately 70 to 80 square meters, with a grand circular dining table at its center, its diameter nearing 3 meters. At this moment, the 3-meter-wide table was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, no fewer than 20 dishes, including lobster sashimi, tuna sashimi, geoduck sashimi, king crab, caviar, sea cucumber, and abalone. Upon witnessing this lavish spread, Wang Yueka glanced at the table and then turned her gaze to Li Rue, hesitantly inquiring, Cousin, are you certain we haven't entered the wrong door? How much could this feast possibly cost? Would selling me suffice to cover the bill? Just enjoy it. You need not fret about that. Li Rue replied with a dismissive glance at Wang Yueka. Then I can relax. May I take some photos to share on my social media? Wang Yueka looked at Li Rue with eager anticipation, understanding the youthful inclination to document dining experiences before indulging. Li Rue nodded in agreement. With her cousin's approval, Wang Yueka beckoned Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui, eagerly capturing countless photos. Even the shy Zhong Hui picked up her phone to snap a few pictures, as opportunities to savor such a grand feast were indeed rare. Chapter 59. The finest red wine. Wang Yueka captured dozens of photographs from various angles before finally taking a seat. Once everyone was settled, Manager Lan distributed napkins and proceeded to introduce the names and methods of enjoying the dishes. Just as the guests prepared to indulge, a server entered, knocking on the door while carrying a tray. Manager Lan received the tray, dismissed the server, and turned to introduce the contents to Li Rue. Mr. Li, these are 2 bottles of 1976 Roman Economy red wine, a gift from Mr. Hu Jing. Would you like to sample them now? Li Rue, unfamiliar with red wine, regarded the 2 bottles as a mere gesture and nodded casually. Manager Lan then took out specialized tools to uncork the bottles, followed by an array of exquisite vessels that Li Rue had never encountered. The elaborate display momentarily astonished Li Rue and the others. However, being part of the digital age, Li Rue had seen enough videos to deduce that this was likely the decanting process, essential for enhancing the wine's exposure to oxygen and enriching its bouquet. Before long, the guests received elegant goblets filled with a modest amount of the crimson liquid. Holding the glass, Wang Yueka was filled with curiosity. Though she had consumed some wine in the past, she had never tasted anything as refined as this high-end variety. As the wine touched her lips, her eyes widened in astonishment, savoring a flavor that eclipsed any cheap wine she had previously encountered by hundreds of times. She immediately beckoned Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui, exclaiming, This is exquisite. You must try it. She then raised her empty glass towards Manager Lan, signaling for a refill. Observing Wang Yueka downing half a glass of the 250,000 yuan wine, Manager Lan found himself at a loss for words. Such a precious wine was not meant to be consumed in such a manner. However, given that the host had insisted on treating esteemed guests well, he reluctantly poured Wang Yueka another half glass. Upon hearing her praise, Li Rue lifted his own glass and took a delicate sip. Despite his prior disinterest in red wine, he could discern its superior quality. It was undeniably delightful. He then turned to Manager Lan and inquired, How much does this wine cost? Manager Lan replied candidly, This is the 1976 Roman Economy, priced at 250,000 yuan per bottle. At the mention of such a staggering price, Wang Yueka, Jiang Yu, and Zhong Hui, who were savoring the wine, froze in place, their hands instinctively covering their mouths. They struggled to swallow the mouthful of wine, knowing it to be worth over 10,000 yuan. Once the wine was swallowed and their hands were lowered, Wang Yueka raised her glass, glancing left and right, and exclaimed, So this wine costs 250,000 yuan per bottle, which means this little glass is worth over 10,000. I just drank 1,000 yuan in one sip. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui shared her shock, staring at their glasses of wine, hesitant to take another sip. Each of them pondered in silence, contemplating the identity of Li Rue's friend, who was generous enough to present 2 bottles of 250,000 yuan wine. Li Rue also found the price of the red wine to be exorbitant. The cost of 2 bottles could easily cover the down payment on a house. Nevertheless, Hu Jing generously gifted them the wine, and since it was already opened, why not indulge? After all, with over 100 billion at his disposal, he had to learn to embrace the lifestyle of the affluent. He would surely need to drink more of such fine wine. After all, the Duan family was in the wine business. If he didn't find a way to spend that fortune, when would he ever exhaust it? He raised his glass and elegantly downed a small cup of wine valued at tens of thousands. Seeing her cousin's nonchalance, Wang Yu also felt compelled to partake. Having already tasted the wine herself, it was impossible to pour it back, so she decided to drink. Before indulging, however, she snapped a photo for her social media, captioning it with a playful note about the 250,000 yuan bottle of wine, where each sip cost over 10,000. Yet, she acknowledged that the wine was indeed quite smooth on the throat. Jiang Yu also took a moment to capture the experience, sharing a post that conveyed the rich aromas wafting through the air. The wine appeared a deep ruby red, and as light passed through, the rim of the glass shimmered with an enticing violet hue. A gentle swirl released even more alluring fragrances, intoxicating the senses. Upon tasting, the delicate tannins glided like silk, intertwining fruity and floral notes that brought forth a complex depth and a lingering aftertaste. This was the 1976 Roman Econti. Zhong Hui was notably more reserved, merely snapping a picture of the wine bottle for her own social media. Although her personality was somewhat introverted, she felt a natural urge to showcase such a rare wine that an ordinary person could never afford. Once the dishes were introduced and the wine tasted, Manager Lan took her leave. This left only Li Rui and his two cousins in the private room, three individuals who were already ravenous, and they soon dug into the feast with little regard for decorum. After a mere 10 minutes, the first bottle of wine was downed. Just as Li Rui was about to open the second bottle, Wang Yu interjected, "Cousin, should we not open this one? It costs 250,000. She rose, her expression pained as she gazed at the unopened bottle. "All right, we shall leave it untouched," Li Rui affirmed, putting her at ease. Although it was not her expense, Wang Yu felt as though drinking the wine was akin to slicing off a piece of her own flesh. While she conceded that the wine was indeed exquisite, she still believed that the 250,000 yuan was far more valuable. As Wang Yu settled back down, preparing to dive into the delectable dishes once more, Li Rui swiftly employed a specialized tool to uncork the wine, producing a resounding pop. Wang Yu, Jiang Yu, and Zhong Hui all turned their heads in unison. "Cousin, didn't you say you wouldn't drink?" Wang Yu exclaimed, exasperated. "You're such a spendthrift. This meal will cost 50 to 60,000. If Aunt finds out, she'll surely scold you." Wang Yu was just a rural child, and such expenditure was entirely beyond her comprehension. This wine was a gift from a friend. It doesn't require any expenditure on my part. If I don't drink, he might think I look down on him. So, let's enjoy it, young one. You wouldn't understand the complexities of adult matters. Faced with Li Rui's reasoning, Wang Yu could only relent. If her cousin was unperturbed, what more could she say? The meal lasted a full 2 hours, and in truth, after just 1 hour, everyone was already too full to continue. However, witnessing only a mere tenth of the exquisite dishes consumed, the three young ladies persevered for another hour. Ultimately, they could eat no more and had to concede defeat. Summoning the waiter with a wave, they prepared to settle the bill, only to be informed that Manager Lan needed to be consulted. Shortly thereafter, Manager Lan knocked and entered, stating, "Mr. Li, our young master has instructed that we cannot accept your payment. Consider this a treat from him." Li Rui nodded in acknowledgement, not wishing to refuse. Having already accepted a bottle of wine worth 250,000, he found it unnecessary to quibble over a meal costing several thousand. With a few young ladies clutching their stomachs, Li Rui exited the hotel. Although the sky had darkened, the hour was still early, and the nightlife in Star City was just beginning. He turned to Wang Yu and inquired, "Do you plan to head to your residence, or would you like to explore a bit first?" Chapter 60. At your service, cousin. Having indulged in such a feast, let's take a stroll to aid our digestion. We have come across numerous accounts of the vibrant nightlife in Star City online, and we are eager to experience the delightful places you can show us. When it comes to entertainment, there are indeed many options. But the liveliest spot at night is undoubtedly Shishing Street. Not only does it boast a street lined with bars, but it also features a luxurious shopping center, a bustling street of snacks. Shall we head there? Li Rui enthusiastically shared a brief overview of Star City with Wang Yueka. "Sure, cousin, you lead the way," Wang Yueka replied before entering the vehicle, and the group set off towards Shishing Street. Before long, they arrived at a large shopping mall. Li Rui instructed two bodyguards to park the car while the others alighted in advance. As soon as they stepped out, Wang Yueka and the others were immediately enveloped by the vibrant atmosphere of nightlife. It was around 7 p.m., and the streets were teeming with people. Vendors selling balloons lined the sidewalks, while pedestrians happily clutched cups of milk tea and various snacks, creating a lively scene. Wow, there's so many people. The online descriptions were not exaggerated, Jiang Yu exclaimed, spinning around to take in the dense crowd. Indeed, it's only 7 o'clock. I've heard it gets even busier later. Zhong Hui concurred. Enough marveling. Let us go. While the crowd isn't overwhelmingly large yet, we should explore, Wang Yueka said, taking the hands of her companions as they made their way to the shopping mall, with Li Rui trailing behind his cousin. Shopping is an inherent trait of women, and such expansive malls are particularly favored. Wang Yueka led her 2 classmates, wandering and observing for an hour without purchasing anything. As they passed a store specializing in Apple products, Wang Yueka paused and turned to the nearly exhausted Li Rui, saying, "Cousin, let us step inside to check out the phones." Li Rui nodded and accompanied his cousin into the Apple store. Upon entering, several young women, seemingly energized, leaned over the glass display, eagerly admiring the latest models. Li Rui had little interest in Apple products, yet he understood that many girls were fond of this brand. Though domestic phones are equally commendable at the same price point, the allure often stems from vanity, a fundamental aspect of human nature. The girls requested the salesperson to bring out sample phones for them to try. Each became enamored with the devices, but ultimately, they reluctantly set them down, ready to continue their shopping elsewhere. Unable to endure the aimless wandering any longer, Li Rui sought to expedite the shopping experience. He turned to the salesperson and said, "Please bring me 3 of the latest Apple phones, the model priced at 13,000 Dragon coins." The salesperson, initially skeptical about the group making a purchase, instantly brightened at Li Rui's request. "Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. Cousin, are you buying these for us?" "No, we can't accept this. We've already spent so much on food, it feels inappropriate," Wang Yueka responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Indeed, brotherly, please do not purchase this phone for us. It is far too expensive," Zhong Hui declined. Jiang Yu gazed longingly at the coveted phone displayed in the counter, her eyes filled with reluctance. Yet she reluctantly echoed, "Yes, brotherly, this phone is exorbitantly priced. We cannot accept it." Li Rui paid no heed to the 3 of them and approached the sales clerk who had already brought over the phones. He reached out, took 3 devices, and handed 1 to each of them before turning to follow the clerk to the payment counter. The trio exchanged silent glances, clutching their new phones. The total cost was merely around 40,000 yuan, a sum Li Rui deemed trivial. He was eager to conclude this torturous shopping expedition, making the expenditure worthwhile. Once Li Rui completed the transaction, it was evident that he was financially unfettered, prompting the others to refrain from further protests. They meandered through the mall for a while before exiting, heading towards a street filled with snacks. However, their stomachs were already bloated, rendering them unable to indulge in any culinary delights, merely swallowing their saliva at the sight of various delicacies. As they strolled, they found themselves on a street lined with bars, teeming with even more patrons than the snack street, all of whom were strikingly handsome or beautiful. Wang Yuka and her companions were also natural beauties, possessing a grace that far surpassed that of the artificially enhanced women around them, naturally attracting the attention of several men. Numerous young men, adorned with earrings and flamboyant hairstyles, cast flirtatious glances in their direction, sending shivers down the spines of the trio. "Hi, beautiful. May I introduce myself?" A young man in his 20s said, playfully brushing aside the hair that obscured half of his face, bending slightly as he approached Wang Yuka. Li Rui was trailing behind, not walking alongside the 3, leading others to believe that these 3 stunning girls were unaccompanied by any male, emboldening them to approach. Witnessing this scruffy individual attempting to flirt with his cousin, Li Rui could no longer contain himself. He delivered a swift kick to the man's backside. "Ouch!" The man yelped in agony, his face colliding with the ground as he howled in pain. Rising to his feet, he glared at Li Rui, who had just retracted his foot, and shouted, "What the hell was that for? Who do you think you are? Do you want to fight?" As he shouted, 4 or 5 similarly dressed flamboyant young men surrounded him, attempting to bolster his bravado. Not far behind, Li Yi and Li Er noticed the threat to their boss and quickly stepped forward, positioning themselves behind Li Rui. The flamboyant youths, upon seeing the sudden appearance of 2 towering men, instinctively took a step back. Recognizing the formidable brawn of Li Rui's companions, they realized the precariousness of their situation, chuckled awkwardly, and hurriedly retreated. Li Rui paid no mind to the fleeing individuals, They were merely punks, unworthy of his effort. However, the audacity of the one who dared to flirt with his cousin and then insult him warranted a memorable lesson. As I was about to approach, I noticed a group of 3 or 4 individuals gathered at the entrance of a nearby bar, engaged in conversation with a man who was smoking. One of the more robust figures suddenly stiffened, discarded his cigarette, and signaled the others to swiftly move towards Li Rue. "Young Master Li, is there something amiss that requires my assistance?" The stout man inquired respectfully, bowing his head. Li Rue, unfamiliar with the individual, responded with curiosity. "Who are you? I do not recognize you." "Young master, I have seen you at the Monster Beast Bar previously. I am a subordinate of Lord Black Tiger. He has instructed us that encountering you is akin to encountering him. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command, and I will ensure it is executed flawlessly." "Oh, very well. This fellow has been bothering my cousin. Please handle it accordingly." "Understood, young master," the man replied, turning to signal the 3 individuals behind him. They quickly advanced towards the now trembling suitor. "Brother Meng, please spare me. I truly did not know this esteemed gentleman was connected to Lord Black Tiger. Just let me go this once." The suitor's plea revealed he was no stranger to the bar scene. The stout man did not respond, merely gestured for his companions to drag the suitor away. He then turned back to Li Rue, bowing once more. "Young master, should you need anything on this street, feel free to call upon me. Our brothers have all seen your photograph and are familiar with you. They stand ready to serve your every command." Li Rue nodded in acknowledgement. After the man departed, 3 young women who had been observing the entire incident exchanged glances filled with intrigue as they regarded Li Rue. Chapter 61. The shock of the 3 women. "Cousin, you can't possibly be involved with the mafia, can you?" Wang Yueka gazed at the man who had just turned to leave, then glanced back at Li Rue. Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui, though silent, shared the same look of trepidation and subtle nods that clearly endorsed Wang Yueka's assertion. "Mafia, my foot," Li Rue said, playfully rapping Wang Yueka on the head. "Let's go." As he walked away, Wang Yueka rubbed her head where he had tapped her and made a face at his retreating figure. An hour later, after exploring the nearby streets, Li Rue suggested, "Yueka, you've been wandering for quite some time, and everyone appears weary. How about we call it a day and head home to rest?" "All right. I do feel a bit tired as well. Cousin, where are we staying tonight? Just follow me." He summoned the bodyguard, and they boarded the vehicle that had been sent to them, heading towards the Xiangshui Lulan Villa area. It wasn't until the car entered the villa district that the 3 women in the back seat realized they were not heading to a hotel, but rather to a residential area. "Cousin, this isn't going to a hotel, is it? How could a hotel possibly be in such a villa complex?" Wang Yueka questioned, scrutinizing the scenery outside the window while addressing Li Rue, who sat in the passenger seat. "Of course, we aren't going to a hotel. We are going to my home." "What did you buy a house, cousin? I never heard you mention it." "I just purchased it a few days ago. Your cousin also bought a place nearby. In that tall building over there," he said, gesturing towards where Li Xiaoshuang's apartment was located. "Ah, this house must have cost quite a fortune, especially in this villa district. It must have set you back a fair amount." "It's not too bad. Not overly expensive," Li Rue replied nonchalantly. "For someone with assets exceeding hundreds of billions, buying a property worth over 200 million was indeed not a significant expense." Noticing her cousin's evasive response to the price of the villa, Wang Yueka refrained from pressing further, instead continuing to admire the surroundings through the car window. After a few minutes of driving, they arrived at an enormous villa, which dwarfed even the largest of its neighbors. As the vehicle approached the grand entrance, 2 towering bodyguards stood sentinel. When they were about 10 meters from a gate, it opened automatically. At that moment, Wang Yueka's realization struck her. Was this the villa her cousin deemed not too expensive? Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui also set aside their phones, their eyes wide as they gazed at the opulence they had only ever seen on television. The vehicle drove into the underground parking of the villa, where 5 luxurious sports cars were lined up in a row. Unable to contain her astonishment any longer, Wang Yueka exclaimed, "Cousin, could you tell me how much this villa cost? And are all these cars yours?" Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui also fixed their curious gazes on Li Rue, intrigued, as Wang Yueka had always presented herself as rather ordinary at school. They had never heard of her having such a wealthy cousin. "These cars all belong to me. I purchased them not long ago. The villa is valued at over 200 million, and it even comes with an additional 8 acres of garden. This hardly seems exorbitant, does it?" At this moment, Wang Yueka found herself at a loss for words. Her second aunt had mentioned that her cousin had earned some money in recent years, yet she was unaware of the extent to which his wealth had grown extravagant. In their university, some students from affluent families drove supercars to class, exuding confidence and effortlessly attracting romantic interests. Although she scoffed at these girls, deeming them rather foolish, that did not diminish her admiration for supercars. Cousin, may I take a look? Wang Yueka asked, her eyes nearly glistening at the sight of the supercars. Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui shared her astonishment, their mouths agape upon hearing the villa's price. Of course, let us go. I'll show you, Li Rue replied, opening the car door and leading the three girls toward the 5 supercars. First, he approached the black McLaren P1, stating, "This vehicle is a McLaren P1, purchased for 13 million. Wow, exclaimed the 3 girls, their eyes widened in awe. Ignoring their gasps, Li Rue moved to the red Apollo Intensa Emozione, declaring, "This Apollo Intensa Emozione cost 25 million. At the mention of the red supercar's price, Wang Yueka could no longer contain her curiosity. "Cousin, may I see this car?" she inquired, her face lighting up with anticipation. Li Rue felt a surge of delight at her eager expression. "Certainly, but you'll have to wait a moment. I don't have the keys with me. I usually carry only the key for the Hennessy Venom, while the others are at the villa." He waved over a bodyguard, instructing him to fetch the keys. A few minutes later, the guard returned with 5 sets of supercar keys. Li Rue took the keys, selecting the one for the Apollo Intensa Emozione, and handed it to Wang Yueka. "Did you obtain your driver's license while in university?" Li Rue asked as he passed her the key. "Yes, I did, cousin." "You're not suggesting I try driving this car, are you?" "I wouldn't dare. If I were to damage it, I wouldn't be able to repay you, even if you sold me," Wang Yueka replied, taking the key and approaching the Apollo Intensa Emozione, pressing a button. The red supercar's lights flickered to life, awakening like an elegant sprite. Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui hurriedly approached, eager to examine the magnificent vehicle they had only seen in online images. Wang Yueka stood before the car, inspecting it closely, yet she was unsure how to open the door. Observing her predicament, Li Rue smiled, recalling his own confusion when he first acquired these supercars. Noticing her pleading gaze, he stepped forward, placing his hand near the rear of the door. With a gentle motion, the door opened slowly, reminiscent of a butterfly's wings unfurling. Upon witnessing such a breathtaking scene, the 3 young women gasped in awe. Wang Yueka, in particular, approached the vehicle, caressing its sleek body and elegant doors. Turning to Li Rue, she inquired, "Cousin, may I step inside for a moment?" "Go ahead if you dare. You can even take it for a spin. It's merely a car after all." "I couldn't care less," Li Rue replied with a flourish, enchanted by the exquisite supercar. Wang Yueka no longer felt the need for formality and swiftly bent down to slip into the Apollo sun god. Once inside, she eagerly began to admire the interior, tenderly touching the distinctive steering wheel, her delicate gestures reminiscent of a man caressing the skin of an unparalleled beauty, lost in the car's splendor. It took her a few moments to regain her senses. Excitedly, she turned to her equally captivated friends, Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui, exclaiming, "Hui, please take some photos of me." She then began to strike various poses within the vehicle. Chapter 62. The mockery in the class group, listening to Wang Yueka's words. The 2 girls proceeded to take a flurry of photographs, capturing over 100 images before finally pausing. They subsequently sent all the photos to Wang Yueka, who selected a few particularly stunning shots to share on her social media, captioning it with, "A 25 million supercar. Today was quite the experience." Once Wang Yueka posted this, her friends' reactions erupted like wildfire. Within mere seconds, a college classmate commented, "Whose car is this, Wang Yueka? My goodness, could you send me a few more pictures?" Shortly thereafter, a high school acquaintance, with whom she hadn't been in contact for years, chimed in, "Wow, Wang Yueka, whose car is this? You even got in to take photos. Could be your boyfriend's?" Faced with a barrage of comments within just a few minutes, Wang Yueka chose not to respond, as she was utterly pressed for time. Jiang Yu, observing Wang Yueka's photo session, felt a pang of envy. Who wouldn't he wish to hop into such a supercar, snap some pictures, and share them with friends? Noticing Jiang Yu's eager gaze, Wang Yueka shyly turned to Li Rue and said, "Cousin, Jiang Yu and the others would also like to take some photos. Is that all right?" "Of course, let them shoot away. I'm not so stingy," Li Rue replied, gesturing for them to take pictures with the 5 supercars on display. Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui wasted no time in enthusiastically capturing images. Zhong Hui snapped around 50 photos, while Jiang Yu took an impressive 200 before they finally called it a day. They too shared their photos on social media and in the class group, causing a similar uproar in the comment section. The once quiet class group was now abuzz with excitement. "Wow, Jiang Yu, Zhong Hui, judging by your posts. Weren't you all with Wang Yueka in Star City?" Whose supercar is this? One classmate queried. Another added, indeed, this supercar is stunning. It looks incredibly expensive. How did you manage to get inside for photos? Speculation arose, with someone jesting, you two aren't being pursued by some rich second-generation heir, are you? Make sure to withstand his sweet talk. These wealthy individuals are certainly not to be trusted. It was clear that the speaker was one of the secret admirers of either girl. Seeing the fervent discussions unfold in the group, Jiang Yu maintained her composure while Zhong Hui could not refrain from responding. All right, enough of the wild guesses. This car belongs to Wang Yueka's cousin, not some wealthy suitor. Worried about the potential for further misunderstandings, she felt compelled to clarify before any more rumors could spread. However, a significant portion of the group remained skeptical, prompting someone to question, isn't Wang Yueka from an ordinary rural family? How could her cousin possibly be this affluent? I don't believe it. Wang Yueka's cousin? More likely, she is being kept by some sugar daddy, a girl, clearly not on good terms with Wang Yueka, scoffed. This comment infuriated Jiang Yu, who had been smiling while observing her classmates' envy. Her expression darkened, and she retorted in the group, Fang Yu, do you think everyone is like you? In pursuit of sitting behind the wheel of someone else's multi-million-dollar supercar, one resorts to intimate encounters? Do you have any idea of the car's worth? Over 25 million. Such a supercar belongs to Wang Yueka's cousin, who possesses several others. What do you have to compare? Anyone can boast, but it seems you are the ones engaging in such encounters merely to gain a moment of photographic opportunity. If Wang Yueka's cousin truly possesses such wealth, how is it that she cannot even afford a basic iPhone? Fang Yu, in the student group, continued her mockery. Upon seeing Fang Yu's taunting reply again, Jiang Yu reached for the bag that Zhong Hui was holding, took out 3 unopened Apple phones, placed them on the ground for a photo, and shared it in the student group. These were gifted to us by Wang Yueka's cousin today. Each of us received one. The villa where her cousin resides is worth over 2 billion. They simply prefer to remain low-key, unlike you, flaunting your meager iPhone incessantly. Truly an ignorant country bumpkin. Standing beside them, Li Rue and Wang Yueka watched Jiang Yu, who had been smiling at her phone, suddenly turn furious, leaving them utterly perplexed. Yu, what is wrong? Wang Yueka inquired. Look at the student group. See how detestable Fang Yu is. She slanders us, claiming we're supported by rich second-generation heirs. It infuriates me, Jiang Yu exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Initially focused on taking photos of Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui, Wang Yueka had not checked the student group, but upon Jiang Yu's prompt, she opened the group chat and was equally incensed by the exchanges. Fang Yu, close your foul mouth. This car belongs to my cousin, who has 5 supercars, and lives in a villa worth over 2 billion. You, a mere country bumpkin, I will record a video for you right now. Wang Yueka, overcome with indignation, opted for a voice message instead of typing, prompting Li Rue to deduce some of the unfolding drama. Cousin, may I record a video with these cars? A classmate claims that I am being supported by a rich heir, and it makes me furious, Wang Yueka pouted, conveying her grievance. Of course, no problem. But please wait a moment while I make arrangements, he replied. Being a young man who had attended university, he understood that college life is rife with competition and ostentation, where disdain and comparisons abound. When someone tarnishes his cousin's reputation, he naturally feels compelled to defend her. Summoning a bodyguard with a wave, he instructed him to gather 20 bodyguards and 10 elegantly dressed maids from the villa to the basement. Wang Yueka, hearing her cousin ask her to wait, felt puzzled but said nothing, confident that he would stand up for her. Moments later, the basement was filled with 20 bodyguards and 10 beautiful maids donned in high heels and stockings. Li Rue directed the bodyguards to position 12 Range Rovers behind the 5 supercars, arranging the 34 individuals into 3 rows alongside the supercars, before opening all the doors of the 5 vehicles. Only then did he turn to Wang Yueka and say, "It's ready. You can start filming now." Seeing such an elaborate display, Wang Yueka could not help but understand the implications. Sweetly, she called out, "Thank you, cousin." Subsequently, she positioned herself in the center before the supercars, gesturing for Jiang Yu to record the video. Jiang Yu promptly took out his phone to record a video. Noticing that everyone had assumed their positions, Li Rue inquired, "Are we ready?" In unison, Jiang Yu and Wang Yueka responded affirmatively. "All right, let us begin," Li Rue commanded. At that moment, 24 bodyguards, each standing 2 meters tall, along with 10 elegantly attired women, ranging from 175 to 1.8 meters in height, collectively shouted, "Miss Wang Yueka, hello." The voices of the 10 women were hardly noteworthy, but the thunderous roar of the 24 bodyguards startled even Li Rue, who was taken aback by their formidable vocal power. The three women shared his astonishment, particularly Wang Yueka at the center of the crowd. After enduring a tense silence of several seconds, turned to Jianyu and asked, "Is it recorded?" Once she received an affirmative response from Jianyu, she hurriedly rubbed her ears with both hands and swiftly approached him to review the video. Chapter 63. Counterattack upon viewing the video that showcased her charismatic demeanor. Wang Yueka nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, she instructed Jiang Yu to share it in the class group, and with a mocking tone, she addressed Fang Yu through a voice message. "Aren't you the one who frequently flaunts your wealth on social media, boasting about your over 2 million yuan supercar? Do you recognize these few supercars? Have you ever sat in the 25 million yuan Apollo Sun God? I bet you haven't even touched it. What audacity you possess to mock me." After delivering her scathing remarks, Wang Yueka felt a wave of exhilaration. Meanwhile, Li Rue, who was listening to his cousin's verbal sparring with others, noticed that she only mentioned the 25 million yuan Apollo Sun God, leading him to speculate that she was unaware of the prices of the other vehicles. He hadn't had the chance to elaborate earlier, so he interjected. "That orange one is a Bugatti Veyron, worth 43 million yuan. The purple one is a Hennessy Venom GT, priced at 80 million yuan. And the silver-gray Lamborghini Veneno costs 90 million yuan. When it comes to confronting those who dare to ridicule, Li Rue felt no need for humility. Wang Yueka, already feeling quite pleased, was taken aback by the prices of the other supercars. 43 million, 80 million, and 90 million yuan, but she wasted no time in delivering another tirade in the class group, directed at the now-silent Fang Yu. "Do you know how much that orange supercar costs? 43 million yuan. The purple Hennessy Venom is 80 million, and the silver-gray Lamborghini Veneno is 90 million. Have you ever even sat in one? I doubt you've even seen one." Meanwhile, in a modest two-bedroom apartment located 1,000 miles away, a strikingly attractive woman, dressed seductively, wore a grim expression as she gazed at her phone, surrounded by three other girls, all sharing her dismal demeanor. One girl incredulously remarked, "I can't believe Wang Yueka's cousin is such a wealthy tycoon. Fang Yu, we should refrain from provoking Wang Yueka in the future." Fang Yu remained silent, a sullen expression on her face. Another girl, seeing her demeanor, kindly advised, "Wang Yueka's cousin can afford supercars worth billions. His net worth could be in the tens or hundreds of billions. Such a mogul is not someone we can afford to antagonize. Fang Yu, you must consider this wisely." Indeed, another chimed in, "Although we are about to begin our internships and will no longer be in school, such a wealthy individual could easily make our lives difficult. Let us avoid provoking Wang Yueka moving forward, and this matter should pass." Despite her reluctance, Fang Yu understood the gravity of the situation. Wang Yueka's cousin was beyond her reach, and even her previous benefactors were not individuals she could challenge. Accepting this reality, albeit grudgingly, she decided to exit the class group. After sending her mocking messages, a significant amount of time passed without any response. Eventually, she noticed a notification informing her of Fang Yu leaving the group. At that moment, everyone in the class group comprehended that Fang Yu, who had overshadowed Wang Yueka for 3 whole years, had ultimately conceded defeat. Alas, what could be done when Wang Yueka had such an impressive cousin? The matter concerning Fang Yu has passed, and many classmates have begun to scheme for themselves. Subsequently, several students approached Wang Yueka to inquire about Li Rue's situation. "Wang Yueka, your cousin is so wealthy. What business does he engage in? He must be running a major corporation. As we are about to embark on our internships, I have yet to secure a suitable position. Do you think your cousin is hiring? Wang Yueka, we have dined together before. With internships approaching, I still haven't found a company willing to take me. Could you assist me in securing a position with your cousin? If it works out, I shall treat you to a meal." Indeed, Wang Yueka, finding a job is exceedingly difficult these days. They either require prestigious university credentials or prior experience. As interns from an ordinary university, we are overlooked. Without an internship, we may struggle to obtain our graduation certificates. Given our camaraderie, would you lend me a hand? Initially reveling in the departure of Fang Yu, Wang Yueka's radiant smile quickly faded into a look of despair as numerous classmates beseeched her for job introductions. The internship she had secured was merely as a clerk at a small company. Now, with her cousin's reputation having spread, it would be hard to convince them that he did not run a large enterprise. Noticing Wang Yueka's forlorn expression, Li Rue inquired with curiosity, "What's wrong? You were just so cheerful." Upon hearing her cousin's question, Wang Yueka was at a loss for words and handed her phone to Li Rue, saying, "Cousin, take a look for yourself. They're all asking me to help them find work. I lack the capability to do so. After taking the phone and glancing at it, he thought it was something serious. Your cousin has started a company as well. I will give you a call shortly. You can contact her. It's conveniently located in our county, close to home. Ah, cousin, you've started a company? She exclaimed, her expression one of regret. Had I known you had a company, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find an internship. Is it not because I was unaware of your need for an internship? My company is named Tungfei Group. Here is the number for CEO Lu Yan. You may reach out to her. I will also provide you with 20 more openings for your classmates to intern with us. With that, Li Rui saved Lu Yan's contact in Wang Yueka's phone and returned it to her. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, who had been listening to the exchange between Li Rui and Wang Yueka, typed Tungfei Group into the search bar of Baidu. A series of results appeared. Tungfei Group had a registered capital of 10 billion, located in Xiangnan Province, Chunning County, with an investment of 5 billion for constructing a headquarters building and an additional 10 billion for developing a 2,000-acre new energy technology industrial park. The company allegedly possesses advanced new energy manufacturing technology and, within just over a month of its establishment, had already secured over 200 high-end patents related to new energy battery technology. As she perused the myriad of information about Tungfei Group on Qiandu, Jiang Yu's mouth fell agape. With a registered capital exceeding 100 billion, it was indeed a colossal enterprise. The internship company they had painstakingly sought merely boasted a registered capital of several million. Furthermore, the commitment of 50 billion to construct a headquarters and the staggering 100 billion earmarked for a 2,000-acre technological industrial park were indicative of a company of such stature. Typically, entry into such establishments is a distant dream for graduates of non-prestigious universities. Securing an internship at such a renowned company would significantly enhance one's prospects, even if one were to pursue opportunities elsewhere in the future. Initially, Jiang Yu believed such an opportunity was beyond her reach. However, with the support of her good friend Wang Yu, she felt a glimmer of hope for an actual chance at interning in a prestigious firm. She beckoned Zhong Hui over, urging her to glance at her phone, and upon comprehending the information displayed, Zhong Hui too covered her mouth in astonishment. Chapter 64. Internship Quotas Cousin. What is the registered capital of your company, and how many employees do you have? Upon hearing that her cousin was offering her a chance to intern at his company, along with 20 internship slots, Wang Yueka inquired about the specifics of the business. After all, since the company was located in her county, if the registered capital was not substantial and the company too diminutive, how could her classmates possibly venture to such a remote locale for their internships? Li Rui was about to respond when Jiang Yu approached Wang Yueka, tugging at her arm and presenting her with his phone. After Wang Yueka discerned the information displayed on the screen, she looked up at Li Rui, her expression one of incredulity. Cousin, is this company truly yours? Registered capital exceeding 100 billion? 50 billion spent on constructing a building? 100 billion invested in a technology park? Is this what you meant when you said you merely made a small profit? To me, money is but a fleeting concept. No amount holds any significant value. Li Rui wore an air of nonchalance. Enough of this triviality. Here are 20 internship slots for you to distribute as you see fit. But remember to adhere to the company's regulations. Those who do not follow the rules must depart. Do you understand? Understood. Wang Yueka beamed with delight. An internship opportunity at a company with a registered capital of over 100 billion was a prized possession. Once word of this spread, her class group would likely erupt in excitement. Without hesitation, she shared the news within her classmates group, then promptly exited the chat, oblivious to the ensuing frenzy. Wang Yueka, is your cousin's company truly Tungfei Group? This company is remarkable. I just checked. The registered capital exceeds 100 billion. You must secure an internship slot for me. I would do anything for just one opportunity. Wang Yueka, considering our relationship, you absolutely must grant me a slot. My future happiness rests in your hands. Is this a hoax? Registered capital of 100 billion, 50 billion for the construction of corporate building, 100 billion invested in a technology industry park. Could such a grand enterprise genuinely belong to her cousin? You need not doubt. I just verified that Tungfei Group is indeed located in Chunning County, which is also Wang Yueka's hometown, and the registered capital is indeed 100 billion. All information checks out. This confirms that Wang Yueka's cousin is indeed a significant figure. If you do not believe me, you can search online. Yes, I conducted a search as well. This company is impressive. It holds over 200 patents related to new energy batteries. To put this into perspective, even Tesla has only about 200 to 300 battery-related patents, and this is merely a company that has been established for just over a month. As several classmates shared their insights, the group of dozens became increasingly agitated. A company of his caliber has the potential to ascend to the ranks of a global giant like Tesla. Gaining entry into such an enterprise would signify what? It would likely mean outpacing 99% of the population for the remainder of one's life. You all must be tired. Allow me to show you to your sleeping quarters. Unbeknownst to Li Rui, who was feeling quite fatigued and eager to retire for the night, the events unfolding in Wang Yueka's class group were creating quite a stir. My cousin has just returned from shopping and is indeed quite fatigued. However, I'm still brimming with energy. May I explore the villa? I have yet to witness such a vast estate. Jiang Yu and Zhong Hui also nodded in agreement. Very well, since you all seem to have energy, I shall take you on a tour, Li Rui said, rubbing his eyes, mustering his spirits as he waved away the bodyguards and maids, leading the three towards the elevator. The group first arrived on the first floor. Upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by an indoor swimming pool spanning 800 square meters. The crystalline water was so inviting that it instantly lifted one's spirits, glimmering under the soft glow of the indoor lights. Wow, cousin, I want to swim, exclaimed Wang Yueka, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the expansive pool. If you wish to swim, you may do so later. I am quite tired. Let me first show you to the second floor. Li Rui yawned, turned to lead them upstairs. Wang Yueka and the other girls reluctantly glanced back at the pool. As they entered the grand hall, which covered at least 200 square meters, the astonishment of the girls from ordinary families was palpable. They proceeded to view the gym and the private cinema, their eyes turning red with envy. After finishing the tour of the second floor, they continued to the third floor. Upon arrival, Li Rui explained, the third floor houses 15 rooms, all with new bedding. You may choose a room to stay in. That concludes the tour. I must now retire for some rest. Enjoy yourselves, he said before heading to his bedroom, his eyes barely able to remain open. Once Li Rui departed, Jiang Yu immediately relaxed and excitedly suggested to Wang Yueka, let us go swimming. Absolutely. Wang Yueka replied eagerly as they hurried to the elevator back to the first floor. Just as the girls were about to change for swimming, Wang Yueka's phone rang. Upon checking her phone, she was surprised to see it was a call from her university professor.